Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, what if Harry Potter was raised with love, and trained by a mysterious wizard? Here's a quick glimpse. After the loss of his parents, Harry Potter grows up surrounded by love instead of neglect, guided by a mysterious wizard who trains him in secrets long forgotten by the magical world. By the time he arrives at Hogwarts, Harry is no longer the weak boy everyone expected, but a calm, powerful force destined to change the fate of the wizarding world forever. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Now, let the story unfold. It's been 3 years since Harry Potter, the boy who lived, disappeared from number 4 Privet Drive with his aunt and cousin. Albus Dumbledore was a bit annoyed to say the least. He placed that blasted child there to be mistreated by his magic-hating, muggle relatives. Then he would have someone loyal to him to guide the boy to the wizarding world. Albus had everything planned out, but it fell apart when the wards fell and alerted him. He apparated to little whinging and took him a while for him to get information around the neighborhood. Mrs. Fig, the squib he had assigned to watch over the child, was not there as she was visiting her daughter. What he got was rather confusing. Vernon Dursley and his sister Marge Dursley only lives at number 4 Privet Drive with a housemaid. The blasted muggle dared to shout at him saying that he never married or even had a son. Albus silently cursed before apparating back to Hogwarts. There was no sign of Petunia Dursley, Dudley Dursley or Harry Potter. Days, weeks, and months went by as Albus tries to find a single clue to where the blasted child could have gone, but nothing. After 3 long years, Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress, came to his office and told him that she just received the acceptance letter to one Harry Potter. Albus sighs in relief knowing that the child will at least be coming here to attend Hogwarts, where he can control the boy as he planned. When Minerva left to Albus' office, the animagus witch grinned before looking at Harry's acceptance letter. What she didn't mention to the old coot was the child's new status and surname. Like I will ever tell anything to him, thought Minerva before frowning. Since the truth was revealed to me and to the other professors, 3 years ago. Severus came to her one evening and asked if she was free along with Phileas Flitwick, Pomona Sprout, Rolanda Hooch, and Poppy Pomfrey. All agreed, but what they didn't accept was to go to his mother's old manor and to find Petunia, young Dudley and young Harry Potter at Prince Manor. The young potion master requested for Poppy to give a check-up for Dudley and Harry. The healer agreed before introducing herself to the children and started examining them. While Poppy was with the children, Severus explained to the others of what he had learned not too long ago. He told them of Petunia's trouble of struggling to protect Harry, Vernon's mistreat to young Harry, and the shocking discovery, Petunia and Dudley had magic. Minerva and the others were shocked but happily to know that young Harry wouldn't be alone coming to Hogwarts. But they were wondering why Petunia's magic was delayed. It was not delayed, it was sealed, replied Severus before sighing. And the sealer was Albus Dumbledore. Nagnok and the other goblins were able to find his signature around Petunia's magic core. Minerva and the others were furious, and every respect they had for the Light Lord had vanished. All of them agreed to help teach Petunia from scratch, just like they did with her sister, Lily. It took almost about 2 years for Petunia to catch up and to learn what her strong points were. Petunia's magic was more into healing and not surprisingly charms like Lily. Meanwhile, Rolanda was happily teaching the proper ways to Harry and Dudley on how to ride a broom. Dudley and Harry loved it. Both were natural flyers and hardly need the lessons, but they still need the supervision from Rolanda. Severus and the other professors decided to teach them a bit of their subjects to the children. Harry was brilliant in potions, defense, charms and transfiguration, which was a great combination of his parents. While Dudley had talent in charms, healing, and herbology, like his own mother. Soon the children will be going to Hogwarts, and Petunia couldn't be any prouder. Number 12 Grimmauld Place, July 31, 1991. Dudley, it doesn't take 30 minutes to use the bathroom. Shouting 11-year-old Harry. Yes it does if you have wavy hair like mine, said Dudley as he opened the bathroom door. Besides, you don't have to rush me. It is not like Diagon Alley is going anywhere. Harry sighs, I know that Dud, but I want to get my supplies before the rush hour starts. You do have a point there, cousin, said Dudley. But why this early? I want to help Papa and Aunt Poppy to making potions for the school year, replied Harry before glaring at his cousin. Now can you move? Dudley blinked a bit before slapping his forehead. Oh right, sorry for making you wait. Thank you, said Harry before going inside the bathroom. Aunt Petunia said we will be leaving in a few. Dudley made a face. Right, why can't we first eat breakfast? Your breakfast is ready, shouted Harry before coming out of the bathroom. Creature cooked breakfast early. He was up since 5 in the morning. Dudley smiled. That's Creature all right, but yet he hates Uncle Siri for some odd reason. Harry shrugs. Don't ask me. It's their problem, not ours. Now come on, hurry up Dudley. We are wasting time standing around here. Wait a moment, Harry, shouted Dudley as he ran after his young cousin. It didn't take long for Harry and Dudley to finishing and meet Petunia at the fireplace where they were going to flow to the leaky cauldron. Next to Petunia was a man with black wavy hair and had icy blue eyes. All right, first let's go get your books and robes. After that we will get your supplies and wands. Is that fine by you two? Said Petunia as she looked over to the children. Yes Mum, Aunt Petunia, said Harry and Dudley. Boys, you know what to do, said Petunia as she held a box with flow powder to them. Harry and Dudley grinned before the Raven child grabbed a bit of the green powder and the two stood inside the fireplace. Harry tossed the powder while Dudley shouted, "Leaky cauldron." The two children walked out of the fireplace and waited for the two adults. It didn't take long and the four of them walked out of the inn and entered to Diagon Alley. Right then let's go. Reggie, we need to go to the bank first, stated Petunia. Reggie aka Regulus Black, the younger brother to Sirius Black, gave his wife a sheepish look. Oh right, sorry about that, must have slipped my mind. Petunia glared at him. You were hanging around with your brother last night, won't you? Regulus backed away a bit. If I say yes, would you not hex me to a million pieces because I know deep down I know how lovely you are? Wise choose Mr. Black, now shall we? Said Petunia. Regulus scratched his chin while Harry and Dudley smirked before the four walked over to the Gringotts Bank. When they entered, the goblins gave them a respected bow or nodded before going back to their work. That's when Harry noticed someone familiar. Knock, shouted Harry as he ran over to the goblin. How have you been? Ah, Mr. Potter Snape, I have been quite fine, thank you for asking, said Nagnock, happily. What can, O Lord and Lady Black welcome and of course to you young Mr. Evans Black. Hey there Nagnock, what's up? Said Dudley. Morning Nagnock, greeted Petunia. Ah Nagnock, I told you that you can call me by my first name, didn't I? Whined Regulus. That may be true but in public I cannot. It will show disrespect to the noble house of Black, responded Nagnock. Regulus pouts, blasted bloody rules, ouch. Petunia slammed her hand onto her husband's shoulder. She shook her head before smiling at the goblin. Nagnock, we came to pick up a few galleons for some shopping. Mind taking us to our vaults? It will be an honor Lady Black, said Nagnock before guiding them to the carts. Starting Hogwarts are we boys? You bet. Nagnock smirked. Dumbledore will be getting such a rather surprise this year. Shall we? Madame Malkin's robes. Hello, going to Hogwarts? Wondered Malkin. Yes madam, and my cousin will be coming soon as well, answered Harry. Very well, but I do have another child getting fitted as well, said Malkin as she guided Harry to the back. Is that all right? That's fine, Madam Malkin, replied Harry. When they entered to the fitting room, Harry saw the boy that Malkin had mentioned about. He had blonde hair with gray eyes and somewhat pale skin. All right dear, up you go. Harry nodded before stepping onto the stool. While Malkin was working on fitting his robes, the blonde boy started speaking to him. Hogwarts too. Harry smiled. You bet. Papa, my aunt and uncle believe I will be in Ravenclaw, but my other uncle thinks that I will be in Slytherin. Really? I know for sure I'll be in Slytherin because it has been going down in my family for a while. The name is Draco Malfoy, and yours? Malfoy, huh? The name's Harry Potter Snape, pleasure to meet you. Draco widens his eyes. Harry. As in the boy who lived. Harry narrowed his eyes. Yes, but I hate that idiotic title. I want to earn my respect like Papa and Uncle Reg. Merlin, and here I thought you were spoiled or something. Wait. Did you just say your surname was Snape as well? Said Draco in disbelief. Harry smiled, proudly. Yes I did. Papa is the greatest potion master in all of Britain. He raised me to show respect to everyone who shows it back. Draco smiled. glad to know. Hey, your papa is my godfather, you know. Really? Small world, murmured Harry before smiling. Well, the truth, papa was original my godfather. I was living in the muggle world with my aunt and cousin before papa came and saved us from my abusive Uncle Vernon. Afterwards, my aunt divorced him and remarried. Draco whistle, wicked, may I ask who your aunt married to? Is he a wizard or a muggle? Oh, I believe he is your uncle. His name is Regulus, the current Lord Black, answered Harry. Draco dropped his mouth in shock. Merlin, that would make us cousins. Actually we already are, but I believe you are my second or third cousin since my biological father, James Potter, was the nephew to Doria Potter née Black, stated Harry. I must have fallen asleep in mother's lessons, murmured Draco before smiling. Well, pleasure meeting you, Harry. Harry laughed, likewise Draco. There you are. Did you know that you were finished long time ago, Harry? Harry turned around to see his cousin just exiting out from the other fitting room. Oops, sorry Dud, I guess I didn't notice. Dudley raised his eyebrow. You not notice? And yet you can tell whenever Uncle Seb is coming out of his lab. For your information, I lost track of time, said Harry before smiling. I was talking to our distant cousin Draco. Draco, this annoying brat is my cousin. Dudley. Draco. As in Draco Malfoy. Well, pleasure meeting another family member, Dudley Evans Black. The pleasure is all mine, said Draco, happily. I always dreamed to meet other family members. Well, I guess I'll let this slide, Harry, but come on, said Dudley before grabbing Harry's hand. Let's get going before my stomach eats itself. Harry laughed. Oh, all right, bye Draco, and hope to see you at the train. See ya guys, said Draco. Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. As they entered the wand shop, Harry and Dudley could feel the magic roaming around the shop. Suddenly there was thud on the left side. It was Ollivander. Ah, it's finally time for young Mr. Potter, Snape and Mr. Evans Black to get their wands, said Ollivander, happily. Lady Black, it's been a year, has it not? Tell me, how's your wand been faring for you? Petunia laughed. It's been splendid. Willow, 11 inches with a dragon heartstring. Oh yes, powerful wand for healing, stated Ollivander. Lord Black, it's been a while. How's your wand been treating you? It's been great, my old friend, and my wand have never failed me since the day when I started Hogwarts, replied Regulus. He took out his wand, Cherry, 13 inches with a dragon heartstring. Ah yes, great for charms and defense, correct. Anyway, who's going first? You can go first, Dud, I don't mind. Really? Thanks, Harry. It took a few wands when one finally accepted Dudley. When he held it, the wand started to sparkle with yellow and red colors. Oh yes, wonderful. Hemlock, 10.5 inches with a unicorn hair. Great use for charms and healing, said Ollivander, happily. Dudley smiled. Wicked. Ollivander turns to Harry. Now dear boy, I must say your wand will be a tricky customer to find. Harry looked down. I have a feeling Papa talked to you then. Ollivander nodded. No need to say it, child. Now wait right here while I go get them. I just finished these not too long ago. The wand maker came back with wands that no one has ever heard or seen before. Some had more than one core or wood, but every one that Harry tried didn't warm up to him. When all hope was lost, the very last wand made Harry smile. It made him feel safe. It sparkled with green and blue colors. Ollivander jumping up and down. Oh yes, that wand is made for you, Mr. Potter, Snape. Really? Why? Asked Harry. Ollivander bent down to his level. Well, child, that wand was said to be Salazar Slytherin's, and only his true bloodline can wield it. Everyone in the room was in disbelief, as Harry wasn't the heir of Slytherin but rather Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. So why did the wand react to him? May I ask the core and the wood, Ollivander? Wondered Petunia. This wand is oak, 9.5 inches with 2 cores, a basilisk fang and griffin claw. Harry had an awe expression before grinning happily at his new wand. Wicked. Regulus smiled. You said it, kiddo. Now how much will that be? Oh, of course, say 13 galleons will do, replied Ollivander. Prince Manor, after shopping. Papa, I'm back, shouted Harry as he got out of the fireplace carefully. He heard the door to the potion lab open and come out the young potion master Severus Snape. Indeed, had fun shopping. Harry nodded. Yup. Oh, you'll never guess what happened at Ollivander's, and there was so many books that I want to get. Also, I made a new friend. His name is Draco. Severus smiled. Indeed, but calm down, child. I could barely hear what you were saying to me. Oh, sorry, Papa, said Harry, sheepishly. Right, said Severus before taking out a parchment. Well, glad to know that this letter really did came from him, rather a bloody prank from that blasted mutt. Draco wrote to me already. What did he wrote, Papa? Asked Harry. He wants to know if he can come over to play with you and Dudley before you three go to Hogwarts, replied Severus. That would be fun. Can he come over, Papa? Wondered Harry. Before Severus could replay, Harry was being licked to death from a dog that looked like a Grim. Black must you be in your animagus form, you blasted mutt. Sneered Severus. The Grim growled before turning back into his human form. Oh, shut up, Snape, sneers Sirius Black back at Severus. He then turned to his nephew with a grin. Now, how was your day, pup? Harry, who is used to hearing his papa and uncle fighting back and forth, shook his head before smiling to him. I meet a new friend, Uncle Padfoot. He's my cousin from the Black family line, replied Harry. Sirius frown as the only living insane Blacks were Andromeda Tonks née Black and Narcissa Malfoy née Black. Bellatrix Lestrange née Black is in Azkaban with her husband and brother-in-law, Rodolphus Lestrange and Rabaston Lestrange, for torturing Frank and Alice Longbottom into insanity. Who? Wondered Sirius. Severus narrowed his eyes. Draco Malfoy. He wants to come over to spend some time here before school starts in September. Do you have a problem with that, Black? Sirius growled. Yes, I have a problem with it. The Malfoys are evil. Harry, how many times do I have to tell you how nasty backstabbers Slytherins are? Harry sighed. More than 1,000 times, Uncle Padfoot, but you're wrong. The Slytherins are view on their cunning and ambitions. A lot of people mistook that for them being evil. Well, that is true, Harry, but you can never trust a Slytherin, no matter what, said Sirius. Does that mean you will not trust me if I am placed in Slytherin, Uncle Padfoot? Asked Harry, sadly. What? No, pup, I didn't mean. I mean, of course the Slytherins are misjudged. Severus shook his head. Brilliant, Black, looked what you caused again to happen. Next time try to at least think before you speak your loudmouth. Sirius sighs sadly as he couldn't believe that he made Harry upset again. After a few minutes, Harry was calm once again but was glaring over at Sirius. You need to stop being mean to them, Uncle. I mean, Papa is a Slytherin and he was the one that cleared you out of that horrible prison, and don't forget about your own brother. That's right, Sirius. You owe Severus a life debt, and not to mention, he is letting you stay here at his manor. You didn't want to deal living at Grimmauld Place or Black Manor. Everyone turned to see it was Harry's second uncle, Remus Lupin. Uncle Moony, shouted Harry, happily. Sirius sighs. Fine, I will give the Malfoy boy a chance. Severus narrowed his eyes. That boy has a name, and my second godson, Black. You better watch your tongue on which you speak. Sirius glared at him before having a panic look on seeing Harry's glare. Behave yourself, Uncle Padfoot, if not then I will prank you so bad you'll want to be back living with your brother, and Papa will help me. Sirius' face turned deadly white. He remembered not too long ago, the little prank war they did about a month ago. Severus was dragged along by Harry as always and was paired up with him. Dudley was with his stepfather, Regulus, while Sirius and Remus were paired together. Sirius thought that they were going to win hands down, but for some odd reason it was Severus and Harry who had won the prank war. Who knew that Snape can prank? All right, I'll be good, said Sirius before making a face. Maybe you will be in Slytherin, pup. Harry grinned, proudly, and a damn good one too. Everyone laughed at Harry's comment. Well, this is better than to hear that old hag yelling at me all the time, said Sirius before crossing his arms. Never would have thought I will be living with Snape and be somewhat civil with him. Uncle Padfoot, don't be mean to Grandma, said Harry. And as long you behave and don't cause trouble, the two of you wouldn't be at each other's throats. Sirius pouts a bit before sighing. He shook his head. How you and Dudley manage for her to love you, I have no idea. Harry grinned, because she tells really great stories. Right, murmured Sirius. Now if you would excuse us, but Papa and I have some potions to brew for Aunt Poppy, said Harry. He grabbed hold onto Severus' hand and dragged him to his own potion lab. Sirius and Remus were laughing at the scene. A high-level potion master was being overpowered by an 11-year-old child. Come on, whispered Harry. The two cousins quickly walked downstairs but stopped in the middle of the stairway. There on the wall was a portrait of the late Walburga Black. Walburga gave a rare smile at her grandchildren. Normally, she would sneer or shout nasty comments to any other people besides her youngest son, Regulus, Petunia and her dearest grandchildren. "Hello Grandma Walburga, how are you?" asked Harry. "Hey Grandma," greeted Dudley. "Hello dears, is it time for the two of you to head to Hogwarts?" said Walburga, warmly. "Yes Grandma," said Harry, excitedly. "I can't wait to see what house I will be placed in." "Harry dear, I know for sure that you'll be sorted into Slytherin or Ravenclaw," stated Walburga before smirking. "Not to mention, you are the heir of the Black family." "Temporarily," said Harry. "If Uncle Reg and Aunt Petunia have a second child, the title will go to him or her." "Don't know why you declined the title, Dud." Dudley shrugs, "It just doesn't feel right. I prefer to continue the Evans bloodline, which explains how my surname is." "And I'm quite proud for you to do so, child," said Walburga, happily. She smiled. "Make sure you show those idiotic students a true Gryffindor in Hufflepuff, Dudley." "Will do grandmother," saluted Dudley. "And I will show them that not all blacks turn to a dark wizard." Walburga nodded, "And to do so if you are sorted into Gryffindor or Hufflepuff." "Good luck. No one can't really predict if a wizard or witch is dark or not," said Harry before shaking his head. "It's not based on what magic they have but rather on how they use their magic." Walburga nodded before sighing, sadly. "It took me a while to understand as well, child. I didn't fully understand until Creature came back with my son, almost to the brink of death." "So does that mean you will give a second chance to Uncle Sirius?" wondered Dudley. Walburga tapped her chin. "I'll think about it, but let's talk about this later. Go and wake up Regulus and Petunia while I have Creature make breakfast." "Yes grandmother." King Cross, platform 9 3/4. Harry and Dudley were in awe upon seeing the crimson train, the Hogwarts Express. "I best get going before Albus notice my absences," said Severus. He bends down to Harry and hand him a small pouch. "Don't buy too much sweets or you will be spending your first night in the infirmary." Harry smiled, sheepishly and nodded his head. He took the pouch before grabbing hold onto his adopted father's robes. "Can't you stay a bit longer, until the train leaves?" Severus sighs, sadly. "I wish I could Harry, but you know that I can't. Albus still doesn't know about me adopting you. If someone that is loyal to him and see me with you, Albus will become suspicious." Harry sighs, sadly. "I understand but I don't like it." Sirius and Regulus looked at each other before nodding their heads. Regulus walked over to Harry and placed his hand onto Harry's shoulder. "Come on, kiddo. It's almost time to go. Besides you'll see him later anyway," said Sirius. Harry nodded, slowly before giving his adopted father a hug. Severus slightly tensed up a bit before embracing Lily's son. "Hey, don't leave without giving me a hug too," whined Dudley before running over to Severus. The potion master felt little awkward but accepted the embrace. "See you at the feast, Papa," whispered Harry. "Same with you, the both of you," said Severus, softly. Sirius had a slight smile on his face before crossing his arms. "Merlin, I wish I could see Dumbledore's reaction when Minnie says your name, Harry." Harry and Dudley slightly let go of Severus before the two of them looked at each other. The two slightly grinned a bit before Harry looked over at Sirius with a smirk on his face. "I believe he will be more surprised when Aunt Minnie says Dud's name." Sirius and Regulus slightly stepped back while Petunia giggled. "Merlin, it scares me how much you look like your ancestors, Harry," said Sirius before shaking his head. "No doubt, you'll be either sorted into Slytherin or Ravenclaw, pup." "Hey, it's in my blood," argued Harry. He turned attention back to Severus. "See you soon, Professor Snape." Dudley grinned. "Yay, see ye soon, Professor Snape." Severus shook his head before looking at them with a serious look on his face. "Be careful and stay alert. The train ride may be a fun experience, but here is where you meet your friends and enemies as well." Harry and Dudley nodded. "Very well, now let go or you'll ruin my reputation of being the dungeon bat if any upper students of mine sees me," said Severus. Harry and Dudley giggled before letting go but gave a slight smirk at the potion master. "Oh but Professor Snape, I think you have already lost that title so long ago," stated Harry. Dudley nodded his head. Regulus and Sirius laughed while Petunia covered her giggle with a cough. Severus slightly glared towards them, but he knew what Harry said was true. Hogwarts Express. Found 1, Dud. Are you going to find Neville? That's right, and maybe if I can spot Draco as well, replied Dudley. He placed his trunk on the top and his bag on the compartment seat. He walked over at the sliding door before looking over at his cousin. I'll be back in a few. All right, said Harry. He placed his own trunk next to his cousin's and placed a small carrier by the window seat. By the time you've come back, Liza will be out. Dudley nodded before leaving the compartment. Harry bends down and opened the small carrier and took out his familiar Liza, a poisonous spitting cobra snake. Hey there Liza, sorry for the long wait, hissed Harry. That's fine, I was enjoying a rather nice nap in there, hissed Liza, sleepily. She slithered over to Harry's shoulders and wrapped herself around his neck. Would you like to sleep at the window better? Asked Harry. Oh yes Master Harry, hissed Liza, happily. Harry placed his familiar by the window before taking out his magical drafts and potion book. He sat by the window seat and started to read just for a few seconds when the compartment door slide opened. There stood 3 redheads with freckles. 2 of them were clearly twins while the other looked about Harry's age. Oh look, another first year, brother. Why it would appear so, brother. Hey first year, would you mind letting our Ronnikins stay with Ye? I don't mind, but why? Asked Harry. You see, our friend got this wicked tarantula. And your dear little brother, Ronnikins, hates them, you see. Oh, I guess that's fine then, replied Harry. The twins grinned before leaving the youngest redhead and left the compartment. The young redhead sighs before sitting across from Harry. Sorry about that. Fred and George can be such a pain. Oh, by the way, I'm Ron Weasley. Papa warned me about the Weasleys. They are completely loyal to Dumbledore, thought Harry before smiling. I'm Harrison Snape, but you can call me Harry. Ron widens his eyes. Snape. Are you by related to Professor Snape who works in Hogwarts? Yes, he's my father. Is there a problem? Asked Harry. Oh well, you see, my brothers have warned me about him, said Ron before frowning a bit. I find it not right that he favors his own house than any other houses. Harry raises his eyebrow at him, the same way as how Snape does. Oh really? My father would come back home during the holidays with a foul mood, saying that the Gryffindors don't pay attention to what they are supposed to do. Well, he shouldn't be favoring his Slytherins and not be a greasy dungeon bat, murmured Ron, slightly angrily. Look, I would stand it if you keep insulting my father like that, warned Harry, angrily. So I suggest that you keep your mouth shut if you want to stay here, understood Weasley. Ron was about to reply when Draco came in with 2 big-bodied boys. Ah, there you are, said Draco, happily. I was quite lost where to find you since Dudley didn't really point out which compartment you were at. And where is he? Asked Harry, ignoring Ron completely. He's helping out Neville to find his toad, and a girl named Granger is helping them as well, replied Draco. Harry nodded while slightly glaring over to Ron. Draco noticed the small gesture before looking over to his right to see someone quite familiar to him. He narrowed his eyes and slightly sneered at him. Weasley, did you get lost or something? Malfoy, what are you doing here? Asked Ron, angrily. That's none of your business, Weasel. Sneered Draco. Now tell me, what you said to my cousin. See, cousin, said Ron in shock. He looked over at Harry. You're related to this prick. That's right, replied Harry, coldly. Not only that, Draco's mother happens to be my godmother as well. And his father is my godfather, said Draco, coldly. Ron sat there in complete shock. All he wanted was to find the Harry Potter and see if he can be worthy to become his best friend. His mother told him it was important that he be friends with him and make sure he is sorted into Gryffindor. Look, it's clear that you are not welcome here, so why don't you just get out before Draco here starts hexing you, warned Harry. Like I want to stay in the same compartment with Malfoy anyway, said Ron, angrily. He stood up and stormed out of the compartment. Harry sighs in relief. I thought he would never leave. Ah, don't worry about him, said Draco. He sat next to Harry while the 2 other boys sat across from them. Uncle Sev will get him in potions. Harry smiled a bit before nodding. He then looked over at the 2 unknown boys before giving Draco a confusing look. Oh right, these 2 are the ones I told you about in my last letter, said Draco. Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, I have known them since I was 6. Hey there, what's up? Greeted Vincent while Gregory just nodded his head. You said in the letter that they can be trusted, correct? Said Harry. That's right, said Draco. He shook his head. I say these guys are more Hufflepuff material than Slytherin like their family. If that's so then, let me introduce myself properly. Greetings, I'm Harrison James Potter Snape, heir to the ancient and noble houses of Potter, Prince Snape, Black, Temporary, and Slytherin. Vincent and Gregory widened their eyes before smiling. Wicked, pleasure to meet you as well, young lord, said Vincent with a bow. It's an honor meeting you, young lord, said Gregory with a bow. Please, don't do that, said Harry, sheepishly. It sort of feels strange, and please call me Harry. I wouldn't be taking the lordship when I become of age. Vincent and Gregory smiled before nodding. That's when Draco spotted the small snake, sleeping by the window. Hey, you have Liza out. Harry smiled. Yay, she gets rather fussy if she stays too long in the carrier. Draco laughed, not surprised about that. Now would you mind explaining to me about that what did you call that Muggle entertainment thing again? It's called an amusement park and shore, replied Harry. For about half an hour, Harry continued answering questions to Draco about the Muggle world. Vincent and Gregory would get into the conversation as well. As Harry was finishing telling his cousin about the television, the compartment slid open and came in was Dudley, Neville, who was holding a toad, and a bushy brunette girl. Well, it took a bit longer, but we've finally found him, said Dudley. He took a seat by Draco. Sorry for not showing you where Harry was at, Draco, but we were in a rush onto finding Trevor. Where did you find him? Asked Draco. We didn't, it was a prefect that helped us, replied Dudley. He used the summoning charm, but we have a feeling that Trevor was close to the food storage. I'm just glad he's safe, said Neville, softly. He holds onto his familiar, tightly. Ever since my uncle gave me Trevor, he would run off on his own, and it will take me forever to find him. Oh, thanks for helping us, Hermione. No problem, I'm glad to help out, said Hermione. She smiled. Well, I better go back to my compartment as I need to change into my school robes. While looking for Trevor, I talked to the train operator and he said that we'll be arriving there in about 3 hours. If you like, you can bring your things here and room with us, offered Harry. He offered his hand. By the way, I'm Harrison Snape, but you can call me Harry for short. Neville's been my friend since for 3 years. Hermione smiled, happily. Really? Hold on a moment then. I'll be right back and get my trunk. Goyle, help her out, would you, said Draco. Gregory nodded before following the bushy brunette out of the compartment, and soon the two of them returned with Hermione's trunk and bag. I was completely shocked when I found out that I was a witch, said Hermione. She started explaining to Harry and the others when she got her acceptance letter. At first I thought it was some sort of prank, but when Professor McGonagall came to my house and showed me that magic was real, I was speechless. A Muggleborn, murmured Draco before looking a bit serious at her. I warn you now, Granger, that most pureblood wizards and witches are not too fond of your kind. He's right, but don't worry about us, said Vincent. You're safe with us. Besides, Vince and I are quite interested about learning things in the Muggle world, said Gregory. I'm more than happy to tell you anything, offered Hermione. The brunette looked over at Harry and noticed he had his potion textbook on his lap. Oh, are you reading ahead, Harry? I have read a few textbooks during the summer and I think Transfiguration might be my favorite subject. What about you guys? Potions and defense, replied Harry. Defense and charms, replied Dudley. Potions and charms, answered Draco. Herbology is my favorite, said Neville, softly. Charms and history, replied Vincent. Astronomy for me, replied Gregory. Maybe we can form a study group, suggested Hermione, softly. She played around her fingers, you know, so we can help each other out. That's a great idea, said Dudley. What you think, Harry? It's a brilliant idea, said Harry. He thought for a moment. We can meet up at the library on Fridays and ask if we can have a private room to study for upcoming test. Sounds good enough for me, said Vincent while Gregory nodded. Wonderful, said Hermione, happily. She looked over her bag and took out 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. So any idea what house you are going to be sorted at? Everyone nodded. Slytherin, said Draco. Either Slytherin or Ravenclaw, said Harry. Hufflepuff for us, replied Vincent and Gregory. Gryffindor or Hufflepuff, said Dudley. Neville sighs. Sadly, I'm not so sure about me, but I'm hoping I can get into Gryffindor. Harry and Dudley looked at each other before shaking their heads. Your grandmother needs to get through her thick head of hers. She shouldn't be seeing you as a born copy as your father, Nev. You are you, not your father, said Harry. Let the sorting hat sort you to where you truly belong, all right, said Dudley, seriously. Neville bit his lip before nodding, slowly. Excuse me, but what do you mean about sorting hat? Asked Hermione. Oh right, let me explain, said Harry. It took about a half an hour to explain to Hermione on how the first years get sorted into their houses by a magical wizarding hat which was once belonged to Godric Gryffindor. Leo sorts you based on your personality and some traits, finished Harry. Oh, I see, then that would mean that I will be sorted into Ravenclaw or Gryffindor, said Hermione. Dudley shrugs, could be, but let's find out once we get there. Hermione nodded before starting reading her book, but when she was about, she spotted the snake nearby the window. She let out a yelp and hides behind Neville. Why is there a poisonous snake out of her carrier? Oh, sorry about that, said Harry as he rubbed the back of his head. Liza wouldn't hurt you. She's really nice and loves to be scratched under her mouth. Are you afraid of snakes? Hermione peeks out from Neville. It's not that I'm afraid, I never been this close to a snake before. My parents always tell me that some snakes are dangerous since almost all of them are poisonous. Makes sense, said Dudley. He smiled, don't worry. Like Harry said, Liza is nice. Besides, she's still quite young, so she doesn't really know how to use her poison properly yet. Oh, said Hermione. She got out of her hiding spot before relooking at the sleeping snake. She smiles a bit, you know, she does have a unique skin pattern. Most of the time they have 1 or 2 colors, but this one has 4. Is it a magical snake? Indeed, she is, replied Harry, happily. In matter of fact, she was the one that found me. I was helping my father gathering some herbs nearby our home when I noticed a small snake coiled up in my bag. At first I didn't know what to do, but after learning that she lost her mother, Liza took upon herself to find a new home. And well, she saw my opened bag and yay. Dudley laughed. Dad and our uncles were shocked as well, but after 2 weeks, Uncle Sev let Harry keep her as a familiar since she wouldn't leave Harry's side, not one bit. Oh, said Hermione. Harry carefully got hold onto Liza and rubbed her scales. Dudley, we have to, no matter what, remove that ridiculous house rivalry once and for all. Who's with us? Dudley nodded while the others smiled and joined in the plan. Hogwarts, Dumbledore's office. As you all know, young Harry Potter has come out of hiding and is heading here to Hogwarts, said Albus. Minerva smiled. Oh, I wonder if he is going to be just like his father, good with transfiguration. Or like his mother, great with charms, said Phileas. Don't forget about potions, Phileas, said Severus, softly. Oh yes, but of course, Severus. I must say, Severus, your attitude of the child is surprisingly calm, said Albus as he rubbed his white bread. We are talking about Harry Potter, the only child of James Potter and his wife, Lily Potter. You don't have to remind me, Headmaster, murmured Severus. Severus, I'm glad you will be helping Mr. Potter on his education, said Pomona, happily. The potion master simply nodded his head. That when Minerva had an idea. How about a little wager to see what house Mr. Potter might be sorted into? Now Minerva, is that really necessary, said Rolanda. We could either vote for Ravenclaw from his mother or Gryffindor from his father. Madame Pomfrey giggled. I'll shot 2 galleons if he goes to Ravenclaw. I'll go 3 galleons for Hufflepuff, said Pomona before smiling. If I remember correctly, Lily had such a loyal heart that I could have sworn she was placed at the wrong house. 3 galleons for Ravenclaw, said Phileas, happily. 4 galleons for Gryffindor for sure, said Minerva. The Potter bloodline have been going to the House of Gryffindor for quite some time now. There is no doubt that young Harry will go to Gryffindor. 3 galleons to Ravenclaw, said Rolanda. 4 galleons T to G Gryffindor. I agree with Minerva, said Quinnis, nervously. Albus chuckles. Oh, don't leave me out of this. 5 galleons to Gryffindor, Severus. Severus sighs. 3 galleons to Slytherin. Having parents who have intelligence and bravery can mix together into something different. All right then everyone, shall we head to the Great Hall to wait for our beloved students while Minerva collects them from Hagrid, said Albus. Everyone nodded and walked to their destination. Entrance of Great Hall. Minerva was waiting at the top of the stairway for Hagrid with the first-year students. She could easily spot him coming up the steps with the young children right behind him. The Transfiguration professor spotted Harry and Dudley with young Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, Longbottom and a Muggle-born named Hermione Granger. She introduced the young bushy brunette to the wizarding world when she got her acceptance letter. "He's going to be just fine," thought Minerva. She cleared her throat. "I'll take it from here, Hagrid." "Ah everyone, this is Professor McGonagall," introduced the groundskeeper. Minerva nodded. "If that's all then follow me." The students followed the Transfiguration professor after she explained to them on how they will be sorted. The moment the large doors opened, the first years were amazed. Harry, Dudley and their friends were in awe on how amazing the Great Hall looked. The ceiling was reflecting the night sky and there were lighted candles floating above them. "I read in Hogwarts, a history that they charmed the ceiling to look like the sky," whispered Hermione to Harry. Harry smiled. "Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall make sure that the ceiling stays like that. They have to keep refreshing the spell for every month." Hermione's eyes sparkled in delight before the two saw Professor McGonagall, who was stand by a stool and had a black old hat on her hands. The moment she placed the hat onto the stool, it started to sing. "Oh, you may not think me pretty. But don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter bat than me. You can keep your bowlers black. Your top hat's sleek and tall. For I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat. And I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head. The sorting hat can't see. So try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindor apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuff are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you're a read mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folks use only means to achieve their goal. So put me on, don't be afraid, and don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none. For I'm a thinking cap." Minerva cleared her throat before taking out a long parchment scroll in her hands. "Now when I call your name, you will come up here and I will place the sorting hat onto your head for you to be sorted." Harry and Dudley smiled before overhearing Weasley complaining about how his brothers told him that he had to wrestle a troll to get sorted. Harry and Dudley shook their heads while Draco smirked on the idea, seeing Ron getting hurt by a mountain troll. They ignored him as the sorting began. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. Lavender Brown, Gryffindor. Terry Boots, Ravenclaw. Mandy Brocklehurst, Ravenclaw. Millicent Bulstrode, Slytherin. Vincent Crabbe. Vincent walked up and took a sit at the stool before Minerva placed the sorting hat onto his head. He held onto the stool tightly as he could hear a voice mumbling. "Ah yes, I know your family line, young Crabbe, but not to worry as I don't see anything that will make you follow your father's footsteps. Stay true to your friends and protect them, young Crabbe, Hufflepuff." Vincent sighs in relief before walking over to the Hufflepuff table and took a sit next to Susan Bones, a young redhead girl, while the Slytherins were in disbelief. Tracy Davis, Slytherin. Minerva smiled as she watched as the young girl walked over to the Slytherin table before looking at the parchment and smirked. Dudley Black Evans. Albus and the students had their eyes widen in shock, but mostly the Slytherins. The noble and ancient House of Black were well known for their dark magic and were sent to the House of Slytherin. But the real question, who was this child? Did the noble house hide a secret child away? Albus Dumbledore watches in shock as a boy with long black wavy hair that was held up and have grayish-brown eyes walked over to the stool. The elder wizard was no fool, as this boy was none other than the cousin of Harry Potter, but why was he doing here for all places? Didn't he block his magic when he first showed signs of it at the age 3? Also, where is that blasted Potter boy? Shouldn't that Weasley boy made friends with him by now? Meanwhile, Dudley was sitting at the stool with the sorting hat on top of his head. Ah, what do we have here? So the Evans family finally knows who they really are. It's about bloody time if I say so. Yes, my mother and I learned about it when we visited the bank 3 years ago, replied Dudley. Excellent. Now where do I sort you, child? Oh, you view your cousin as a brother, how touching, and with Vernon out of the way, you became quite loyal and with great courage. Gryffindor or Hufflepuff? Please sort me to Gryffindor. I want to show them that not all from the Black family are destined to be dark wizards and witches, begged Dudley. The sorting hat chuckles. Oh yes, I see it all in here, child. Good luck, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table cheers happily while the Slytherins were disappointed to see the black heir go to the House of Bravery. Dudley smiled and gave back the hat to Minerva before walking over to his house table and took a seat by one of the Weasley twins, Fred. Justin Finch Fletchley, Hufflepuff. Seamus Finnegan, Gryffindor. Gregory Goyle. Gregory nervously walked over to the stool before taking a seat and Minerva placed the sorting hat onto his head. Ah, young Goyle, another one to redeem their family name. Like young Crabbe, stay true to your friends and protect them, Hufflepuff. Gregory smiled before jumping off from the stool and walked over to the Hufflepuff table and took a seat by Vincent. Hermione Granger. Hermione nervously looked over at Harry, who gave her nod before walking over to the stool. She sat down as the sorting hat was placed on her head. Ah, a muggle born and a powerful one. Let's see, oh yes, it's all in here, child. You may have a furious courage, but your true nature is knowledge that Rowena herself would want to challenge, Ravenclaw. Hermione sighs in relief before walking over to her house table and took a seat by Terry Boots. Daphne Greengrass, Ravenclaw. Neville Longbottom. Neville walked timidly to the stool and held onto the sides of the stool while Minerva placed the sorting hat onto his head. Relax, child, no need to be nervous. Now where to sort you? I can see you have plenty of courage and loyalty. Don't let others put you down, Gryffindor. Neville formed a smile onto his face before jumping from the stool and walked over to his house. That's when he saw Dudley pointing on top of his head. Neville reached over and felt that he still had the sorting hat on. He sheepishly walked back to Minerva and handed her the sorting hat back. He dashed back to the Gryffindor table before placing his head onto the table while Dudley tries to calm him down. Draco Malfoy, Slytherin. No surprise there, murmured Ron. Harry, who was not too far from him, narrowed his eyes at him. Pansy Parkinson, Slytherin. Padma Patil, Ravenclaw. Parvati Patil, Gryffindor. Harry took a deep breath as he knows he was up next. Not only will Dumbledore be surprised upon hearing his full name, but how he looks. He looked up to Minerva, who gave him a slight nod before shouting out his name. Harrison Potter Snape. The students were dead silent but had a shocked look on their faces. For Albus, he was completely stunned and in disbelief. The elder wizard watched as a boy that looked nothing like James Potter walked over to the stool. The child had long black hair with a slight red highlight, and it was held up and had green with a slight hazel eyes. Albus looked over at Severus' direction to see that the potion master was using his cup to hide his mouth, but he knows that he was smirking. He couldn't believe that his own spy turned his back on him by adopting the Potter child. That would mean he wouldn't be able to get close to the Potter child with Severus as his adopted father and guardian. He would need to change his plans for the boy now. On the end of the table, Severus had to hold on to his laughter by drinking his cup of fire whiskey upon seeing Albus' reaction. Can't wait to share this memory with the Black brothers and Lupin in the Pensieve. For Harry, he took a quick glance to see Dumbledore's face and was grateful for his adopted father to show him to hide his emotions. If not, he would be laughing his butt off upon seeing Dumbledore's face. As he was about to take a seat at the stool, he looked down at the rest of the unsorted students. He saw the shock look on Ron's face and he slightly laughed a bit before feeling the sorting hat being placed on his head. Ah, Mr. Potter, or should I say Mr. Potter Snape. It's a pleasure meeting you, child. Potter Snape will do, Leo, but let's talk later, said Harry. He smiled a bit. Can you sort me, as I am getting rather hungry? But of course, child. Now let's see, what's inside of your mind. You are quite cunning and knowledgeable, just like Rowena and Salazar. Which one would you rather be at? Harry thought for a moment. Place me where I can shock everyone, including that old coot. Not only that, but I want to be with people that will stand by my side and will not lie to me. Ah yes, I can see what you are planning. Very well. Blasted that headmaster. He is trying make me sort you into Gryffindor, but I will not have that. Good luck, young heir, Slytherin. Harry smiled happily before giving back the sorting it to Minerva, who gave him a supporting smile. He slightly nodded and walked over to the Slytherin table. The students stayed silent until a loud cheer came from the Slytherin house. We've got Potter. We've got Potter. Minerva shook her head before continuing off with the sorting. Harry took a seat by Draco and watched the sorting. The last two were Ron, who was sorted into Gryffindor, and Blaise, who was sorted into Slytherin. Not bad start, but the true adventure begins, thought Harry before having a conversation with a boy named Theodore. Harry woke up first before grabbing hold onto some clean robes and headed to the showers. When he was done, he saw that Draco and Blaise Zabini were awake. "Morning guys," greeted Harry. He lightly smirked. "The shower is ready for you, Draco, but I suggest that you let Zabini go before you do." "Oh, very funny, Harry," murmured Draco. He rubbed his eyes. "All right, go on ahead, Blaise." "Thanks," said Blaise. He grabbed his own robes before leaning over to Harry. "I owe you since Draco can take forever to get ready." Harry laughed and nodded his head. He walked back to his bed and spotted his familiar taking a spot on his pillow. Last night, Liza slithered over on top of his head and fell asleep. "You spoil that snake too much, cousin," stated Draco, fully awake. He crossed his arms. "I know it's still a hatching, but you don't have to baby her." Harry shrugs. "I know, but you can't really blame me. Liza and I have this strong connection. Not only that, both of us lost our mothers in a young age." "What about the snowy owl?" Hedwig, wondered Draco. "You mentioned to me in one of your letters that the groundskeeper sent her to you as a birthday gift." "My connection with Hedwig is different," said Harry. He took a seat at his bed and scratched on Liza's scale. "Hedwig, I feel, is more of a protector, while Liza, she is like my other half." Draco tapped his chin. "Have ye mentioned this to your father?" "I have, but he hasn't found anything yet," replied Harry. He was going to ask Grandma Ro and Grandpa Sal for their intake about this strange connection. Draco nodded before seeing Blaise coming back. The blonde grabbed his own robes and dashed to the showers to get ready. Harry and Blaise talked a bit while waiting for Draco before heading out to the Great Hall. It took about half an hour for Draco to be ready. The three of them headed out of their room and saw the other first-year Slytherins in the common room. In front of them was the Quidditch captain, Marcus Flint. "All right, now that everyone is all here, I will lead you all to the Great Hall and guided you all on how to get there," instructed Marcus. Harry and the rest of the Slytherins nodded their heads. Marcus slightly nodded before guiding them out of the dungeons and into the hallways. They walked up from the magical stairway that is timed to move on its own. Last night, they were given a set of rules to follow. The rules were to respect each other, no bullying, no arguments, don't be out after curfew, and don't get caught. Harry spotted the Hufflepuffs with a perfect as well, but the moment one of the Hufflepuffs spotted him, the whispers started. "Is it really him? Can't believe it. It can't be him. I mean, he doesn't have the scar." Harry shook his head before continuing walking with his fellow housemates and entered the Great Hall. They walked over to the Slytherin table and took their seats. Harry sat by the edge of the table that was close to the head table. Draco sat by his right while Blaise sat across from them and Theodore sat next to him. "Just because I don't have that blasted scar on my forehead, don't mean that I'm not me," said Harry. He sighs. "This is going to be a long week." "Forget about them, Harry," said Draco before taking a sip of his drink. "They're just bunch of dunderheads. It's almost like they don't suspect your scar will heal or something." "He's right," said Blaise. He grabbed a toast. "I mean, you still have it, but it's faintly there. Did you go to St. Mungo's to have a healer to look at it or something?" "Well, I didn't go to St. Mungo's but rather Gringotts Bank," replied Harry. He told them what happened in that small ritual, 3 years ago. Those healing runes that the Nagnok used were very powerful. No surprise there. Goblin magic is quite powerful, which why Salazar and Rowena acknowledged them for their strong magic. Harry looked over to see two girls standing across from him. "Morning, Tracy and Pansy," greeted Blaise. "Did you get enough pretty sleep?" "It was all right," answered Tracy. She took a seat by Theodore, though it would have been better if Daphne was there with me as well. "Not a big fan rooming with Parkinson." Pansy narrowed her eyes at her before dashing over and sat by Draco's side. She wrapped her arms around Draco's arm. "Morning, did you sleep well?" "Yes," replied Draco. He sighs and tries to push Pansy away from him, but after a few tries, he stopped. "So mind telling us on how you know the famous boy who lived, Draco?" wondered Tracy. "I first meet him when I was having my school robes fitted," replied Draco. "Afterwards, I learned that my godfather is Harry's adopted father." "So you only know Potter for about 2 months," said Theodore. He titled his head. "But yet, you two act as though you know each other since forever." Harry shrugs. "Not sure. Maybe it has something to do about that Draco is my cousin or we share the same interest." "Cousins," said Pansy. She shook her head. Distant cousins since your great-uncle Charles married Doria Black but no close relationship. Actually, my aunt got a divorce from my Muggle uncle and a year later got married to Regulus Black who happens to be cousins to Narcissa Malfoy née Black, explained Harry. He tapped his chin, so I guess that makes Draco and I like, second cousins. So at first you were living in the Muggle world, wondered Tracy. That's right, said Harry. He took a bite of his eggs, but after remarrying, we moved to Grimmauld Place. Interesting, murmured Pansy. She let go of Draco, and here I thought that you were living in a life of luxury as you are quite famous around the wizarding world. I guess I shouldn't have believed those false rumors about you, sorry Potter. That's fine and I understand, said Harry. He sighs, those reporters just wanted a good story in order to make cash. And seeing that I was just a baby, they took advantage upon themselves to make money out of what the famous boy who lived can do by now. Did you do anything about it after finding out about those novels? Asked Theodore. Harry nodded. Well, it wasn't really me. It was my father and Uncle Regulus. They sued the pants out of them but they made sure that Dumbles didn't find out about it. Pansy made a disgusted look. My parents warned me to never trust Dumbledore. He uses this fake grandfatherly fiasco act around the wizarding world but my parents are not fooled. The same with mine, stated Theo. Harry watched as the others nodded their heads. He slightly looked over to the head table to see that his adopted father was talking to Minerva and Aurora. The half-giant, Hagrid waved over to him before continuing his breakfast while Poppy was talking to Rolanda. Phileas and Pomona looked like they were having a nice conversation. But he noticed that the headmaster was not present. I wonder where he could be this morning, thought Harry. He snapped out of his thoughts when he spotted Ron walking over to him. Now what does he want? A death wish. The older Slytherins will hex him alive if he comes here and cause trouble. Harry waited until Ron reached over to where he was sitting at. He could tell that the redhead was slightly nervous about something. Morning, what brings you here, Weasley? Greeted Harry, calmly. Hey, said Ron, nervously. He took a deep breath. Look, I wanted to say sorry for what I said about your Dad. I guess I can agree with Ye about some of us not paying attention in his class. Harry nodded but stayed silent. So, can we start all over? Wondered Ron. Harry sighs before getting up and looked straight at Ron's eyes. He could see at least 3 different emotions, hopefulness, anger and sadness. Not to mention, his tone of voice was not truly meaningful. His adopted father and grandfather Salazar showed him on how to detect when someone was lying through their voice and sometimes in their body language. And Ron was showing that he was, but he decided to play along. I accept your apology, Weasley, said Harry. Ron sighs in relief. Would you like to sit with me at the Gryffindor table? A few of us really want to talk to ya and get to know you. Draco and the other Slytherins had an uncertain look on their faces. Is that so? Murmured Harry. He shook his head. Look, I appreciate the offer but I haven't accepted your friendship yet. Not until you apologize to my god brother as well. But he's a Malfoy. His father was a Death Eater. Said Ron, angrily. Leave my father out of this, Weasley. Snapped Draco. Ron narrowed his eyes at Draco before looking over at Harry and offered his hand to him. He smiled. I know that you haven't been living in the wizarding world for quite some time and there are some families that you can't fully trust. I can help you there. Sorry but I have to decline, said Harry, coldly. He grits his teeth. Leave Weasley. I'm not going to stand it if you are going to be insulting my friends and family in that matter. But why you can't? They're Slytherins. You can't trust them, said Ron in disbelief. Theodore stood up and went in front of Ron's face. He sneered at him. Can't you just leave Potter alone, Weasley? Or is it hard for you to understand? I'm not leaving without Harry. Shouted Ron. He shouldn't have been sorted into Slytherin. His rightful place is in Gryffindor like his parents. Harry was about to say something when Draco stopped him. Weasley, do you even own any brain cells? Teased Blaise. He smirked. You know what, don't answer that. I think I know that answer, you don't. I bet you have less brain cells than your brothers. Draco and the Slytherins laughed, heavily while Harry shook his head but stayed quiet. He looked at Ron again and to see he was getting frustrated. He saw the redhead was about to grab his wand when he saw someone stand behind Ron. Mr. Weasley, did you get lost? The Gryffindor table is on the other side, said Severus, coldly. Ron's face turned red. Oh, of courses, sir. Sorry, I go now. Harry watched the redhead dashing over at the Gryffindor table. He saw his cousin sitting by the Weasley twins before waving at him. He waved back before sighing, I thought he wasn't going to leave. Thanks for the help, Professor Snape. Don't mention it. Now here are your schedules, said Severus. He handed the timetables to all of the first years before looking at them, seriously. Watch out for each other. A few older students like to pick on first-year Slytherins if they are left alone. Yes, sir, shouted his snakes. Severus nodded before walking back at the head table. Harry sighs before looking at his schedule. He noticed that most of the classes are with the Gryffindors. First year's timetable. Breakfast 8 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. Lunch 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Dinner 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Lights out by 9:30 p.m. Monday. Charms with Gryffindors 9:45 a.m. to 10:45 a.m. Break 10:45 a.m. to 11 a.m. History of Magic with Ravenclaws 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Transfiguration with Gryffindors 1:15 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. Break 2:15 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. Dada with Gryffindors 2:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. Tuesday and Wednesday. Charms with Gryffindors 9:45 a.m. to 10:45 a.m. Break 10:45 a.m. to 11 a.m. Herbology with Gryffindor 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Transfiguration with Gryffindors 1:15 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. Break 2:15 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. Dada with Gryffindors 2:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. Wednesdays. Astronomy with Hufflepuff midnight. Thursday. Herbology with Gryffindor 9:45 a.m. to 10:45 a.m. Break 10:45 a.m. to 11 a.m. History of Magic with Ravenclaw 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Transfiguration with Gryffindor 1:15 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. Break 2:15 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. Dada with Gryffindor 2:30 p.m. to 3:15 p.m. Break 3:15 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. Flying lessons with Gryffindor 3:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Friday. Potions with Gryffindors 9:45 a.m. to 12 p.m. Herbology with Gryffindor 1:15 p.m. to 3:15 p.m. Charms first, guys, let's head back to get our books, said Theodore. Mind if I walk with you guys? Wondered Millicent, shyly. Sure, we don't mind, replied Harry. You're Bulstrode, right? Millicent nodded, yes, but please call me Millie. Harry smiled before his group of Slytherin friends headed back to their dormitory and grabbed their books and bag. It didn't take long for them to find their first class, Charms. Harry and Dudley absolutely loved it. For Harry, he recalls his aunt, adopted father and uncles telling him how his mother, Lily, was quite talented in Charms. For Dudley, he loved the idea creating his own spell when he is older. History of Magic wasn't that bad since the professor was a ghost, but the students found his voice rather boring. That caused most of the students to fall asleep during his lectures. Luckily it was the first day, so no boring lectures yet. After class, it was lunchtime, but Harry and Draco had other plans. They excused themselves from their friends before heading off to the dungeons, where they found Dudley as well. Meanwhile, in Severus' private quarters, the potion master and a house elf named Dobby was finishing up setting lunch in the living room. Thank you, Dobby, you can return back to the manor, said Severus. Of course, Master Snape, is there anything else you want me to do? Asked Dobby. No, just make sure that Black doesn't break any of my things, replied Severus. I'll watch him as a hawk, Master Snape. Please do tell Master Harry and Master Dudley I say hello, said Dobby. Severus nodded as the small house elf disappeared. He was about to head back to the kitchen when Salazar appeared in his portrait. Looks like your guests has finally arrived, Severus, said Salazar. Severus shook his head before heading over to the door. He opened it but was unprepared when he was suddenly attacked and was lying on the floor with 3 11-year-olds on top of him. Hey there, Papa, greeted Harry, happily. What's up, Uncle Sev? Said Draco and Dudley. Severus sighs before hearing 2 sets of laughter. He looked over to see Salazar laughing quietly while Godric was laughing to the point where he was holding onto his stomach and was using Salazar's shoulder as a support. Glad to know that my suffering entertains you both, said Severus. He narrowed his eyes at the three boys. Would you gentlemen gladly get off of me? The three boys got up before taking a sit in the living room. That's when Godric saw the Gryffindor crest on Dudley and the Slytherin crest on Harry. He grinned. Looks like you were sorted into my house, young lad. Wonderful. That means you truly meant to be my heir. Indeed, said Salazar. He rubbed his white bread, minus the red highlights. You look just like me when I was about your age, child. You have the correct traits of being my true heir and sorted to your rightful house. Normally, the Potters have been sorted into my house, stated Godric. He smiled, but I guess there is a first time for something, though Rowena was hoping that you would be sorted into her house. I could have been, but I wanted to get rid of the bad reputation the House of Slytherin, said Harry. He slightly smirked. Not to mention, Dumbledore's reaction was priceless when I was sorted in Slytherin. Draco and Dudley agreed by showing how Dumbledore's face looked like. Severus shook his head. If you two are done, mind telling me how you three are faring? We're all right, said Harry. He took a bit from a biscuit. Hey, did you get this from Dobby? That's correct, replied Severus. I don't trust the foods that the house elves serve here at times, since it's Dumbledore that orders the meals. That would explain why there are more sweets in our table than the others, stated Dudley. He frowns. He shouldn't be showing any favoritism, that's not right. Hogwarts went downhill when Dumbledore was given the position as headmaster, stated Draco. He gladly took a bite from the biscuit. Dobby is still a fabulous cook. I remember the times that he would bake a few cookies for me when I was little. You too, said Harry. When your father gave Dobby to me, the first night, the little elf made Dudley and I some pretty good cookies before bed. I guess Dobby got used to making something for me at night, said Draco. He can be slightly annoying, but that's his nature, I guess. If you want annoying, then go hex Ron for me, said Harry. He sighs. Ron hasn't stopped bothering me after breakfast. He already tried to seat next to me in charms and in history of magic. Right, murmured Draco. He recalled when the redhead almost pushed him out of his seat so that he can sit by Harry, not him. I have no doubt in my mind that Dumbledore promised Mr. Weasley that he will be your first friend upon coming back from the wizarding world, said Severus. Is it for my fame? Or my high status is in the wizarding world? Said Harry, bitterly. He shook his head. Just because I survived while my parents didn't, doesn't mean I'm some kind of piggybank for greedy wizards. Just ignore them, Harry, said Draco. They're just bunch of dunderheads and freeloaders. They don't have any brains to think for themselves. He's right, said Dudley. Some older Gryffindors are starting to spread rumors saying that you are not Harry Potter and the headmaster is hiding the real savior for special training. Bunch of idiots, murmured Draco, angrily. Just because Harry doesn't have that blasted scar and doesn't look like a copy of James Potter, he's not their savior at all. Just leave it, guys, said Harry. He slumped onto the couch. You can't really blame them. It's those blasted authors that created those fake stories about me. Severus nodded. If I recall, Dumbledore did give some of those books to Mrs. Weasley. She must have read those rubbish books to her youngest children. I wouldn't be surprised, murmured Harry. Dudley and Draco nodded their heads. That's when Draco noticed lunch was about to end. Damn, we better get going or we will be late to Transfiguration. And that's with the Gryffindors, again, said Harry. Don't you mean Gryffindors, Harry? Said Draco before looking over at Dudley. No offense, Dud. Nah, that's fine mate, said Dudley. He got up. Let's go. I don't want Aunt Minnie giving us detention in our first day of school. Let me take you halfway to your classroom, said Severus. He gave them an uncertain look. Don't cause any trouble with the rest of the Gryffindors. They only attack, not think. Who? Said Draco, innocently. He looked around then pointed at himself. Us. Ah, come on, Uncle Sev. Where is the fun if we can't embarrass just a bit with the Gryffindors? Harry and Dudley had an innocent look on their faces. You three are up to something, murmured Severus. He sighs. Note to self, don't have a Slytherin and a Gryffindor working together. What is that supposed to mean? Asked Godric. Nothing, replied Severus. He got up and put on his school robes. Let's go. Harry nodded. See y'all later, Grandpa Sal and Grandpa Godric. Dudley and Draco said their farewell to the two founders before dashing after Severus. The potion master stopped halfway before telling them where to go. He headed back to his classroom for his fourth-year Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. When the trio reached to their classroom, Harry spotted Minerva in her animagus form, sitting on her table. He giggled a bit before taking a seat in the front while Dudley sat next to him. Draco was dragged away from them by Pansy and made him take the sit next to her. Harry looked around and noticed there were 3 Gryffindors that was missing. One of them was Ron, but it didn't take long for the redhead to dash inside the classroom along with 2 other students. "Good, we made it just in time," murmured Ron. He looked around and frowns to see that Dudley was sitting by Harry. The redhead sighs before going over to an empty seat. "Hey, at least the professor is not here." Ron was about to agree when Minerva transformed out of her cat form and walked over at the Gryffindor boys. She gave them a slight stern look. "May I ask why the 3 of you are late?" Well, we sort of got a bit lost," replied Ron. "I see. Well, next time I should map out the castle for you 3 so it wouldn't happen again," said Minerva before going in front of the classroom and begins the lesson. Harry and Draco were quite fascinated about transfiguration. They read the first chapter before trying to transform their hay into a needle. It took about at least 3 times for Harry to make his hay to look like a needle, but it wasn't that pointy. For Dudley, it took about 5 times for his to have a silver color, but it still looked like hay. By the end of the lesson, Harry and a Gryffindor girl, Parvati, were able to transform their hay into a somewhat prefect needle. Friday, dungeons. Morning. Dud and Neville, ready for potions, greeted Harry, happily. He was practically jumping up and down as they were walking to the classroom. "Only you will be excited," murmured Dudley. "I can't help it," said Harry. He looked over at Neville. "Do you want me to be your partner?" Neville nodded, slowly. "That would be nice. Thanks, Harry. You know how nervous I get when I try to make a potion, even with those private lessons that Professor Snape offered me 2 years ago." "Don't mention it, Nev. What our friends are for," said Harry. "Come on, let's go get the good seat before the Gryffindors gets them," stated Pansy before dragging poor Draco with her. Dudley frowns. "Did she forget that Nev and I are Gryffindors?" Forget about her, mate. She in her little world when it comes to her, dearest, Draco," said Blaise. Harry and the others laughed, quietly before heading inside the classroom. Draco and Pansy were sitting at the edge of the first row. Blaise and Tracy chose the second rom behind Draco and Pansy, while Theodore and Millicent were sitting by the right of Blaise. Dudley, Harry and Neville sat the front row when the rest of the students came in. Harry laughed a bit to see a relieved Dudley that Parvati sat next to him rather than Ron. He looked around to see once again that the redhead and his 2 classmates were late. He shook his head before taking out his supplies. Neville did the same when Ron and his 2 friends came in and took a seat behind them. Suddenly they heard a door opened and came in was Severus. He walked into his classroom with his black cloak billowing out behind him. He turned around and began his infamous speech. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. As there is little foolish wand waving, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that mind, ensuring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." Harry slightly looked around to see most of the Slytherins were in awe while the Gryffindors looked bored or slightly glaring at his adopted father. "Mr. Weasley, what would I get if I added root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" asked Severus, suddenly. I don't know, sir," stuttered Ron. "Didn't bother to open your book before school started, boy," sneered Severus. He looked around before smirking. "Mr. Potter Snape, would you mind helping your fellow classmate?" "It's the draft of the living dead, sir," answered Harry. "Correct, 10 points to Slytherin," said Severus. He looked around once again at the Gryffindors. "Mr. Finnegan, would you mind telling me where I would find a bazaar?" "I don't know, maybe at your storage," said Seamus, slightly annoyed. "Wrong. And 2 points from Gryffindor," snapped Severus. He sighs. "Mr. Malfoy, can you answer the question?" "In the stomach of a goat, Professor," answered Draco, smugly. "Correct. Another 10 points to Slytherin," said Severus. One last time, he looked around. "Mr. Longbottom, what's the difference between a monkshood and a wolfsbane?" They're the same plant and they go by the name of aconite as well. Yes, sir, answered Neville, nervously. Correct. 3 points to Gryffindor, said Severus. He glared over at Ron and Seamus. Maybe you two should follow Mr. Longbottom's example and read your books before coming to my class. Ron was about to argue back at him when Seamus stopped him. Don't, or he will take those points away, Ron. Try at least to calm down and stay quiet. Ron frowns before gritting his teeth and glared towards the potion master. Some of the Gryffindors were also glaring at him while the others slightly agreed on what Severus said. Severus ignored the glares. He waved his wand at the blackboard where the instructions appeared before them. The potion master swiftly turns back at them and slightly gave them a glare. You'll be making a boil cure potion. Remember, do not add the porcupine quills until you have taken your cauldron off the fire. Begin. The students quickly got up to get their ingredients after reading the instructions. Harry had made this potion with Dudley in their first lesson, 3 years ago. He knew it by heart, but it doesn't hurt to double-check it. Nev, why don't you start filling up the cauldron with water before heating it up? Read the steps carefully while I go get the ingredients. Neville sighs heavily before nodding his head. He grabbed the cauldron while Harry walked over the storage room and grabbed the necessary items. When Neville returned, he started heating the cauldron. Harry showed him on how to cut the ingredients decently before putting it into the cauldron. Within half an hour, Harry and Neville's potion was at the point where they have to take the cauldron off of the heater. When they did and were about to add the quills, they heard hissing sounds coming behind them. Harry turned around to barely see Ron and Seamus' cauldron was smoking. He knew what was going to happen and quickly grabbed Neville's arm just in time. At the moment, the cauldron exploded and whatever what's inside had fallen at the floor. Severus made his way over to them before taking out his wand and banished the destroyed cauldron. He looked over at the 2 young Gryffindors who just in time jumped into their seats to avoid the potion. 10 points from Gryffindor, snapped Severus. He glared at them. Did one of you add the quills while it was still on the heater, or did you skip a step? Sorry, sir, murmured Seamus. He looked down. I guess, my hand slipped which had the quills. Ron was about to remove the cauldron, honest. That's right, said Ron. Well, next time, pay attention. You two will be serving detention with me tonight and you will redo your potion, understood? Sneer Severus. Ron and Seamus nodded their head. The rest of you, finish up your potions before the class end. Ordered Severus. To those that did finish, bottle your potions and place your name on it and then take it to my desk. Read chapters 2 and 3 until class is over. The rest of the class went smoothly, but now the first-year Gryffindors understand why the older ones hate their potion professor. Harry grabbed their potions and placed it onto Severus' desk while Neville was cleaning up. The 2 of them waited for the others and walked out of the classroom for lunch. Dumbledore's office, after dinner. Good evening everyone, said Albus, happily. Would any of you like a lemo? Drop. Severus and the other professors declined his kind offer. All right, so how's everyone first week? Any trouble? Wondered Albus. Not trouble, headmaster, said Phileas, happily. He smiled. The students are simply wonderful. I found out that Mr. Goyle and Miss Bulstrode have a real talent in charms. Albus nodded but slightly frowned a bit. He would have thought that the Potter boy would be good in that subject. The same with me, but there is a slight rivalry between Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy. No surprise there, said Minerva. She smiled. Mr. Potter, Snape and Miss Granger are showing strong talents in transfiguration. Albus smiled a bit. All right, so the boy does have his biological father's spirit in him. Mr. Longbottom and Miss Greengrass have a talent in herbology, said Pomona, happily. She frowned a bit, though there was a problem with Mr. Malfoy and Miss Parkinson stating of them doing servants' work. Albus nodded. He wasn't surprised since he knew most purebloods hardly do any hard labor. A few purebloods do own a large amount of house elves to serve them. Mr. Malfoy, Miss Greengrass and Mr. Potter Snape are well prepared and showed talent in potions, said Severus. They were able to brew a perfect potion in class today. I see, murmured Albus. Quinnis, what about your students? They are simply splendid, answered Quinnis. Especially Mr. P. Potter Snape, as he shows quite talent in defense. Albus smiled. Yes, definitely like James Potter. Wonderful. Anything else do we need to discuss? In matter of fact, there is, said Minerva, seriously. She slightly glared at him. I still say that you returned that blasted stone back to Nicholas. We're open targets, Albus. Think about the students. Albus shook his head. Now Minerva, you know as well as I do that Hogwarts is the securest place here in Scotland. Nicholas shouldn't give that much trust to the goblins to protect the stone, which is why he entrusts it to me for safekeeping until he can find a better place. I still stand my ground of adding extra wards around the third corridor, Albus said. Phileas. I second that, said Pomona. Everything is all taken care of. There is no need to worry, said Albus. He got up. Now it's getting late. Have a lovely evening everyone, and I will see you all tomorrow morning. Severus and the others nodded their heads before leaving the office. They let Quintus leave first before the rest walked out. Phileas and Pomona said their farewell before heading to their quarters. Minerva, Aurora and Poppy continued to walk with Severus at the dungeons. By the way, how Petunia is in her studies so far? Asked Minerva. She just finished her lessons with Lady Black and Lady Longbottom on politics and court of laws, replied Severus. He tapped his chin. Around November, she will be getting lesson about pureblood traditions with Narcissa and Lucius. I wish her luck, murmured Poppy. She shook her head. I still can't believe that Lord Malfoy turned over a new leaf ever since he was told about Riddle's true heritage and Dumbledore's involvement. She can handle it, I just know it, said Aurora. She smiled. I wouldn't be surprised if the famous temper and stubbornness is in Petunia as well. You have no idea how right you are about that, murmured Severus. Poppy and Minerva laughed a bit before Poppy spotted three familiar figures standing in front of Severus' private quarters. Looks like they have beaten us to your quarters, Severus, said Poppy. Severus sighs before the four of them getting tackled by Harry, Draco and Dudley. All of them headed inside of the potion master's quarters and talked a bit before heading to bed. Well, what are you all waiting for? Lift up your hand and shout up to get the broom onto your hand, instructed Professor Hooch. Harry and Dudley were few of the ones that were able to get their brooms onto their hands on their first try. Tracy and Daphne took a few more tries while Blaise and Theodore simply picked up the broom from the ground. Draco, on the other hand, was being scolded on how he was doing it all wrong, but nevertheless he was able to order the broom onto his hand. Ron and a few Gryffindors laughed a bit upon hearing Draco being yelled at, but the young redhead stopped when he saw Harry's disappointed look on his face. Ron ignored the look before going back to getting his broom onto his hand. He called out a few times before getting frustrated and started yelling at the broom. Up, ah, shouted Ron before getting hit by the broom onto his nose. Draco and the Slytherins snickered upon Ron's outburst while Harry and Dudley shook their heads but stayed silent. When all of the other students had their brooms, Hooch instructed them to lightly jump off the ground and hover for a bit before going back down. Hooch was about to blow her whistle when out of nowhere, Neville started to lift off from the ground and shot to the sky. Harry and Dudley could see that their friend had no control over the broom any longer. Mr. Longbottom, get down this instant, shouted Hooch. I can't, yelled Neville, nervously. He held onto the handle of the broom. Please, someone help me get down. Harry grits his teeth before looking over to Hooch. Professor, can Dudley and I help Neville out? Very well, but be careful as I don't want to send 3 students to the infirmary, replied Hooch. Harry nodded before mounting onto his broom. Let's go, Dud. Right behind ya, said Dudley as he mounted onto his broom. The two of them flew as close as possible to their friend who was holding onto the broom by his hands only. Nev, let go, shouted Harry. What? Said Neville in disbelief. Don't worry, mate, we'll catch you, said Dudley. Neville bit his lip before he slowly let go from the broom. He screamed as he dropped, but suddenly he felt his school robes being caught. He looked up to see that Dudley had caught him by his robes before he slowly guided him to Harry's broom. You all right, Nev, said Harry. Neville slightly looked pale but nodded. Can we just go down? Harry laughed a bit before nodding his head. The 3 of them were at the ground before getting surrounded by the Slytherins and a few Gryffindors. All of them were impressed on how skilled Harry and Dudley were on a broom. Hooch walked over to them before looking over at Neville. Well, you seem to be all right, but just to make sure, let's go to Madame Pomfrey. Class will resume when I return from the infirmary, but if I find out that you were flying without my supervision, you'll be expelled faster than you can say Hogwarts, understood?" The students nodded their heads and watched Hooch guided a shaking Neville inside. The moment Hooch was out of sight, Ron and some of the Gryffindors and Slytherins were laughing. Did you see that lump's face?" said Seamus as he was holding onto his stomach. "How about his blasted screaming?" said Ron. He smirked. "I never thought I would hear someone scream like a freaking girl." "That bloody idiot," said Dean. He crossed his arms. "I think the Sorting Hat is going old and made a huge mistake on placing that lump into Gryffindor." "Tell me about it," said Ron. "He should have been placed in the leftover house." "Shut it, Weasley." Ron freezes up before turning around to see Harry and Dudley glaring at him. The redhead was slightly nervous when he saw how dark green Harry's eyes were. Hey, take it easy there, Harry," said Ron. He lifts up his arms. "It's just Longbottom. He gets scared pretty easily, so it would make sense if he was placed in Hufflepuff, right?" "I advise you to stop insulting the House of Loyalty," snapped Dudley. He grits his teeth. "Their strength is stronger than bravery itself." "As if I'm afraid of you," murmured Ron. He snorted. "Everyone knows there is nothing to gain for being loyal." "There is," replied Dudley before narrowing his eyes. "And you should be afraid. In my family's manor, I have a full library with dark curses and hexes that I have practiced over 2 years. What about you? Would you know how to counter it? Would you even know what curse it would be?" Ron grits. "Shut up, Black." Harry sighs as he knows what Dudley was doing was wrong, but Weasley did ask for it. That's when he spotted Neville's Remembrall, who he got it from his grandmother this morning. He walked over at the fallen object and picked it up. He was planning to give it back to his friend after class. Harry was about to place it into his robes when he heard Ron's voice. "Oi, what did you find, Harry? Let me see." "No, it's not mine or yours, it's Neville's." Ron smiled. "Hey, it's that stupid Remembrall that Longbottom got this morning. Come on, Harry, let's do a little fun and leave that thing somewhere high. It will be a nice little prank." "No," replied Harry. He glared over at Ron. "Pranking was made for innocent fun, not hurting or embarrassing others, Weasley." "Ah, come on, Harry," whined Ron. Harry stayed silent and was putting the Remembrall into his robes. What he didn't suspect was that Ron dashing over and trying to get a hold onto the Remembrall. It surprised Harry, that caused him to fall onto the ground and slightly twisting his wrist and dropping the Remembrall onto the ground once again. Harry winced a bit before seeing his cousin punching Ron on his cheek. Draco and Blaise were standing behind Dudley while Theodore and the girls were beside him. "Are you all right, Potter Snape?" wondered Theodore. I'm fine," replied Harry. He looked down at his wrist and noticed that it was turning purple already. Thanks to Vernon and his beatings, Harry's body takes longer to heal any injuries. "Harry," warned Dudley, "you know as well as I do that you can get easily bruised. Not, take my cousin to the infirmary before the bruising gets worse." Theodore nodded his head before picking up Harry from the ground while Daphne picked up the Remembrall. Dudley's attention went back to Ron, who was holding onto his right cheek. He glared angrily at the redhead. "You're lucky that I can't use the blasted Cruciatus curse, or you'll find yourself in a world of pain by my hands, Weasley." "The same goes with me," said Draco, coldly. Before anyone could say anything, Hooch came out and was about to start class again when she spotted Ron on the ground with a slight blood coming down at his nose and Harry being surrounded by half of the Slytherins. "What in Merlin's name happened here?" demanded Hooch. "Infirmary." "Ouch!" shouted Harry. "Will you hold still, Harry?" scolded Pomfrey. She was finishing up wrapping Harry's wrist. "For heaven's sake, child, you are not little anymore, so I insist you stop this whining this instant." Harry pouts a bit before letting his surrogate aunt continue her work. The moment she finished, the doors opened and came in was Dudley and Severus. "Papa, tell Aunt Poppy that I don't need to stay overnight," argued Harry, ignoring Pomfrey's shouts. "I'm fine now. It was just a small bruise." Severus shook his head. The potion master knows that his adopted son hates it when someone gets all fuzzy about his injuries, even if it was a slightest bruise. "I'm afraid I cannot, child. She only does this cause she cares about you, you know that." Harry sighs. "I know, but I hate staying in one place for too long." Severus ruffled Harry's hair. "I know, but it's Madame Pomfrey's call, not mine. If she thinks you need to stay overnight, then you have to listen, understand?" Harry sighs, fine. Well, I'm glad to know that you are all right, now, said Dudley before frowning. But if that Weasley ever hurt you again, I'm going hunt him down. Magic or not. And get your wand snapped. No thank you, said Harry as he went back to his hospital bed. I know you mean well Dud, but please don't do anything reckless. Oh all right, hey, where is Weasel? And Aunt Rolanda? Wondered Dudley. I know they were here before I went over to go get Uncle Sev. Professor Hooch took Mr. Weasley to Professor McGonagall to discuss his punishment for hurting a fellow student, replied Pomfrey. She winked. I wouldn't be surprised if she was to contract you very soon, Severus. Indeed, said Severus before a mist of a cat formed in front of the potion master. He smirked, right on time. Severus, come to my office, said the cat before disappearing. Pomfrey giggled, you can use my flow, Severus. Harry is safe with me. Very well, said Severus before looking over at his son. Stay put. If you're lucky she may change her mind of staying overnight. All right Papa, said Harry. Give the nastiest punishment to Weasley for us, said Dudley with a grin. See you both later, said Severus as he left the room through the flow. October 31, 1991. Harry sighs sadly as he watched from the enchanted window in his room. He rubbed the scales from Liza as he watched the giant squid roaming around the bottom of the Great Lake. The young Slytherin know what day is today and he didn't felt like doing anything. He didn't want to go to the Halloween feast later tonight. Harry didn't even bother to move when Draco and his friends walked in. Hey there Harry, greeted Blaise. Want to do something before the feast? We still have our morning classes, Blaise, stated Theodore. Spoil sport, murmured Blaise. What's up, Harry? Wondered Draco. He titled his head, you look a bit down. Is something wrong? Nothing, replied Harry, softly. He sighs, besides I'm not going to the feast. Wait, what? Why? Asked Blaise. Theodore thought for a moment, of course. It's your parents' death anniversary today. Oh that's right. Sorry about that Harry, said Blaise. It's all right, guys, said Harry. He walked over to his bed and placed his familiar onto the pillow. My father is going to take me to Godric Hollow so that I can visit my parents' grave anyway. Theodore and Blaise nodded their heads. Do you want to do something when you return? Asked Draco. He grabbed his bag. I'm guessing you were leaving after lunch. Harry nodded. I am, but I'm not sure if I am going to attend the feast. I was planning to eat at father's quarters instead. That gives me an idea, murmured Theodore. He smiled. Draco, let's tell the others. Instead of going to the feast, we'll be making our own Halloween feast and honoring the Potter Snape's parents. Brilliant idea, Theo, said Draco, happily. Father's quarters will be too small for all of us, which means we would have to use the Slytherin common room instead, said Harry before smiling. Thanks guys. No problem, Potter Snape, said Theodore. Please call me by my first name, Theodore, said Harry. He walked over to grab his bag. Let's get going. I'll quickly grab something from the kitchen before heading over to charm class. Draco and the others nodded before grabbing their bags and headed out from their rooms. Godric Hollow Graveyard. Severus guided Harry to his parents' grave with Remus and Sirius while Petunia, Regulus and Dudley went over their grandparents' graves. About a year ago, Severus and Regulus were able to transfer the graves of Lily and Petunia's parents in Godric Hollow. With Lucius' help, Dumbledore never found out about it. Harry walked over to his parents' graves and placed the white lilies onto the grave site. He took a sit by the grave before placing his hand onto the gravestone. Happy Halloween, Mom and Dad, greeted Harry. Well, I'm finally attending Hogwarts and was sorted into Slytherin. I hope you're not too disappointed, Dad, that I didn't get into Gryffindor, but I sure made Grandpa Sal happy. Sirius and Remus smirked a bit while Severus shook his head. Harry smiled. I bet the Sorting Hat wanted to place you in Slytherin as well, Mom. You were quite cunning and ambitious in the stories that Father, Uncle Padfoot and Uncle Moony told me about. Sirius smiled softly before walking over to his godson. He placed his hand over to Harry's left shoulder before looking down at his best friend's graves. Don't worry, Prongs and Lilyflower, your son is in good hands. And yes, I am keeping my end of the deal in your will, Lilyflower. And Prongs, I am taking great care of him as the best uncle he has. And I'm keeping my end of the will, Lily and James, said Remus. He walked over by Sirius, and yes, Lily, I did use the galleons to buy better clothes. Thank you by the way. You wouldn't buy them if I have not reminded you, stated Remus. Watch it Moony, said Sirius. Severus shook his head while having a smile on his face. He watched from a distance as Remus smacked Sirius' arm while Harry was laughing at him. Harry is quite an amazing wizard and you should be proud of him. The three of you raised him quite well for the past 3 years. Severus turned around to see two figures appearing right in front of him. He smiled, softly, "Evening Lily, Potter." "Mom, Dad," said Harry in disbelief. He walked over to Severus as he just got up from sitting on the ground. Remus and Sirius had their eyes widen in shock. Lily smiled softly before nodding while James had a silly grin on his face. At that moment, Dudley, Petunia, and Regulus came over before having a shock look on their faces as well. Lily, said Petunia, softly. "It's wonderful to see you all once again," said Lily, happily. She smiled. "Oh Harry, you've grown so much for the past 10 years. The same with you as well Dudley." Harry and Dudley blushes from the comment. "Thank you for being there for Harry," said Lily. She smiled. "I'm grateful he has such a protective sibling like you." No problem Aunt Lily, said Dudley. "Ha, see Lily, he does look like me," said James, happily with pride. Lily leaned over to his right. "Don't forget that he has my eyes with a bit of yours in the mix but mostly my color of eyes." James laughed nervously before coughing an address to his son. "And don't fear son, I don't mind that you were sorted into Slytherin. Through the veil, I was able to see the errors of my ways. Snape, I want to apologize for my immaturity during our time in Hogwarts. I should have listened to Lily about you Snape, thank you for protecting Harry for us." Severus nodded. "You're welcome Potter and, I accept your apology." Lily smiled, "And I would like to thank you, sister. You took Harry in and protected him. It was the only connection I had of you," said Petunia, softly. She smiled. "The moment he opened his eyes, he reminded me of you when you were born. I felt it was my duty to protect him." Lily smiled, happily. That's when James smirked and leaned over to Regulus. "What surprised me is that little Reggie here married Petunia. So when are you two going to get a kid of your own?" Petunia blushes and looked down while Regulus' cheeks were crimson red and clenched his teeth. He narrowed his eyes. "Shut it Potter." Sirius laughed as he wrapped his arm around his brother's shoulders. "Ah come on little brother, it's all in good fun." "Shut up Sirius," growled Regulus. "Make me," snapped Sirius. The Black brothers were face to face and were glaring at each other. Severus and Remus were holding off the Black brothers while Petunia and the boys were shaking their heads. That's when James remembered the small prank war during the summer. "You know, if I would have known you were such a great prankster Snape, you could have been one of us, instead of that traitorous rat even if you were in Slytherin." Sirius slapped his forehead. "Please don't tell me this is about that blasted prank war." Regulus smirked. "Oh come now brother, it was all in good fun, even though you did spent the entire week in your animagus form over a month." "Good fun," snapped Sirius. "It wasn't good fun when I had to eat dog food for the entire month. Have you ever tried those blasted slump that is called dog food?" Remus made a face. "At least it was not like mine. Do you know how tough it was for me to walk around in pink and green hair and skin for over a week, Sirius?" "Good point," murmured Sirius. "Indeed," said Severus. He smiled. "It's time for us to head out. It was nice to see you." Lily smiled. "Thank Merlin. He was the one that made it possible and since the veil is opened during Hallow Eve, it made it much easier for us to visit." "You've met Merlin, Mom?" wondered Harry in awe. Dudley simply had his mouth open in shock. "Oh why, yes," replied Lily. She smiled. "Great-granddad is simply wonderful and quite hilarious. Not to mention, Grandfather Godric, Grandfather Sal, Grandmother Helga and Grandmother Rowena as well." "She's right. You have no idea how great duelists that Godric and Salazar are. Not only that but they love Quidditch as well," said James, happily. That's when he spotted the shocked look his former friends were doing. "Hey, what's with the faces?" Harry giggled. "I guess they are still coming to terms about you liking the Slytherins since you had a great deal of hate of them for a long time." James laughed. "I see your point there son. Though, I must admit I was a bit uneasy around him when I went through the veil but once he showed me what happened all those years ago, I sort of got along with Sal and Godric pretty well." "He's telling the truth," murmured Lily. She would recall the times when her husband goes off to hang out with Salazar and Godric, which ended up her hanging out with Rowena and Helga. She looked down at her son. I'm pleased to see that you have many friends, Harry, and from different houses no less. Harry smiled. If we want to stop that blasted rivalry, we have to show the others that it is possible to be friends with others in different houses. Lily smiled before sighing sadly. It was wonderful to see you, Harry, but it looks like we have to get going. The veil wouldn't be opened that long and it's going to close soon. All right, Mom, please say hello to the others for us, said Harry. Oh, don't forget about me, said Dudley. I say hi to Grandpa Godric and Grandma Helga. Lily smiled. Of course, dear, and good luck. See ya, guys, and be careful around Dumbledore, warned James. He narrowed his eyes. That old coot has something in store for Harry and I don't like it one bit. Severus, Sirius, Regulus and Remus looked at each other before nodding. With that, Lily and James' mist forms slowly disappeared while everyone apparated back to Hogwarts. Regulus decided to stay for the night and all of them headed to Severus' quarters. Just as planned and Severus' permission, Harry and Dudley's group of friends came to the Slytherin common room and made their own kind of feast. In Severus' quarters, the Malfoys and surprisingly Aurora Sinistra, the astronomy professor, was there to celebrate Halloween. That's when Narcissa learned about being Harry's godmother. She ranted for a while at Severus for not telling her before going to the common room and embraced Harry like a doll. Severus explained that he wanted to keep Harry safe and well prepared, though he would disguise Harry a bit in order for him to attend a few parties with him for the past 3 years. That's when Narcissa remembered the few balls that Severus and Regulus attended with Petunia, Dudley and that mysterious boy with them. The small child would usually be hiding behind Severus' robes unless he was nearby Dudley or Petunia. Very well, I accept your excuse, said Narcissa before making a face. But no godson and nephew of mine will have such normal dress robes like before. No, the two of you are going to get better ones, the same goes with you, Petunia. Harry and Dudley made a face while Draco snickered at them. Narcissa winked. Someday, the two of you are going to meet your special someone and you don't want to be wearing standard robes under my watch. Boys, that includes to you as well, Draco. Dudley and Draco sighed dramatically before agreeing with her while Harry was banging his head onto the table. I rather face riddle than shop, Aunt Sissy, thought Harry. That's when he realized what his godmother said was slightly true. Who is my special someone? Leave me alone, Weasley, shouted Harry. It was December and every student was getting ready for winter break. Harry and his adopted father had plans with the Longbottoms and the Malfoys, but the Raven teen had a little weasel annoying the hell out of him to stay. Apparently Ron's family was going to Romania to visit his older brother, Charlie Weasley, who works with dragons but could not afford to bring the twins, Percy and himself. Ah, come on, Harry, think what we can do, said Ron, happily. We can sneak around the castle after curfew. No, thank you, Weasley. Besides, I already have plans with my family, replied Harry, harshly before walking away from the redhead. Harry turned around and suddenly found himself at the floor. He looked up to see it was the Weasley twins, Fred and George. Hey there, little Snape, greeted Fred while George helped the young Slytherin up. What's been going on with ya? Harry adjusted his bag. Oh, the usual. Everyone doubts that I'm really their savior, a few girls giving me strange looks and, oh right. Your brother wouldn't stop bothering me. Do you want us to do something about it? Wondered George. Nah, that's fine, but thanks for the offer, replied Harry before frowning. I sort of feel sorry for you guys to have such an annoying brother like that. Are you positive that he is related to you? The twins looked at each other before shrugging their shoulders. We were thinking the same thing for years, little Snape. Harry laughed whenever the twins would talk in sync. It was rather quite enjoyable. Even Dudley and surprisingly Draco found their company hilarious. The young Slytherin met the Weasley twins a few days after the flying incident. They came to him and apologized in their own way for Ron's stupidity actions. The twins told him that Ron received over a month of detention with Professor Snape and lost over 70 points for Gryffindor. A few meetings later, Harry included the twins in his group of friends and in return, the twins offered their pranking services to him. Why does he want me to stay over here in Christmas? Wondered Harry. Do you two have any idea why? No idea, little Snape, replied George. We'll see what we can find out though, said Fred. Thanks guys, said Harry before noticing a bag. Question, what's in there? You guys are not planning to prank my father, are you? Fred shook his head. Nah, this little Snape is Ronnie's present this year. Too bad you wouldn't be able to see it, said George before grinning. You and your little friends would love to see him on Christmas Day when he opens it. Harry shook his head. Mind sending me a picture afterwards? But of course, little Snape, said the twins before bowing. Your wishes are command. Very funny guys, said Harry before looking at his watch. It's getting close to curfew guys, and I don't want to get in trouble with my father if I get caught after curfew. Then let us accompany you to the snake pit for safe measures, little Snape, said Fred. Harry smiled as he accepting their offer. Days passed and the students were found studying in their common room, at the library or at the grounds. All of them were getting ready for their exams. Harry and his Slytherin friends were returning back to their common room after finishing up 3 exams for today. Well, that was disappointing, murmured Harry. He took a seat by the fireplace and dumped his bag on the floor. I thought it was going to be much of a challenge, but I was proving wrong. Draco sat by him. Blaise and Theo took the couch. Pansy quickly took the sit by Draco. Daphne and Tracy were sitting across from Harry while Millicent was sitting by the bookshelf. I'll say though, did you see how bad Weasley's potions was, stated Blaise. He smirked. I never seen Professor Snape so furious before. I'll say, murmured Pansy. She made a disgust face. That boy doesn't even bother to read the instructions properly. And don't get me started on how he was trying to cheat in charms. He can't do that, said Harry. He shook his head. If I recall, Professor McGonagall said there were going to be using some kind of anti-cheating quills. Father made sure everyone had one. Draco and the others smirked before laughing their heads off as they picture seeing Ron getting the worst test scores in history. So what are your plans on Christmas? Wondered Theodore. Nothing big for me, replied Harry. He tapped his chin. Father and I are either going to spend it in our home or at Uncle Reggie's. It really depends, but we did get invited for the Malfoys' annual Yule Ball. Are you going? Asked Draco. I believe we are, said Harry. We just have to convince Sirius to go as well. Well, my parents and I are going to be visiting in Greece, said Tracy, happily. She had a dreamy look on her face. I hear that there is a gorgeous lake over there, and not to mention the history spots over there. Daphne sighs. I have no idea where my family is going this year, but I get this feeling that we might visit some distant relatives in France. From your mother's side, right? Asked Millicent. That's right, replied Daphne. Though I do believe we will be able to make it to the Malfoys' Yule Ball this year. I can't say for sure my family will be going to the Malfoys' Yule Ball, said Millicent before sighing. I overheard my mother saying that we might go to Russia this year for Christmas, and then we will be going to Spain for New Year's. Well, I'm for sure that I'm going to the Malfoys' Yule Ball, said Pansy, happily. She leaned over at Draco. It will be a night to remember, right Draco? Draco made a face before leaning over at Harry. I beg of you, make sure you go to the ball, as I don't want to deal with her on my own, begged Draco, softly. Harry nodded. Who else will be coming to Malfoy Manor this year? Oh, a few ministry workers and high social purebloods, families that work with my father and mother, replied Draco before smirking. Be on your guard, dear cousin. My mother is going to shower you and Dud with bunch of presents this year. Harry had a horror look on his face before placing his hands onto his face. Oh Merlin. There better not be any fancy dress robes, Draco. I hate them. I have black dress robes like my father's and use black robes for when we brew potions together. Then I wish you luck, said Draco while the other laughed or giggled a bit. Severus Quarters, December 23rd. All right, are you ready to go? Did you pack everything? Asked Severus. Sure did. Dobby helped me pack my things before apparating them back to the manor, replied Harry. Indeed, said Severus. That's when he took out an invitation. I believe we will be going to the Malfoys' Yule Ball this year. Though what surprised me is that Narcissa invited not just us but the others as well. Harry widens his eyes, including Uncle Moony. Why? I know Aunt Sissy was going to invited Aunt Petunia, Uncle Reg, Dudley and Uncle Sirius since they are family, but Uncle Moony. That surprised me as well, said Severus. He looked over at the invitation. I guess she is giving him a chance to know him better, and since Black is friends with him, she couldn't leave him out as well. Harry nodded. I see. That makes sense, I guess. Indeed, did Dudley take the train back to London? Wondered Severus. Sure did, replied Harry. He smirked, cause Susan wanted to introduce him to her parents and Dud wanted to do the same. Severus chuckles, if those two keep up like this then they will be together quite soon. You can say that again, murmured Harry. He titled his head, by the way, did you say something to Dumbledore or something? I would imagine that he would call me to his office to try to have me resort. In a way Harry, said Severus. He smirked, I just remind him that he can lose his position as headmaster if he does something without any counsel to the ministry. Impressive, said Harry. He smiled, shall we go? I believe the house elves are waiting for us. Severus nodded his head before handing Harry a bowl of flow powder. The young Slytherin grabbed some and walked over at the fireplace before throwing the powder to the ground. Prince Manor, Severus' study room. December 25th, Prince Manor. Sirius was slowly adjusting his dress robes before banging his head onto the edge of the mirror. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. For Merlin's sake, snapped Sirius. I'll be out there in a minute, woman. The animagus opened the door to find Remus instead of Petunia. He sheepishly rubbed his head. Oops, sorry Moony. I thought you were Petunia. I would imagine since she has been coming up here for the past 10 minutes, murmured Remus before shaking his head. Just hurry up will ya? She is getting rather annoyed of your tardiness. All right, murmured Sirius. He sighs, just give me a second and I'll meet you all at the living room. I shouldn't take long. Remus nodded before heading downstairs to the living room. Harry was standing by Severus' left while Regulus was leaning over at the fireplace and Petunia was fuzzing over Dudley and Harry's robes. Hold still Harry or I'll make you, warned Petunia. Harry sighs before turning his head to see Remus coming in. He titled his head, is Uncle Padfoot coming soon? In a few minutes, replied Remus. I swear, one of these days I'm going to have a word with that man, said Petunia as she finished with Harry before moving over to Dudley's hair. Mother, it's fine the way it is, whined Dudley. Dudley Regulus Black Evans. Don't you dare use that tone with me young man, scolded Petunia. Sorry mother, murmured Dudley. He hates it when his mother used his full name. Come now dear, the children look wonderful, said Regulus. He smiled, you and my cousin, Sissy did a marvelous job on finding their dress robes. Petunia titled her head, you think so? Regulus was about to reply when they heard a whistle. They all turned to see Sirius leaning over to the doorway with a smirk on his face. Well Snape and brother, you two might need to prepare getting some marriage contracts as I'm seeing two handsome young gentlemen. Are you positive that you two are my nephews? Severus and Regulus looked at each other while Petunia giggled. Dudley was scratching his cheek while Harry sheepishly looked down. Dudley was wearing a white silk shirt, black pants, black shoes and a black dress robes with the black family crest on his right. His hair was held downward by a yellow ribbon. Harry was wearing a white silk shirt, dark green pants, black shoes and a dark green dress robes with the Potter and Prince Snape crest on each side. His hair was held up by a green ribbon. Now if Black is finally finished, said Severus while Sirius glared over to him. Let's get going as Narcissa is waiting for us. Petunia nodded before getting hold onto the bowl of flow powder. She walked over to Dudley and Harry, who's first? Harry and Dudley look at each other before grinning to one and the other. Together, said Dudley. Duh, said Harry. Harry got hold some of the powder and stood next to Dudley before tossing the powder onto the fireplace. Dudley shouted their destination. Malfoy Manor, sitting room. The two closed their mouths and grabbed hold to each other's hands. They stepped out from the fireplace to see Narcissa waiting for them. She was wearing a Victorian green gown that was sleeveless and had a flower onto her waist side. Her hair was let down and had an emerald stone around her neck. Harry, Dudley, greeted Narcissa, happily. Glad that you can make it. Thanks for inviting us Lady Malfoy, said Harry and Dudley, formally. Narcissa smiled before seeing the others coming through. Good evening Lady Malfoy, greeted Severus. Yes, it sure is Lord Snape Prince, said Narcissa before smiling over to her cousins. I'm pleased that you accepted my invitation Lord and Lady Black. Petunia smiled while Regulus grabbed Narcissa's hand and key, at it. But of course Lady Malfoy, it would be rude to not come and speak with my lovely cousin of mine. Narcissa giggled before looking over to Sirius, I'm more pleased that you came, Sirius. Sirius sighs as he rubbed back of his head. Narcissa and Andromeda were the only ones that would talk to him after being sorted into Gryffindor and was called the black sheep in their family. Sirius bowing a bit, "I wouldn't miss it, Lady Malfoy, and I would like to thank thee for inviting my friend, Remus Lupin." Narcissa smiles, "Please follow me as the others are at the ballroom." Harry took a deep breath before walking next to Severus while Dudley was in the middle of his parents. Sirius and Remus were walking behind them. They walked past a few hallways before Narcissa opened a double door. Inside was filled with purebloods, a few half-bloods and some ministry officials. Harry leaned over to his adopted father as they walked over to where Lucius was at. Currently he is talking to some pureblood. "Darling, look who was able to make it," said Narcissa. Lucius smiled, "I'm so glad that all of you were able to make it in time. Please help yourself with a drink, or would you rather dance?" "Yes, thanks for inviting us, Lord Malfoy," said Sirius. He narrowed his eyes over at the pureblood next to Lucius. "Lord Nott, how are you?" "Quite fine, young Sirius Black," replied Senior Nott. "Lord and Lady Black, it's a pleasure seeing you out of the open. My son gave me quite a shock when I heard that you were alive all this time, Lord Black." "Indeed," said Regulus before smirking. "Let's just say that I wanted to make a rather big comeback to the Wizarding Board, which I did, don't you agree?" Senior Nott nodded before smiling over to Petunia, "And you found yourself quite a lovely wife there. Where in Merlin's bread did you find her?" Severus, Sirius and Remus stepped back a bit as Petunia's eyebrows started to twitch. "Lord Nott, why don't you go find your wife?" said Lucius, quickly. "I bet that she would want to meet Lady Black as well." "Good idea, Lucius," said Senior Nott before leaving them. "Nice save," murmured Remus before looking over to Narcissa. "Like I know that I wouldn't be welcome here, mind if I accompany Harry and Dudley with the other children?" "Of course," replied Narcissa before calling a house elf. "Please guide my nephews and Mr. Lupin to the ballroom on the west wing." "Yes, madam. Please follow me, young ones, and Mr. Lupin." Harry and Dudley smiled before following the small elf while Remus walked behind them. Sirius pouted as he was left alone in a room full of wizards and witches he distrusts. "Oh, come now, Sirius, don't be like that," said Narcissa. She smiled, "Enjoy yourself." "Oh, I will, once these pureblood idiots finally understand that everyone is all equal," snapped Sirius, slightly. Senior Nott was practically calling Petunia some sort of trophy wife. "And I was close on to hexing that bastard," hissed Petunia, angrily. "Come down, dear, that's how they are," said Regulus before smiling. "Come, let's go see what's on the banquet." "Fine, but if anyone pisses me off, I will hex them, stated Petunia. "I will have it no other way," said Regulus, who secretly wanted to see some of them getting hex. "See you guys later and have some fun if you can find it." "Doubt it," murmured Severus. He looked around, "I might just hide somewhere at the corners." "I can't believe I'm saying this, but may I join you?" said Sirius before frowning. "I always hated coming to balls like this." Severus shrugs, "Go ahead, but just don't bother me, Black." "Deal." Narcissa shook her head while Lucius smirked before the two headed off to attend their guests. On the west wing, Remus was relaxing on a couch while reading a book he had asked from the house elf, and the children were talking among themselves. "I wish Hermione could have been invited," said Millicent, sadly. "Same here," said Daphne. "But you know that she will be downcast by our parents if she did." "No fair, Hermione is as strong as any other pureblood witch," said Tracy. She sighs, "Why can't our parents understand that Muggleborns have the right to have magic the same as any other purebloods?" "'Cause they are stubborn to admit it," replied Blaise before looking over at Harry. "But she will be coming over at Prince Manor in New Year's, right?" Harry nodded. "Father is going to have one of our house elves to pick up Hermione from Pears. The meeting point is at the entrance of Pears, Wizarding Stores." "Oh, I can't wait to hear what she did in Pears," said Daphne, happily. She tapped her chin. "I hope she can find the entrance, as I heard it is hard to find it." "Is it because that the signs are in French?" asked Astoria. "Correct," replied Daphne. "Don't worry, Hermione is quite fluent in French," said Harry. That's when they saw a few other teens started to dance. Susan smiled before grabbing hold onto Dudley's hand and started to drag him over at the dance floor. "Come on, Dud, dance with me." Wait, Susan. Harry and the others laughed upon Dudley before looking over at the dance floor. Who was going to dance with whom? Tracy innocently whistled before pushing Daphne over to Harry's direction. Daphne glared over at her best friend and was about to snap at her when Harry interrupted. You don't mind dancing with me, Daphne? I feel quite comfortable with you rather those annoying and snobby pureblood girls. Alright, sure Harry, said Daphne. Harry smiled before taking Daphne's hand and walked over to the dance floor. Meanwhile Pansy was glaring over at Tracy while Millicent looked down, sadly. Why did you do that for? Hissed Pansy, softly. I was going to dance with Harry first before dancing with my Dre. Tracy smirks, oh really? Sorry, I didn't know that, Blaze. Come on, you promised me you will dance with me. Don't pull me like that though, said Blaze as he was being dragged away. Pansy pouts and crossed her arms, the nerve of that girl. Draco sighs, come on Pansy, you can dance with Harry later. Just take my hand and let's dance. Okay, said Pansy, happily. Theo offered his hand to Millicent, shall we? Millicent smiled softly before accepting the offer. On the couch, Remus was interrupted from his reading when his two-way mirror started to vibrate. He took it out and saw Sirius and Regulus grinning like crazy. What made the two of you smile like that? Wondered Remus, worriedly. He hoped that Sirius had not pranked some of the guests, but you can never tell what Sirius is going to do. Have a look for yourself, said Sirius. Remus could see that Sirius turned the mirror to the dance floor where he could see a few people dancing. At first, he didn't know what he was supposed to see, but that's when he spotted Severus and Aurora Sinistra, dancing together. Is Severus really dancing with Aurora? You got it, said Regulus. He laughed, and it looks like they're having a good time together. I know it, said Sirius. He smirked. During our Hogwarts days, I would notice that Sinistra would look over to Snape's direction in Charms class. I believe that Sinistra had a small crush on Snape and still does. Sirius, warned Remus. Don't you dare become Cupid, Severus still grieves over Lily and we don't know if he likes her like that. Snape needs to move on like we did, well somewhat, said Sirius before grinning. Besides, Harry does need a mother figure and I bet Sinistra would make a wonderful mother to him. Remus sighs, heavily before rubbing his forehead. He then looked up to see Harry dancing with Daphne with a small frown. He does need a mother figure and Aurora has shown she cares deeply for Harry. Alright, what's the game plan? Prince Manor, morning. Harry, wake up, shouted Dudley, happily. He came into Harry's room rather quickly and dashed over to the bed. There are a bunch of presents that need to be opened. Later, murmured Harry, tiredly before going back to sleep. Dudley frowns before smirking. He set himself before jumping onto his cousin. Harry snapped open his eyes. Get off of me, Dud. Not until you get out of bed, said Dudley. Fine, fine, said Harry. He glared over at him, though I can't if you don't get off of me. Oh right, sorry, said Dudley. He got up, meet you in the living room. Harry shook his head before getting out of bed and grabbed hold onto his night robe. As he was about to head out, Dobby appeared before him. Morning Master Harry, what do you like for breakfast? Morning Dobby, greeted Harry. He smiled, mind making some pancakes for my cousin and I while the others their coffee. Right away sir, said Dobby before apparating to the kitchen. Harry continued walking to the living room. When he got there, Dudley was opening his first present that was a new broom kit, dragon scales gloves and protective goggles. Aunt Rolanda can't wait for us to be in a Quidditch team, huh, said Harry. He took a sit by Dudley and pulled out a present with his name on it. I know right, said Dudley, happily before sighing. Too bad that first years can't be in one though. Hey, you know the reason why they make that rule, Dud, said Harry before smiling. Now let's get to work on finding our presents. This is how Severus, Petunia, Regulus, Sirius and Remus found Harry and Dudley doing, opening their presents. Couldn't wait for us, could you? Stated Severus. He sat down nearby Harry while Sirius and Remus took a seat at the couch. Petunia and Regulus sat down nearby Dudley. Tell that to Dud, pointed out Harry. He snorted, he was the one that woke me up like always. Oh shut up Harry. You two couldn't wait to open yours, said Dudley before sticking out his tongue. Harry pouts and sticks his tongue back to him. Severus and Petunia shook their heads and watched the children opening their gifts. From the teachers, Dudley got 2 books on advance healing from Poppy, a rare book on charms from Flitwick, a book about animagus for beginners from Minerva, book of ingredients from Severus and a dittany plant from Pomona. Harry got some advance books from them while Pomona and his adopted father got him some rare ingredients and a guidebook of becoming a potion master. In the family, Dudley and Harry got dress robes from Narcissa and Petunia. Regulus and Sirius got them some prank products for their next annual war prank coming up. Finally Remus got them both a bag of sweets and a ticket for a free ice cream. Dudley and Harry hold on to their friends' gifts for later as Dobby appeared saying that the pancakes were done. A few days later, Harry was waiting at the foyer when Severus, Hermione and Dobby appeared. "Will there be anything else, Master Snape?" asked Dobby. Severus shook his head. "That will be all, Dobby. You can go make lunch now." Dobby nodded before disappearing. "Hey Myone, how was your time in Pears?" wondered Harry. "It was wonderful as it turns out that I have a new baby cousin," replied Hermione. "Thanks again for allowing me to stay over Professor Snape and for picking me up." "Not to mention it, Miss Granger," said Severus. "Harry, I will be at the potion lab. If you need anything, ask Dobby or any of the other house elves." Harry nods. "Yes sir." Severus nodded before leaving down to the basement. "Come on, the others are waiting at the parlor room," said Harry as he grabbed hold onto her hand. Hermione smiled and let Harry guide her through the hallways to a glass-like door. They entered to see that the others were sitting around the large room. Daphne, Astoria and Tracy were sitting in a couch. Theo was reading a book and was nearby a window while Pansy was sitting at an armchair. Dudley was sitting with Susan in a couch while Vincent and Gregory were playing wizarding chess on the floor. Draco was standing by the fireplace. "Hermione, you made it," said Draco as Theo looked up from his book. "Like I am going to miss New Year's in the wizarding world," said Hermione before taking a seat by Theo. "All right, who's first?" asked Harry. "Oh," said Susan. "Dudley sent me a wonderful necklace with my birthstone on it." It was nothing really," said Dudley who was blushing a bit. "I really like what you send me, but how did you know I like video games?" "When I meet your parents, your father mentioned that you and Harry lived in the Muggle world in the beginning. He gave me some hints about Muggle sports and video games, so my aunt and I traveled to the Muggle world and went to find them," explained Susan. "Well, you got the right games, that's for sure, thanks Sue," said Dudley. Susan blushes. "You're welcome." Harry and the others smirked knowing that those two like each other. "The books that Theo gave me about the wizarding world were really helpful," said Hermione. She smiled, "and I love them." "You're welcome and thanks for the organizer," said Theodore. He titled his head. "By the way, how did you know I needed a new one?" Quote, "Oh, well, I noticed that you filled your last one not too long ago," replied Hermione. She played with her hands, "though I didn't know which color to get you, either green or blue, but then I spotted the navy green. I even asked Professor Flitwick's help. He put on some protection damage charm and it will alert you of future events." "Wicked," said Theodore. He smiled. "Thanks a lot, Myone." "What about you, Harry?" asked Daphne. "I really can't choose as everyone got me something great," replied Harry. "You liked what I gave you," said Daphne. She slightly blushes. "It took me quite some time to find something that screams your personality." Harry smiled before taking out a pendant from under his shirt. The pendant had a snake and a raven in the middle with small phoenix wings on the sides. "It's great, thanks a lot, Daphne." Daphne blushes some more while the other girls were glaring over at the blonde. I really like what you gave me, Harry. I was in complete stun to see the sapphire necklace that you gave me." "I'm glad that you like it," said Harry. He smiled. "I had to ask my father to take me to the bank so that I can look through Rowena's vault. She has plenty of jewelry in there, so I took the ones that would look good on you girls." Daphne, Pansy, Millicent and Hermione widened their eyes in shock. "Our Rowena's vault," said Pansy in shock. "No wonder. My mother didn't know what type of stone it was. They must be very valuable." "I guess," said Harry before smiling. "There's a bunch of other things in each of the 4 founders' vaults. That is how I was able to find a cure for lycanthropy for my Uncle Moony." "Remus was a werewolf," said Draco in shock. "Yay, he got attacked when he was little," said Harry, sadly. "I felt really bad, so I searched in Salazar's vault if there was anything in his potion books. I found it just in time before I got my Hogwarts letter and brewed it with Father's help. Now he has an animagus form of a wolf." "Wow. Was the potion hard to make? Was the ingredients were hard to find? Asked Draco and Hermione at the same time. Harry backed away a bit before nodding. Why yes, it was hard to make it, but Father was there with me and the ingredients were in Helga's vault in a freeze spell. Now most of the plants that no one has ever heard or existed during the Founder's time are in our garden. Wicked. I've got to see this, said Draco as he ran towards to his godfather's garden. Wait, Draco, shouted Harry as he followed him. I don't get it, said Hermione before frowning. I thought that the heirs of the Founders can only access to the vaults. How can Harry enter Slytherin's? It's because Harry is his heir, by magic, while I'm Gryffindor's by magic, replied Dudley. And Hufflepuff's, wondered Neville. He can enter because the Evans are direct descendants of Slytherin and Hufflepuff, explained Dudley. While the Potters are direct descendants of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. The others had their mouths open in shock. So you guys want to see the plants as well? Asked Dudley. Everyone nodded their heads slowly and followed Dudley outside to the garden to find Draco looking at a plant while Harry was explaining to him what it was. I think that Harry adopted Professor Snape's teaching skills, whispered Tracy. Everyone agreed before walking over to Draco and listened to what Harry was talking about of the Golden Michelia. Master Harry has returned, said Dobby, happily. Harry laughed as he placed his suitcase onto his bed. He looked over to see his familiar coiled up by the window while Hedwig was sleeping peacefully at her perch by his bedside. He sighed before opening his suitcase and began unpacking his things while Dobby grabbed the dirty clothes and placed them at the laundry basket. He spent 2 days with Neville at Longbottom Manor along with his cousin and Hermione. Sadly, Hermione had to return back home yesterday since her parents came back from Paris. Most of the time, the four of them would do random things together or separate. Dudley was teaching Neville on how to properly fly a broom while Harry and Hermione were double-checking on their winter assignments at the library. Dudley and Neville would be dragged by Neville's grandmother, Augusta, in order for them to finish their assignments as well. Unfortunately, Draco wasn't able to make it since his mother argued that she wanted to spend time with her little dragon. Harry and Dudley laughed softly upon seeing their cousin with a grim look on his face when his mother dragged him back home. Dobby, I'm heading over at the kitchen. Mind if you can finish up here? Said Harry. Of course, Master Harry, replied Dobby. He titled his head. Do you want me to ask Zippy to make you something? Harry shook his head. Nah, it's fine, Dobby. I was going to make a quick sandwich, that's all. Dobby nodded before returning back to his work. Harry headed out of his room and passed a few hallways down that lead to the kitchen. He was about to pass his father's study when he heard rather loud shouting coming from inside. Again, thought Harry before shaking his head. Why did they always fight like this? He was about to barge into the room when his father said something that stopped him in his tracks. Black, how many times I have to say to you? I don't have any saying to the matter of what Dumbledore is doing with the Philosopher's Stone. Well, you have to do something, Snape. I don't trust Quirrell on bit. For Merlin's sake, he was a Muggle studies professor before, so why the sudden change? I have no blasted idea, Black, but I am watching him. I've stopped him from going to the third corridor several times already. And, none of those attempts he was able to get in? Asked Remus. No, as I hardly gave him no chance to get in, replied Severus before frowning. He sighs, I highly doubt that he could even bypass Hagrid's three-head mutt, Fluffy. Harry slightly opened the door to see his uncles nodding before noticing Remus was frowning. Is it true that Ronald Weasley have been bothering Harry ever since he entered Hogwarts? Severus sighs, indeed. That Weasley boy has been trying to get Harry away from Draco and his friends since day one. Not only that, but he's been trying to get him resorted into Gryffindor. I wonder why, wondered Sirius. Remus shook his head. Arthur and Molly are really good people, and yet this oddly rude behavior coming from their youngest son is quite strange. I get the feeling that Dumbledore had something to do with this, said Severus. He tapped his chin. He must have instructed the boy to become friend with Harry in order to keep an eye on him. But why? What will he gain in return? Asked Sirius in confusion. He frowns. I know that Arthur wouldn't allow his children to do something ridiculous or strange without his permission. Maybe not Arthur, but there is Molly, said Remus. Severus and Sirius gave him a rather confusion look. Molly came from the Pruitt bloodline, a rather wealthy pureblood line, stated Remus before frowning. She must have gotten used to getting expensive things, but ever since she married Arthur, she barely gets enough money for herself and her children. Are you suggesting it was Molly that planned with Dumbledore to push Ron to be friends with Harry and get money in return?" asked Severus. Remus shook his head, not a suggesting, more of a feeling. "Great, bloody hell great," murmured Sirius. He shook his head. "I wish I can protect Harry and Dudley, but I have to remain hidden in order for me to take the Dada position next year without Dumbledore knowing about it." "Don't worry, Sirius," said Remus. He smiled. "Severus and the others are keeping an eye of them. By the way, Severus, are you going to tell Harry about the stone?" Severus was about to reply when he spotted the door moving just a slight. He shook his head before taking out his wand. "Why wait if he's already here?" Sirius and Remus had a confused look on their faces. Severus waved his wand and the door opened fully and caused Harry to fall onto the floor. Sirius laughed while Severus and Remus shook their heads. "Your curiosity will someday lead you into trouble, young man," stated Severus. He smirked. "Have you not learned the last time your ears dropped?" Harry slightly blushed upon remembering the last time he listened into a private conversation. He spent the entire afternoon in his room with a sore bottom. "Forgive me, father," said Harry as he got up from the floor. He titled his head, "But it wasn't really my intention to overhear this time. I was simply just going to the kitchen when I overheard you guys shouting like always." Severus and Remus looked at each other before glaring over at Sirius. He was out of his seat and was hiding behind the armchair. "Black, what did I say about placing a silent charm at the door?" snapped Severus. Well, I thought I did," said Sirius, nervously. He laughed, sheepishly. "I guess, I didn't, I got nothing." Severus sighs before going over to Sirius and smacked him onto his head while Remus walked over to Harry. He placed his hands onto his shoulders. "Do forgive us, pup, for the unnecessary shouting, but we were discussing something rather important and we sort of lost control of our temper." "I see," murmured Harry. He sighs. "Father, Uncle Padfoot, do try to control your tempers. It is not wise for the two of you to yell at each other like a bunch of teenagers." Severus and Sirius looked at each other before sighing and nodded their heads. "We will try, son," said Severus before pointing into a chair. "But while you are here, let me tell you something rather important that you need to know." Harry nodded before sitting down near the bookshelf. "Now first off, do you by any chance know of a wizard named Nicholas Flamel?" asked Severus. I believe I do, but I can't recall when I did," replied Harry. "Well, this wizard is a famous alchemist because he created the Philosopher's Stone," said Remus. "The stone can make anything turn to gold and make a potion called the Elixir of Life." "Elixir of Life?" asked Harry. "Does it bring someone back from the dead or something?" "No, the potion gives the drinker some sort of immortality for a period of time," said Sirius. "And here I thought that Grandad Sal made some impressive potion but takes the cake," said Harry. "So a lot of wizards would want to go after the stone, correct?" Severus nodded, "which is why the Flamels wanted to protect it from greedy wizards and witches. Nicholas and Dumbledore are old friends and partners, which is why Nicholas asked Dumbledore protection for the stone. Unfortunately, Dumbledore chose Hogwarts for safekeeping," said Remus. "That would explain why the third corridor is off limits, because the stone is there," said Harry. He grinned. "With a few protection spells, I bet." Remus smirked. "Are you sure you were not supposed to be in Ravenclaw, pup?" "That's what Draco and Dud always tells me," said Harry before laughing. "Just 'cause I like to read and study like my own, but no, it's quite reasonable to place protection spells for such a powerful stone." Sirius and Remus looked at each other before laughing while Severus smirked. That when the potion master remembered something and went over to his desk. He opened a drawer and took out a glimmering red cloak. Sirius widens his eyes. "That, James's invisibility cloak. Where in Merlin's bread did you get it?" "It arrived here about a day ago before Christmas with some brownies and a red jumper from Molly Weasley," replied Severus. Sirius frowns. "Who would have James's cloak for 10 years then send it to Harry?" "Who do you think, Black?" snapped Severus. Remus thought for a moment. "I believe Dumbledore asked for the cloak before James and Lily had to go into hiding." "Why would the headmaster ask that?" wondered Sirius. "No clue, Black, but for now, I believe this is rightfully belongs to you," said Severus as he hands over the cloak to Harry. He glared. If I see you ever misuse this cloak, I will be taking it from you until you are of age, understood young man. Harry quickly nodded before taking the magical cloak and hugged it tightly. I promise I would use it properly, but why are you giving it to me now? Was making sure that it didn't have any compulsion charms or any other harmful curses that could have hurt you, replied Severus. I had Dobby and Zippy to see if the brownies had any potions inside of them as well. And did you? Asked Harry, worriedly. Severus sighs before nodding his head. Harry widens his eyes while Sirius suddenly got up from and was heading to the door. Remus quickly took out his wand and locked the door. Sirius tries to open the door with a counter spell but failed. He turned around and growled, "Unlock this door right now, Moony." "Sirius, I know that you are angry as I am, but you can't just waltz to Dumbledore's office like a crazy man," stated Remus. He sighs, "Do you really want to be sent to Azkaban again?" "Damn it," cursed Sirius, quietly. He sighs before walking back to his chair and run his hands over his head. How high the charms were set, Snape. High enough for Harry's personality to change a bit to Potter's and would demand to be resorted to Gryffindor, replied Severus. What about the jumper? And the brownies? Asked Harry, softly. He bites his lip. Did Dobby and Zippy found anything? In the jumper, there was a loyalty charm which would make Harry never doubt Dumbledore, and loyalty to Molly, Ron and Ginny, replied Severus. And in the brownies, there were small doses of love potions to one Ginny Weasley that would fully active in your 6th year. Why me? Murmured Harry. He runs his hands over his head. I don't even know her and yet Mrs. Weasley is trying to match us together already. I'm 11, too young to think about girls that way. Sirius sighs as he knows what his nephew is feeling. He was close on to getting an arranged marriage about his age as well. The animagus wizard walked over to Harry and placed his hand over his nephew's shoulder. There, pup. You are safe with us, and no matter what, we will protect you. Harry smiled before embracing his uncle. Hey, the three of us got something for ya, said Sirius. Harry let go and watched his uncle taking out a pendant that had a doe with a stag in the middle, and around them was a lily flower that formed a heart. Uncle Padfoot, this is great, and it has my parents' Patronus. There is more to it than you think, kiddo, said Sirius. What do you mean? Asked Harry. You see, pup, the pendant has a protection charm that will protect you from any curses or hexes that heads to you, explained Remus. And it will give you a warning if there is something inside of your food or drink, said Severus. It will vibrate and flashes if it detects one. Harry smiles before grabbing the pendant and placed it around his neck. He tucks the necklace under his t-shirt before giving his uncles and father a hug. Thank you. You three are the best. Indeed. Now why don't you run along, as I can hear your stomach, said Severus. And whose fault is that? Murmured Harry. He smiled. I'll be eating in my room as I need to double-check my assignments once again. The three watched Harry leave the room. Sirius shook his head. I swear that child reminds me of Lily every day. She always had a book on her hand wherever she goes. True to that, Black, murmured Severus while Remus nodded. Hogwarts, Great Hall, January 5th. Harry and Dudley were waiting at the entrance at the castle grounds for their friends. The two of them didn't take the train back from London since it was much easier to flow back with Severus. They didn't wait long as Dudley spotted Susan and dashed over to her. Harry sighs before walking over to Draco and the others. All of them headed inside before going to their respected house table. Harry had his familiar, Liza, under his robes, who was fast asleep, peacefully. He was talking to Tracy and Draco when Ron was heading towards his way. Great, what does Weasel want this time? Murmured Pansy. Let's see, shall we? Said Draco while Harry nodded. Hey Harry, do you want to sit with me at the Gryffindor table? Asked Ron, happily. And why would I want to do that? Asked Harry, innocently. He smirked. I am perfectly fine with my cousin and friends here at the Slytherin table. Are you sure? I mean, said Ron. Weasley, get this through your thick head, no means no. Snapped Theodore. He pointed over to the Gryffindor table. Now go back to your table. Ron grits his teeth before turning around and walked over to his house table. He took a sit by Dean and Seamus with an angry look on his face. What was that all about? Wondered Millicent. Simple, that Weasel is desperate for having Harry as his best friend, and that fool wouldn't stop until he does, said Pansy. But why? Wondered Tracy. Because he wants the attention that Harry gets for being the famous boy who lived, replied Draco. He narrowed his eyes, not to mention the fortune and properties Harry gets when he turns 17. What's going on? Asked Hermione, softly. She and Daphne sit close by where the boys were at since the Ravenclaw table was by the Slytherin table. How would Weasley get a hold onto Harry's money? Well, if Harry marries someone from the Weasley bloodline, then anyone from the Weasley family would have access to Harry's money, explained Theodore. There are gay marriages as well, but I don't think Harry likes guys, right? Harry made a disgust face. I'm 11, Theo. I don't think about that kind of stuff yet. Draco and Blaise laughed upon seeing how Harry's cheeks turned bright crimson red. But why would he want Harry's money though? Does arranged marriages still exist here? Questioned Hermione. There are, but only pureblood and some half-bloods from the wizarding world continue the old traditions, replied Daphne, softly. The purebloods wants to ensure that their legacy of magic continues strong, and by doing so, they arrange marriages through their children from a young age, explained Pansy before grabbing hold onto Harry's arm. Pansy. Careful, Liza is still sleeping under my robes, said Harry. He tries to push Pansy away. Let go. Draco and the others laughed while Daphne and the other girls glared over to Pansy. Can't Pansy wait until we are in age to date? Poor Harry, I hope he doesn't get that much fangirls in our 4th year, thought Draco. February 22nd. Harry, Draco and Dudley walked out from the Quidditch stadium. They finished watching a match between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. The Gryffindor won the match, but it was the Hufflepuff seeker that got the snitch. The three of them were heading back to the Great Hall to meet with the others since they were busy or didn't want to watch the match. Harry was watching his cousin argue with Draco about the match when felt 2 arms were placed onto his shoulders. He turned his head to see it was the Weasley twins. Hey there, little first years. Greeted Fred. How does it feel to be back from the holidays? Asked George. Dudley sighs. Sadly, I wish they would have given us more days off. We know how you feel, little lion, said Fred as he placed his hand over his heart. But it will only get worse throughout the years, finished George, happily. Was that supposed to be encouraging? Questioned Draco. Nope, replied the twins. Draco and Dudley made a sulking face while Harry laughed. Dudley pouts and was about to tackle his cousin when he spotted Hagrid walking to his hut rather quickly. That's odd. Why is Hagrid in such a hurry? Harry turned his head to see the door to Hagrid's hut close with a loud bang. He tapped his chin. Let's go and check it out then. Want to tag along, Fred and George? Twins grinned and nodded their heads. All of them dashed over to the stone pathway before taking a peek through Hagrid's hut window. Inside it was quite small but cozy and room enough for the half-giant to move about. Harry looked around and spotted Hagrid standing by a heated cauldron. What is Hagrid doing? Wondered Dudley, softly. I'm not sure. Wait. What is that? Said Harry. All of them turned their heads to see Hagrid taking out a black egg from the cauldron. Is that an egg? Not just any original egg, little Snape, said Fred. That's a Norwegian Ridgeback egg, said George. He smiled. We know because our older brother, Charlie, works at a dragon sanctuary. Sometimes he would owl us some pictures of a few dragon eggs and what species they are. And that right there is a Norwegian Ridgeback, said Fred. They're quite dangerous when they are full grown, but as babies, they can inject a bit of venom for self-defense. But question is that how in Merlin's name did Hagrid get a hold of one? Wondered George. They're quite rare to find and legal to be sold on a market. Good question, murmured Draco. Then let's go and ask him, said Harry. The others nodded before they all went over to the wooden door and knocked on it. Suddenly they heard a loud barking from the inside and hearing the half-giant's voice. Fang, get back. Back I say. They heard the door opening and came out was Hagrid. The half-giant smiled. Harry, Dudley, what you two are doing here? And hello there, Draco and Weasley twins. We just came back after watching a match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, replied Harry. Then we spotted you entering your hut, so we decided to see what you are doing. Ah, well you see, stuttered Hagrid. We sort of saw through your window that black dragon egg you were holding, said Dudley. He rubbed his head. We were wondering how you got it. Oh, well, said Hagrid, nervously. Do you know that egg is a Norwegian Ridgeback? Asked Fred. Sort of, murmured Hagrid. But you can't keep a young Norwegian dragon, said George, seriously. They are really dangerous when they are even babies and grow quite fast in a matter of months. What would happen if the dragon burns down your hut? The ministry will have you sacked if they ever found out, stated Fred. But I've read a lot about taking care of them, argued Hagrid. I promise he wouldn't hurt anyone, as I'll make sure of that. Dragons may be trainable, Hagrid, but they still have the instinct to attack if threatened, said Draco, seriously. Hagrid sighs sadly. He knows what Harry and his friends were saying was true. He took a sit by the fireplace, but where can I send the little guy once he is hatched? I don't have enough money to send him to a sanctuary. No fear, Hagrid, said Fred, happily. He smiles. Do you remember Charlie? He can help you. Charlie. Ah, yes, he always tells me that he wanted to work with dragons when he finishes Hogwarts, said Hagrid. He frowns, but what can he do to help me? He works in a dragon sanctuary in Romania, replied George. He can accept your little dragon friend with no cost. What do you say? Hagrid thought for a moment before nodding his head slowly. Great. We will send an owl message to our brother and let you know when he sends us a reply, said Fred. Hagrid nodded happily, knowing that his young dragon will have a wonderful place to stay. So how did you come across a Norwegian dragon's egg anyway? Asked Harry. Won it, replied Hagrid, happily. Just few weeks ago, I was down at the village having a few drinks and got into a game of cards with a strange fellow. After a few rounds, I bet him and he gladly gave me the egg as a reward. But to be honest, I think he was quite glad to get rid of it. That is strange, murmured Harry. He smiled. Even though, it was pretty lucky for you to get one, Hagrid, if they are rare as the twins say they are. Sure is, said Hagrid, happily. I'll let you know when the little guy will be hatching, which will be quite soon. We best to tell one trustworthy professor about this, stated Draco. He thought for a moment. What about Professor Snape? He can keep a secret. That's fine by me, replied Hagrid before grabbing his crossbow. Now best be off, as I have some business to attend in the Forbidden Forest. See ye, Hagrid. Great Hall, May 6th. Dudley was talking with Neville while the Weasley twins were chatting among themselves. That's when an unknown owl landed in front of the twins. Fred took the message while George gave the owl his treat before the owl left. Who is it from, guys? Asked Neville. Fred tucked the message into his robes while George shook his head. No one important, replied George. He got up. Now if you would excuse us, but we have to get going. Come on, Dud. Go get your cousins. Dudley nodded before dashing over to the Slytherin table. He walked over to where Harry and Draco were sitting at. Hey there, Dudley, greeted Tracy. She smiled. What brings you over here to the snake pit? Oh, nothing special, replied Dudley. I just came over to borrow Harry and Draco for a bit. They promised me that they will help me on something today. What is it? Your potions assignments? Asked Pansy. She shook her head. I thought that Harry already helped you. It's something else, replied Dudley rather quickly. He grabbed onto his cousin's hands. Let's get going, guys. Wait, Dud, you don't have to pull. Daphne and Hermione had enough time to see Dudley drag Harry and Draco out of the Great Hall. Daphne turned over to Tracy. What's the hurry with those three? Pansy crossed her arms. I have no idea, but I'm going to find out soon enough. Meanwhile, outside of the castle grounds, Dudley ran over to the entrance where he spotted the twins waiting for them. About time you three got here, said Fred. Come on, we need to deliver the message to Hagrid, said George. The three nodded before heading over to Hagrid's hut and did the secret knock to alert the half-giant to let him know it was them. The door opened immediately and came out Hagrid, who told them to come inside, quickly. Fred handed the message to Hagrid. Our brother will be able to take your little guy on the 9th, but you have to wait for him at the Astronomy Tower in midnight. Hagrid frowns. I think I will be busy on that day. Don't worry, we can deliver him for you, Hagrid, offered Harry. But Harry, it's past after curfew, said Draco. He frowns. If we get caught out of our beds, then points will be taken and we will get detention. Which is why Professor Snape knows about this as well, said Harry. We wouldn't get busted if a professor is with us during the night. Draco and Dudley widened their eyes while the twins smirked. And it is no wonder that you are in Slytherin, little Snape, said George. Quite cunning indeed, said Fred. Prefect, said Hagrid, happily. You guys have no idea how grateful I am for you five. Norbert is going to love his new home. Draco sighs. I still can't believe you named him Norbert. It's better than Fluffy, murmured Harry. What was that, Harry? Asked Hagrid. Ah, nothing. I better go and tell Professor Snape about our plan, said Harry rather quickly. Before Hagrid could ask again, Harry dashed out of the hut. Draco and the others said goodbye to the half-giant before following Harry down to the dungeons. They reached to see Harry knocking onto Severus' private quarters. The door opened and came out was Severus, who looked rather annoyed but calmed down upon seeing Harry and his nephew. The potion master let them in before closing the door. Once inside, Harry and his friends told Severus about the meeting place to meet with Charlie in order to pick up Hagrid's dragon. Severus nodded, "Thank you for letting me know, but I'm still quite impressed to know that it was the Weasley twins to think ahead of time. Not many students know on how fast a dragon would grow and how dangerous they can be." The Weasley twins had their mouths open in shock. The strictest professor was impressed from them, not Percy but them. Harry leaned over to Severus. "You just made their day, Father." "I know," said Severus. He cleared his throat. "Now, let's plan out what we are going to do on the 9th, shall we?" Few days later, Harry found himself waiting at the entrance of the Gryffindor Tower. He didn't have to wait long when the portrait opened and came out the twins and Dudley. "Let's go," said Dudley, softly. Harry nodded before the four of them walked carefully through the hallways and headed over the entrance of Hogwarts. They spotted Severus and Draco waiting for them. The small group headed towards Hagrid's hut, where Harry did the secret knock once again. Hagrid opened the door and was holding onto a small-sized Norwegian dragon on his arms. "Now Norbert, you behave now and watch out for the older dragons," said Hagrid before placing the small dragon onto the cage that Severus summoned. "Don't worry, Hagrid," said Severus. "I'm sure that he will be just fine and will be quite comfortable where he is going." Hagrid nodded, sadly, before Harry took out the invisibility clock and placed it over at the cage. They headed back the castle before going over to the astronomy tower as it was getting close to midnight. But as they were about to head upstairs, they were stopped by Professor McGonagall. "I demand to know why you five are out of curfew this instant," said Minerva, angrily. Harry and his cousins hid behind Severus while the twins bit their lips. They know not to argue with their head house when she is furious, while Harry and Dudley learned it when they were younger. "Minerva, if you would come with us, you will find out, but please keep this to yourself," said Severus, calmly. Minerva sighs. "Very well, proceed." Harry and the others sigh in relief before all of them walked up the tower. When they reached to the top, they found a young man with shoulder-length red hair and had freckles. Right beside him was two other boys who had brown hair, but one had light brown eyes while the other had light blue eyes. "Hey there, Professor McGonagall, how are my younger brothers behaving?" Charlie shouted the twins before running towards him. Charlie laughed before hugging his twin brothers and bent down to their level. He ruffled their red hair before smiling at them. "Fred, George, it's nice to see you two again. I hope you have been behaving this year." The twins just grinned, sheepishly, before nodding their heads. Charlie shook his head before looking over at Severus. He got up. "Professor, do you have the dragon with you?" Severus nodded before Harry removing the cloak and revealed the young dragon, sleeping inside the cage. Minerva widens her eyes upon what she is seeing. "Be careful, as this little guy is starting to bite and you know how poisonous those bites could be," warned Severus. "I will, Professor," said Charlie before looking over to Harry. "Nice to finally meet you, Harry, and your cousin, Dudley. The twins have written to me so many things about the two of you." Harry smiles. "Pleasure meeting you as well. I am glad that not all of the Weasleys are rude." Charlie frowns. "What do you mean?" "We'll tell ye later, brother," said the twins. Charlie nodded before telling the other two boys to get the cage. He mounted onto his broom. "See you guys later. Tell Mom and Dad I say hi." "Will do, Charlie," said the twins. "Bye." Once Charlie left the tower while the two other boys carried the cage by using a few ropes, Severus started explaining to Minerva on how the young dragon got here in the first place. "Please forgive me, but I needed to know what young Mr. Weasley said was true," said Minerva. "Ron, what did he say?" asked Dudley. "And how did he know that we were coming here?" asked Draco. "I have no idea how he come to know this, but not too long ago, he came to my office and told me that you three were going to sneak to the astronomy tower around midnight," explained Minerva. She frowned. "He said you three were going to prank someone." "You don't think he was eavesdropping, George?" suggested Fred. "Not sure. brother of mine, but we will get our revenge, replied George before taking out a parchment. Hey little cub, by any chance, do you have these ingredients? Dudley took the parchment before looking over the list while Harry and Draco leaned over to his shoulders. Most of these ingredients are in Professor Snape's storage, stated Harry. I believe I have 1 or 2 ingredients that I can give them to you, offered Draco. The Weasley twins grinned happily before giving a begging look to Severus. Sir, please let us use your lab to make this special prank potion on our little brother, said Fred. We need to teach him a thing or two about ears dropping, said George. Severus sighs, very well, but I'm supervising on what you are doing. I don't trust you two with my equipment, including my storage ingredients. Deal, said the twins. Minerva gave an uncertain look. I hope the potion is not too harmful, and make sure you go back to your dormitory before your classmates wake up. We will, Professor McGonagall, said George. And don't worry, the potion only changes the body's color, said Fred. And how is it possible that you two are not passing potions with top grades? Wondered Draco. Severus sighs, their potions are excellent, but they cause trouble to their classmates. These two love to prank 24/7. The twins smirked a bit, not our fault that they ask for it. Harry and Dudley laughed before ginning happily. They were about to follow the twins down at the dungeons when Minerva stopped them. I don't think so, it's far past your curfew. Besides, you'll get to see the prank in the morning, am I right, boys? That's right, Professor, replied the twins. Ah, Aunt Minnie, please, what if they need my help? Asked Harry. Please, Aunt Minnie, let us see how they make it, begged Dudley. Sorry boys, no means no, said Minerva. Harry and Dudley sighs disappointedly while Draco was slight curious to see the Weasley twins make a new potion but shook it off. While Severus and the twins went down at the dungeons, Minerva dropped off Harry and Draco at the Slytherin common room before taking Dudley to the Gryffindor tower. In the morning, Harry and his friends were eating their breakfast before they heard screaming coming from the Gryffindor table. Harry looked over to see that Ron had blue hair and his skin turned green and silver. The redhead panicked before dashing out of the Great Hall. Everyone started to laugh as the Weasley twins got up and bowed for their successful prank. Even a few professors were laughing upon the scene. Though Minerva was trying to hide her laugh but was failing while Severus was hiding his smile by using his cup of coffee. Bloody exams, shouted Dudley as he throws the book onto the floor. Hermione quickly went over and picked up the book. She placed her hands onto her hip before glaring over at him. Dudley, don't throw the book like that. What do you think Madame Pants would say when she finds out that you ruined one of the school books? Sorry, murmured Dudley before looking over to his cousin. By the way, Harry, have you visited great-granddad's familiar yet? No, not yet, replied Harry. I was planning to go visit her after this study section. Your great-grandfather's familiar, wondered Pansy. Great-granddad Salazar left his familiar to ensure the safety of the school when he left to find his adopted son, explained Dudley. What kind of magical creature was his familiar? Asked Neville. A basilisk, replied Harry as he placed his charms book down. It's a deadly snake that can kill you with a single glare of her golden eyes. Draco and the others stopped on what they were doing before dropping their mouths open. No one said anything until Hermione broke the silence. There is such a dangerous creature at the school with so many students around. She's not dangerous, my own, said Harry, calmly. He smiled. Great-Grandma Hufflepuff said that Aura is the sweetest basilisk and loves the students. Actually, Great-Aunt Rowena told us that they would use her for an example in care of magical creatures, said Dudley. And she didn't kill any students during their time, wondered Millicent. Harry shook his head. Aura can cover her deadly glare by using her third lens. But what if she gets out? Asked Neville, nervously. And where does she get her food? Aura has this special entrance-exit from the chamber she is at, said Dudley. He shrugs. Besides, she was told by Grandpa Sal not to enter the school unless it was necessary. There is an emergency entrance located at the second floor in a girl's bathroom, said Harry. But it only opens if someone can speak Parseltongue. The second floor bathroom, where Ning Myrtle haunts, said Pansy. Correct, but she's original named Myrtle Warren, replied Dudley. She was a Muggle born and sorted into Ravenclaw, but in the year of 1943, she was killed. How did she die? Asked Theodore. Riddle aka Voldy since he can speak Parseltongue, replied Harry. He sighs, he was able to open the entrance, let alone find it and somehow gained control over Aura for a while. You see, Myrtle went to the second-floor bathroom after being teased by some boy but suddenly she heard someone speaking in weird tongue. She come out of the stalls and was about to tell whoever entered to go away before seeing a pair of golden eyes over at the sink and died, explained Dudley. Poor Myrtle, said Susan, sadly. She titled her head, how did you know about this? I spoke to her not too long ago, replied Harry. I was trying to find the entrance as well but she spotted me when I entered the bathroom. Wonder what she could have been if she was alive, said Tracy. Harry, beat that bastard Riddle. Show the wizarding world that everyone who is born with magic deserves it just like any other purebloods. I will, said Harry before smiling. But I wouldn't be alone when I defeat him. All of you in my family will be with me when the time comes. Everyone nodded. Right, said Dudley before getting up. He smiled, Harry, let's take a break and visit Aura right now. We can introduce her to everyone here. She will be happy to finally see other students, murmured Harry before nodding. Sure, why not? Who wants to come? Everyone agreed and followed Harry and Dudley to a hidden entrance that will lead to Aura's chambers from the Slytherin common room. During the 3 years in hiding, Severus would sneak the two of them while Dumbledore was away. That's when Harry and Dudley found the hidden entrance and found the Chamber of Secrets and Salazar's familiar, Aura. It didn't take long for them to reach a heavy door. Harry turned around, let me go first. I need to inform Aura about you guys so she can place her third lens. Give me just a few minutes and I will call you guys to enter. The wait wasn't long and the small group entered the famous Chamber of Secrets. Nearby a large statue of Salazar was Harry petting the basilisk. Draco and the others nervously walked up to the dangerous snake before getting a slim greeting. Harry soon informed Hermione and Theodore about the secret library here in the chambers. The two immediately wanted to see it while Dudley showed Draco and Daphne the potion lab. The others were with Aura. That's when all of them agreed to use the hidden chamber as a secret hangout in case they want to talk in private or to study. June 1. Exams have started and Harry wanted to bang his head onto a wall. The reason was Ron because he would try, once again, to sit by Harry in all of their classes they had together. Harry was glad that his cousins were able to make sure that Ron wouldn't be able to do anything. In all of their classes, Draco would sit by Harry's right while Dudley would sit on Harry's left, leaving Ron to sit by either with Dean or Seamus. For charms, Professor Flitwick had called them one by one and asked them if they could make a pineapple tap dance across a desk. For Dada, Professor Quirrell had them name a few curses and their counter spell before casting them. For Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall asked them to turn a mouse to a snuff box, though extra points were added for how pretty it was, but it would be taken if it had whiskers. For Potions, Professor Snape had them make a forgetfulness potion, but some students were too nervous by the way Snape was glaring at them. For Herbology, Professor Sprout had them list different types of plants, which potions they are used and their effects. For Astronomy, Professor Sinistra had them name a few constellations and their locations. Their last exam they need to take is History of Magic, which everyone will know it's going to be about Goblin Wars, mostly. That's why Harry, Hermione, Neville and Daphne were at the library. The four of them were trying to find some books about the Goblin Wars. Daphne looked around before looking up at the third shelf. She smiled and pointed, found them, but I think it's a bit too high for us to reach. Let me go get Madame Pants, offered Neville. I bet she can help bring them down for us. Then we will wait right here for ya, said Daphne. Neville nodded before walking over to the front desk. Harry leaned over at the bookshelf while the girls were sitting down at some nearby chairs. Suddenly, they could hear three familiar whisper voices coming from the other side of the bookshelf. Harry and the girls walked over by the edge of the bookshelf before leaning over to see that the voices belonged to Ron, Dean and Seamus. It has to be him. No doubt about it, whispered Ron. For sure, but isn't kind of strange to have a Cerberus in the school, said Seamus. He tapped his chin. If I remember correctly, in Greek, Hades uses one to guard the gates of the underworld. If so, then why does the school need one, wondered Dean. He titled his head, is the school trying to protect something or what? Ron thought for a moment, wait a minute. Do you remember before winter break, I showed you that break-in at the Gringotts on July 31st? Yay, but what about it? Asked Dean. Well, what if that break-in was a setup? Replied Ron. He smiled. Yay. And Dumbledore is using the third corridor to protect whatever was inside that vault. And you think that Snape or Malfoy wants it, said Seamus. No doubt about it, said Ron, confidently. He smirked, so I say we go and catch those two in the act. We will become heroes and Harry can finally open his eyes that Slytherins are not to be trusted. Then he will demand to be resorted into Gryffindor, said Dean before frowning a bit. You know, his cousin is not so bad. He kind of helps me out on my charms assignments. Yes, you're right about that, murmured Ron. He sort of helps my twin brothers in their pranks a few times. Well, come on, let's go to the tower and start planning out our plan, tonight, said Seamus. Ron and Dean nodded before the three of them left the library. Harry and the girls looked at each other before going back to where the goblin books were at. I can't believe what I have heard, said Hermione. She frowned, to dare accuse Professor Snape and Draco like that. It's idiotic. Daphne sighs, you can say that again. If they know that a Cerberus is guarding the entrance of the third corridor, why endanger themselves like that? They are not even allowed to enter the corridor to begin with. Harry shook his head. We best to inform this to Father and Professor McGonagall. They will be able to stop them before they do anything stupid. Hermione and Daphne nodded before Neville returned with Madame Pants. She took down a few books for them before checking them out and headed to the dungeons. While Hermione and Neville headed to the Slytherin common room, Harry and Daphne went over to Severus' quarters. Harry was about to knock when Salazar appeared onto the portrait. Ah, Harry, Miss Greengrass, what are you doing here? Wondered Salazar, warmly. Greets Grandad Sal, said Harry. We came here to tell my father something really important that involves about the third corridor. Salazar had an unsure look on his face before nodding his head. He left the portrait for a few minutes before it opened and Severus came out. Mr. Potter, Snape and Miss Greengrass, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you two be studying your last exam? There is something that we need to tell you, privately, sir, replied Daphne. I see, murmured Severus before stepping to the side. Come on in, quickly. Harry and Daphne walked in quickly before Severus closed the door and placed a silent charm on it. The potion master turned over to his two students before walking over to them. Now what is it that you need to tell me about the third corridor? Harry and Daphne looked at each other before they started explaining to him what happened at the library. It took about 15 minutes to explain everything to their professor. Bunch of dunderheads, murmured Severus. He sighs, I'll talk to Minerva. We will be able to stop those foolish Gryffindors to enter the corridor. Harry and Daphne nodded before taking their leave. They may not like Ron and his lackeys, but they can't let those boys get killed by some three-headed dog. That's when Harry stopped and remembered what's inside deep in the third corridor. He turned around. Father, what about, the stone? I've thought about it since winter break and I would like to place the stone in one of you vaults until we make contact with Nicholas Flamel, replied Severus. Harry smiled. You can use Merlin's since no one knows about it, only the goblins. Very well, said Severus. I will inform Nagnok about this matter. Now the two of you better go and study. Right, we're going, murmured Harry. The two of them headed out of the room by using the door that leads to the Slytherin common room. The two of them saw that their friends were looking over at the books that they checked out. Oh, there you are, Harry, said Draco. He titled his head, What took you so long, Koos? Harry thought about telling his friends about the stone and Flamel but shook it off. He walked over and took a seat by Dudley while Daphne sat down by Tracy. Nothing important, replied Harry as he gave Hermione and Daphne a look. The girls slightly nodded. Daphne smiled. So who shall be taking notes while someone reads the books? Or should we take turns? Later tonight and as promised, Severus and Minerva went over to the third corridor to stop Ron and his friends to entering the Forbidden Room. At first, the head Gryffindor couldn't believe it, but when she spotted her young three lions coming towards their direction, she shook her head. Damn, the door is locked. Seamus, what was the unlocking charm again? Hold on. I think, no, that's not. Dean, do you remember? Sorry, I can't remember. And if you recall, I couldn't cast that spell correctly on my first try. What makes you think I will be able to cast it right now? Bloody hell, guys, hissed Ron. He tries to hush them. Do keep your voices down, will ya? Now come on, remember. You can just tell me the charm and I will cast it. That's when Minerva stepped in. What's the meaning of this? Why are you three doing here? The third corridor is off limits. Ron and his two friends turned around to see their head house with a furious look. Ron bites his lip before looking slightly serious. Please, Professor. Whatever it's under that three-headed dog, Snape or Malfoy is trying to steal it. That's right, Professor, said Seamus. He grits his teeth. We have to stop him before it's too late. Please come with us if you don't believe us. Minerva shook her head. I will not tolerate such lies, Mr. Weasley, Mr. Finnegan. I can't believe you would go such lengths to falsely accuse a professor and a fellow classmate. But it's true, Professor, argued Dean. Slytherins can't be trusted, madam. Oh, if that's true then please tell me, said Minerva before stepping aside where Severus came out of the dark corner. Minerva tapped her foot. Why is Professor Snape here rather inside of the room behind you? Ron and his friends paled when they saw their potion professor in front of them. Ron thought for a moment. Then it has to be Malfoy. Sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Weasley, but Mr. Malfoy is with his fellow housemates, said Severus. He glared. Before I left, I made sure that all of my snake are inside in their dorms before going to my patrol. But, sir, stuttered Seamus. Enough. I'm quite disappointed in all of you, shouted Minerva, angrily. She crossed her arms. For disobeying and putting yourselves in harm's way, 50 points will be taken from each of you. And you'll be serving detention until the end of the year. What? But Professor, said the three Gryffindors. I don't want to hear it. Now come along before I take away any more points, shouted Minerva, angrily. Ron, Dean and Seamus sighed before following Minerva while Severus walked behind them. The two professors took the young Gryffindors back to the tower and sent them back to their dorm rooms. Severus and Minerva headed back to the third corridor to grab the stone. They bypassed the defenses with ease before getting the stone from the mirror and replace it with a fake one inside. They were out of the hallway when Severus handed the stone to Minerva. Best if you hold onto it until I'll knock in the morning. Minerva nodded. I understand. Let's go before Quirrell does his rounds and Albus returns from the ministry. He mentioned this morning that he will return around midnight and Quirrell's patrols around that time as well. Indeed, said Severus before bidding farewell. The two professors left to their respected private quarters, but unknown to them, Quirrell had started making his rounds a bit early. His destination was the third corridor. In the morning, Albus was informed by a house elf that Quirrell was found dead in an unused classroom that was nearby the third corridor. Neither Severus nor Minerva told Harry and Dudley about what happened. On the last days of school, there was a Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, but Gryffindor lost, giving Ravenclaw second place of the Quidditch Cup. Slytherin took first place for the Quidditch Cup. Great Hall, June 8th. Let me announce who won the House Cup, said Dumbledore. In fourth place is Gryffindor with 220 points, in third place is Hufflepuff with 279 points, in second place is Ravenclaw with 355 points, and in first place with 426 points is Slytherin. The Slytherins clapped happily for another win while the Ravenclaws smiled to know that they were placed in second place. The Hufflepuffs were happy to finally beat the Gryffindors. As for the Gryffindors, they were furious as not only did they lose the Quidditch Cup but they were in fourth place. The older students glared over to Ron and his friends knowing they had something to do about it. They lost total of 150 points last week for some odd reason. Albus waved his hands and magically the flags on the ceiling were changed into the colors of green and silver with the symbol of a snake on it. Another win for you, Severus, said Phileas, happily. Though next year, my little ravens will not stop at nothing to win. Indeed, Phileas, said Severus with a small smirk on his face. The young potion master was happy to know that the House Cup will be staying at the Slytherin common room for another year. 3 days later, the results of the exams came in. Mom is going to kill me, said Dudley, dramatically. He was currently sitting with Harry in Severus' quarters after eating dinner together. Ah, come on, it can't be that bad, said Harry. You tell me, murmured Dudley before handing him his results. Black Evans, Dudley exams results. Outstanding, O. Exceeds expectations, E. Acceptable, A. Poor, P. Dreadful, D. Troll, T. History of magic. P. Transfiguration. A. Defense against the dark arts. E. Herbology. E. Potions. E. Charms. O. Astronomy. A. The only one you failed is history of magic, but the rest is fine, said Harry. He titled his head. I don't see what will make Aunt Petunia kill you. Dudley narrowed his eyes at his cousin before snatching his results. He looked over at them before grits his teeth. But yours are top mark. Of course, you have nothing to worry about. Potter Snape, Harrison exams results. Outstanding, O. Exceeds expectations, E. Acceptable, A. Poor, P. Dreadful, D. Troll, T. History of magic, E. Transfiguration, O. Defense against the dark arts, O. Herbology, O. Potions, O. Charms, O. Astronomy, E. You have nothing to fear, Dudley, said Severus. He walked over to them before smirking. Even Petunia didn't have a passing grade in history of magic, so you are safe. Dudley sighs, if you say so, Uncle Sev. Harry smiled before looking over at his familiar, Liza, who was curled up around his right wrist. All you ever do is sleep, murmured Harry before petting her small head. Father, would you mind if you take Liza with you? Since I'll be staying over with my aunt for a week. Of course, just leave her carrier at the living room before you leave, replied Severus. Thanks, well I better get going, said Harry. He got up. I'm close to finishing packing my things and I want to make sure I don't leave anything behind. Merlin, said Dudley as he got up as well. I need to finish packing as well. Sorry Uncle Sev, but I need to head out, see you guys later. Severus shook his head before looking over to Harry. Need any help? I'm fine, Father, replied Harry. I'm practically done, but I want to at least double check that I have everything. I don't want to come back here if I left something behind. Severus nods, very well, good night. Harry smiled before hugging his adopted father and left to his dorm, where he saw Draco and Blaise packing their own things. Hogwarts Express, June 20th. First year down, 6 years to go, said Dudley as he took a seat by his cousin. He grinned. Any predications for second year, Harry? Not really, replied Harry before sighing. I just only hope that Weasley would at least grow up during summer break. I highly doubt that, Harry, murmured Draco. Don't forget that their little sister will be attending Hogwarts next year, said Pansy before frowning. I wonder how annoying she is going to be. Who knows, said Tracy. She clapped her hands, though Daphne's little sister will be coming as well. Isn't that right, Daphne? That's right, and our parents believe she will be sorted into Slytherin, replied Daphne. Theodore smirked. So any plans for the summer? Platform 9 3/4. There they are, pointed Regulus out. Aunt Petunia. Uncle Reg, shouted Harry while Dudley waved to his parents. The two ran over to them before getting hugged to death from Petunia. Glad to have you back, said Petunia, happily before letting them go. She smiled. So how was school? It was great, replied Harry, happily. Father was thrilled upon seeing my exam results. He's planning to take me somewhere as a special treat. Petunia and Regulus smiled, knowing that their nephew had the highest grades. Dudley made a face. Ah, come on, Harry. Did you have to remind me about those blasted results? You, Draco and Hermione were among the top 5 for the first years. Relax, Dud, you only got 1 poor, said Harry. The rest were exceeds expectations, acceptable and 1 outstanding. Which class did you get the poor? Wondered Petunia. History of magic, replied Dudley before showing his parents his results. Regulus smiled before placing his hand over his son's head. He ruffled it a bit. You scored better than I did when I first attended Hogwarts. What do you say, dear? His grades are pretty good. Should we take him out somewhere as well? Petunia tapped her chin before smirking. Sure, why not? Even I didn't score that high in that blasted and boring class anyway. Dudley blinked his eyes for a bit before embracing his parents. This is awesome. Thank you. I better go and tell Susan. Be right back. Harry shook his head as he watched his cousin dashed over to his left. That's when he spotted Susan with a woman that might be her aunt. Suddenly, he heard Hermione calling him out. Harry. He turned to see his friend and noticed 2 people were with her as well. My own, what's up? Asked Harry. Oh, nothing really, I just want you to meet my parents, replied Hermione. Pleasure to finally meet you, young man. I'm Drive. David Granger and this is my wife, Drive. Jean Granger. Nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Granger, greeted Harry, politely. He pointed behind him, this is my Aunt Petunia Black and my Uncle Regulus Black. Pleasure, greeted Jean. She smiled, I'm so happy that our little girl was able to make some friends in Hogwarts. Back in her elementary school, the children were cruel and teased her about how she read so much during break. We understand, said Regulus. He recalls the times when Harry would lock himself at the library rather being outside when he was younger. Hermione, if you get bored during the summer, you are more than welcome to come over to my place or at Uncle Reggie's, offered Harry. Really? Said Hermione, excitedly. She turned around to her parents, can I? I don't see why not, replied David while Jean agreed. Wonderful, said Hermione, happily. She smiled, I guess I will be seeing you and Dudley sometime in the summer, Harry. Oh. We can work our summer assignments together. I wish you luck to convince Dud about that, said Harry. Regulus and David shook their heads while Petunia and Jean giggled, knowing that Harry and Hermione would work on their assignments first before doing anything else. Hey, where is your cousin? Said Hermione as she looked around. That's when she spotted him with Susan. Oh, never mind. Any idea when those two will confess their feelings for each other? Got no clue, my own, but don't spoil my fun just yet, said Harry. He smirked, I want to blackmail just a bit on Dud before he had enough courage to tell her his feelings for her. Hermione shook her head, oh Harry, you can be sometimes cruel to your cousin. The same with him, stated Harry. Well, we better get going, said Jean. She winked over to her daughter, come on dear, say goodbye to your little boyfriend. Hermione and Harry blushes. Mother, he is not my boyfriend, shouted Hermione. Regulus laughed, you sure? The way you two act. You Uncle Reg, my own is my best friend, shouted Harry. Right, murmured David and Regulus. I wouldn't mind having Mr. Potter Snape as my son-in-law, said Jean, happily. Petunia winks, just wait until you two are older then we shall see. Harry and Hermione cheeks become redder before shaking their heads and they tried to hide their faces. After saying goodbye to Hermione, Dudley came back before noticing how weird Harry was acting. Hey, are you alright? Did I miss something? Wondered Dudley. No. It's nothing Dudley, stuttered Harry as Petunia and Regulus laughed, softly. He pouts, see can we just go already? Dudley titled his head before nodding. As they were about to leave to the Muggle world, Pansy and Daphne came up to them with their families. The Parkinsons were slightly rude and smug about their statues in the wizarding world while the Greengrass were polite and caring. Daphne's little sister, Astoria, greeted to Harry and Dudley in a shy manner before hiding behind her mother. When they say their farewell, the two girls did something unexpected. Pansy key ed Harry on the left while Daphne key ed Harry on the right. That caused Harry to blush to the point where his entire face was red. Regulus laughed like a dog, Petunia giggled while Dudley was smirking. Once they were at the entrance in King Cross, Harry was holding onto his crimson cheeks with a grim look on his face. Dudley started to tease his young cousin about which girl he was planning to date. Petunia and Regulus looked at each other before smiling. They know what their nephew is enduring already, young love. Hey guys, wait up. Harry and Dudley turned to see Draco running over to them with his parents not too far from him. The young Malfoy grinned over to them, so will I be seeing you guys over Malfoy Manor in the summer or what? I believe so, replied Harry. He grinned, Hermione might join us as well. I sort of invited her to come over during the summer. Nice, said Draco before noticing Harry's cheeks. He titled his head, hey, what's up with your face? Why are your cheeks red? Harry stepped back while Dudley smirked and was about to reply when they heard someone calling out Harry's surname. They turned back to see the Weasley twins heading their way. Little Snape, said George. Want to say have a good summer to you and your cousin, said Fred. Not to mention, to warn ye about little Ronnie and our little sister, Ginny, said George. They are planning something but we are not sure what just yet, said Fred. Harry smiled, well, thanks for the heads up, guys. No problem, said the twins, happily. And also if it's possible, stated George. That we can visit you and your cousins over the summer, wondered Fred. He smiled, including Malfoy as well and your other little friends of yours. Draco widens his eyes, as serious. Lucius and Narcissa looked at each other. Never would they hear someone from the Weasley children would want to hang out with their son. Harry smiled as he knows that the twins were completely different from their other family members minus maybe Charlie and Bill. "Let me speak to my father about it," said Harry. He leans over to them. "I'll you when you can, but make sure you hide this from your family." "But of course," said the twins, happily. "We better get going, see ye later then, little Snape," said George before the twins took a bow towards the adults. "Farewell lords and ladies Malfoy and Black." Lucius, Narcissa and Regulus had a shocked look on their faces. Harry and his cousins laughed upon seeing their face when Harry spotted a group of redheads. He saw the twins talking to a woman that was slight short but slightly plump, and next to her was a man who was slightly taller. Both of them were wearing simply clothes, nothing too fancy. That's when Harry spotted a young redhead girl standing next to the woman. She was rather clinging to her but was glaring over at the twins before talking to Ron. "So that is Ginny. I really hope she is better than her brother," thought Harry. "Come on, Mother wants to hear about your adventures in Hogwarts, and don't get me started about that blasted house elf," said Regulus. He sighs. "Talk to you later, Lucius." "Likewise Regulus," said Lucius before guiding his family to the apparating point zone. Harry and Dudley followed Petunia and Regulus to the car, not knowing what the future will hold for them. "Dad, look what I found," said Harry. Severus walked over to his son before spotting the plant that Harry spotted. He smiled. "Well done, Harry. That particular herb is called fluxweed, the last ingredient that we need in our list." Harry smiled as he watched his father harvested the herb before carefully placing it inside of his bag. He looked around before noticing a river not too far from them and a girl. "Shall we be heading out then?" asked Severus. Sure. Hey Dad, that girl over by the river," pointed out Harry. "Is she lost or something?" "I'm not quite sure, Harry. She could live around here," replied Severus. "Why don't we go and ask her?" Harry nodded before the two of them walked towards the young girl. When they reached to her, she had dirty blonde hair and silver-gray eyes that just shined with curiosity. She was wearing a pink long coat, a yellow shirt, with blue jeans, and around her neck was necklace made from a butterbeer cork. She looked up and smiled. "Hello. Hey there, do you live around here by any chance?" wondered Harry. "Oh yes. My house is a bit far from here, but it's no trouble for me. Luna Lovegood is my name. I live with my dad." "Pleasure meeting you, Luna. My name is Harrison Potter Snape, Harry for short. This is my father, Severus Snape." "Greets Harry Snape and Professor Snape," said Luna, happily. She got up. "I would love to stay and chat some more, but I am rather busy looking for some moon frogs, bye for now." "Odd girl," thought Harry as he walked the young blonde leave with a skip in her feet. "Of course, how can I forget that the Lovegoods live around this area," murmured Severus. He looked down at his son. "You'll be seeing her in Hogwarts this year as she will be starting her first year." "Really?" said Harry. He titled his head. "I wonder what house she will be sorted into." "No doubt Ravenclaw, as both her parents were sorted into that house," said Severus. "Now let's get going. I want to make sure those black siblings haven't destroyed my lab or my manor while I was gone." "I don't think the house elves wouldn't allow that, or Remus," stated Remus. "Point taken," murmured Severus. He looked down at his bag and made sure the herbs that they collected were well protected before grabbing hold onto Harry's hand. Severus apparated to the outskirts of Diagon Alley. He handed 2 potions to Harry from the side effect of side apparating before heading over to the leaky cauldron. They used the flow to head back at Prince Manor, where they heard shouting coming from Sirius and Regulus while Remus was reading on the couch. Severus sighs. "Should I know what happened?" No you don't, but I made sure I locked up your potion lab and study before they started fighting," replied Remus. Severus nodded before having Harry Flo call his aunt to stop the immature fighting. Harry nodded before going over at the fireplace and told his aunt what was going on. Within seconds, Petunia stepped out from the fireplace and marched up to where the shouting was coming from. Dudley came along and challenged his cousin of a 1-to-1 game of Quidditch. Severus and Remus decided to watch the small game as they didn't want to deal with the famous Evan's temper and wrath. It would seem that it was a genetic trait from the Slytherin bloodline, as Salazar had quite a temper when he was alive. "Remind me never to make Harry or Dudley mad," murmured Remus as Severus nodded. Ministry of Magic, August 12. Albus, have you found a perfect candidate for the position of the defense against the dark arts? Asked Fudge. Albus nodded, but as he was about to hand over the parchment, Lucius interrupted by clearing his throat and stood up from his chair. Actually, Minister, I believe I know someone with high experience in defense and a perfect for the position in the Dada. And who could that be? Wondered Fudge. Sirius Black, replied Lucius. He smirked, a former top orer who was second best and equal skilled like top orer James Potter. A few members nodded their heads while some were not sure about it. As for Albus, he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Did Sirius clear his name? Who cleared it? Fudge nodded, indeed. What do you think, Albus? Or the candidate that you found has better experience against a former orer? Albus shook his head after recovering from his shock. He was going to give the position to that fraud Gilderoy Lockhart, but there is no way that the council would allow it now. He looked over at Lucius. I recall Lord Malfoy, the former orer Sirius Black, was sent to Azkaban for life. He did betray the Potters to the Dark Lord, killing 13 Muggles and Peter Pettigrew. Lucius smirked. Indeed, but it would seem that he was found innocent a few years back. Isn't that right, Minister Fudge? That's correct, Lord Malfoy, replied Fudge. An anonymous owl message showed up in my office that stated orer Sirius Black was never the secret keeper. I ordered an immediate trial to find out the truth. Albus widened his eyes in shock. Who was the mysterious sender? No one but James, Lily, Sirius and himself know about the change, so who found out? When we used Veritaserum, it turns out the true secret keeper was none other, Peter Pettigrew, said Madame Bones. She narrowed her eyes. Not only that, orer Black didn't kill those 13 Muggles but rather Pettigrew before cutting his finger and leaving the scene as a rat. I see, murmured Albus as he sat back down. We gave former orer Black a wizard apology and 500,000 galleons, said Fudge. Including a 3-year rest before letting him decided if he would want to return to work as the next head orer. And why was I not informed of this? Said Albus. Because Dumbledore, you failed to notify us about the sudden change, stated Madame Bones, angrily. She grits her teeth. You were present when they changed secret keeper but not told the ministry about it. It must have slipped my mind, murmured Albus. Well, if that's clear, who approves for Sirius Black to become the next Dada professor? Asked Fudge. Approved, said the council members. Fudge nodded his head, but as he was about to end their meeting, Lucius stopped him. Hold on a moment, Minister. I do believe there is another position that needs to be addressed to. And that is, wondered Fudge. As you all know, Cuthbert Binns has been teaching history of magic since his untimely death and still goes on, stated Lucius. It's high time that Cuthbert retires and goes to the afterlife. The council members quickly agreed, as it was high time for a new professor teaching their children other than just the Goblin Wars. You're right, Lord Malfoy, but who, pray tell, will take the position in such short notice? Asked Fudge. Lucius smirks. Remus Lupin, graduated the same year with orer Sirius Black and orer James Potter with top marks. Merlin's beard, said Minister Fudge before looking over to Albus. Why hasn't he been giving the position yet? He told me that he was going to study a bit more before applying, replied Albus nervously. That's when a woman with bright pink clothes stood up and cleared her throat. I can explain much more, Minister Fudge. The thing is that Remus Lupin was marked as a werewolf at the time, but for some odd reason, he was cured from the disease and is now a full-fledged wizard for a year. He was cured from his lycanthropy. How is that possible? Asked Fudge in shock. He grits his teeth. Who was the one that cured him? Dolores. He wouldn't say, said Dolores before frowning. He formed a magical oath to keep the brewer a secret until the brewer is ready to be known. Minister Fudge sighs before looking over to Lucius. Contact Mr. Lupin, see if he accepts the position of History of Magic. Lucius nodded. Consider it done, Minister Fudge. Fudge smiles. Excellent. Anything else that needs to be discussed? Everyone shook their heads before everyone was dismissed. As everyone was leaving the room, Lucius was about to step out when Albus stopped him in his tracks. The elder Malfoy noticed the furious expression upon the warlock's face. What are you planning, Lord Malfoy? What do you mean by that, headmaster? Asked Lucius, innocently. He smirked. I would have thought that you want to have some of you star pupils back at Hogwarts. In fact, I do, but why did you? Asked Albus, suspiciously. Nothing more to help those, Lovely children to learn the ways of magic, replied Lucius. He walked around Albus before turning his head. I'll send an owl to inform you if Lupin has accepted the offer. Good day, headmaster. Albus had an uncertain look on his face as he watched Lucius leave. He rubbed his chin before flowing back to Hogwarts before contacting Molly Weasley. Second year, 1992. Harry and Dudley were excited to head back to Hogwarts since Sirius and Remus will be teaching there now. Sirius was the new Dada professor while Remus was the new History of Magic professor. That means no more boring lessons and where they can finally learn something for once. Harry and Dudley met up with their friends at the train station. Among the crowd, Harry spotted Luna with her father, Xenophilius Lovegood. That's where Harry introduces Luna to the group where Daphne introduces her little sister, Astoria. The two young girls became fast friends upon having an interesting conversation. It would seem that Luna speaks in a strange manner and would talk about these unknown creatures that lurk around in strange places. Dudley and the others couldn't really understand what Luna talks about, but only Harry, Daphne and Astoria were able to. The entire trip, Luna was practically close to Harry and ended up sleeping on his shoulder. Hermione, Daphne, Pansy and Millicent were glaring daggers at the young girl. Dudley and the other boys sighed and didn't say anything, not wanting to get chewed out by the jealous girls. As what Severus predicted, Luna was sorted into Ravenclaw while Astoria was sorted into Slytherin. Ron's little sister, Ginevra Weasley, was sorted into Gryffindor. The first few weeks that passed, it went smoothly, but after a month Ron started to act up again. The redhead was trying his hardest to make Harry realize that Slytherin are not to be trusted and to be resorted into Gryffindor. Ginevra, or Ginny, was shy at first and would just stare at Harry during meal times, and if they ran into the hallways, she would end up dashing over the other direction. It was until close to winter break when Harry was at the library and helping out Luna finding a book when out of nowhere, Ginny came over to him and grabbed hold onto his arm. "Come on Harry, help me find these one charm book," said Ginny, innocently. If you haven't noticed, but I'm helping Luna right now," said Harry, slightly annoyed. He sighs, "Maybe next time, alright." Harry slightly pushed her away, but as he was about to turn around, he saw Ginny pushing Luna away from them and heard her threaten the young girl to leave. Something clicked in Harry that caused him to grab Ginny's arm and tossed her to the ground. He grabbed Luna's arm and left the library, leaving Ginny behind. "You know, you didn't have to do that, Harry," said Luna as they were walking through the hallways. "It's quite normal for me. Some other students do the same thing, but I just think it's those nasty Raxpert that are messing with their heads." Harry lifted his eyebrow but stayed silent. He returned Luna back to Ravenclaw Tower before having Hermione and Daphne to keep an eye on the young blonde. The two girls nodded and found out within 3 days that young Luna was being bullied. Some older Ravenclaw girls would take Luna's belongings and would hide them. Their reason was that they think Luna was a strange girl that talks about a bunch of nonsense of myth creatures that don't exist. Harry, Daphne and Hermione reported this to Flitwick about the bullying. The small half-goblin was rather shocked to know that his own house would do such a thing among a fellow housemate. Before the students went to winter break, Flitwick called forth a house meeting where he scolded his students about disgracing their house name and deducted 100 points. The Ravenclaw students felt ashamed and quickly apologized to Luna. Almost all of them quickly brought back her belongings or repay some of her supplies back. Flitwick demanded to know who started the bullying. The Ravenclaw students pointed to 3 fourth-year students. They were given a month's worth of detention and publicly give a proper wizarding apology to Luna for their misdeeds. Luna accepted it with a smile before happily spending some time with Harry and his group of friends. The week they returned from winter break, Harry took Luna and Astoria to the Chamber of Secrets. Dudley and the others were at the library looking over at some books for potions or herbology. Harry suspected that the young girls would be afraid upon seeing the deadly snake, but surprisingly, they were not. Rather, Astoria and Luna thought that the large snake was pretty. Suddenly one morning, Harry was getting ready for class when Liza, who returned from her night hunting, slithered over to him. "I like Luna, you should make her your mate, master," hissed Liza, happily. Harry blushes. I'm too young for a mate, Liza, and besides, I have no idea if she likes me like that." "Then ask her." It's not that simple, Liza. It's a bit different from how snakes find their mates," hissed Harry with a crimson cheeks. Of course, child, of course, hissed Liza before slithering on top of Harry's bed. She went over at the pillow before falling asleep. Harry sighs before shaking off his embarrassment and headed off to class. Throughout the rest of the year, Harry had to avoid Ron and Ginny from their constant pestering. Harry had to resort onto asking for the Weasley twins' pranking business. Dudley introduces the twins to their uncles, Sirius and Remus, who were pranksters during their days in Hogwarts. They were formally called Marauders along with Harry's father and the traitor. Pettigrew. Harry wasn't sure it was a good idea, but the twins were eager to meet the former Marauders. Though the increase of trouble gave Severus major migraines, as Sirius and the twins would end up using his private potion lab. Remus would make sure the three of them wouldn't break any of his supplies, while Harry and Dudley would distract Severus. Harry had lost count how many times Ron and Ginny were pranked, including Dumbledore. In all, the youngest Weasley siblings spent most of the time at the infirmary. At the end of the year, Hufflepuff won the Quidditch Cup while Slytherin took the House Cup for another year. Summer 1993, Prince Manor. I can't believe that rat escaped from Azkaban. I have no bloody idea how he was able to do that. Ranted Sirius, angrily. Harry and Dudley looked up from their lunch to see their uncles entering the diner room. The two of them looked at each other with a confused look on their faces. What rat? And what do you mean escaped from Azkaban? Wondered Dudley. Remus sighs. Peter Pettigrew was an unregistered animagus rat. He was hunted down after Sirius was declared innocent. He was given no trial and sentenced to life in Azkaban. Harry glared. You mean the same worthless man that betrayed my parents to Riddle in order to save his bloody skin? Sirius and Remus nodded. I take it those idiotic Aurors forgot to recast the anti-animagus, correct? Stated Severus. Yes. Those bloody morons. Ouch. What was that for Moony? Said Sirius as he rubbed his head. He looked over to see that Remus and Severus were covering Harry and Dudley's ears. Watch your language, Black, snapped Severus as he let go from Harry's ears. But they can find him, right? They did it the last time, said Dudley. They did, said Remus. He placed his hands under his chin. A young witch noticed her son found a rat with a missing finger. She wanted to make sure that the rat was safe, so she took him to a pet shop and found out that it was really an animagus. So what are the Aurors going to do this time? Wondered Harry. Sirius was about to reply when his brother came into the room. Regulus took a sit by his son. Now that I can tell, yay. The Ministry is going to use Dementors to hunt down that blasted rat, but not only that, they are sending a few to Hogwarts to protect the school. Harry widens his eyes while Dudley was confused. What are Dementors? Asked Dudley. Harry grits his teeth. Dementors are horrible creatures that feed on human emotions. They drain the peace, hope and happiness out of the air around them. You'll know they're coming when you felt extremely cold and have an uneasy aura around you. Correct, Harry, praised Remus. He narrowed his eyes. The Ministry uses them to guard Azkaban. Their deadly weapon is called the Dementor's Key, which KS the soul out of their victims. Dudley widens his eyes, and those things are going to be at Hogwarts. Bloody hell. Regulus smiled. Not to worry, son. There is a charm called the Patronus Charm that will protect ye from those god-awful creatures. We'll be teaching you the charm before the school year starts, said Severus. Draco and Neville will be taking the lessons as well. Harry and Dudley grinned happily to know that Draco and Neville will be coming over, even though it was for lessons. Just a few weeks ago, Hermione spent a month at Prince Manor and finished up their summer assignments. Dudley hates to admit it, but he'd like to finish his work a bit early in order to have plenty of time to goof off with his cousin or whenever the Weasley twins came to visit. Harry, I'll be teaching you, said Severus. Lupin will be teaching Neville, Regulus will be teaching his son, while Black will be teaching Draco. Mind you, Black, you better teach him properly. Sirius held up his hands. I will, promise. Remus shook his head before handing Harry a piece of parchment. He smiled. While we wait for Draco and Neville, you two head over the library and find these books. It will explain to you four about the Patronus Charm, on how to cast it and how to use it. Harry and Dudley nodded before Harry took the parchment and dashed out of the diner room. Severus and Remus shook their heads while Sirius and Regulus smirked. Well, I better start planning out my lessons, said Regulus. Might as well go with you, brother, said Sirius before narrowing his eyes. Those bastards better find the traitor, if not, I am going to kill him myself. Do that you will be arrested for a crime that you really did, stated Severus. That's right, said Remus as he stirs his coffee. Even though you wouldn't be sent to Azkaban, they will place ya in a holding cell for a few days. Fine, murmured Sirius. Regulus shook his head before guiding Sirius out of the diner room. He turned his head. Tell us when Draco and Neville are here. We will be in the library. Severus and Remus nodded their heads before doing their morning duties. Severus went down to his potion lab to brew some potions for Poppy while Remus went over to the library to make sure the Black siblings wouldn't make a mess. In our past, Draco and Neville were at the manor with bags on hand. Harry and Dudley greeted to their friends before showing their standard rooms and started training. Each of them went to different locations to teach them the spell. Severus took his son to the living room where he showed Harry his Patronus charm, a doe before showing on how to cast it. Remus took Neville to ballroom where he first explained Neville the properties about the Patronus charm, showing him on how to cast it before letting him cast it himself. Sirius and Regulus decided to team up and chose the training room to demonstrate Dudley and Draco the charm. Regulus had a Dementor locked up in a magical before releasing it, then Sirius cast his Patronus to the dark creature. Each wizard witch has a different Patronus spirit, explained Regulus. He casted his own and formed into a cat. Sometimes, on rare occasions, they have the same spirit, stated Sirius before recasting his and it formed into a dog. Wicked, said the boys before practicing their own Patronus. It took a couple of weeks but the boys were able to perform the complex spell. Harry's Patronus spirit was a stag, Draco's was a ferret, Neville's was surprisingly a falcon and Dudley's was a lion. Before heading back to Hogwarts, Dudley and Draco decided to tell Harry about the girls' attempts to getting his attention. Neville told him about the small club, all about him. You have to be kidding me, murmured Harry. He placed his hands over his face. Why me, guys? Why? Who knows cousin, but you only see them as friends, right? So why worry, said Dudley before blushing. I on the other hand, need to make sure no one gets near Susan. Draco and Harry smirked before going to bed. Third year, 1993. Minus the fact of avoiding the Dementors, Ron, Ginny, Dumbledore and Pettigrew, it was practically the same as second year. Halfway the year, someone spotted Peter roaming around near Diagon Alley, but before the Aurors could arrest him, he escaped without a trace. How in Merlin's name can a weak man manage to outsmart Aurors? Shouted Dudley. Cause those blasted Aurors forgot that Peter is an unregistered animagus rat, replied Sirius. At this rate, it's going to take those blasted idiots the whole year to catch him, said Draco. Harry sighs before wondering if his uncles would teach him and his cousins on how to become an animagus as well. He asked, and surprisingly, Sirius and Remus agreed. Even Severus thought it was a pretty good idea. At the end of the year, Dudley used his Gryffindor courage and confessed to Susan about his feelings towards her. Susan accepted him almost automatically and they became a couple. Draco smirked and leaned over to Harry. Now who is going to be the future Mrs. Potter Snape? Harry glared over to him before slightly looking over at the girls. They were giving him a dreamy look except for Luna, who gave him a warm smile like always. During exams, a third-year Ravenclaw spotted Peter near the Forbidden Forest, and before he could escape, he stunned the traitor and went to inform the Aurors. Once again the House Cup went over to the Slytherins while the Quidditch Cup went to the Ravenclaw this time. Summer 1994, Prince Manor. Dudley, hurry up, shouted Harry as he banged on the door. Hold on Harry, I just found it, said Dudley before opening the door. Ready? Harry raised his eyebrow as he saw his cousin's face covered with Ireland colors. He sighs. Couldn't you have waited to paint your face at the tent? Nope, I need to support my team, replied Dudley. He carried his bag over his shoulders. I still can't believe you are going for Bulgaria and not Ireland. What can I say? They have a real good team, said Harry. I mean, sure, Ireland is great and all, but I think I prefer Bulgaria. Before Dudley could say anything, the Black siblings and Remus returned the living room with Severus and Petunia. Dudley dear, why do you have your face painted like that? Asked Petunia. I'm supporting my favorite team, Mom. Go Irish, replied Dudley, happily. That's my boy, said Regulus before tensing up a bit when he felt his wife's dark aura. He coughed. I mean you should remove that at once. We are at the tent, understand? Sure Dad, whatever you say, murmured Dudley before smirking. You are just saying that to make Mom happy. Petunia glared at him. Regulus laughed nervously. Oh, look at the time, let's get going. Dudley was dragged by his father to the fireplace before flowing over to Malfoy Manor. Severus shook his head before addressing to Petunia. I think you might have gone a bit too far with your glare. What if I was? Sirius, it is your responsibility to watch over my son and your nephew with great care, warned Petunia before leaning over to him. If I find even a small scratch on them, there will be hell to pay, got it? See Crystal, Petunia, replied Sirius, nervously. Don't worry, Petunia, you can count on me and Lucius to watch over the children, assured Remus. He placed his hand over Harry's shoulder. You two don't have to worry about anything. Petunia nodded while Severus let out a small relief sigh. Harry sighs, if you two are that worried, why you two don't come as well? Thanks for the offer, sweetie, replied Petunia before frowning. But I wouldn't have much fun with all those people shouting and screaming like that, but please do be careful. The same goes for me, as I can barely stand the children in school, said Severus before shaking his head. I wouldn't be able to withstand their outburst. All right, then I guess I will bring something for both of you, said Harry. If you like, said Severus. He smiled. Have fun and pass my greetings to the Malfoys. Will do, see ye later, Dad, said Harry before going to the flow with his uncles. Quidditch World Cup. Look at this place. It's huge, said Dudley while Harry nodded in awe. Come on, the tent is this way, said Draco as he guided his cousins through the crowd. The tent that Lucius rented was the borderline between Ireland side and Bulgaria side. When Harry and Dudley entered the tent, they dropped their bags. This tent is larger than my room in both manors, said Dudley in shock. Harry grinned happily. Magic is amazing. In the middle of the room, there was a gorgeous pure white marble fireplace and around it was a few seats. There was an emerald armchair, a crimson armchair, a navy blue sitting chair and two expensive silk sofas, one was pure white and the other silver blue. Hey, this is where you guys are going to sleep, said Draco as he pointed to the left. Harry and Dudley took a peek to their room and they were speechless. Bloody hell, shouted Dudley. Everything was high-quality furniture and each of the beds had a different color to them. On the top left, were royal crimson red with gold silk pillows while the bottom was enchanting emerald green with silver silk pillows. I guess I know which is mine, Harry, said Dudley as he placed his bag on the crimson bed. Yay, Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa sure know how to travel in style, said Harry as he sat on his bed. You haven't seen my room yet, said Draco as he guided his cousins to the room next door. My mother can get carried away when it comes to traveling or just likes to find an excuse to use father's fortune. Harry and Dudley's mouths dropped when they saw Draco's room. Everywhere was pure white, the furniture looked like it was imported from Paris, and the bed was a king size. The bed was silk white and silver blue on both sheets and pillows. On the floor was a rug that was white and soft. You have got to be kidding me, Draco, said Harry. Aunt Narcissa spoils you rotten, said Dudley. What can I say? I am her only son, replied Draco, smugly. He smirked. You have to see what she got for Uncle Sirius, Remus and Uncle Reggie, and don't get me started on my parents' room. True to his word, the rooms were breathtaking. Regulus' room was white like Draco's, but the decor was marvelous. There was a white silk couch on one side of the room and an armchair with an island table in the middle, and the bottom was a black and bluish rug. The bed was something, pure white, but around it was a glowing neo-blue and the texture of the sheets were as soft as a cloud. Sirius' room was just his style. It was warm and the furniture was simple but still looked as if it was from Italy. The bed was deep black as for the pillows and sheets. Aunt Narcissa knows how Sirius likes his room, said Harry before making a face. He doesn't like expensive stuff. If I remember right, those two were really close when they were younger, said Draco. That's what my dad told me, said Dudley. What about Remus and your parents' room? Remus' room was perfect for him. Everything looked as if it were an outdoor camping trip. The brown bed looked and felt warm and extremely soft. Beside the bed are a comfortable chair and a table with a few parchments inside of a box. Finally, the rug had a forest-like design that looked gorgeous. Lastly, Draco's parents' room was just breathtaking. As you can see, every inch of the room was decorative with furniture that was imported from Paris, Italy or Russia. The bed alone was simply a marble piece, as it looked like one of the royals would use. The navy blue sheets were imported from Italy, the pure silk white pillows have said came from Paris and what's holding the bed looked like it was from Rome. I will say this once again, Aunt Narcissa has bloody style Draco, said Harry. You got that right, agreed Draco as they were heading out. The game was about to begin. They entered the stadium when they heard an all too familiar voices. It was the Weasley twins and their family. Dad, how high is our seats? Wondered Ron. Lucius smirked. Well, if it rains, you will be the first ones to be notified. Come on Harry, Dudley, let's keep going, said Sirius as he and his brother grabbed each one of them. Arthur frowns. Sirius, why are you with the Malfoys of all people? Why didn't you tell us you were cleared from those crimes? That's none of your business, Arthur, replied Sirius, angrily. Besides, I thought that one of you would clear my name, but no, instead, the one that cleared my name was none other than Severus Snape and my younger brother, Regulus. We didn't know that you switched keepers, argued Arthur. Remus glared at them. Dumbledore could have told you as he was there, but I guess not. Come on Padfoot, let's go. Sirius nodded before walking away with Harry. Harry slightly turned to see the Weasleys head up the stadium seats before wishing that the twins could come with them at the ministry box. Dudley walked up to him while Draco was not too far behind. He leaned over to his cousin's ear. Don't you worry, someday they'll escape from them. I just know it. Harry nodded before looking over to Draco. It must be tough to act the way you're supposed to act outside, Coos. I know his father believes that Riddle's followers are planning something big, but we don't know when, said Draco before looking serious. I think you two should reveal that you're the true heirs soon. Harry sighed. I will talk to my father about it, but in the meantime, let's go see the match. Dudley and Draco nodded before the Gryffindor smirked. The Irish are going to win. Go Ireland. Harry and Draco laughed before saying, nope, Bulgaria is going to beat Ireland's ass. After the match, Malfoy's tent. And Ireland takes the win, shouted Dudley, happily. True, but Crumb did catch the snitch, pointed out Harry. He took a sit on the emerald armchair while Draco was lying across the navy blue chair. Sirius walked up to them. It would seem that you three have some visitors. Harry and his cousins looked over to see Daphne, Theodore, Blaise, Susan, Pansy, and Luna standing by Sirius. Well, this is a surprise, said Harry. Thanks for allowing them in, Uncle Padfoot. No problem, pup, said Sirius before going over the kitchen. Let's go to Harry and Dud's room as it's the largest one besides my own, said Draco as he got up from the blue chair. Harry nodded and guided their friends to his and his cousin's room. I should have guessed that Dudley will pick that color for his bed, stated Pansy as she saw the crimson one on top. Even though it is my liking, it was Aunt Narcissa who picked the colors, said Dudley. He sat down on his bed while Susan sat next to him before placing her head onto his shoulder. So any feedback on the match? Asked Theodore. Just that Ireland won and I won 2 galleons each from Harry and Draco, said Dudley, happily. Harry and Draco rolled their eyes at him. That's when Sirius and Regulus came rushing in. All of you, do you have a portkey? Asked Regulus, quickly. Harry and his friends nodded but were slightly confused. Uncle Padfoot, what's going on? Asked Harry. Death Eaters, replied Sirius before Remus come in. Sirius, did they have portkeys? Sirius nodded before turning his attention to his nephews and his friends. Activate your portkeys. Your parents will be notified, now go. Sirius activated Harry's while Regulus activated Dudley's. Draco and the others activated their own before flashing away to their homes. Prince Manor, midnight. Severus was finishing up the last patch for Poppy, but as he was bottling things up, he felt the wards alerting him along with his prince pendant. He quickly dashed out of the basement and into the living to see his son, godson and nephew standing at the center of the room with worried look on their faces. What happened? Where are the others? Asked Severus. Draco and Dudley looked down while Harry turned to his father with a grim look on his face. Harry bites his lip. Death Eater's raid. Harry was reading his book while Liza was sleeping around his neck when the compartment door slide opened. He looked up to see his cousins and the Weasley twins coming with grinning faces. Judging by your faces, who did you guys prank? Little Ronnikins and little Ginny, of course, replied the Weasley twins. Harry shook his head. School has not started and you have started pranking already. What prank did you use this time? Oh, nothing too serious, replied Dudley. He sat next to Harry. It was just a simple switching potion, nothing more. I say Weasley does look a slight better as girl, joked Draco before smirking. I must say Fred and George that was nice work. The twins grinned before doing a dramatically bow, we aim to please. Harry shook his head before continuing reading while the twins were messing around with their prank journal and Dudley giving them pointers. That's when Draco remembered about something and went thought his bag. Almost forgot, Mother had baked this brownies with the help of her personal house elf. Do you guys want some? There are like 3 different kinds of chocolate. Don't mind if we do, said the twins, happily. Harry and Dudley smiled before grabbing a few brownies. Harry looked over at the window with a slight smirk on his face. What's up, little snake? Wondered Fred. Nothing, just remembering that today my aunt is starting her new job, replied Harry. The twins looked at each other. George turned back to Harry, and what job will that be? You'll find out soon, replied Harry as he took a bite from the brownie. Draco smirked. This year is going to be quite interesting, indeed. Hogwarts, Great Hall. Minerva my dear, where is Charity? Wondered Albus. Don't you know Albus, said Minerva. She sent her resign letter to the ministry about a week ago. Albus widened his eyes. But not to worry, the ministry found someone to take her place in such short notice, said Minerva. She smiled. I believe the new professor will be arriving here soon with Mr. Malfoy. Albus was about to say something when the large double doors opened and came in was Lucius. He slightly bowed over to them before coldly glaring over at them. Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, good afternoon. I understand that you are quite busy, Lord Malfoy, so please introduce us to the new professor and we can go about our day, sneered Minerva. Lucius closed his eyes. Indeed. Please let me introduce you two to your new Muggle Studies professor, Headmaster. Albus was preparing himself to show his grandfather figure, but when he saw who came in, he gasped in shock. Petunia. Hello Headmaster, greeted Petunia, coldly. She had her curly blonde hair down and was wearing an emerald dress with black robes and black heels. It's been a while, has it not? Where in Merlin's name have you been hiding for the past 6 years? Asked Albus. He knew that he wasn't able to get answers from Harry since Severus forbids it in his first year. I guess, it was kind of you to worry about us, but you don't have to, stated Petunia. She narrowed her eyes. I divorced my ungrateful husband when I found out what a horrible man he was. Not after a few months, I met a kind young man. His name is Regulus Black. But I thought you hated magic. Stuttered Albus. It wasn't hate, it was jealousy, said Petunia, sadly. She sighs. At first, I wasn't sure about this whole magic business, but soon I realized that. I felt out of place whenever Lilywood came home with wonderful tales about her magical school. Mother and father praised how bright she was while I was ignored. What changed your mind? Asked Minerva. When my own son did magic, he protected Harry as if he was like his little brother, replied Petunia. She closed her eyes. It reminded me on how I protected Lily when she was much little. I saw myself in my son and Lily in her son. Albus and Minerva had a small frown on their faces. Petunia slightly opened her eyes. It was Vernon that hated. No, he despised magic. After divorcing him and started dating Regulus, he took us to the bank where I found out that I was really a witch, just like Lily. Why you were a witch? I never know, said Albus, nervously. He smiled, softly. It would have been wonderful if you had attended Hogwarts. Indeed, said Petunia, coldly. But unfortunately someone had bound my magic core to the point where I was labeled as a squib. Luckily, Regulus is great terms with the goblins and asked them to unbind my magic core. It took me about 3 years in order for me to catch up, and soon after, I remarried to Regulus. That's wonderful, said Albus. It's great to have you here, working at Hogwarts. You can finally experience what your sister did when she attended here. I guess, replied Petunia. She crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes. But be warned, Dumbledore, if anything happens to my son and nephew while I am here, I will see to it that your bloody A.S. is burnt to a crisp. Do I make myself clear? Albus backed away and nodded his head while Minerva and Lucius were holding covering their mouths to hide their laughter. Wonderful, now where can I find my classroom? Asked Petunia. I'll show you where to go, offered Minerva. She looked over at Albus. If you would excuse me, Headmaster, but I will be seeing you later. Oh, of course, good day, said Albus before leaving to his office. The three of them waited until the double doors closed, where Lucius let out a huge laugher while Minerva and Petunia giggled, softly. "Quite a show you displayed there, Petunia," praised Lucius. "Best reaction I have ever seen," said Minerva, happily. "Well, now I know for sure that the boys will be happy to hear about this," said Petunia. Lucius nodded before adjusting his robes. "I better get heading back to the ministry." "Have a wonderful day, Petunia, and I will see you and your family in our Yule Ball once again." "Of course, Lucius," replied Petunia. She smiled. "Please do tell Sissy when we will be going to find some dress robes for everyone." Lucius sighs. "Very well." Petunia and Minerva watched Lucius leave the great hall. Minerva turned around before giving a smile to Petunia. "Well, shall we get going?" Great hall, welcoming feast. After the sorting, Harry was enjoying himself with his friends and housemates before looking over at his other friends. At the Ravenclaw table, Hermione and Daphne were chatting with Terry and Padma while Luna was looking over at the Quibbler, another wizarding tabloid published and edited by Luna's father, Xenophilius Lovegood. At the Hufflepuff table, Vincent and Gregory were talking to Cedric Diggory while Susan was sitting with her friend, Hannah. At the Gryffindor table, Dudley and the Weasley twins were looking over at the twins' potion journal while Neville was talking to Parvati with a herbology book on hand. At the end of the table, Ron was playing around with his food while Ginny was not paying attention to the feast and is looking down, not showing her face. "I wonder when they changed back, or did Aunt Poppy switch them back before coming to the feast," thought Harry. He was about to take a bite from his food when he felt Liza coming out of his sleeves. "About time you got up, hungry." "Yes, Liza is hungry, Harry, so if you don't mind." Harry sighs before grabbing a piece of meat and transforming it into a real mouse. He let his familiar slither onto the table before releasing the small gray mouse. The older Slytherins stopped eating and watched the snake catching after the small prey. The first years were rather confused but didn't say anything. "Come, little mousey, Liza wants to eat you all up," hissed Liza, happily as she messed around with the poor small mouse. That's when Dumbledore stood up and gave a warm smile to his students, but Harry and his friends know it was all just show. "Hello students, new and old, I hope you all had a wonderful summer. Now before we begin, I would like to introduce you to our new Muggle Studies professor, Petunia Black." Harry laughed silently to see how many older male students were looking at his aunt with dreamily and goofy grins on their faces. Pansy giggled before leaning over to Harry. My, what is your aunt using to attract so many boys?" "A powerful love potion. I sure hope Uncle Reg is not those jealous types," said Draco before spotting Dudley glaring over at the older students. On second thought, Dud might beat Uncle Reg on hexing them. Harry rolled his eyes while Blaise and Tracy were laughing silently as they tried to picture Dudley cursing anyone who gets near Lady Black. "Furthermore, Quidditch will not be taking place this year," continued Albus. "What?" shouted the students. Millicent rubbed her eyes before turning around to Harry. "At least you're not a crazy Quidditch fan, Harry. To think that's what most of boys around here think about." "True that I'm not a crazy fan, but I am the seeker for the Slytherins," said Harry. "But seekers hardly do much," said Pansy. "Their job is to find the snitch and end the game. This is why I chose that position," said Harry. "In our second year, Draco got the position of chaser and Blaise got one of the beaters. My cousin got the keeper position for the Gryffindors." Theodore shook his head. "Don't forget, Weasley got the seeker position as well. I don't know how in the world he made it into the team, let alone pass the bloody tryouts." Harry and the others nodded before continuing listening to the headmaster. "Calm down everyone, there is a prefect good reason is this year, Hogwarts will be hosting the Tri-Wizard Tournament." "What?" shouted Harry while all of the students were cheering. "Tri-Wizard Tournament? I've never heard of that before," said Tracy. "It's a pointless barbaric game that does nothing but make witches and wizards act like complete dunderheads just to become wealthy and be called oh so powerful," replied Theodore. Harry frowns. "I read about it last summer when I was roaming around at the library at Prince Manor. Some of the tasks are quite dangerous that end up killing a few wizards and witches in the past before they banned it." Draco grits his teeth. He better not let anyone enter this idiotic tournament. There is a reason why back then it was only given to experienced wizards and witches. Harry and the others nodded. "Now since this tournament is quite dangerous, only 6 and 7 years students can participate," said Albus. I will cast an aging line to make sure no younger years can place their names in the goblet of fire. October 29th. The schools of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang arrived at Hogwarts to partake in the tournament. The French Beauxbaton girls cause every boy to fall head over heels in love while the Bulgarian boys looked powerful and not friendly looking. The famous Bulgarian seeker, Victor Krum, is a Durmstrang student and Fleur Delacour was the most eyed Beauxbaton girl. The next day, Dudley walked up to Victor and asked him if he can show him a few Quidditch moves. Draco, who tagged along, didn't think that the Bulgarian seeker would agree, but surprisingly, he did. Some of Victor's teammates showed Draco, Blaise and Dudley some moves while Victor shows a few of his signature moves to Harry, as it was only for seekers. Unknown to them, a few Beauxbaton Hogwarts girls were watching from below with dreamy eyes. Hermione, Daphne, Pansy, Millicent, Tracy were hexing those spying girls while Luna and Astoria were cheering for Harry and their friends. "That was bloody brilliant," said Draco, happily. They were returning back to the castle in order to get back to their dorms to clean up. "I know, right? Did you see me do that maneuver?" asked Dudley, excitedly. "That was pretty cool. What about you, Blaise? Did Victor's right-hand man teach you some moves?" wondered Harry. "Sure did, but they were pretty hard, but I managed," replied Blaise. He smirked. "What I was more intrigued was when you were facing thy crumb of finding that practice snitch." "You were pretty close on catching the snitch," said Hermione. Harry smiled. "I guess, but I can't beat a professional Quidditch player." "True," said Tracy. "That's when she spotted some kind of scene happening at the courtyard. What's happening over there?" Harry looked over where Tracy was pointed and spotted Ron talking to Fleur. "What is that idiot doing?" "He is going to embarrass himself, right in front of her," said Theodore before smirking. "Let's watch." Draco and the others nodded before dashing over to the courtyard. Harry sighs as Luna walked over to Harry and smiled to him. "Let's go see if Fleur is all right afterwards." Harry nodded before the two of them walked to the opposite direction and saw in time to see Ron getting slapped by Fleur. She turned around and was heading to their way. Harry looked to see his cousins and friends laughing their pants off before Harry and Luna walked over to Fleur. "Hey, Fleur!" shouted Harry. Fleur turned around to see Harry and Luna coming towards her. "Yes, est ce que va?" asked Harry. Fleur smiled. "Vous parlez français? Oh merveilleux." Harry smiled, sheepishly, "Just un peu. Vous êtes sûr que va? Weasley ne vous a rien dit d'insultant n'est-ce pas? Vous voulez dire le rouquin qui me parlait?" wondered Fleur as Harry nodded. "Non, pas du tout, mais il me semble un peu nerveux, comme quasiment tous les garçons qui s'approchent de moi." Harry frowns before smiling. "Voulez-vous rencontrer mes amis? Si vous voulez bien sûr. Même si aucun d'eux ne parle français." Fleur smiled. "Ce serait très agréable, merci beaucoup. I may not speak too much French, but I can understand it a bit," said Luna before grabbing Fleur's hand. "Come on, I think you might like Hermione and Daphne. They can speak French pretty well." Fleur smiled happily before letting the small blonde guide her to the others while Harry walked behind them. Draco and the other boys had a bit of a drool on their faces minus Dudley as he had Susan by his side. October 31st. "Are you sure you don't want to come, Harry?" asked Blaise. "Don't you at least want to find out who is going to represent Hogwarts?" wondered Draco. "Positive," replied Harry. "Hermione, Luna and I are heading to the library to find information about this rare herb called Chinese privet, also known as glossy privet." "You sure you're not supposed to be in Ravenclaw, Coos?" questioned Dudley. He sighs. "I swear you spend more time in the library than anything else." "What in Merlin's name is a Chinese privet?" asked Blaise. Harry was about to reply when Draco grabbed hold onto Blaise's shoulders. "And we are off. See you later, Harry. We'll tell ya about the results afterwards." Harry shook his head before turning around to Hermione and Luna. "Shall we get going? Madame Pants allowed me to use the restricted section in case I couldn't find anything in the herbology section." Hermione nodded before looking over her bag. "I think I have everything, but just to make sure, let's go grab a few more parchments." Harry and Luna nodded their heads before going to their dormitories. Meanwhile at the Great Hall, all of the students were waiting patiently to see who will be the 3 champions for each school. Albus stood right beside the goblet of fire when the blue fire started to flare up. Suddenly a piece of parchment came out and went over to Albus. Representing for Durmstrang is none other Victor Crumb. Second parchment, representing for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour. Third parchment, and finally, representing for Hogwarts is Cedric Diggory. All the students clapped for their 3 champions as they entered to the back of the room. Albus walked up to the podium and gestures the students to calm down. Now before we begin, suddenly the fire in the goblet started to flare up and a 4th parchment came out of it. The mysterious parchment floated down to Albus, who took it before gasping upon seeing whose name was on it. Harry Potter Snape. Meanwhile at the library, Harry was at the restricted section while Luna and Hermione were looking over at the herbology section. He was about to grab a book about dangerous potions when Madame Pants came in with a grim look on her face. "What's wrong, Madame Pants?" asked Harry. "Mr. Potter Snape, you were requested to be at the Great Hall," replied Irma. Harry lifted his eyebrow. "Why? What's the reason?" Irma frowns. "You're not going to be happy what I am about to tell you." Great Hall. Severus was pacing a bit while Remus and Sirius were trying to calm down Petunia when suddenly they heard the doors open. Everyone turned to see Harry, who had a furious look on his face. Dudley and the others quickly covered their ears, knowing what is going to happen. "How the bloody hell did my name came out of the bloody goblet?" "Mr. Potter Snape, if you would please go to the back with the other champions so we can discuss about this situation," replied Albus, nervously. Harry grits his teeth before marching past the headmaster. Hermione and Luna, who came along, dashed over to the Slytherin table. "It is true that Harry's name came out of the goblet?" asked Hermione. "Oh, it's true," said Draco. "But how?" said Hermione, worriedly. She placed her hand under her chin. "Harry wasn't even near the goblet, let alone by the Great Hall for the past 3 days. Theodore shrugs. "All we can do is wait, I guess." Meanwhile at the back, Cedric was stand near Fleur while Victor was leaning over at the fireplace. He was waiting for the professors when he spotted Harry coming towards them. "Harry, what are you doing here?" "For some odd reason, my name came out of the goblet," replied Harry. "But how can that be?" wondered Fleur. She frowns and placed her hand under her chin. "If I recall, you were never near the goblet, Harry." Harry sighs. "I have no idea, Fleur, but I guess we will find out soon." That's when heard heavy footsteps. They turned to see their headmasters, Severus, Remus, Petunia, Sirius, Minerva and an unknown man. "Albus, you can't allow that boy to enter the tournament. You are sending the child to his early grave if you allow this to happen," shouted Igor Karkaroff. "Not only that, Dumbledore but Hogwarts will be having 2 champions while we only have 1, stated Olympe Maxime. "Please, it could be possible that young Mr. Potter Snape wanted to take part of this tournament to show his skills," said Albus. "He could have had someone place his name for him, passing the aging line I placed." "That's not true," shouted Cedric. Albus and the other professors turned their heads over to the 6th year Hufflepuff. Cedric narrowed his eyes. "Everyone knows that Harry didn't want to participate in this tournament. He wasn't near the goblet for the past 3 days. "That's right," said Fleur as she stepped forward. "He spent most of his time at the library or at the lake with a book on his hands. I would hang out with him and his friends." "The library, you say?" said Albus. He rubbed his bread. "Why is that, Mr. Potter Snape? Trying to create potion to bypass my aging line?" "No, you old coot," snapped Harry. He grits his teeth. "Why would I want to create such a lame potion? What I am trying to make is a potion for the elderly." "A new potion," squeaked Phileas, excitedly. He jumped up and down. "Just like your brilliant mother, Mr. Potter Snape. You must tell me about this new potion of yours after this." Harry slapped himself before nodding his head. "Sure, Professor Flitwick." "No need to be embarrassed," said Pomona. She smiled. "You're doing a good deed for creating such a potion for the elderly, young man." Harry nodded. "So is there a way for me to get out of this blasted tournament or what?" "I am sorry, Mr. Potter Snape, but what's done is done. The goblet knowledge you as a champion. If you don't complete, then you will lose your magic or your life." "Well, this KS, murmured Harry before blinking his eyes. So, who are you, sir?" "Oh, forgive me, I'm Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Crouch Sr. and I had this tournament organized and I'll be judging with the other 3 headmasters." "Pleasure, Mr. Bagman, but Are you positive there is no other way to get out of this misunderstanding, sir? Asked Harry. Sorry my boy. No, shouted Petunia as she interrupted Ludo. She went over to Harry and held on to him. I will not have my nephew take part of this barbaric tournament. I already lost my sister from you, cursed Dark Lord. I will not lose my nephew from you, damn game of yours. Please Mrs. Black, you must understand that if your nephew doesn't compete, he can lose his magic or die, said Albus. Whose fault is that? Snapped Petunia. Ludo walked over to her. Lady Black, I do believe I have something in my sleeve for young Mr. Potter Snape. It will ensure his safety during the tournament. Oh really? Said Petunia. Yes, you see Mr. Potter Snape wouldn't be a champion but rather an obstacle for the 3 champions, explained Ludo, happily. He smiled, and if the task is too difficult for the young child, we will give him a portkey. Petunia tapped foot. That's a bit reasonable. What about the points? What if Mr. Potter Snape wins a task or the tournament itself? Asked Severus. Ah, well Mr. Potter Snape will be given half of the points if he wins a task, replied Ludo. If it so happens that he wins the tournament, whoever is placed in second will be given the first place but the prize money will decide upon them. Cedric and the other 2 older students looked each other before agreeing to the terms. Wonderful, said Ludo, happily. Now let's discuss about the first task, shall we? Severus quarters. Let me go Remus. That bastard deserves a hex or 2. Shouted Sirius. I'm not until you calm down, said Remus. He looked over to his left to see Regulus holding down Petunia who was shouting as well. How dare that bastard let this happen? I'm going to burn that old coot to the point where no one can recognize him. The both of them were making sure that Sirius and Petunia wouldn't go cursing Albus. Nia, please try to calm down, said Regulus. No, let me go, Reg. Let me go, shouted Petunia before collapsing onto Regulus' shoulders. He started to sob. I can't lose him, not like Lily. Regulus sighs before embracing his wife. He knows deep down how devastated Petunia felt when she lost her little sister from the Dark Lord. Here, Regulus looked up to see Severus handing him a calming draught. He nodded and took the vial. Take this, please Nia. Petunia accepted the potion while Severus had Remus hold Sirius' mouth as the potion master pours the potion into his mouth. The effect worked instantly and it didn't take long for the 2 of them to calm down. Afterwards, Remus released Sirius while Petunia was sitting calmly by her husband who was holding onto her hand for support. Now we need to help and prepare Harry for the upcoming first task, said Remus. Regulus tapped his chin. I could ask Lucius if he knows anything about the first task. That could work, murmured Severus. In the meantime, we could teach Harry a few advanced spells of transfiguration, charm protections and some healing ones. Petunia nodded. Right, I can show Harry some charm and healing spells. Severus, you'll be helping Harry brew a few healing potions. Reg, you'll be teaching him some combat skills while Sirius will be teaching him some defense spells. Lastly, Remus, you'll research any dark creatures that might appear with Harry, understood? Severus, Remus, Sirius and Regulus agreed. Good, said Petunia before getting up. She sighs. Now if you would excuse me, it's been a long day and I'm close to passing out. I'll see you all tomorrow. Let me take you to your quarters, Nia, offered Regulus. He smirked. I just want to make sure you don't take a small detour to the headmaster's office. Petunia pouts. Fine, ruin my torture. I'll you all once I have news about the first task, said Regulus before leaving with his wife. Severus sighs heavily before Remus got up from his sit. Well, I'll be retreating to my chambers to some needed rest. Let's go Sirius. Good night Severus. Good night, Lupin, Black, said Severus. Sirius got up and followed Remus out of the room. Severus got up from his armchair and walked over to his bedchamber before slumping onto his bed. This is going to be a difficult year, I just know it. Great Hall, afternoon. Draco and Blaise were eating their lunch when Harry came over to them and dropped his bag onto the table before using it as a pillow. Theodore looked over at the Gryffindor table to see Dudley walking over at the Weasley twins and did the same thing. Rough morning, I take it. You have no idea, murmured Harry. He sighs. Luckily, it's only the Gryffindors that are nagging me while the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs are leaving me alone. It's 'cause Cho and Cedric told them that you didn't place your name in the Goblet of Fire, said Tracy. The Slytherins knows you are innocent, said Draco. He frowns, those blasted Gryffindors have no right attacking you like that. Flint thought it would be the best to have the Quidditch team escort you to your classes if the hexes or curses go beyond extreme. Harry sighs, I can take a few hexes here and there. Besides, I have my pendant that protects me from any hexes and cures. True, but that doesn't stop Weasley telling lies about you, said Pansy, angrily. I overheard him talk to some first-year Gryffindors that you had no problem entering the tournament 'cause you are the famous boy who lived. Bunch of idiots if they believed him, said Theodore. So, what's the game plan? Wondered Blaise. My father told me they have everything planned out, said Harry. By the way, this weekend I'm heading over to the bank. It's some sort of family business we need to deal with. I'm guessing your aunt and cousin is going as well, said Draco. Harry nodded, and as he was about to grab something to drink, Pansy leaned over to his shoulder. She gave a warm smile. You wouldn't mind helping me with my Muggle studies? Your aunt has given us quite a lot of work just for the beginning of the year. Sure, we can meet at the library tonight after dinner, replied Harry. Pansy smiled, but her chance being alone with Harry got shot down when the other girls butt in. Can I come along? I need a bit of help as well, said Millicent, softly. I can come along as well. I know a few things about Muggle stuff, said Tracy. Sure, said Harry. He thought for a moment, let me ask Hermione if she can come along as well since she is a Muggleborn. Millicent and Tracy sighs in disappointed before nodding their heads while Pansy was glaring at them and had her arms crossed. Why do we even need to learn about Muggle culture, wondered Blaise. He huffed, it's not like any of the purebloods and some half-bloods will ever stop foot in the Muggle world. I always did wonder about that, said Theodore. Any ideas, Harry? Well, it could be 'cause the purebloods think the Muggles are useless and beneath them, started Harry. They believe their bloodline is pure with no Muggle blood, but that is wrong. What do you mean, Harry? Asked Millicent. In the early times where magic was barely known, there were only a few pure witches and wizards, said Harry. I believe there were the Potters, the Malfoys, the Greengrass, the Blacks, the Evans, and the Four Founders. What? My family must been among them, it has to be, said Pansy. Harry shook his head. Sorry Pansy, but the Parkinsons didn't come until the early 13th century. I believe their origin came from Spain or Asia. Oh, said Pansy, sadly. Anyway, every one of us has Muggle blood since the witches and wizards in the past were Muggleborns, said Harry. Until their fourth generation, they called themselves purebloods. Harry and the others turned to see Luna, Daphne and Hermione. Luna smiled. My father told me a little bit about some old history about the wizarding world. He also told me our family came from the 14th century and we originally came from a small village in France. Impressive, murmured Draco. Where did you learn of all of this, Harry? Asked Daphne. Grimmauld Place and Potter Manor, replied Harry. There are a bunch of history books that date all the way to the 10th century. Mind if I can take a look at them? Wondered Hermione. I don't see why not, replied Harry. He smiled. The portraits over at Potter Manor will be delighted to talk about their past. Hermione grinned happily while the others agreed to pay a visit at Potter Manor during their next break before heading to their next class. Harry and his friends were eating their lunch when Draco took Blaise over at the head table. He noticed that Sirius was giving Albus death glares before leaning over to Harry. Hey Coos, what's up with Uncle Sirius? Why does he look like he is ready to hex, Dumbles? More like torture and kill, Draco, replied Harry before sighing. Dobby appeared to me and told me that it took a while for my uncle and my aunt to calm down. Both of them were set to curse the headmaster. Draco and the others looked back to the head table to see Petunia was slightly twitching her left eyes while glaring over at Albus. Well, he better not, said Blaise. He crossed his arms. Mr. Black has been the best Dada professor we ever had. I have to agree with Blaise, said Theodore. He sighs, if your uncle gets sacked of his reckless ideas, we will not get another best professor for defense for a very long time. Draco smirked. Dumbles can't do that or the ministry will have his head. What do you mean, Draco? Asked Pansy. Have you guys ever noticed that there has been no Dada professor that lasted for a year? Asked Harry as everyone slightly nodded their heads. He smirked. Well, Uncle Sirius has been the Dada professor for over the past 2 years now. Everyone widened their eyes. Dumbles will be screwed if he foolishly fired Uncle Siri, said Dudley, who appeared behind Harry's back. He smiled. Afternoon, guys. Greets little snakes, said Fred, who was at Harry's right. How are you doing this lovely afternoon? Wondered George, who was at Harry's left. Hey there, Dudley, Weasley twins, greeted Tracy while the others nodded their heads. Oh, this is brilliant, said Blaise, happily. He grinned. No more dead weight, Professor. Draco and the other Slytherins laughed when Harry noticed that Marcus, the Quidditch captain, was waving over to him. Excuse me, guys, said Harry before getting up. He walked over to him. Afternoon, Flint, is there something you need? Marcus nodded. A few students in different houses were wondering if your uncle is going to be organizing another dueling club this year. I'm not too sure, but I'll ask him, replied Harry. I'll you if he does, since everyone is quite busy because of the tournament. Understood, I will let the others know, said Marcus. Harry walked back to his friends before seeing all of them smirking. He sighs. What's with the faces, guys? Well, it's quite funny that your uncle has this distrust to the Slytherins, but yet, the Slytherins respect him, replied Theodore. Harry thought for a moment before smirking while Dudley and the twins laughed. Dudley smiled. You should have seen him after his first week as a Dada professor. That's right, said Fred. He would try not to judge the Slytherins in our year, said George. But I think he gave 1 or 2 sneers to a few of them. Well, Uncle Siri does try to be nice to our year, said Blaise. He tapped his chin. I would guess because of Harry. Harry rolled his eyes but couldn't deny what Blaise said was true. He knows that his uncle doesn't want to get into his bad side, once again. But you have to admit, his teaching is pretty wicked, stated Theodore. I'm just surprised that Uncle Siri can teach, said Dudley before sitting down next to his cousin. He smiled. The Slytherins doesn't even care that he was a former Gryffindor. His top skills in defense gave him the respect and loyalty of the Slytherins. Let's not to mention that some of the students didn't want to leave the classroom, said Fred. Most every student in every house would stay afterwards to ask questions after questions about different types of curses and the counter curses, said George. Harry laughed. We would rant about that in my father's quarters after dinner. That's when Uncle Reg got the idea for him to hold a dueling club for the older students. It's a good thing that Uncle Sev and Uncle Remus are helping him, said Dudley before laughing. I highly doubt Uncle Siri was able to deal with the Slytherins alone. Millicent frowns as she looked over at the head table. If Professor Black is that good, then why did he need an assistant? No idea, but who is he, anyway? Asked Harry. He slightly turned his head to the head table to see a man with a magical eye, sandy hair and wearing brown robes sitting next to Sirius. Alistair Moody, replied George. Back then when he worked as an Auror, he was known as Mad Eye Moody, said Fred. Why? Asked Blaise. 'Cause supposedly he could see anything with that magical eye of his, and he's a bit paranoid, replied George. Hold on, said Dudley. He crossed his arm. Dad told me that Moody was Uncle Siri and James Potter's old mentor to become Aurors. Seriously. No wonder he's good, said Theodore. Harry sighs. At least he's working with someone that is familiar to Uncle Sirius. Dudley and the others nodded when suddenly Harry's sleeves started to move and came out was Liza. She slithered out and looked up to Harry. Master, I smell something rather delicious. Can you spare a piece? Harry sighs before grabbing a piece of ham and transforming it into a small garden mouse. Enjoy yourself, Liza, but don't bother me until dinner. Fine by me, master, replied Liza before chasing after the little garden mouse. Come, little mouse, come to Liza so I can swallow ya up. Harry and the others, including the few who can see, watch the small poisonous snake chase after her small prey, once again. Gringotts Bank, November 7. Remind me again how those two came along to this trip, Regulus? Asked Severus as he eyed Sirius and a young woman with pink hair. Don't look at me, said Regulus as he held up his hands up. Tonks just showed up at my doorstep when I was about to head over to your quarters. As for my brother, I have no bloody idea. Indeed, said Severus before seeing Tonks was talking to Harry and Dudley. He grits his teeth. She better not give any foolish ideas to Harry. I make no promises, murmured Regulus. But I can. She promised she'll behave, said Petunia. She smirked. By any chance, if she breaks her promise, I would be calling her by her first name. But she hates it when someone calls her by her first name, said Severus before smirking. If you didn't have that block when you were child, I swear you would have been sorted into Slytherin. Petunia smirked. Well, I am his descendant. Regulus laughed a bit while Severus shook his head before stopping over at the main counter. The goblin looked up with a sneer at first before smiling upon seeing who it was. Ah, Lord and Lady Black, Lord Snape, what can I do for you all today? I request an inheritance ritual for my son and nephew, replied Petunia. Mind having Nagnock do the ritual? But of course, Lady Black. I'll have Griphook to take you all to the room while I go fetch Nagnock for you. Thank you, said Petunia. They waited not too long for Griphook to take them down a few hallways. They stopped when they reached to a door that had rather strange carving designs onto the door. Harry recognized a bit of them as runes. Griphook opened the door and all of them stepped into the room. Inside, there was a circle of runes at the middle of the room and fire torches surrounding the circle. There were a few goblins around the room. That's when Nagnock walked into the room before giving a bow of respect towards them. He slightly smirked. Shall we begin? Let's start with you, young Black Evans. Dudley tensed up a bit before taking a deep breath and nodded his head. Very well, if you would step forward into the circle, we can begin, said Nagnock. Dudley walked over to the circle. Nagnock and 3 other goblins stood where large runes were at. Nagnock had a scroll on one hand while having a silver knife, goblin made on the other. Prick your finger and let 3 drops of blood fall in the middle of the circle, instructed Nagnock. He handed the knife to Dudley, who accepted the knife before cutting his finger. When the 3 drops of blood touched the floor, the runes began to light up and went to each of the large runes. The same time, Nagnock and the other 3 goblins were chanting some kind of spell in their language. Within a few minutes, a parchment appeared in front of Nagnock and the light faded away. He grabbed the parchment and handed over to Dudley before turning to Severus. Give us a few minutes to reset up the runes so that young Potter Snape can perform the ritual. Severus nodded as Harry walked over to his cousin. So, did the transfer work or what? Looks like it, Coos, replied Dudley. He looked over at his results before blushing upon seeing that last part. He hides the parchment onto his. Well, that explains so much. Harry was about to ask what he meant when Nagnock called him. It didn't take long for Harry to do to the ritual and was handed his inheritance test. He thanked the goblin before walking over to his adopted father so he can see as well. Harrison, Harry, James Potter Snape. Soul bond. Luna Lovegood, seer, unlocked by soul bond. Heir to the noble and ancient house of Potter by birth. Snape Prince by adoption. Black, temporarily. Ravenclaw by birth. Slytherin by transfer. Abilities. Parseltongue 60%. Metamorphagus 60%. Legilimency 65%. Occlumency 65%. Now, who would have thought that your perfect match is none other than Miss Lovegood, said Severus. He smirked. You two do seem rather close for the past 2 years. Harry blushes before looking over to Dudley. His cousin had his head down a bit while Regulus was patting his back with a huge grin on his face. Well, Nia, looks like you were right about young Susan, said Regulus. He ruffled Dudley's head. Miss Bones is quite a catch for you, son. Harry widens his eyes. Susan. Susan is your soul bond, Dud. Dudley sighs before snatching the results from his father. He walked over to Harry before handing him the parchment. Harry took the parchment and looked over at the results. Dudley Regulus Black Evans. Soul bond, Susan Bones. Heir to the noble and ancient house of Evans by birth. Hufflepuff by birth. Gryffindor by transfer. Abilities. Metamorphagus 50%. Healing 80%. Occlumency 70%. That's unexpected, murmured Harry before looking over to the goblin. So how does this soul bond work exactly? In ancient times, wizards and witches would find their soulmates by forming a bond that will last a lifetime, explained Nagnock. The bond enchants their magic and heart, making them whole. So that would mean, started Tonks. Harry and Dudley need to form a bond with Luna and Susan in order for them to become whole, finished Petunia, happily. What? Shouted the boys. Well, Dudley is already going out with Susan, said Regulus before smirking. All there is left is little Harry. What's wrong, my little nephew? You scared that she will say no? Harry glared over to his uncle, and no. I'm not scared, I'm just waiting for the right time to ask her. Ah. Dad, make him stop. That's enough Regulus, said Severus. He sighs, and here I thought that your older brother would be doing the teasing. I guess I was wrong. That's when Sirius appeared next to Harry. If you need any help asking her out, I can help you there. I did after all help James get a date with Lily. Spoke too soon, murmured Severus before glaring over to Sirius. And if I recall, all of those brilliant ideas of yours failed miserably to where Lily would end up slapping Potter's cheek. Sirius pouts while Harry and Dudley laughed a bit. Tonks lowers her head to her Harry's level. Head of advice, don't listen to what Sirius say about love or you will end up getting smacked. Not helping Tonks, said Sirius. Who said I was, teased Tonks before getting chased after Sirius. Regulus sighs dramatically before going after his brother and cousin. Harry shook his head before noticing something by Luna's name. Hey Nagnok, is Luna really a seer? Yes, as her bloodline goes way back to a royal seer around the 11th century, replied Nagnok. Oh, wait. Luna said that her family didn't come around the 14th century, said Harry. Nagnok shook his head. Not true, Mr. Potter Snape, though it could be possible that the surname, Lovegood, didn't show up around the 14th century. Harry thought for a moment before looking over to his father. Could that happen? Most likely, Harry, replied Severus. All humans have a small trace of magic in them. It could be possible that a royal seer married a Lovegood, Muggleborn or not, that started the Lovegood bloodline. Lord Snape Prince is correct, young Mr. Potter Snape, said Nagnok. Petunia smiled. Luna is a good girl just like Susan. Those two are perfect for you both. Mom, Aunt Petunia. Whined the boys. Mr. Potter Snape, before you leave, you need to know this as it is quite important, said Nagnok, seriously. What is it? Asked Harry. You must bring young Lady Lovegood here to the bank once your bond has been formed, said Nagnok. She will be receiving special robes that her ancestors used to control their seer abilities properly. Harry nodded. Sure, I will let you know once we do, Nagnok. Then I bid you farewell to you all, said Nagnok with a bow. Severus and Petunia nodded before being guided out of the room and back to the lobby where they found Sirius, Regulus and Tonks. Harry and Dudley said farewell to their family and went back to Hogwarts with Severus. Petunia stayed behind with her husband, Sirius and Tonks. Just before leaving the bank, Harry and Dudley could hear Petunia shouting Tonks' full name. Hogwarts hallways, November 9. Harry and Dudley were heading towards the library to meet with their friends. They turned to the corner and almost bumping into Ron and Ginny. Redhead weasels, murmured Dudley. He glared over to them. Move, will ya? I don't have to listen to a house traitor, snapped Ron. He glared over at Harry. How did ye do it? How did you trick the goblet to enter the tournament, you snake? If you and any other Gryffindors were paying attention, I wasn't even near the goblet, replied Harry, coldly. He sighs. Besides, it takes a great deal of magic to confuse the goblet, which I don't have. Ron was about to argue back when Ginny punched Ron's shoulder. She looked over at Harry with a sad look. Please forgive my brother Harry. I know that you didn't put your name into the goblet, but my idiot brother doesn't understand. She is so trying to flirt with Harry, thought Dudley before grabbing hold onto Harry's arm. Come on before the others form a search party. Dudley pushed Ron and Ginny to the side, but Ron couldn't let them leave. He lowered his head while holding onto his wand. This was not supposed to happen. Potter wasn't supposed to be sorted in the House of Snakes. His cousin shouldn't even be here. Damn it, Potter. Ron took out his wand and aimed it towards Harry, furnunculus. Ron, don't, shout Ginny before grabbing hold onto her brother's arm. The movement slightly moved Ron's arm and making the spell go to a different direction. That's when Harry's pendant started to warm up. Harry turned to see a spell heading towards to them, but the looks of it was heading towards the wall. But not wanting to risk it, he quickly pushed his cousin to avoid the spell. In that moment, Minerva was turning the corner when she heard the Jinx curse being used. She quickly cast the shield charm, which the curse hit. That's when she noticed Ron holding out his wand while Harry and Dudley were on the side of the opposite wall. What's going on here? Who casted that spell? It was Ron, Professor, said Dudley, quickly. We didn't do anything to him, honest. That's a lie, argued Ron. He pointed towards Harry. That snake could have cast it. He can't be trusted. I mean, he was able to cheat his way into the tournament. Enough, Mr. Weasley, shouted Minerva. She glared. The scene here points the real culprit. Let's see, your sister and your fellow classmates couldn't cast it since they don't have their wands out. You on the other hand, have yours and were pointing over at their directions. Ron silent cursed before getting kicked from his sister. I believe a week's detention with Professor Snape should do, said Minerva, and 150 points from Gryffindor as well. Ron widens his eyes. No. Please, Professor. You know the rules about dueling in school grounds, said Minerva, angrily. Now get out of my sight before I take away more points. Ron grits his teeth before leaving the hallway. Ginny sighs before looking over at Harry and Dudley. I'm sorry for what my brother did and I hope you can forgive him. Harry and Dudley watched Ginny leave the hallway before the two sighs in relief. Are you two all right? Asked Minerva. How were you able to detect the spell? Harry unbuttons his shirt and revealed his pendant. Father and my uncles gave me for protection. It can alert me if any spells or curses coming from behind. Minerva sighs in relief. She views Harry and Dudley like her own grandchildren and would do anything to anyone if they were hurt. Well, I'm glad that the two of you are all right. Where are you two heading off to? The library, replied Dudley. Study group with our friends, said Harry. Not only that, but they are trying to help me by looking for some useful spell for the first task. Minerva smiled. All right, ran along, but do be careful. We will see ye later, Aunt Minnie, said the boys before dashing over to the library. Minerva shook her head before heading over to the dungeons. She walked over to Salazar's portrait and asked if Severus was in his quarters. It didn't take long for the portrait opened and came out was Severus. Minerva, what can I do for you? May I come in? I need to inform you what happened not too long ago, replied Minerva. Severus nodded before letting Minerva in. It took about 10 minutes to tell Severus what happened at the hallway with Harry, Dudley and Ron. Suddenly the flow flared and stepped out was Regulus, who had a furious look on his face. He marched over to Severus, alcoholic storage, while Lucius came through the flow with an annoyed look on his face. Lucius, what happened? Asked Severus. Not too long ago, Ludo told a few in the ministry about the first task, replied Lucius. He grits his teeth. They're going to use bloody dragons while the champions have to get a golden egg from them. Minerva gasped, are they insane? Dragons are quite protective of their young and some are poisonous. Ludo can't be seriously using dragons in the first task, is he? That idiot is serious about it, said Regulus while holding a cup of fire whiskey. He sighs, I can't tell this to Petunia or she will hex Dumbledore into pieces, also my older brother. We have to tell him, as his duty is to teach Harry some defensive spells, said Severus. Right, forgot about that, murmured Regulus. I'd better get going, but I will come back to let you know what kind of dragons they will be using, said Lucius before flowing back to the ministry. Severus sighs and rubbed his forehead. I'm going to get gray hair before this school year is going to end. I just know it. You're not the only one, said Regulus. He offered Severus a cup of fire whiskey. Here, you might need this. Severus accepted the drink as Minerva got up from the chair. She dusted off her robes. Well, best be off, see you in the morning. Severus and Regulus nodded. I better get going as well, said Regulus as he finished his drink. Any idea when they are going to wait their wands? It's going to happen on the 13th, but not sure which class period, replied Severus. And the first task will be on the 24th, stated Regulus. The best day for you to train Harry will be on the 15th, said Severus. I'll you when I talk it over with the others. Regulus nodded. I'll see y'all later, Sev. Indeed, said Severus before heading out of his quarters for his next class. Dungeons, Potion, November 13. Harry and Dudley were finishing up their antidote potion. Harry was bottling up the potion while Dudley was cleaning up their area. That's when the door opened and came in was a Ravenclaw prefect. Professor Snape, Mr. Bagman requests for Mr. Potter Snape. Very well, said Severus. You may leave your partner finish up bottling your potion, Mr. Potter Snape. Also, the two of you wouldn't have to worry about any homework assignment. Of course, Professor, said Harry. He turned over to his cousin. Talk to you later. Dudley nodded and grabbed the vial his cousin was holding. Harry grabbed his bag and followed the Ravenclaw prefect out of the classroom. They walked past a few hallways that lead to an unused classroom. Ludo smiled upon seeing Harry before grabbing the young teen's hand and dismissing the prefect. He took Harry over by Cedric's side before guiding Victor over to Fleur's right while Fleur was sitting on a chair. Suddenly a few photographers were taking pictures. Harry's eye twitched a bit. Don't scream. Don't scream, or curse their sorry butts off. That's when Dumbledore and Ollivander came over to them. Ollivander smiled. Good afternoon everyone. So shall we begin? Harry and the other champions nodded. Ollivander walked over to Fleur and examined her wand. He looked over at it, rosewood with Vila hair as the core, impressive. Not many pureblood Vila would donate their hair, willingly. Fleur smiled. No, but my grandmother did. She wanted to make sure that my wand was perfect for me and only me to use. Ollivander nodded before moving on to Victor. He examined his wand, hornbeam with dragon heartstring as the core, perfect wand just for you Mr. Crumb. Even though I never hand you this wand to you, treat it well. Victor nodded as he reclaimed his wand back. Ollivander then went over to Cedric. He took and examined his wand, ash with unicorn tail hair as the core, just like I said in day one Mr. Diggory, you have wand that will never fail you. Take good care of it. Cedric nodded before taking back his wand. Ollivander walked over to Harry. He smiled before taking his wand, oak with a basilisk fang and griffin claw as the cores. I hope this particular wand has been serving you well, correct? Harry smiled. Sure has been, Mr. Ollivander. It has never failed me. Good, good, said Ollivander before noticing the shocked looks on the others' faces. Is there something wrong headmaster? Albus coughed. No, it's nothing. Just a little, stunned to hear that there is a wand with 2 cores. But it was quite common during the Four Founders era, stated Ollivander before turning back to Harry. He smiled. Take good care of that wand Mr. Potter Snape. I sense you will do great things with that unique wand and much more. Harry nodded as he got back his ancestor's wand. Well, that is all. Have a good day to you all, said Ollivander before leaving. Harry sighs, believing it was over. He was heading over out the door when someone grabbed hold onto his robes. He looked over to see a woman wearing bright lime green dress and robes, brown framed glasses and a quill with a notebook floating nearby her. Now, where do you think you are going? Mr. Ludo, it looks like we have a shy champion here. Forgive me, but I guess he didn't get the memo about the interview after waiting the wands, said Ludo. He cleared his throat. Everyone, this is Rita Skeeter. She will be interviewing each of you. You've got to be kidding me. No one at all mentioned an interview, thought Harry, annoyingly. That's right, said Rita, happily. She smiled. I write for the Daily Prophet but of course, you know that, don't you? It's you. We don't know. You're the juicy news. Harry watched as Rita let go of his robes and walked over to Fleur. What quirks lurk beneath those rosy cheeks? Questioned Rita before slapped a bit on Fleur's cheek. She then walked over to Cedric. What mysteries to the muscle's mask? Does courage lie beneath those curls and shield? What makes a champion tick? Harry and the other champions looked at each other with an uncertain look. Me, myself and I want to know, said Rita before smiling. Not to mention, my rabbit readers. So, who's willing up to share it? Harry and the other champions stepped back a bit. None of them wanted to be alone with her. Let's start with the youngest, Lovely, said Rita before quickly grabbing Harry's arm. She took him to the left and into a broom cupboard before closing it. Well, this is cozy. Harry lifts his eyebrow. Cozy. Sure, for a broom. Can we get this interview done with? Rita smiled before finding some sits, and have Harry to sit down. The notebook opened itself and was prepared to start writing. Now Harry, tell me, a 12-year-old boy. 14, Miss Skeeter, I'm 14, corrected Harry. Of course, said Rita as she ignored what she heard. A 12-year-old boy, entered to a tournament with 3 older students with much magical knowledge. What gave you such an idea to do something so dangerous? Was it cause of your parents' untimely death? Do you think if they were alive today, they would have been proud or concerned? Harry frowns. Again, I'm 14 and I didn't enter into this tournament willingly, Miss Skeeter. Someone placed my name into the goblet. Oh come now, don't hit it, said Rita before winking. She smirked. You rebel, didn't you? Can't take it the hate mail. You know, for being the adopted son of the former Death Eater Snape. My past has nothing to do with the tournament, do you understand me? Snapped Harry. He glared, and don't you dare insult my father. Come now Harry, tell the truth, said Rita, ignoring Harry's temper. Was it your parents' death, being the son of the former Death Eater, or just wanted some more fame into your boy who lived statues? Which is it? Harry crossed his arms. I'm not saying anything until you ask proper questions about the tournament, not my private life, Miss Skeeter. Said Rita before leaning over to the floating notebook. Rebel and emotional teen, fascinating. Tell me Harry, do you think you will win this tournament? Harry sighs. I'm planning to survive, Miss Skeeter, and if you dare write something false about me, I could have you sacked from your job. Do remember that. Rita paled before nodding her head. Oh, of course. Now what are you currently learning? Do you know what you are going to do after finishing Hogwarts? Harry smirked before answering Rita's questions. After answering all of Rita's questions, she asked him to have Cedric to come in for his interview. Harry dashed out from the broom cupboard before telling Cedric his turn. Before the 6th year entered, Harry warned him about Rita and questioning about his personal life. Cedric nodded before entering the broom cupboard. Harry then told Victor and Fleur about Rita before dashing out of the room. He didn't have the nerve to go to his next class, so instead, he headed to the astronomy tower. He dropped his things onto the floor before slumping over to the wall and onto the floor. Harry knows that he was going to get scolded by his father and aunt, but he didn't care. He looked over at the blue sky before hearing someone coughing. He turned around expecting to see Sinistra, but instead it was Luna. What are you doing here? Wondered Harry. I should be asking you the same question, replied Luna. She walked over to Harry before sitting next to him. Are you all right? Your head is full of rackspurts, Harry. Harry blinked his eyes before sighing. Just upset from my interview with the god-awful woman, Skeeter. Do you know her? Once, but I never liked her nor my father, replied Luna. She thinks too full of herself, which why she has just a big head. Well, that's what my father say. Harry laughed. Yay, she does have a rather big head. Luna smiled. Hey, want to head over to the kitchen rather going to the Great Hall for dinner instead? The elves will be happy to see us there. Harry thought for a moment before smiling. Sure, why not? Let's go, Luna. Luna smiled before the two got up from the floor. Harry grabbed his things before the two of them walked out of the tower. Unknowingly, Luna's hand reached over to Harry's and the two of them were holding hands. Harry and Cedric were talking among themselves when Harry heard his name being called. He turned around and saw the back of the tent was slightly opened. He excused himself to Cedric before heading over at the small opening. Harry, Luna, Astoria, what are you guys doing here? Asked Harry, softly. We just want to wish you good luck, replied Astoria. She blushes a bit. My sister also says good luck to you as well, and the others too. They had to find some seats, so they send us to wish you good luck, said Luna. Harry smiled. Thanks, and tell the others the same. You two better get going unless you want your faces be in the next Daily Prophet from Skeeter. The two younger girls nodded before leaving the tent. Harry shook his head before spotting the annoying reporter roaming around the front of the tent. He was glad that Luna and Astoria left before Skeeter had time to take a picture of them. That's when he saw Dumbledore, Olympe, Igor, his father and Ludo coming inside the tent. In Ludo's hands, he was carrying a small purple bag. Come, gather around, champions, said Ludo, happily. He smiled. Shall we find out what type of opponent you'll be face against? Miss Delacour, if you please. Fleur nodded and carefully put her hand into the bag. She carefully took out a miniature green dragon before looking over at her headmistress with a slight worry. Ah, the Welsh green dragon for the young lass, said Ludo, happily. He then walked over to Victor. What about you, Mr. Crumb? Victor just nodded before taking out his miniature dragon, without hesitation. A Chinese fireball, a powerful one indeed, stated Ludo. He then walked over to Cedric. Mr. Diggory. Cedric nodded a bit and reached out to the bag. He felt a slight bite but ignored it and took out his miniature dragon. The older Hufflepuff would have to thank Harry for letting him know in advance about the dragon and giving some pointers as well. A Swedish short snout. I hear they have quite a temper, said Ludo. I'll be careful if I were you, Mr. Diggory. Mr. Potter Snape. Harry sighs knowing which dragon was left. His uncle Lucius came a few days before the task to inform them what types of dragons they were going to use. "The only one that is left is the Hungarian horntail," said Ludo before taking out a golden pendant. He placed it onto Harry's hand, and as promised, "This portkey is specially made to apparate you out of the arena and back here at the tent." Harry nodded, and as he was placing the portkey around his neck, a whistle sound echoed. Ludo clapped his hands before grabbing hold onto Cedric's arm. "All right. Come now, Mr. Diggory, you are starting off first." For the past hour and a half, Harry watched the older students trying to get their golden egg while avoiding some fireballs or getting killed by the dragon. Cedric had the dragon distracted by some transformed boulders to wolves where he would sneak around and get the egg. It could have worked if Cedric didn't fall and got the dragon's attention but was able to get the golden egg. The older Hufflepuff got 35 points. Victor casted the conjunctivitis curse to blind the dragon so he would able to get his egg, but once again, the plan didn't work out. The blind dragon was flailing about and broke some of the eggs, which resulting Victor to lose a few points. The Durmstrang student got 40 points. Fleur put her dragon into a trance in order to get the egg, but it backfired when the dragon snored. Some ember came out and went over to Fleur, which resulting her skirt to caught on fire. She quickly put out the flame with a jet of water from her wand before managing to collect the egg. The female Beauxbaton student got 30 points. Harry turned away before double-checking he had everything. He nodded just as he heard his name being announced. He sighs before walking out of the tent and slowly into the Quidditch field that was completely changed. There were a bunch of boulders, and in the far end of the field, the dragon was roaring loudly at the student crowd. Harry took a quick glance of the stands and found his friends very fast. They were holding a banner saying, "Go Harry," with a drawing of his familiar, magically slithering around the banner edges. At the teacher's box, Harry could slightly see his family, but he knew they were worried. He knew that his father gave all of them a calming draft, but that wouldn't stop them from hexing someone. Harry took a deep breath before walking carefully from boulder to boulder, but when he was slightly close to the nest, where was the dragon? He looked to see there was a chain and followed the line where it goes behind him, and there looking down at him was the horntail dragon. She growled before opening her mouth and fired massive flames towards him. "Bloody hell!" shouted Harry. He quickly jumped out of the way and hides behind a boulder to avoid the flames. Even though the boulder was protecting him, Harry could feel the intense heat. No wonder the horntail dragon are labeled the dangerous dragons. Harry took a quick glance around the field before dashing out from another boulder, as the one he was using before was getting melted from the horntail's flames. He leaned onto the large rock and took out a grass-like herb from his pocket. He made a face. "I hope this works, if not, I'm toast." At the stands, the girls were sitting on the edge and hoped that their friend, secret crush, will be alright. Luna and Astoria, however, were calm, though Astoria was a bit worried while Luna was petting Liza, who was around her neck. The boys were a different story. "Damn it. It had to be a bloody horntail," said Fred. "He is too young to die, brother," said George before hugging his twin, dramatically. Both started to fake cry. "Harry is not going to die," snapped Dudley. Fred and George departed before smirking. Fred leaned over to Dudley's left. "We know. But we just love to mess people's minds," finished George, happily. Dudley sighs while Draco and the others laughed before hearing an all too familiar and annoying voices. Draco looked around before spotting not too far from them was Ron, Seamus and Dean. "You know, if Slimy Potter got sorted into Gryffindor, I could have warned him about the dragons," said Ron. He smiled. "My older brother, Charlie, was the one that brought them here." "2 galleons if the dragon goes for the legs," said Seamus. Dean snorted. "No bloody way. The horntail is quite famous by killing people, either eating their heads off or burning them alive. Or so I've heard. Either way, Potter is dead meat," said Ron. Dudley, Draco and the Weasley twins glared over to them as they started to laugh. "Say Fred, don't we still need to test out that new gender bender potion?" "Yes George, I believe we do." "Dudley, Draco, mind if you help us out on this experiment?" Dudley and Draco nodded, but just as they were about to leave, Hermione and Daphne stopped them. The 2 girls were sitting close by them and happened to listen to their prank plan. "And where do you think you are going?" asked Hermione. She glared at them. "Harry needs our support and you are about to leave. Prank those dunderheads after the task, but right now, Harry needs us," said Daphne. Dudley, Draco and the Weasley twins sighs before nodding when suddenly they heard everyone gasping. Dudley turned around and dropped his jaw. Oh, the field, his cousin was getting licked by the supposed dangerous dragon. Then out of nowhere, she lied down and in her way was gesturing to his cousin too. Give her a belly scratch. Luna and Astoria giggled. Luna smiled. Ah, she just wanted attention. Attention, said Blaze. I don't think she was asking for one a few moments ago. She was practically trying to burn him alive. What the bloody hell is going on? Asked Vincent. Theodore took out his binoculars and noticed Harry was holding onto something green. He made the lens to go a bit closer onto Harry's hand before smirking. Well, damn, I never thought those actually exist, but then again, having Professor Snape has its advantages. What are you talking about, Theo? Asked Pansy. Theodore sighs. What Harry has in his hand is a rare herb called dragon nip. They grow near the mountains of Scotland for every 5 to 10 years at a time. They look like normal grass, but the difference is the texture of the plant is rougher than normal grass. Dragon nip. Those things really exists, said Dudley in disbelief. Bloody hell, murmured Draco. Too bad we can't pet the dragon, said Astoria. Luna nodded. I agree though, it looks like she needs a rather nice groom and a warm bath. The older girls glared over the two younger girls before all of them looked back at the field. Dudley saw that his cousin grabbed the egg before calmly walking back to the tent. Draco looked over at the judge table to see his scores. Olymp had an 8, Crouch had a 9, Albus and Ludo had a 10 while Igor had a 4. The total points were 41, but a few points were taking off, so his score is 35. Harry was placed in second with Cedric. Dudley looked around the stands to see that all of the students were stunned since they saw a dragon act like a bloody cat. Luna and Astoria got up from their seats before heading over to the tent. Hermione and the girls quickly got up and dashed towards the tent as well. Dudley and the boys sighed before walking over to the tent. When they entered inside, Dudley had to hold on to his laughter upon seeing his cousin getting a death grip from his mother while Poppy was looking over any injuries. Oh, thank goodness, you are all right, said Petunia before glaring over to Severus, Remus, Sirius and Regulus. She snapped, whose bright idea was it to use dragon nip? Sirius and Regulus scratched their heads and looked the other way while Remus was whistling, innocently. Severus had a blank look on his face. Did you four realize the risk if the dragon nip didn't work? Scolded Petunia. Calm down, Toonie, said Severus. Harry would have had a backup plan in case if it didn't, right Harry? Besides, you can't always shelter him. The same goes for your son. I know, Severus, said Petunia. She sighs, but I cannot stop worrying. They're my children. I will defend them, I die. Aurora smiled before walking over to Petunia. She placed her hands onto her shoulders. I understand what you mean. I may not like how Mr. Potter Snape handled the first task, but as long as he came out unharmed, then let him be. Boys will be boys, that's what my great-aunt told me once. Harry escaped from his aunt's hold before smiling. I promise Aunt Petunia that I'm going to be fine. Remember, if the task is too dangerous, I'll use the portkey that Bagman gave me, which was my backup plan if the dragon nip wasn't going to work. All right, said Petunia before walking over to her husband. If you would excuse us, but I need something strong to calm down my nerves. And I know the perfect place, said Regulus, happily. He walked over to his son and ruffled Dudley's hair. Watch over for any suspicious characters, son, and we'll see you all in Christmas. Dudley saluted to his father before spotting an angry Ron and his two lackeys, leaving the Quidditch stadium. He signaled to Draco and the Weasley twins before the four of them left the tent. Nice work on using the dragon nip, Harry, said Hagrid. Where did you hear about the herb? I only know about it when I was reading about it in a dragon book. Research, Hagrid, much book research, replied Harry before looking down at his jumper. He sighs, that dragon acted like a bloody cat and started to lick me. Their salvia is quite sticky. Dad, may I use the bathroom in our quarters? Severus nodded before notice a few students were gone. He sighs, where are Draco, Dudley and the Weasley twins went to? Sirius and the others looked around. Poppy sighs before shaking her head and headed out of the tent with an annoyed look on her face. I feel like I'm going to have two familiar redhead students in my infirmary soon. Sirius and Remus laughed while Severus smacked his forehead. The potion master sighs, since when did Draco become a prankster? Sirius laughed before placing his arm around Severus' shoulders. He smirked. Prankster, you say. Now correctly if I'm wrong, but Lily did mention to us that the two of you would prank anyone that bullied Petunia when you were little. Severus' cheeks became a slight pink. He coughed. Lily must have gotten confused or something. I never did such a thing. That's not what Aunt Petunia told me, Dad, smirked Harry as he was leaving the tent. Suddenly he felt being lifted from the ground and was placed over his father's shoulders. Put me down, Dad. Severus ignored his son's pleas. He looked over to Sirius and Remus. Gentlemen, do you hear anything? Sirius and Remus started to laugh their heads off while Harry's friends were in complete stun. Never in their life could they see their strict professor joking around like a normal human being. Blaze blinked his eyes before rubbing them. He murmured, someone, pinch me, ah. Tracy. Tracy smirked. You asked. I meant as a joke, said Blaze. He rubbed his arm before glaring over at Tracy. Come on, Dad, begged Harry. He sighs, remind you that I still have that blasted dragon's saliva. I hear that this stuff is hard to come off. Severus quickly put Harry down before checking over his robes. It was slightly wet but nothing more. Harry laughed a bit before leaving the tent and headed to the castle. His friends followed him to the dungeons where Harry handed the golden egg to Neville and quickly went to his room. Harry took a quick shower and changed into some clean clothes. Neville placed the egg in the middle of the table so that everyone can see it. They were using the Slytherin common room since it was large enough to have everyone inside. They were staring at the mysterious golden egg when the portrait opened and came in was Dudley, Draco and the Weasley twins. The four of them had a huge grin on their faces. Well, I'm going to have a blissful sleep tonight, said Dudley, happily. He sat next to Susan while Draco went over and sat by Daphne. The Weasley twins sat on each side of Harry on a large couch. Not going to ask what you four did, murmured Harry before looking down at the egg. He scratched his cheek. Any ideas on how we find the next task in this egg? Let's just open it, said Pansy. She got up and placed her hand over the top of the egg, but when she was about to open it, Theodore and Hermione stopped her. Hey, what gives? I don't think it's that simple, said Theodore. He picked up the egg before he and Hermione examined the egg. You know, there is a starfish on top of the egg. And if you look closely, you can see some kind of city design around the egg, pointed Hermione. Everyone looked over to see the small details that Theodore and Hermione pointed out. That's when Daphne remembered someone telling her about the mysterious creatures living at the Great Lake. Mermaids. It has something to about mermaids. Merpeople are sentient beings who live underwater in lakes and sea, stated Luna before smiling. My father told me once that he spotted one when he attended Hogwarts. They're merpeople in the Great Lake, said Hermione in disbelief. If it is merpeople then, started Harry before grabbing the egg before dashing back to his room. Dudley and the others had a confused look on their face before going after Harry. Harry was filling up the water when they entered. What are you doing, Harry? Asked Millicent. If what Theodore, Hermione and Luna said is true, then it wouldn't surprise me if Bagman would use the merpeople for the next task, replied Harry as he removed his shirt. Hermione and the other girls started to blush upon seeing Harry's bare chest. Susan, Luna and Astoria were unfazed while Dudley and the others shook their heads. But what can the merpeople do for the upcoming task? Wondered Astoria. Harry thought for a moment. What I can only think of is that the clue is hidden in the merpeople's language, Mermish, though not sure about the actually task. Merfolk are like us but with their cultures and society structures, stated Luna before smiling. They love music deeply. Their voices sound lovely underwater, but it's a horrible screech-like sound when above water. That's pretty clever, said Draco before eyeing over at Harry and Luna. He smirked. Do you two have some kind of connection or something? Mate, you are positive that you are not supposed to be in Ravenclaw? Luna titled her head while Harry was glaring over at Draco. Oh, shut it, Draco, snapped Harry before sighing. He ran his hand over his hair. Now can someone join me to hear about the next task? Draco sighs before removing his jacket and shirt. Harry nodded before the two placed their heads into the water. Blaze leaned over to Dudley. How in Merlin's name did Harry get that fit body? We started to train when we are like 9, replied Dudley. We would either train in Prince Manor or Black Manor, but most of the time it's in Prince Manor. The training grounds there have a lot more room. 9, said Vincent while Gregory whistled. Did you guys duel or something, without wands? Oh no, said Dudley before smiling. Harry used his mother's since Uncle Sev found it in the rubble while I used my mother's. Ah. That's when Theodore noticed Luna and Astoria were the only ones with a calm look while the other girls were looking over at Harry with a dreamy look. He leaned over to the other boys. Is it just me or is Luna and Astoria doesn't want Harry's attention? You're right, murmured Blaise. He frowns as he looked over at Tracy. I wonder why. Dudley thought for a moment. He was considering telling them about Harry and Luna's soul bond when Harry and Draco pulled out their heads from the water. We know about the next clue is, said the two, happily. Vince, Greg, get some snacks by using Harry's person elf, said Draco as he was putting on his shirt. Make sure it's enough for all of us. Harry put on his shirt before taking out his wand and dried out his hair as Draco did the same. Vincent and Gregory nodded their heads before leaving the bathroom. What's a personal house elf, Harry? Asked Hermione. It's a magical creature which is immensely devoted and loyal to the one designate as their masters, replied Harry. Hermione frowns, like, a South. Avenue. Harry, that's horrible. Do you at least pay him? Harry sighs, to a house elf, serving a wizarding family is a high honor to them. Their magic is bond to their master or mistress. They die much faster if they are freed. And, how are they freed? Asked Hermione, slightly disappointed. By giving the house elves clothes, replied Draco. And you shouldn't be angry with Harry. It was my father that gave Harry his own personal house elf. His name is Dobby. Do you remember the little elf that picked you up during our first summer break? Asked Harry. Oh yay. That was your personal house elf, said Hermione. He was dressed quite nice and looked quite happy. That's because Dobby is quite fond over with Harry, explained Draco. Besides, house elves are pretty powerful despite their small size. Oh, I see, said Hermione before giving a guilty look over Harry. Forgive me if I sounded that. Harry shook his head. It's all right, my own. Hey Theo, would you mind explaining to her more about the history of the house elves? Sure, replied Theodore before guiding Hermione out of the bathroom. When Harry and Draco finished dressing, everyone went back to the common room to see Gregory and Vincent standing next to a small house elf. He was wearing an emerald uniform and on the right side had the Potter and Prince family crest on it. On the table, there were a few snacks, sandwiches and drinks. Thanks Dobby, said Harry. Did you have the kitchen elves in Prince Manor make them or did you? Holly and I made the food, Master Harry, replied Dobby, happily. Master Snape does not trust the food here. So all of the food that are here are made from Prince Manor. Right, murmured Harry. Thanks a bunch Dobby. You can return back to the manor. Dobby nodded before disappearing from the room. Harry and the others sat back down while the golden egg was back in the middle of the table. So what clue did you find out about the second task? Asked Hermione. Something or someone will take something important to me into the Great Lake and I have to retrieve it back before time runs out, replied Harry. Something important to you, murmured Millicent. She had a slight blush on her cheeks. Could it be a person? Possibility, replied Harry. He placed his chin onto his hands, but everyone is important to me. My family and my friends, so what are they going to take from me? Tracy frowns. This is going to be rather difficult to solve. Maybe Mom and Uncle Sev can help us out, Harry, suggested Dudley. There is not much we can plan for. I guess, said Harry before changing the subject. Any plans for Christmas this year? Pansy smiled. No, since Hogwarts is hosting this year's Yule Ball. Normally it's held at the Ministry of Magic but looks like they change it here cause of the tournament. Oh, that's right, said Daphne, happily. She clapped her hands together. Normally the Malfoys host the Yule Ball but looks like they are not doing it this year, right Draco? Draco nodded. Mother and father would be busy right up to now as to get everything ready, but since Hogwarts is hosting it my parents are taking a break. It's possibly that they are coming over for Christmas. I know my auntie is coming, said Susan before looking over at Harry. Who are you going to take to the Yule Ball? Don't know, replied Harry. But I want to ask someone that will go out with me, not the boy who lived. I'm sure you'll find the perfect date, Harry, said Astoria while Luna was feeding Liza. Hermione and the other girls were thinking ways on how to get their secret crush to ask them to the Yule Ball. So that's clear and done, said Theodore before getting up. Any of you guys need some help in your homework assignments? Muggle studies for me, said Pansy before leaning over to Harry. You wouldn't mind helping me, would you? Harry was about to reply when Dudley pulled him aside. His cousin grinned. Sorry Pansy, but we really need to talk to my mom and Uncle Sev about the second task. See ya later. Guys. Pansy pouts and crossed her arms while the others nodded before taking out some of their homework. Dudley dragged Harry out of the Slytherin common room and ran past a few hallways. He stopped to see if anyone was nearby before Harry casted a silent charm around them. Now one is going to hear us, Dud. So, do you think that it might be Luna who will be taken? Dudley nodded. The bond is already starting to form for the two of you. I suggest that you use the point me charm in order to find her underwater. The only question is how you are able to breathe underwater. Harry thought for a moment. I can learn the charm spell from Aunt Petunia. For the underwater problem, I think I might talk to Dad and Neville about. I know there is a herb that helps you breathe underwater, but I can't recall the name. Right, let's head over to the Ollery so I can send an owl to my mom. I don't think she has returned back just yet, said Dudley. Harry nodded before he undoing the silent charm and the two headed to the Gryffindor Tower. December 10th, Transfiguration class. Mr. Potter Snape, if you could stay for a moment, said Minerva. Meet you guys later, said Harry to his two cousins. Draco and Dudley nodded before the two of them left the room to see if they can find the Weasley twins. As you know, Hogwarts will be hosting the Yule Ball this year, started Minerva. She walked over to Harry. It's tradition to host the Yule Ball during the Tri-Wizard tournament. And since you are somewhat a champion, you and the other champions are required to give the opening dance with your date. Harry blushes. I didn't know about the dance part. What am I going to do? The girls will practically attack me if they know I'm looking for a date. Minerva shook her head before placing her hands onto Harry's shoulder. She gave a slight smile. Harry, dear, there must be someone that you have taken a liking to by now. I know for a fact that Dudley is planning to ask Susan. Do have someone in mind, murmured Harry before sighing. But she is a year younger and not sure if she is allowed to be out of curfew. As long as she is with you, she is allowed to be and have permission from her head house, replied Minerva before smiling. May I ask who you are going to ask? Harry bites his lip before gesturing his surrogate aunt to lower down to his level. Minerva rolled her eyes of her surrogate great-nephew before bending down where Harry whispered the name of his crush. Minerva giggled. I will notify her head house about this. Best to ask her right away before the other girls get a hold of you. Right, thanks Aunt Minnie, murmured Harry before getting his bag and left the room. He was deep in thought that he turned the corner. He bumped into someone. Harry landed on his butt before looking over to see Luna on the floor as well. Luna, are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? No, I'm quite fine, replied Luna. Your head is full of rackspurts. What's wrong? Said Harry. For some odd reason, he knew what Luna was really asking. Must have to do something about the bond. Actually, I was looking for you. It's about the Yule Ball. Oh, what about it? Asked Luna. Harry took a deep breath. Would you like to be my date for the Yule Ball? I thought you were planning to ask Daphne or Hermione, said Luna as she and Harry got up from the ground. What? No, replied Harry. Draco was planning to ask either Daphne or Astoria while Theo was going to ask Hermione. Yes, I can sense that Theo and Myone have the same aura as the same with Blaise and Tracy, said Luna, happily. She smiled. I accept going to the ball with you, Harry. Harry sighs in relief. Thanks, Luna. You have saved me from being attacked by other random girls. He then rubbed his head. Also, there is something that I need to tell you. Is this about our soul bond? Asked Luna, innocently. How did you know about that? Asked Harry in shock. Last summer, my father took me to the bank for my inheritance, replied Luna. She slightly blushes. For some odd reason, I felt this warm feeling whenever I'm around with you. After the ritual, I saw that you are my soul bond. Now it would make sense about the warm feeling. It was our connection. If you know, then why didn't you tell me before classes started? Asked Harry. I didn't want to mention to you until you feel the same way, or at least you knew about the bond, replied Luna. I see, said Harry, softly. He blushes. So, what shall we do? You know, about the bond. Luna shrugs before bending down and picked up her books. We can take it slow. Like hang out and go out whenever there is a Hogsmeade weekend. Why yay, we can do that, said Harry. He bends down and helped picking up the books. Are you working on your homework assignments? Luna nodded. They are due next week before we take our exams. I can help you if you like, offered Harry as he grabbed his bag and held onto some Luna's books. Potions and defense, mostly. Luna giggled before nodding her head. She got hold onto the rest of the books before the two young couple headed to the library. Unknown to them, they were being watched by someone from a distance. How dare you try to steal my future, Luna, murmured Ginny before stepping out of her hiding spot. She grits her teeth. No one, and I mean no one, will get in my way to become Lady Potter, including you, Luna, you bloody traitor. Daphne looked at Luna with a question look before looking over at Hermione. The Muggle-born witch shrugs her shoulders before the two of them watched Luna, who was happily skipping. You're unusually happy, Luna, said Hermione. Really? I can't tell, said young Ravenclaw. Daphne smirked. Don't tell me that someone has asked you out for the Yule Ball. Luna turned around and gave them a huge smile. In matter of fact, someone did ask me out. I was sort of surprised when Harry asked me, but nevertheless, I accept. Hermione and Daphne widened their eyes. Seriously? Luna simply nodded before skipping to the Great Hall, leaving Hermione and Daphne speechless. The two girls shook it off before heading inside the hall and took a seat by the younger Ravenclaw. It was still pretty early in the morning and only the older Ravenclaws, a few older Hufflepuffs and Slytherins were eating at their table. No Gryffindors at all. At the head table, 3 professors were present. Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall and Professor Sinistra were chatting among themselves. Typical for Harry, and the other boys are still sleeping, murmured Daphne as she waved to their friends at the Slytherin table. She grabbed a few eggs, and they say that we girls take forever to get ready in the morning. You can say that again, said Hermione while Luna giggled. The 3 of them were enjoying their early breakfast and were seated close to their friends by the Slytherin table when they were interrupted by a loud shout. Luna, you backstabber. The young Ravenclaw looked over to see her childhood friend walking over to them. She smiled. Ginny, how have you been? You haven't talked to me for quite some time. You do have some Rackspert near you today, is everything alright? Ginny gritted her teeth. Stop talking nonsense. They don't exist. And I didn't come here for a friendly chit-chat. I came here to bring you a warning. Luna tilted her head. A warning. Hermione and Daphne looked at each other, knowing what kind of warning the female Weasley was about to tell to their friend. If you dare to show up at the Yule Ball with Harry, you're going to regret it, Lovegood, threatened Ginny. She narrowed her eyes. Do you understand me? Daphne shook her head before getting up and stood in front of Ginny. She crossed her arms. Weasley, I suggest that you head back to your table before you draw attention to the professors. You stay out of this, Greengrass. This is between Looney and myself, got it? Hissed Ginny. Hermione was about to step in when Luna stopped her. The young Ravenclaw shook her head before getting up and walked over to Ginny. I'm sorry, Ginny, but I can't cancel on my date like that. It will be quite rude if I do, and my father taught me never to be rude to any of my friends or future dates. I do hope you understand. Ginny screamed before taking her wand and pointed it over to Luna. She grits her teeth. You are not fit to be Harry's date for the Yule Ball, but me. And it's going to be me that will marry Harry and become Lady Potter. Meanwhile at the head table, Severus was having a nice chat with Aurora when the 3 of them heard the shouting. The potion professor turned his head to see Ginny pointing her wand at Luna. He was about to stop the pointless fight when Minerva stopped him. What, Minerva, why are you stopping me? One of your lions is about to hex one of the ravens and you are allowing that to happen. Don't worry, I will punish her afterwards, but this fight does not require for us to step in as it's about young love, replied Minerva. Not to worry, Severus, I have casted a protection charm around Miss Lovegood in case Miss Weasley casted a hex to her, said Aurora. I take it that Petunia taught you that spell, said Severus. Aurora nodded before looking back to Luna. She gasps a bit. Oh my. It would seem that Miss Lovegood can't hold onto her temper any longer. Severus and Minerva turned their heads over towards the young Ravenclaw. That's when they saw a familiar glare coming from Luna. It was the same one from Lily. Oh, this is not going to end well, thought Severus. Shut up, you annoying little brat. Merlin, don't you ever shut up. Snapped Luna as her eyes turned dark blue-gray. The students were taken aback and had their eyes widen in disbelief. Never have they heard the young, quiet and carefree Luna Lovegood yell before. Don't try to sound like you are a threat, Lovegood, stuttered Ginny as she held onto her wand tightly. You're nothing but a loony girl that only talks about nonsense and fake magical creatures. I bet you get it from your crazy father and your dead mother. Shut up. Don't you dare insult my mother like that, snapped Luna. Just because you have a big family, doesn't mean that you can talk trash about mine or any others. The students looked at one and the other before silently agreeing on the young Ravenclaw, mostly the Slytherins and Hufflepuffs. Daphne had a small smile on her face before walking over to Luna and placed her hand over the young blonde. She gave Luna a wink before glaring over towards Ginny. Even though I love to see you get embarrassed, I think you should go before it gets much worse, Weasley. I'm not going anywhere until Lovegood agrees not to go the Yule Ball with Harry, argued Ginny. She continued pointing her wand towards Luna. Harry is supposed to be with me, not you. Luna was about to say something when she noticed Pansy walking next to her. Pansy gave her a wink as well before crossing her arms and looked towards Ginny. You are quite of a disappointment, Weasley. The only ones with brains in your family are your older brothers Charlie, William and Percy. Merlin, even your twin brothers are far better than you and your idiotic brother, Ronald. The two of you show no potential of regaining your pureblood status like your older brothers. She's right, said Millicent as she walked over to them. She smirked. You're shaming your family's name by shouting like a 5-year-old to someone with little more blood status than ours. Stay out of this, snapped Ginny, angrily. Like we're going to listen to a blood traitor, sneered Pansy. Blood traitor, murmured Hermione before looking over at Daphne. You know, I never did ask but why the Weasleys labeled blood traitors. Explain to you later, replied Daphne. It's quite a bit of a long story and Draco knows it much more than any of us as it involves his family and theirs. Hermione nodded her head. Tracy popped by Millicent's shoulder before giggling. I don't think no one wants to date a 5-year-old like you, Weasley. Pansy laughed. The only way for Harry to ask you out is if you are the last person on Earth. Ginny's cheeks become crimson red before pointing her wand towards Pansy. That's not true, you Slytherin bitch. Pansy gritted her teeth and was about to take out of her wand when Luna beat her to it. Incarcerus. Luna's wand shot out ropes and wrapped around onto Ginny. The redhead yelped before falling onto the ground and started to struggle to break free. Luna, let go of me. Let me go this instant. Luna sighed before pocketing her wand back to her robes. She shook her head. No. You deserve what you got, Weasley. You showed me your true colors, here in Hogwarts, and frankly, I hate it. Now if you would excuse me. The students and the professors watched the young Ravenclaw ran out of the Great Hall. Hermione and the other girls ran after Luna while the other students were glaring over at the struggling Gryffindor. Minerva sighed before getting up and cast the counter curse before giving Ginny detention and took away 15 points. Outside the hall, the girls were trying to find Luna when they spotted Dudley and the other boys heading their way. By any chance, did you guys see where Luna went? Asked Daphne. Actually, we did, replied Dudley. We called her but she just ignored us and kept on running, said Neville. Harry told us to go to the Great Hall while he goes and see what's wrong with Luna, said Draco before frowning. He thought that he saw Luna crying. Did something happen in the Great Hall? Asked Vincent. The girls nodded before telling them what happened while up on the astronomy tower. Luna was sitting on the floor with her knees drawn to her chest and crying her eyes out. Luna was hurt that her childhood friend was treating her like dirt. She remembers on how the two of them would spend each other's houses during the summer. It was nice and fun, but now, she had a feeling that her childhood friend was gone. The blonde knew something was up when she came to visit her before going to Hogwarts. It was the reason why she asked her father to take her to the bank and take the inheritance potion. Oh well, it is not like I really saw her as a true friend, thought Luna, sadly. She cleaned off the tears with her robes and was about to head back when she ran into Harry. Harry frowned upon seeing Luna's eyes were red and puffy. He took out a tissue, handed it to her. Art, you all right? I'm fine, replied Luna as she took the offering napkin. She forced a smile. Come now, I don't want you to miss breakfast because of me. Harry shook his head. I can ask Dobby to get me something, but I need to know what caused you to cry. I can feel it though our bond that something is troubling you. Luna sighed. Has our bond got that strong already? I guess I can't lie to you then. Mind if you have Dobby get me something as well? I didn't finish my breakfast. Harry nodded before calling his personal elf and ordered breakfast. From the two of them, the two sat close to the railing where Luna started to explain to Harry what happened in the Great Hall before she came running to the tower. Dobby came in with their food just a few minutes into the explanation. She is not the same anymore, murmured Luna, sadly. She holds onto her cup before sighing. I know that I talk weirdly, but it's not my fault. When I see someone, I sometimes see a vision about them that I completely space out. And I can see magical creatures that no one can see. For the vision, I wonder if it has something to do with your seer ability, said Harry as he rubbed the back of his neck. He tapped his chin. As for the magical creatures, ever wonder you have some kind of connection with beasts? Might be possible, though I need to ask my father if he knows anything about it, said Luna before looking at her muggle watch. She got up. We better get going or we'll miss our first class. Harry smiled before getting up and offered his hand to Luna. Then let me escort you to your first class, my lady, and show those other girls that I am already taken. Luna giggled and slightly blushed before taking the offering hand from Harry. It was a good thing that Harry and Luna had their bags with them so they didn't have to run back to their dormitory. The two of them headed over to Luna's first class, which was Transfiguration with the Gryffindors. The two of them entered the classroom, but before Luna could take her seat, Harry was pulled away from her. Harry looked down to see Ginny holding his arm tightly. Harry, what are you doing here? Asked Ginny before gasping. She smiled. Did you by any chance come here to ask me out for the Yule Ball? Luna was frowning while Ginny was giving her a smug look on her face. The young Ravenclaw was about to tell her off when Harry pulled Ginny away from him. And why would I do that? Luna is my date to the Yule Ball, replied Harry, coldly. I was just dropping Luna off and making sure she made it to her class all right. And pray tell, why would I ask you out for the ball? I barely even know you. Ginny lowered her head a bit. Well, if you go out with me instead, you can get to know me much better. Harry raised his eyebrow. Sorry Weasley, but I don't see you like that. Besides, I can't ask an annoying brat like you to this kind of important event dance, especially if Skeeter will be there. Annoying brat, stuttered Ginny before looking back at Luna. She grits her teeth. You witch. What did you do to my future husband? Luna was about to reply when Harry stopped her. First, don't you dare shout to my friends like a piece of trash. Secondly, who says that I will marry you? We're not engaged. And lastly, I will not tolerate of you treating my soul bond like she is your South Avenue. Soul bond. Ginny had a shocked look on her face before dashing out of the classroom, crying. You didn't have to do that, Harry, murmured Luna. Harry sighed. I couldn't let her insult you like that. Remember that I can feel what you are feeling through our bond. Luna nodded. Besides, I have a strange feeling that if I don't show any interest on Ginny on my own account, then Dumbledore will do something ridiculous like setting up a fake arranged marriage between Ginny and I, said Harry before chuckling. Luna nodded before giving him a hug. Thank you. Now you better get going or you're going to be late to your first class. Harry laughed before giving a small key onto Luna's cheek and left the classroom. The young Ravenclaw stood there for a second before smiling dreamily and took her seat. Her classmates were talking among themselves upon what just happened. Dumbledore's office, night. What are we going to do, Albus? Snapped Molly. You promised me that my little girl will marry Potter and her life will be secure. Not to worry, Molly, said Albus. He rubbed his bread. We can bind the soul bond between young Harry and Miss Lovegood, but not now. Let us wait at the end of the year. Molly frowned before nodding. Very well. See, Ginny dear, you will get to marry Potter, but you need to wait a little longer. Can you do that for Mommy? Ginny sniffed. Okay, but about Ron being friends with Harry. He still has not able to do that. I'm trying, Ginny, argued Ron. He crossing his arms. Potter is practically glued to Malfoy or his fat A.'s cousin of his, Black Evans. There is no way I can have a decent talk with him. Then find a way, snapped Ginny. Ronald, dear, said Molly. Have you not tried to be friends with that cousin of his? It could be the only way to be friends with your future brother-in-law. But that means that I have to endure that slimy Malfoy and the other Slytherins. Whined Ron. Fear not, Mr. Weasley. I'm planning to give small amounts of loyalty potions in young Harry's drink when he comes back next year. But I overhear that Snape personal have different house elves to serve their food, said Ron. That is correct, but I will have my personal elf to pour Harry's drink before it is served to him, said Albus. And the good thing about the potion is that it is difficult to find by a spell. Ron smiled before nodding his head. Just keep an eye on young Harry, Mr. Weasley, said Albus. See when he arrives at the Great Hall and takes his seat at the Slytherin table. On it, sir, said Ron as he looked over at the grandfather clock. We better get going, Ginny, as we don't want to wake up late for breakfast. Ginny nodded before giving a key to her mother. Good night, Mom. Good night, Headmaster Dumbledore. Let's go, Ron. Ron simply waved goodbye to his mother before leaving with his little sister. Molly stood up and dusted a bit of her apron. Have a nice night, Headmaster. Arthur should be coming as he was held up at the ministry once again. She walked over to the flow and went home while Albus took a lemo drop before heading off to his personal quarters. Severus' quarters. Are you positive on what you have heard, Godric? Asked Severus, seriously. Not too long ago, Severus and Harry brought the portraits of the 4 founders that were sealed in their respected vaults. Once they did, the portraits in the headmaster office became active. Positive, Master Snape, replied Godric, angrily. He grits his teeth and clenched his hands into a fist. He dares to bind the soul bond of my great-grandchild. It will damage not only young Harry's core but young Lovegood. They could even lose their magic. You can't allow this to happen, Severus, said Helga, seriously. I agree, though for the time being, in my vault, you'll find a strong protection charm to protect Harry and Luna, said Rowena. But wouldn't Harry's pendant protect him? Said Helga. But not Luna, stated Godric. Salazar watched his friends argue back and forth before he crossed his arms. He closed his eyes. Will you lot stop talking? The other 3 founders had a shocked look on their faces while Severus had his eyes widen. Stop talking, stuttered Godric. He grits his teeth. We're trying to think of a way to protect your great-grandson, your very own heir. And you want us to stop? Yes, snapped Salazar. He took a few deep breaths. You know better than I do. If Petunia reclaims her title as Lady Hufflepuff, then she can kick Dumbledore out by the end of the year. The other 3 founders widened their eyes. But isn't a bit too early, Lord Slytherin? Not only that, but wouldn't it cause an uproar throughout the wizarding world? Said Severus in shock. Salazar sighed. It might, but at least Dumbledore is out of here and the 2 of you can restore some old classes and books that Hogwarts used to teach and owned. Rowena and Helga nodded. Godric scratched his cheek. I hate to admit it, but Sal's idea might be the best. I've watched through my portrait in Dumbledore's office. He had removed so much old magic classes throughout the years. He says that it was too dark for young children to learn. What other classes? Wondered Severus. There should be some old documents somewhere in the ministry, said Rowena. She crossed her arms. Best if you get Petunia. She needs to know about this as well. Severus silently nodded his head before going over to the flow and contact Petunia from her quarters. He asked her to come to his office immediately. Within seconds, Petunia came out of the flow where Severus guided her to her ancestor's portrait and the 4 founders explained to her what happened at Dumbledore's office. How dare that bastard think on binding my nephew's soul bond? Shrieked Petunia, angrily. I should hex him to hell where he belongs. Petunia, dear, please, try to calm down, said Helga, softly. She sighs. I know you're upset, but try to keep your temper under control. If you want revenge without dirtying your hands, then beat Dumbledore in his own game, said Salazar. He smirks. Reclaim your title as Lady Hufflepuff and sack that low-life muggle-hating bastard out of here. Muggle-hating, said Petunia. What do you mean, Lord Slytherin? Asked Severus. Godric narrowed his eyes. Everyone in the wizarding world believes that Dumbledore is this leader for the light, but in truth, that bastard was a dark wizard during his youth. He was able to convince Leo, the Sorting Hat, to sort him to Gryffindor, but he was supposed to be in Slytherin. No offense, Sal. None taken, said Salazar. While he attended Hogwarts, he became friends with a young man named Gellert Grindelwald who attended Durmstrang. When the two finished their education, they began to find the Deathly Hallows items to become the Master of Death. They wanted to show fear to the Muggle world and give a warning to the Muggleborns to not mess with them, said Rowena. Unfortunately Aberforth, Albus' younger brother, found out about his plan and tried to stop him. It led to a wizarding duel between the three of them said Helga, but stopped for a moment. She took a deep breath. The three of them casted the killing curse but was rebounded and hit Ariana, Albus' little sister, and killed her. It was there that Albus somewhat turned a new leaf and made himself a good leader, said Godric. First it was Nicholas and the stone to where he had to stop his old friend, Grindelwald, who become a Dark Lord. Though it must have broken Dumbledore's heart since he was Grindelwald's lover, said Helga. Severus and Petunia's jaw dropped. In all of, what are you going to do, Petunia? Asked Severus after recovering from his shock. Petunia slowly took a sit on the armchair and sighs. I have no bloody idea, Sev. You have plenty of time to think about it, said Helga, softly. Don't forget to mention this to young Harry and Dudley as well. Of course, murmured Petunia. Let us know if anything else happens or what Dumbledore is planning, said Severus. The four founders nodded before going over to their respected portraits minus Salazar. Remember, Petunia, you have until the end of the year to decide, said Salazar, seriously, before leaving the large portrait to own. Petunia sighed heavily before placing her hands onto her head. She shook her head a bit. What am I going to do? To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video. Finally, shouted Dudley. No more classes for the next 2 whole weeks. Blaise sighed, not long enough. He slumped onto the couch. Merlin's beard. The exams were tough, and here I thought Professor Snape's was going to be tough. I have to agree on Blaise, said Pansy before glaring over towards Dudley. Your mother's exam was horrible. I swear I don't remember half of the questions. Harry slightly glared. If you didn't waste your bloody time like you normally do, then you would have plenty of time to study. Hermione and Daphne nodded their heads while Blaise and Pansy snorted. It was a breeze for me, said Millicent. She was sitting on top of Aura, the basilisk, and was petting her. She smiled. I do believe Professor Lupin's exam was a bit tricky while Professor Snape's exam was alright. Everyone slightly agreed. Oh, that reminds me. Draco, what's the big deal about the whole blood traitor thing about the Weasleys? Asked Hermione. Draco gave her a look before looking over towards Daphne. He crossed his arms. You didn't tell her, yet. Daphne shrugged her shoulders. I thought it would be best if she hears it from the other side of the feud. Before making a straight face, imagine if the Weasleys explained the feud to her. Good point, murmured Draco before sighing. Around the 1500s, Eleanor Malfoy was married off to Alexander Weasley. They had 3 children, which was quite rare for a Malfoy to bear, so the children were quite the favorite in the Malfoy family. So when there was a witch hunt where they were living, Eleanor wanted to leave to her home, but Alexander didn't want to and told her there was nothing to fear. Unfortunately, the town folks attacked their manor and killed off 2 of the children and seriously injured Eleanor. Hermione gasped. She barely escaped with her remaining son and flee to her family home, Malfoy Manor, said Draco before grits his teeth. She died shortly after from her injuries, and Alexander was removed from our family tree for his idiotic action. My family believes that the Muggles should repay for their horrible crimes during the witch trials. I see, said Hermione, sadly. Alexander did try to defend himself, stating that the town folks only attacked because they didn't understand about our magical ways, said Draco before shaking his head. The family didn't believe him, which is why the Malfoys and the Weasleys hate each other now. Each family had a different view of the Muggles, murmured Hermione. Quite strange though, murmured Harry. He crossed his arms. That's how Grandfather Salazar viewed the Muggles as well while trying to protect the Muggleborns. But if the Weasleys had the same view as Salazar, then why were they labeled as blood traitors? Asked Hermione. During that time era, the purebloods believed that Lord Slytherin hated the Muggles and Muggleborns. They also thought that Lord Slytherin never housed any Muggleborns in his house, replied Vincent. Which is untrue, stated Harry. There were at least 2 or 3 Muggleborns sorted into Slytherin for the past few hundred years. Also, the Malfoys done everything in their power to outcast the Weasleys' status and were the first purebloods to call them blood traitors, said Gregory. It got worse when the Weasleys became major Muggle supporters after the incident, said Draco before sighing. Cinderella Black fell in love with Septimus Weasley and was later disowned and blasted off from her family tree. No one in the Black family ever talks about her anymore. Harry and I did have a small history about the Black family, said Dudley before frowning. Though Grandma Walburga never did mention to those that were blasted from the family tree. Makes sense. Like the Malfoys, the Blacks view the Muggles as filthy creatures and not worth their time. The same goes to the Muggleborns, said Theodore. And yet, Lady Black is kind to you and Harry, said Pansy before sneering a bit. Don't get me wrong, but the two of you are half-bloods and that's practically Muggleborn to her. Dudley shrugged. I guess, she has a soft spot for just the two of us or something. My dad was her favorite son, not Uncle Siri. Don't forget Pansy, that Harry and Dudley are heirs to the four founders, murmured Blaise. She could be giving the Muggleborns a chance, suggested Daphne. Everyone thought for a moment before shaking their heads. What confused me the most is that recently Ron has been acting nice out of nowhere, said Dudley before making a face. It's kind of, well, awkward. Seriously, said Millicent. He can be faking it so that he can get to Harry, said Astoria. That could be it, murmured Draco. Whatever he is planning, it's nothing good. Dudley, have the Weasley twins spy on him. Actually, Fred and George have been spying on Ron and Ginny recently, said Dudley. And? Asked Tracy. Not too long ago, Ron and Ginny went over to Dumble's office but didn't return close to curfew, replied Dudley before frowning. In the morning, Ron started to act friendly towards me and Neville. That's weird, murmured Blaise. I wonder why. Everyone was trying to think a reason when Susan interrupted them. Let's drop this for right now. Let's talk about who is staying over during winter break. Everyone looked at each other before nodding and started to discuss their future break. Severus Quarters, Deck 20. Harry, Dudley and Draco leaned over to each other's shoulders and slumped onto the couch. They were completely exhausted as Narcissa and Petunia took them out to get new dress robes. I thought it wouldn't end, murmured Harry, tiredly. My poor aching feet, whined Dudley. Oh please, you two, that was just small window shopping, said Draco before sighing. Mother can go to like 15 different stores less than an hour. Harry and Dudley shivered. Oh come now boys, it wasn't that bad, said Narcissa as she was looking at the robes she got for her son. She titled her head. You know I am having second thoughts about these robes, Draco. Draco stood up. Oh no, you don't, Mother. I am not going back there again. Narcissa frowned before getting up and took hold onto Draco's ear. Don't you dare use that tone with me, young man. Now let's go fit your robes once again. Harry and Dudley smirked as they watched their friend being dragged by his mother to the flow and returned back to Malfoy Manor. I would get rid of those smirks from your faces, said Petunia, seriously before crossing her arms. Or I might just do the same with you two as well. Harry and Dudley paled before smiling, nervously. Now that is out of the way, said Severus as he walked into with Lucius, Regulus, Sirius and Remus. There is something that we need to discuss with the both of you. Harry and Dudley looked at each other before looking at them. What would that be? Regulus sighed. It's about claiming your titles. Harry and Dudley widened their eyes. Now. But why so early? I thought we agreed that we will reclaim our titles around our 6th year, said Dudley, nervously. True, said Severus before sitting down and placed his hands under his chin. But Dumbledore is starting to make things a lot more complicated. If we don't make a move now, Dumbledore will have his way, mostly to you, Harry. What do you mean, Dad? What is Dumble's planning now? Shouted Harry as he stood up, forgetting his exhaustion. Harry, please control your temper, said Remus. That's right, kiddo, said Sirius. Dumbledore is planning to give you some loyalty potions and small amounts of love potions upon your next year. The loyalty potion to him and the Weasleys, mostly to Molly, Ron and Ginny, said Severus before frowning. The love potion is no doubt will be to Ginny. Harry stood in shock while his cousin grits his teeth. That love potion will be useless if the bond between him and Luna is awakened. That may be true, but it wouldn't stop Dumbledore binding Harry and Luna's soul bond, stated Lucius before sneering. And knowing him, he would try to do that by the end of the year. Harry slumped onto the couch and placed his hands onto his head while Dudley was rubbing his back for comfort. Great, just bloody great, murmured Harry before sighing. Well, What do you think, Dud? I'm not sure, but we should mention this to Luna and Susan as well, replied Dudley. They will be representing as Lady Hufflepuff and Lady Ravenclaw once we reclaim our titles. Harry nodded before looking over to his adopted father. Mind if you Flo call their head houses and ask them to send Luna and Susan here? Severus nodded before getting up and went over to Flo. It wasn't long for Luna and Susan to flow to Severus' quarters where they greeted everyone. So what's the emergency about professors? Asked Susan. This is about Harry and Dudley reclaiming their titles, correct? Stated Luna. Lucius, Regulus and Sirius had a shocked look on their faces while Severus, Petunia and Remus just nodded their heads. I see that your seer ability has been increasing, Luna, dear, said Petunia, happily. That would mean your connection bond with Harry is becoming stronger by the minute. Harry and Luna smiled and blushed a bit. And I bet it's the same thing with Dudley's healing magic, stated Regulus before smirking. Tell me, son, have you been able to heal without using your wand now? Dudley blushes a bit more before nodding his head. It would seem that the connection is forming a bit faster, said Lucius. There is no doubt about it that the four of them will have their connection bonded by the end of the third task. Severus and Regulus nodded. So why are we here? Asked Susan. We will like to know in your opinion if we should reclaim the titles, replied Dudley. Luna and Susan widened their eyes before looking at each other. Great Hall, Deck 25. Harry sighs heavily before adjusting a bit of his dress robes. He wears black robes that had the Potter Prince crest on, dark silk emerald vest with a V neckline, black silk shirt and black pants. His somewhat messy, long black hair was held up by a small dark green ribbon. The young Slytherin was glad that his uncle Regulus found a specialist to fix his eyesight when he was 9 years old. He wouldn't have to deal with bothersome glasses any longer. Harry, hurry up, shouted Draco. We've got to meet with the others by the Great Hall entrance. Coming, shouted Harry before taking another look at the mirror. He shrugs his shoulders and headed out from his dormitory. He and his friends did a double check before heading out to the Great Hall where they waited for the girls by the entrance. Dudley's robes were similar to Harry's, but his vest was dark crimson and was wearing gold tie and carrying a gold chain watch. On his robes, he bare the Evans and black crest. Ah, Mr. Potter Snape, there you are, said Minerva. You should get in line with the other champions. Where is your date? Harry was about to reply when he heard a cough behind him. He turned to see Luna and the other girls with stunning dresses, but his eyes were drawn to the young Lovegood. She was wearing a sleeveless short blue dress with a corset that had black trimmings and a small black ribbon on her chest. Around her waist was a diamond belt with a sapphire gem on the middle, and flowing down was a thin layer of black cloth. On her neck was her butterbeer cork necklace and wearing raindrop earrings. Her hair was curled up, and on her left side was a dark blue flower with small pearls and fairy dust around her hair. Here I am, Professor, said Luna, happily. Why don't you look lovely, Miss Lovegood, said Minerva before nodding. Line up with the other champions and the rest of you, get inside. Harry nodded before offering his hand to Luna, who took it, and both walked over where Cedric and Cho were standing. Victor was with a random Slytherin while Fleur was with a random Ravenclaw. The doors opened and the 8 of them entered to a spectacular sight of the Great Hall. The room was a winter wonderland. Everything was completely white and the ceiling was enchanted to have snow fall down upon them. There was a white crystal chandelier hanging at the dance stage, and the tables had white silk sheets, and in the middle was magical crystallized roses. Harry and Luna walked up to the dance stage before the music started to play. The young Slytherin was glad to have some extra dance lessons with Narcissa and his aunt. Dudley was forced to learn, but soon willingly to learn after a few threats from his mother. I say, Professor Snape and Professor Sinistra are getting rather close tonight, stated Luna before smiling. You think that they might have feelings for each other? Harry looked over to see his adopted father dancing with the astronomy professor. He did notice they were dancing rather in sync to one and the other. The young Slytherin titled his head before looking over to see his uncles, Sirius and Regulus, smirking while Remus had a small smile on his face. What are they up to? Murmured Harry. Do you want to go and ask them? Asked Luna. Harry snorted, like they will tell me anything about their pranks. No, I will find out soon enough. Do you want to take a walk outside? I can give you my robe so you wouldn't get cold. Luna smiled. I would love to. Let's go see if Dudley and Susan would like to join as well. Harry nodded before the two of them danced off from the stage and began looking for Dudley and Susan. They were standing by the drinks and eating the food that was offered. "Hey Dud, enjoying your night?" asked Harry. "Why, yes," replied Dudley before smirking. "I see that you escaped from the hell stage." "I only had to do the opening dance," stated Harry. "Do you want to accompany us outside?" Susan smiled. "Let's go Dudley. It is getting rather hot in here." "Better being here," murmured Dudley before smiling. "All right, let's go. Susan, you can use my robe if it gets too cold for ye." "My, what a gentleman," said Susan while Dudley blushed. Harry and Luna laughed a bit before the four of them headed out to the courtyard and found a spot to see the snow fall. They stayed there for about a half an hour when they spotted Severus and Igor heading over to where the carriages were at. Harry and Dudley looked at each other before hiding themselves and the girls. They gestured for them to be silent and try to listen on what they were talking about. "It's moving Severus," hissed Igor, quietly. "I know you can feel it as well." The potion master sneered at him before looking over at the carriages if there were any students inside, messing around. "Don't ignore me Severus," snapped Igor before grabbing hold onto Severus' arm. "What are you going to do if he does come back?" "Nothing, I am going to ignore his blasted call," replied Severus. "What about you? What are you going to do, flee or go when he calls?" "I don't know," snapped Igor before frowning. "You do know if you ignore his call, he is going to kill you. You wouldn't be able to hide from him. The dark mark tells him where you are at. And you don't think I know that Igor," said Severus before freeing his arm. He took off his black sleeves and revealed to Igor his bare left arm. How were you able to remove it?" stuttered Igor. "With two little helpers," replied Severus before frowning. "Now is that all?" Igor gritted his teeth before walking away while Severus shook his head and headed back inside after looking a few more carriages. "What was that all about?" whispered Susan. Harry and Dudley looked at each other. "Tell you later." "Come on, let's go back inside and see what the others are doing," said Harry. The three of them nodded before heading back inside to see some of the students were dancing to a song from the Weird Sisters. Harry spotted his friends sitting at a table, not too far from the food table. Surprisingly sitting with them was Ron and Ginny with their dates. Ron asked Lavender after a failed attempt with Fleur while Dean asked Ginny. Why are Ron and Ginny sitting there?" wondered Dudley. "No idea, but we have a feeling that little Ronikins is trying to be friendly towards your friends and cousin," said Fred, who appeared left to Harry while George appeared next to Dudley. "Anything else, Forge and Gred?" asked Dudley, using the twins' nicknames. "That is all we could get so far, Little Lion," replied the twins before going back to their dates. Fred asked out Angelina while surprisingly George asked out Millicent. "Come on George, the Weird Sisters are playing my favorite song," said Millicent, happily. George smiled before letting Millicent dragging him to the dance stage. "Let's go as well Fred," said Angelina. "See ye later you guys," said Fred before leaving with his date. Susan and Luna giggled while Harry and Dudley shook his head. That's when they saw that Ginny was walking over to them. "Hey there, how's been your night?" "Fine," answered Harry while Dudley was giving her an uncertain look. "Is there something that you want?" Ginny smiled, nervously, "And nothing. My brother and I just wanted to apologize for our behavior and to see if can be best friends." Dudley was about to say something when Harry stopped him. The young Slytherin shook his head before addressed to Ginny. "You and your brother have tried that already but it was a lie." "How do I know this second attempt is a lie as well?" Ginny bit her lip. "I promise you Harry, this is no lie. My brother and I have finally realized our mistakes and we want to make it up for it. Please give us one more chance." Harry thought for a moment before grabbing hold onto Dudley's hand and looked over to their dates. "Go with the others and tell Draco to come over here. Take Ginny with you." Luna and Susan nodded before taking the young redhead girl and went over to where their friends were at. It wasn't long for Draco to walk up to them. "Thank Merlin. A little more time being close to that blasted Weasley, I was going to hex him to oblivion." "So what do you need, Harry?" "Ginny and Ron are asking for forgiveness once again, that's what," replied Dudley. "She says that they are regretting what they did for the past 3 years and want to start anew," explained Harry before crossing his arms. "But there is something not right." Draco frowned. "I have to agree with you Harry. The Weasleys will do anything to get back their wizarding status and their old manor even if it means arranged marriages. I say decline them, Harry, said Dudley. Remember what Fred and George said to us. They are faking to be friendly to us so that they can be in our group, but why? Harry thought for a moment before remembering the conversation they had with their family. The loyalty and love. Potions, it has to do something with the potions. What potions? Asked Draco. Tell you and the others later, but for now, said Harry before looking over to his friends who were talking a bit with Ron and Ginny. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Let's play along, if not, they could report this to Dumbles. Sounds like a plan to me, said Draco. I guess, but I don't like it, said Dudley as he crossed his arms. I still think we should hex them to leave us alone. Harry sighed. You two have been each other's necks since year one. Maybe if we pretend to be friends with them, he would stop being a prick for the time being. I hate it when you have a point, murmured Dudley. All right, I'll behave, for now. That's all I'm asking, said Harry before seeing his uncles being chased by his adopted father. He lifts his eyebrow just as Remus walked over to him. Do I want to know why Uncle Padfoot and Uncle Reg are being chased? Long story short, Sirius and Regulus thought to be Cupid for your father and set up a date with Aurora tonight, explained Remus. It started off pretty good, but when Severus returned from his rounds at the courtyard, they tricked them to stand over at the mistletoe they created. Harry and Draco slapped their foreheads while Dudley laughed. I just wonder how long those boys will be able to run, said Petunia as she walked up to them. Severus knows Hogwarts and her secrets inside and out. They're done for, murmured the boys. I better take Luna back to her dorm, it's almost midnight, stated Harry. See you later at the dungeons, Draco. Draco nodded before taking Dudley aside. Harry shook his head before walking over to his friends and placed his hand over to Luna's shoulder. Come on, Luna, I'll take you back to Ravenclaw Tower. Luna smiled, but just as they were about to leave, Ginny walked over to them. Harry, about what we talked about. Harry sighed. It's going to be difficult to trust you two once again, but if you two are truly sorry, then we will give you two another chance. Understood. Ginny grinned. Of course. Thank you, Harry. Ron nodded and cleared his throat. Why yay, thanks a bunch, Harry, and I'm really sorry what I said about your cousins and the Slytherins. Harry nodded. Right, well, have a nice night, guys. The others nodded before continuing off what they were talking about. Ron, surprisingly, went back to talk with Blaise about their favorite Quidditch team. Ginny was having a pretty good talk with Astoria, Draco's date. Is everyone here? Wondered Nagnock. Inside of the room were Severus with Harry, Petunia with Dudley, Xenophilius with Luna, and Amelia with Susan. Wonderful, if you please follow me, said Nagnock as he led the small group to two rooms. He pointed to the left. Lady Black and Lady Amelia, if you would take your children to the door to the left while Lord Snape and Lord Lovegood go to the right. Good luck, Dud, whispered Harry as Luna unconsciously slipped her hand onto his hands. Dudley nodded, slowly before walking into the room while holding onto Susan's hand. Petunia and Amelia followed them inside with Griphook, closing the door. When Harry and Luna entered the room, they saw that the room was pure white and in the middle of the room was a circle with runes around it. If the children would step inside the circle, we can start unlocking their soul bond, started Nagnock. Harry looked over at Luna and gave her a slight, encouraging smile which Luna returned back. The two of them walked inside the circle with a bit of nervousness. Hold up your hands together, instructed Nagnock. Harry and Luna nodded before doing what they were told when suddenly two pairs of goblin gold maid rings appear onto their hands. A golden like string appear and formed around their hands before going down to a white candle that was set in the middle of the circle. Why does it feel like they are getting married? Whispered Xenophilius. Severus shook his head. You're not the only one feeling the same way. At least, Harry and Luna will be safe from Dumbledore's binding magic. Xenophilius nodded as the two watched the white candle started to light up, brightly. Mr. Potter, Snape and Miss Lovegood, state that you acknowledge your soul bond like you are making an unbreakable vow, explained Nagnock before activating the runes around the circle. If you would begin, Mr. Potter Snape. Harry nodded before taking a deep breath and looked over at Luna. I, Harrison James Potter Snape, accept Lady Luna Elizabeth Lovegood as my soul bond and protect her with all my magic. The young Ravenclaw smiled. I, Luna Elizabeth Lovegood, accept Lord Harrison James Potter Snape as my soul bond and protect him with all my magic. So do mote, said Nagnok before whispering a spell in his language. There was a bright light forming around Harry and Luna's hands where the rings were located at. Slowly the rings disappeared into them and the white candle dimmed. Nagnok smiled before bowing over to Harry and Luna. Now that your soul bond has been unlocked, your magic has been enhanced. If you two would agree, we can show you with an ability potion. Harry and Luna nodded. Nagnok took out a grayish vial and a golden goblin-made, bejeweled knife. He handed them the knife. If you would drop 2 drops of your blood into the vial, together, it will show us what abilities have been unlocked or enhanced. Harry and Luna nodded before doing what the small goblin instructed them to do. Once the blood was added, the grayish color changed into a greenish-blue color. Nagnok smiled slightly before taking out a parchment and dropped 5 drops of the vial onto the parchment. Within couple of seconds, the parchment was filling up with different abilities. Severus and Xenophilius walked over to them and were shocked upon seeing the results. Harrison James Potter Snape. Enhanced abilities. Parseltongue 60% to 90%. Legislamancy 65% to 100%. Metamorphagus 60% to 85%. Occlumency 65% to 100%. Unlocked abilities. Dark Magic. Animagus, Snake. Wandless Magic 90%. Element Magic, Fire. Luna Elizabeth Lovegood. Enhanced abilities. Beast Speaker 50% to 85%. Healing 40% to 75%. Unlocked abilities. Light Magic. Astrology. Seer 100%. Non-verbal Magic 80%. Element Magic, Earth. Was Salazar Slytherin a fire mage, Dad? Asked Harry. I'm not sure, but you can ask him once we get back to my quarters, replied Severus after shaking off from his shock. Harry nodded before looking over to Nagnok. You said something about Luna getting some robes after we unlocked our bond. I did, said Nagnok. She will receive those robes within a couple of days, but for the time being, she will be wearing a crystal pendant that will help her control her seer ability. While we wait for someone to get the pendant, is there anything else you would like to do? Actually there is, said Severus before explaining what has been happening since the beginning of the year. Nagnok was not happy. Once Lord Evans Black and Lady Bones have finished, we will start reclaiming your titles as heirs of Hogwarts, said Nagnok, seriously. For the time being, Lord Snape, you have to take lordship of Slytherin while Lady Black will be taking her place as Lady Hufflepuff. What? Said Severus in disbelief. But I'm not related to Slytherin. That I know of, Lord Snape, but in order for you to remove Dumbledore from Hogwarts, it has to be the Lord of the 4 Founders to do so, explained Nagnok. I see, murmured Severus. What? Of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw Lord and Ladyship. Lord Regulus Black will take the lordship of Gryffindor, explained Nagnok before frowning. As for the ladyship of Ravenclaw, that spot would have been given to your spouse Lord Snape, however you are not married. Severus was about to agree when he thought of someone. Not entirely true, I recently started seeing someone. Wait, what? Said Harry while Luna had a smile on her face. Severus sighed. It's all thanks to the Black brothers. It's Professor Sinistra, isn't it? Stated Luna. That's correct, Miss Lovegood, said Severus. After the stunt from the Black brothers in the Yule Ball, Aurora and I have been talking more frequently these past few days. Harry thought for a moment before noticing it as well. The day after Yule Ball, he wanted to see if his father could help him with a few of his potions, but when he was about to step into his quarters, he saw him talking with his astronomy professor. It looks like they were having a pleasant conversation with a cup of tea. Harry smiled. I wouldn't mind having Professor Sinistra as my adopted mother. That is if you two have feelings for each other. Severus blushed a bit before coughing. I'll talk to her later today about the ladyship of Ravenclaw, but not sure if she wants to start with a relationship with me. Harry frowned. What do you mean, Dad? Everyone knows that you are good and took a risk on becoming a spy for the Light during the First War. That should have given you some good pointers to some decent witches for you to date. Since when did you become my matchmaker? Said Severus before twitching his eyebrow. I thought that was Black's department. True, but I do want to see you happy as well, Dad, said Harry, honestly. Oh, happy he will be, Harry, said Luna before smiling. Professor, I have no doubt in my mind that if you ask Professor Sinistra, she would definitely say yes. Severus had a shocked look on his face while Xenophilius smiled happily to his daughter. That's when a goblin came in and was carrying a brown box with a few rune symbols around it. The goblin walked over to Luna and opened the box for her. Inside was a sapphire crystal that glows like a full moon with a silver chain, and deep inside of the crystal were 2 rune symbols. "This is the life stone, Lady Lovegood," started Nagnok. During the time when the 4 founders were around, young seers would be giving these pendant to help them control their ability. Each pendant would have 1 or 2 rune symbol that represents them, both personality and heart. Yours have the symbols of spirit and moon. The moon represents your calm personality while the spirit represents your strong will. Luna titled her head, "My strong will." "I don't think I have one, do I, Harry?" "I believe you do, but you just don't realize it, Luna," said Harry before seeing his cousin coming inside with his aunt, Amelia and Susan. "So how did it go with you two?" Dudley grinned. "My healing magic was enhanced to its full power. Not only that, but I found out that my animagus form is a light phoenix, a rare one." "A light phoenix, you say?" murmured Luna before smiling. "Makes sense. What about you, Susan? Has your magic enhanced as well?" "Oh yes, my magic core has increased about twice and I have unlocked my water element while Dud here unlocked his light element," replied Susan, happily before giggling. "My auntie almost fainted upon seeing my hidden abilities." "I would imagine," said Harry before looking back at the box. "Don't forget to get your pendant, Luna. Best to wear it and make sure you never take it off." Luna nodded before turning around and went over to reach over to the life stone. The moment she grabbed hold onto the sapphire crystal, she gasped to notice she was in one of her visions. The young Ravenclaw looked around to see that she was in the Great Hall and saw the Goblet of Fire. She titled her head before hearing the doors open, and came in was Professor Black's assistant, Alistair Moody. Luna watched the ex-Auror enter the Great Hall before closing the door. He waved his wand over to himself before walking over to the Goblet of Fire. She frowned before looking over at the portrait for the 4 founders to have access at the Great Hall. Godric was there but has fallen asleep during his turn to watch over the goblet. Luna sighed before seeing Moody's shadow move over to the goblet and pulled out a piece of parchment. She titled her head before walking over to him. Soon my master will return," murmured Moody before throwing the parchment over to the goblet. "And it will be all thanks to that Potter brat, with his death." Luna gasped before finding herself back at the White Room. She looked around to see Harry holding onto her while the others had a worried look on their faces. "Are you all right, Luna?" asked Susan. "What happened?" wondered Dudley. "You sort of spaced out for a moment there and you almost fainted if Harry wasn't there to catch you." Luna opened her mouth before no words would want to come out of her mouth. She looked over at Harry before embracing him dearly. "Oh Harry, I know who placed your name into the goblet. You wouldn't believe me," as I was shocked as well in what he said too. The adults widened their eyes while Harry narrowed his eyes. "Who is it, Luna?" Luann bit her lip. It was Professor Moody. But his voice wasn't the same. It was completely different. Severus gritted his teeth. "Merlin's bread. Someone is using the polyjuice potion to disguise themselves as Mad Eye." "Are you positive, Sev?" asked Petunia, nervously. Severus nodded. "Yes. I only have mentioned this to Lupin and Black, but someone has been breaking into my storage room where I found a few ingredients missing." Xenophilius frowned. "But who will want to disguise themselves this long and endure drinking that dreadful potion?" "Miss Lovegood did that. Imposter Moody said anything in your vision?" asked Amelia. Luna looked down before nodding her head. "He said something about his master will be returning after Harry's death before throwing Harry's name into the goblet." Severus and Amelia were in shock. A Death Eater. "A Death Eater is inside of Hogwarts," said Amelia before looking over at Severus. "You have to report this to the headmaster. Everyone is in danger. If only that blasted coot would see reason, but knowing him, he would just shake it off for me being paranoid," snapped Severus. "No, we need to think of another way to catch him before anything else happens. The only way I see is that you and Petunia take the lordship and ladyship of Hufflepuff and Slytherin while the children reclaim their heir titles," Severus stated. Xenophilius. "Are we even ready?" asked Petunia, nervously. Severus sighed. "What other options do we have? If this imposter has a way to bring back Riddle, we have to stop him. And the only one that can do that is the head of Hogwarts." "Yes, you're right," said Petunia, softly. She looked over at her son and nephew. "Are you children ready to handle being the heirs of Hogwarts and their duties?" Harry and the others looked at each other before nodding their heads. Very well, said Severus before looking over at Nagnok. Give me at the end of the week so that I can inform this to Aurora while Petunia tells her husband as well. Nagnok nodded, understandable, but once you do, come right here so we can perform the ritual for all 8 of you, understood? Why does my husband need to be here? Asked Petunia. I'll explain later, said Severus before addressing to the goblin. Is there anything else, Nagnok? No, that is all, replied the goblin before bowing. I will see you all within a week's time. Everyone nodded their heads before heading out of the bank. Amelia bid farewell to her niece before heading to the leaky cauldron to flow back to the ministry. Xenophilius Key ed his daughter as a farewell before walking over to the crowded alley. Severus grabbed hold onto Harry and Dudley while Petunia grabbed hold onto Luna and Susan before apparating to the front gates of Hogwarts. Within the week, Regulus was informed of his future, temporary, lordship title while Severus explained the situation to Aurora. Both accepted without hesitation, and the end of the week, all of them went back to the bank and to receive their new titles. Black Lake, Feb 24 morning. Harry sighed heavily before looking down at the lake. He casted a warming charm to himself before taking out a potion. This potion was made with gillyweed, and with the help from his father, he is able to speak underwater. All right, last night there were 4 treasures that were stolen from our 4 champions and were sent at the bottom of the lake, started Albus. In order to win, each champion has to retrieve their lost treasure, easily right. Harry took that time to drink the potion and felt the effects immediately. Expect for this, they only have 1 hour and 1 hour only, after that they are on their own. No one will save them, stated Albus. Now you may begin after the shot of the cannon. Harry and the other champions covered their ears from the loud bang before jumping into the lake. He saw Cedric and Fleur were using the bubble head charm while Victor partially transformed his head into a shark. Harry looked around before wordlessly casted the point me charm to find Luna. He followed the light before noticing some movement around the kelp. He narrowed his eyes a bit before seeing a few mermaids and grindylows swimming around. They must be keeping guard or something, thought Harry before spotting 4 people. They were Luna, Cho, a young boy that looked about 10 and a young girl that looked about 8. Harry swims over to Luna and cut the rope that was holding onto her leg. As he was about to swim upward, Victor bypassed him and grabbed the 10-year-old boy. Before long he saw Cedric and Fleur swimming over to their treasures to save. The 3 of them nodded at each other before swimming upward. Victor and his young cousin, Alexander, who stayed during winter break, were the first ones to make it on the surface. Cedric and Cho were the second ones. Harry and Luna were third while Fleur and her little sister, Gabrielle, was last. Victor received 40 points for coming first and in total, he has 80 points. Cedric received 30 points for coming second and in total, he has 65 points. Harry received 20 points for coming third but was reduced to 15 and in total, he has 50 points. Fleur received 15 points for coming last and in total, she has 45 points. Harry sighed in relief while Luna was shivering from the cold. He swims over to where the others were waiting for them. Petunia quickly grabbed hold onto the young Ravenclaw and wrapped a warm towel around her while Severus helped Harry onto the platform. Are you all right, son? Asked Severus, softly. He wrapped a warm towel around the young Slytherin before casting another warming charm to both of them. Why yay, Dad, said Harry. I mean, I was getting a bit nervous when the mermaids and grindylows were surrounding me. I barely was able to see them in the kelp down there. Just glad that you are all right, cousin, said Dudley while the others nodded. Are you sure that you are all right, Luna? Asked Ginny. You were down there for pretty long time. The waters are extremely cold right now and you could get sick. Luna shook her head. I'm fine, Ginny. But I do want to change into some dry clothes though. Let's head back to the tower, said Hermione as she placed her hands onto the young girl's shoulders. The others can meet us at the Great Hall, correct, Harry? On the dot, my own, replied Harry. Hermione nodded before she, Daphne, Ginny, Millicent and Tracy headed over to the boats to take them back to the castle. I'll meet you at the Great Hall, cousin, said Dudley. The twins wanted to show me and Draco something rather interesting after the task. Harry nodded and watched Dudley and Draco headed over to the boats. Theodore, Vincent, Gregory and Blaise told Harry that they will meet him at the Great Hall. The only ones that stayed behind were his father, Aunt, Neville and Ron. "Potter, good work out there, but next time do try to be faster than the others," said Moody before taking out his bottle and drink it. He made somewhat a disgust face before shaking it off and walked away. "Something is off about him," murmured Severus before frowning. "Even Black believes so. Any idea what's wrong with him, Professor Snape?" asked Ron with a slight concern. The redhead narrowed his eyes at the ex-Auror. "He better not mess up my chances to become friends with Harry." "Not to worry, Mr. Weasley," said Severus. "Professor Black and I are working on it. Just make sure you keep an eye open for anything suspicious and report it to either me or Professor Black, understood?" Ron nodded before the three boys headed to the boats. Harry headed down towards the dungeons where Severus' quarters were at while Neville followed and Ron was slightly nervous. You can do this," chanted Ron in his mind. "Come on, you're a Gryffindor for crying out loud. And if Harry is allowing me to enter to his quarters with Snape then there is still a chance that I can be friends with him." Harry whispered the password to Salazar and let them enter but gave a hatred sneer to Ron. "Give me a few minutes to change into some dry clothes," said Harry as he led them to his room. Neville nodded and waited for Harry to leave the room before glaring over to Ron. "So do you truly mean what you said at the Yule Ball? Do you really want to be friends with Harry with good intentions, Weasley?" "Oh, of course. I just didn't know that Harry was related to Malfoy and his cousin, Dudley was going to attend to Hogwarts," replied Ron before biting his lower lip. "You can't really blame me since I heard a lot of stories from my mother and planting false hopes that I could be friends with him." "I guess you do have a point there," murmured Neville before walking over to where Harry's familiar was sleeping at. He gently grabbed Liza and showed her to Ron. "If you are truly say what you mean then you wouldn't mind petting Liza." Ron had a panic look on his face before he slowly reached out to the poisonous snake. He petted the snake and unexpectedly, Liza slithered to his arm. The redhead was about to freak out when the bathroom door opened and came in was a clean Harry who had a surprised look on his face. "Merlin's bread," said Harry as he walked over to them. He gave a questioning look to his familiar. "And here I thought you were going to bite him when you have the chance, Liza." The snake hissed something before making herself comfortable. Harry, she is not going to really bite me, right?" asked Ron, nervously. "No," replied Harry before laughing a bit. "She likes your smell. Reminds her of her home when she was just a hatchling." You don't say," said Ron who was slightly pale. Can you remove her from my arm? I mean, I have to admit, she is a pretty snake but I'm a bit afraid of snakes and spiders." "I'll remove her when we get into the Great Hall," said Harry. "Come on, I'm getting pretty hungry as I didn't eat that much breakfast." Neville and Ron nodded before following Harry out from the dungeons. Meanwhile, not too far from the Great Hall, the Weasley twins were showing Draco and Dudley a special map that helped them to pull off their pranks. "Incredible," said Dudley in awe. "So this map shows where anyone is?" "Pretty much," said Fred. "It updates whenever we discover a new area," said George before pointing a few hidden passageways. "Like this 2 hallways that leads to Hogsmeade." "This is bloody brilliant," said Draco. "Is this how you were able to keep an eye on Dumbledore?" "Pretty much," said Fred. "We know for the fact that it's been a while that our little brother and sister haven't seen the headmaster for quite some time now." "Dumbledore wants Ron and Ginny to spy on Harry," said Dudley before narrowing his eyes. "Dumbles is planning to give Harry loyalty potions and small doses of love potions after the tournament ends." "What?" said the Weasley twins. "How are you going to stop that from happening?" asked George. "Oh, don't worry about that," said Draco before smirking. "You just have to wait when the 3rd task is done." Fred and George looked at each other before nodding their heads. "Hey, who in Merlin's name is that?" asked Dudley as he pointed to a name that was unfamiliar to him. The twins and Draco looked down at the map before the 3 of them widened their eyes. I thought that he was dead. Father told me so," said Draco. "So did ours," said the twins. "Wait, what's going on you guys?" asked Dudley before being dragged by Draco. "Where are we going?" "We have to meet up with Harry at the Great Hall. And we need to show this to Professor Snape and fast," said Fred. Is it about that unknown name?" asked Dudley. "Yes, 'cause that person should have been dead," replied George. Dudley's face turned pale before remembering the name that showed up at the magical map. Bartemius Crouch Jr. The Weasley twins and Draco, who was still dragging Dudley, raced down to the dungeons before knocking onto the door of Severus' office. "Professor Snape, we need to talk to you," shouted Fred. "It's Regent," shouted George. Dudley had to cover his ears from the loud shouts, but just as he was about to tell them to stop banging the portrait, it opened. "What in Merlin's name? You don't have to be banging on the portrait like that." "Sorry sir," said George before showing him the map. "But you really need to see this." "What are you? No, it can't be. How is he still alive?" said Severus as he looked down at the magical map. He looked over at the twins. "Are you positive this is real?" Fred nodded. "Positive. This map never lies." Severus sighs, but just as he was about to say something, Dudley interrupted. "What in the hell is going on? Who in the world is Bartemius Crouch Jr.? "Dudley, language," scolded Severus before looking over at the twins. "Go and fetch Lupin and Black for me and tell them to be at my office, now." The Weasley twins nodded before dashing to the hallways. "Get in, the both of you," ordered Severus. Dudley and Draco entered their uncle's quarters while Severus went over to the fireplace and tossed some flow powder. "The Ministry, Regulus' office. Reg, are you there?" Severus. "What's the matter? You don't normally flow me during this time. There is something you should see, immediately." "Very well, give me a few moments." Severus stepped aside, allowing Regulus to enter his quarters when he heard the portrait. Door open. The sounds of Lupin, Black, the twins and surprisingly Harry were heard in his living room. "Sounds like you are having a party without me, Sev," said Regulus as he stepped out from the fireplace. He frowned a bit. "Now what is it that you wanted to show me so, Regent?" "Follow me," said Severus before guiding him to the living with the others. He looked over at his adopted son. "I take it that Luna must have told you to come over here, correct?" Harry nodded while having Liza around his neck. "She said it's about the imposter Moody and his true identity." "His true identity?" asked Sirius before frowning. "Who is it, then?" "Mr. Weasley, if you would," said Severus. Fred nodded before showing them the map and pointed to them at the name that was being shown. The name Bartemius Crouch Jr. was pacing around in his office, next to Sirius. "Sirius, this map," said Lupin, softly. "Yes, no doubt about it, but more questionably, why is that rotten Death Eater Crouch doing in Moody's office? Wasn't he supposed to be dead?" snapped Sirius before looking over at the twins. "Where did you found this map?" "It was in our first year, Professor Black," started George. "We set off some dung bombs in front of each house entrance," said Fred. "It was a welcome gift to us for all the houses," said the twins. "But grumpy old Filch catch us and took us to his office to make the detention report," said George as he crossed his arms. "Though the moment he left for just a bit, I looked around in his office for something good to use in our next prank," said Fred before grinning. "What I found was this blank parchment, but knowing Filch, it was not normal. So we took it before Filch returned and it's been a great help with our pranks since then," said the Weasley twins, happily. Lupin sighs. "At least now we know what happened to your copy of the map, Sirius." "C told the two of you that I didn't lose it," said Sirius before addressing to the twins. "Now, what you have there is called Marauder's Map. James, Remus, the rat surprisingly, and I created that map in our 5th year of Hogwarts. It was designed to show everyone where they are at in Hogwarts and Hogsmeade," said Remus. "The map has an update feature that will update itself whenever there is a new route that was found. Though in order for it to appear, you would acquire a password," said Sirius before pouting a bit. "Who in Merlin's name did you figure out our password?" The twins grinned. "By mistake." Sirius and Remus looked at each other before Sirius facepalmed his forehead while Remus just shook his head. Regulus cleared his throat. "Well, if you two wouldn't mind, we continue." "Right, sorry," said Sirius. Severus shook his head. "Dunderheads. Lupin, are you positive that this map shows the exact person within Hogwarts and Hogsmeade location?" Remus nodded. "Correct. Which puzzles me, why is showing Crouch Jr. Didn't he, like, die a few years back in Azkaban?" "That's what everyone that," murmured Severus before frowning. "But it would seem that he escaped somehow. Wonder if Crouch Sr. knows about this." "So this Crouch Jr. was a Death Eater," wondered Dudley. "That's right," said Draco before frowning. "That coward Igor, who was also a Death Eater during the First War, saved his skin by naming a few of his buddies to avoid getting the Dementor's key." One of them happened to be Crouch Jr. and was sent to Azkaban for life with no trail, said Regulus. His father had a hard time dealing that his only son was in the most guarded prison. But never visit him, stated Sirius. That one that did was his mother, who took the news badly. She would come to visit almost every week to talk to her son, but, out of the blue, she stopped coming. About 5 days afterwards, Crouch Jr. was found dead in his cell, said Regulus. Everyone at the department was quite puzzled but was never questioned. Harry thought for a moment, could it be possible that Mrs. Crouch helped Bartemius escape from Azkaban? Sirius and Regulus thought for a moment before slapping their hands onto their foreheads. Severus smirked. A very cunning thought, Harry, but how did Mrs. Crouch do it? Azkaban is quite heavily guarded and there are Dementors in every corner in that place. She could have asked to be alone in his cell, replied Harry. She could have told the guards that she was going to clean him up a bit. I remember how Padfoot looked when he was released. He was smelled horrible and was covered in his own. Sirius covered Harry's mouth. All right, you don't have to go that far. Dudley and Draco smirked a bit while the twins were trying to hold on to their laughter. But what Harry said could have happened, said Regulus. He grits his teeth, and now that blasted man is out and is trying to revive Riddle. So what do we do? Asked Harry. I say we announce our titles and remove him from Hogwarts before the third task, and maybe Dumbles as well, said Dudley. I like that idea, said Sirius, seriously. It may be a good idea, but I think we should announce our titles after the third task, said Harry. Dudley and the twins widened their eyes. Are you serious, Harry? Said Dudley, a bit angrily. That guy is the same guy that forced you to take part this blasted tournament to being with. And not to mention, he is a bloody Death Eater that wants to revive Riddle by killing you during the third task. He does have a point there, Harry, said Remus, softly. Regulus rubbed his chin. Why do you want to announce your titles after the third task rather before, Harry? There are a few reasons why, said Harry before closing his eyes. First, to see any other Death Eaters would show up in this little gathering. Second, I can have a chance to get rid of Riddle when he is in his weakened state, and lastly, I want some freedom before getting my responsibilities of being Salazar's heir. Sirius and Remus had their mouths open while Severus and Regulus were smirking. Well said, son, well said, said Severus. I guess I can see your point, murmured Dudley. Dudley, you have to remember that Harry is still in the tournament, said Draco. If you guys would announce your titles before the third task, Harry wouldn't have time to prepare for it or his classes. Oops, sorry Harry, said Dudley. The Raven Slytherin waved it off. Don't worry about it, Dud. I can understand why you were mad, surprised that you didn't hex me though. Dudley sheepishly pouted. I was close to. Harry took a step back before grinning. Besides, I wouldn't be alone. The 3 other champions and I are planning to make tie in the third task. How would that work? Asked Remus. Divide and conquer, said Harry before taking out the portkey under his shirt. And don't forget, I still have this in case things get out of hand. Sirius shook his head. You truly are Slytherin's heir but have the brains of Ravenclaw. Just like how Lily was, said Remus, softly. All right, scamp, off with all of you, said Severus before glancing down at the map. Mr. Weasley, would it be possible if we keep the map until the third task? Go ahead, Professor, said Fred. We don't mind as we know almost all of Hogwarts' hidden passages anyway, said George. Thank you, boys, said Severus. Now get going or all of you will be late for your afternoon classes. Crap, come on guys, shouted Dudley before dashing out of the portrait. Draco and Harry shook their heads before calmly leaving the room. See ye later, professors, said the twins before leaving the room as well. Well, I better get going and maybe find out what the third task is going to be about, said Regulus before smiling. Tell Petunia I will be stopping by after dinner. See ye later, mates. Sirius pouts. Since when did I become a messenger owl to my little brother? Ah, come now, Sirius, said Remus. See you later, Severus, and please do try to be kinder to your first-year students in class today. Severus smirks. If they are not a bunch of dunderheads then I might be less harsh to them, but sadly, they are not. Remus shook his head before guiding a slight shock Sirius out of the room. Within a few moments, Severus could faintly hear Sirius shout. Since when did Snape can joke? It's the end of the world as we know it. Severus shook his head before grabbing a pile of graded papers from his first-year class of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff and headed to his classroom. March 5th, Potion Class. Severus, shouted Igor as he slammed open the door. He marched over to Severus and slammed his hands onto the desk. It's happening again, but it's getting stronger. And what, pray tell, do you want me to do about it, Igor? Wondered Severus as he was cleaning his classroom from his NEWT's class. You're fully aware that I don't bear the dark mark anymore, so why tell me about it? Igor grits his teeth before placing his hands over his head and his elbows onto the desk. I need your help, please Severus. I beg of you, tell me on how you got rid of the dark mark. Was it a potion or a charm? Please Severus, tell me. I don't want to serve him any longer if he comes back. Severus tapped his chin, and what would I gain if I help your coward self? Anything. Just please help me Severus, begged Igor. Severus thought for a moment but stayed silent. He could see Igor was desperate and would do anything to get free like he did when he was about to be sent to Azkaban. If I remove the dark mark for you, would you in return help us beat Riddle once and for all? Are you going to fight or are you going to flee like a coward you are? Igor quickly lifts up his head and took a step back. Fight, the Dark Lord. Are you mad? He can kill us. He's only these powerful since he is supposedly the heir of Slytherin, stated Severus before smirking. But what if I know the true heir? What do you mean Severus? Asked Igor, nervously. I mean Igor is that once the true heir announces his claim, Riddle will no longer be any problem afterwards, replied Severus. Who is the true heir? Wondered Igor. Was he the one that removed your dark mark? Do you serve him? Are there others? Severus lifts up his eyebrow. Why are you asking if I serve the true heir? Do you wish to join to his side as well? Yes, replied Igor, quickly. If it brings me protection to the Dark Lord, then I will with no hesitation join with the true Slytherin heir. Really now, said Severus before sighing. Give me a week and I will give you my reply. Now leave. Igor nodded before dashing out of the classroom. Dobby, called Severus as he collapsed onto his chair. He grabbed hold onto a small parchment and wrote down something on it. What can I do for you, Master Snape? Asked the house elf as he appeared in front of him. I want you to send a message to my son, replied Severus. He handed him the small parchment. Make sure he is alone when he receives this, do you understand me? Dobby nodded his head and took the parchment before disappearing from his room. What are you up to, Barty? Murmured Severus before leaving the classroom. Slytherin common room. Harry was looking over his potion journal while Draco was surprisingly hanging out with Ron and Dudley. They were getting some snacks from the kitchen before heading over to the room of requirements where he will meet with them soon. The young Slytherin wrote some last notes on the side before putting it away. He was about to walk out of his room when Dobby appeared right before him. What's up, Dobby? Asked Harry. Master Harry, Dobby has a message from his adopted father, replied the house elf. He took out the parchment. Master Snape told me to make sure no one was to be in the room when I give you this message. Harry took the letter. Thanks, Dobby. You can go now. Dobby nodded happily before disappearing. Harry sighs before opening the letter. Harry, I hope you get this message soon. Earlier today Igor, the headmaster of Durmstrang, came to me for help. He wants to get rid of the dark mark for exchange to serve the true Slytherin's heir and get protection from him. I told him to wait for a week for my reply. Question is that do you and Dudley want to help him? You have a week to give me a reply. Give a real thought into this as Igor literally, no hesitation, to serve you when Riddle returns. I will be waiting. Love, Dad. Interesting, thought Harry before putting the letter away and headed out to meet his friends. March 6th, Hogsmeade visit. So any ideas what we should do? Asked Dudley. Well, we could go over and get something in Honeydukes, suggested Susan before smiling. Or we can go to the quill shop since I'm running out of ink. We could do that, murmured Dudley. I need to look at something in Zonko's joke shop. There is supposedly a new product that the twins, Draco and I want to test out. Susan giggled. I take it that this particular prank is for someone who is being a bloody coot. Dudley grinned. Maybe. Come on, we need to meet with the others at the Shrieking Shack, so we have about 2 hours or so to get our things. Susan nodded before grabbing hold onto Dudley's arm and dragged him to the quill shop. Meanwhile in the Three Broomsticks, Harry and Luna were relaxing and having a drink of butterbeer. That's where Harry sees Ginny with Seamus not too far from them. I wonder, are they in a date? Wondered Harry, quietly. Most likely, but I highly doubt Ron or the twins know about this, said Luna before titling her head. I don't like this, Harry, can we go somewhere else? Harry nodded before the two of them left and started to walk around the small village of Hogsmeade. Luna was holding onto Harry's arm. Any shopping you need to do? Asked Luna. No, I don't think so, replied Harry as he tapped his chin. My father restocked my supplies when he came here not too long ago. We could go get some sweets if you like before heading over to the Shrieking Shack and wait for the others. All right, let's go, said Luna. The two of them head over to Honeydukes and grabbed a few chocolate frogs, licorice wands, sugar quills, and pumpkin pasties. Luna took some strange ones as well, like squeaking sugar mice, tung-tung toffee, peppermint toads, ice mice, exploding bonbons, Drooble's best blowing gums, chocoballs and cockroach clusters. Harry shook his head before paying their purchases and headed out. They headed over to the shack where they saw most of the girls were there. Only Blaise, Ron and Theo were there. Where are the others? Asked Harry before offering a few of his sweets to his friends. I believe Draco is being dragged around with Pansy in Gladdridge's wizardwear, replied Hermione. And Dudley should be heading over here soon with Susan. Millicent and Neville should be coming soon, said Astoria. The Weasley twins, ah! Shouted Ron in surprise. He started to move around a bit before shaking a bit of his shirt to find snow inside his clothes. Very funny, you two. The twins, Vincent and Gregory, appeared behind a tree and they were laughing uncontrollably. Harry shook his head before walking over to them and picked up his invisibly cloak. He shrinked the cloak and placed it inside his pocket. I take it you had fun with the cloak. Did you only use it for this one prank or some others as well? Quite a few, replied the twins. Thanks for letting us borrowing it, Harry. Just as long you don't get caught with it, no problem, said Harry as he made a face. Aunt Petunia and my father would be furious at me if they found out that I gave you permission using the cloak like this. We understand, said Fred. That's why we only ask if it's necessary, said George. Invisibly cloak, thought Ron before looking over at Harry. By the way, mate, where is your familiar? I haven't seen her at all. She's back home at Prince Manor, replied Harry. She hates the cold and didn't want to stay at my father's quarters since it's cold down at the dungeons. Normally she would stay with the basilisk, but she changed her mind this winter, said Daphne. Everyone giggled a bit before looking over at the rundown house. I always wonder what the deal with the shack, said Tracy. Is it really haunted? Nope, replied Dudley as he arrived with Susan. He grinned. Those rumors of this place being haunted by ghosts were invented by Uncle James and his group of friends. You mean Harry's biological father, said Vincent. That's right, said Harry before smiling. They only spread that rumor so that my Uncle Moony can change into his werewolf form during the full moons. Well, that is after I found the cure. I wonder if any other students believed in that rumor, wondered Blaise. We know quite a few students that did, said Fred. And we know the entrance to that place as well, stated George. So do we, said Harry and Dudley. It's right under the Whomping Willow tree, said Harry. Spoilers, murmured the twins. Shall we get going? Wondered Susan as she looked at her watch. Let's go see if we can find Draco and Pansy while we are heading back to the carriages. Everyone nodded and headed back. May 27th, Great Hall, night. Have any idea why Mr. Bagman called us for? Asked Harry. I would guess it's about the third task, replied Severus. Not to worry, your uncle should be coming over tomorrow to reveal what is going to be used. Harry sighs, first as dragons then it was mermaids. What's next? A griffin. Severus snorted, knowing about this blasted tournament, I wouldn't be surprised. I just hope Regulus and I can calm your aunt when she finds out what you have to encounter next. Well, you better have enchanted that calming draft because she is going to need it, said Harry. You may be right, murmured Severus. The two of them arrived at the Great Hall where they saw Igor with Victor, Olympe with Fleur and Cedric was with his father. Ah, Mr. Snape, there you are, said Bagman, happily. He waved his hand, come in, come in. Harry sighs as he followed his father with the others. Good, now in 2 days the third task will take place, said Bagman. This will take place what used to be the Quidditch pitch, but what you didn't suspect is, it's going to be a maze. A maze? Wondered Fleur. Bagman nodded, excitedly. Inside of the maze, you will encounter different types of magical creatures that you have to face while trying to find the Tri-Wizard Cup. Pray tell, how many types of magical creatures they are going to face? Asked Severus, nervously. All I am going to say is about at least 5 to 10 different types, Professor, replied Bagman. Severus made an annoyed face while Harry widened his eyes before shaking his head. Aunt Petunia is going to kill this guy, thought the Snapes. Well, that's said and done. Best of luck to all of you, said Bagman, happily before leaving the Great Hall with Crouch Sr. following him. Cedric sighs before walking over to Harry. He leans over to his ear. Shall I tell the others to meet at the Room of Requirements? Harry nodded. Tomorrow after lunch. I might have the information of what type of magical creatures could be there. Cedric nodded before walking over to the other champions while Severus guided Harry back to the Slytherin dormitories. Harry took a deep breath before jumping up a bit when he felt a hand over on his shoulder. He looked over to see his father, Sirius, and Remus giving him a supporting look. Watch out for the fog, warned Sirius, seriously. Don't stand there. Just keep on moving. If you find Cedric inside the maze, work together, said Severus. Be carefully when you run into the Sphinx, said Remus. He slightly narrowed his eyes. Pay attention to what riddle he says. Harry nodded before adjusting his green jumper and walked over to where the other champions were at. Albus walked up to them and placed an arm around Harry and Cedric's shoulders. Now in this maze, you will face dangers in every corner. Be careful to all of you. The 4 champions nodded before walking over to 4 different entrances of the maze. Severus stood by Harry as the potion master noticed Alistair was slowly going over to his son. The dark-hair wizard frowns a bit before looking over at Sirius. The ex-Auror knows that look and gave a slight nod. Albus gave a small speech before telling who was going to go first. The first to enter the maze was Victor, Cedric was second, Harry was third, and lastly was Fleur. Harry turned his head to see his father's face for the last time before the hedges blocked the way. Harry sighs before taking out his wand and slowly walks around the hedges. Stay calm. Don't lose focus and keep going forward, thought Harry. He looked around. I got to find the others before we can find the cup together. He got hold onto the portkey around his neck before walking deep into the maze. Within half an hour, Harry and Fleur found each other before finding Victor and Cedric together. Harry found out that Cedric had to disarm Victor for a second when he noticed he was cursed. Have any ideas who cursed you, Victor? Asked Harry while being on guard. No, but before entering the maze, that one-eyed professor passed by me, replied Victor. Mad-Eye Moody, said Cedric in shock. He shook his head. Are you sure it was him? Positive Diggory, said Victor. Let's deal with him later, said Fleur before smiling. We have a cup to find. Right, and what Uncle Reg said to me, there should be a sphinx nearby the cup, said Harry. He tapped his chin. The creature should give us a riddle on what is guarding the cup. The 3 older champions nodded their heads before looking around for the sphinx. It took a bit time until they came across a creature with the head of a human and the body of a lion. She looked down upon them before she started to speak. Answer thy riddle and I will let you pass. Harry and the 3 champions nodded their heads. First, think of the person who lives in disguise. Who deals in secrets and tells naught but lies. Harry thought for a moment. A spy. It fits since my adopted father was a spy during the First War and he had to disguise himself and hold so many secrets and lies. The older champions nodded as they agree. Next, tell me what's always the last thing to mend. The middle of middle and end of the end. The letter, D, said Fleur, quickly. It's the end of the word mend and the word middle has 2 of them. And finally give me the sound often heard. During the search for a hard to find word. Has to be, since I hear it the most in this part of the riddle, said Victor. Now string them together, and answer me this. Which creature would you be unwilling to key? Harry and the 3 champions thought for a moment before Fleur snapped her fingers. A spider. Add, spy, to the letter, D, to, and you get spider. Correct, young one. You all can pass. The 4 of them walked past rather quickly from the ancient sphinx. They stopped for a moment before looking around again. All right, so that means that some kind of spider will be guarding the cup, stated Harry. What kind of giant spider will guard the cup? There is the acromantula, said Victor. They are the biggest spiders and native in the rainforest of Southeast Asia, particularly in Borneo where it inhabits dense jungles. I believe I know what to do, said Cedric, happily. After another half an hour, they saw the cup in the distance, but over to the top was the acromantula waiting for them. I got this, murmured Cedric before walking over to the giant spider. Excuse me, Madam Acromantula, do you have a moment? Harry lifts up his eyebrow. It's a girl. How does Cedric knows it's a girl? Fleur giggled. That's because the female acromantula are larger than the male. Oh, said Harry as he turned to watch Cedric talking to the dangerous spider. What do you want, human child? Asked the acromantula. I was wondering if you have been looking for a mate, asked Cedric. I have, but these blasted humans have captured me from my home before I had the chance to find one. Why do you ask? Replied the acromantula. Well, you see, I have a friend that knows a handsome acromantula inside the forest and I would want to see if you would want to meet him, said Cedric. You don't say, human, said the acromantula, softly. There were a few minutes of silence. If I let you and your human friends pass, you must introduce me to this male acromantula, deal? Cedric nodded. Deal, come on everyone. Let's go. Fleur grabbed Harry's arm while Victor had his wand on his hand and behind Harry. The three of them gave a small bow to the giant spider before reuniting with Cedric. That was brilliant, said Harry. How did you know that she needed a mate? She still looked quite young, and what Hagrid said about eye contact on any magical creatures, they can display some emotions if they want to, explained Cedric. I didn't know you took care of magical creatures, said Harry. I don't, well, not with Hagrid, but I do have a few chats here and there with the half-giant when I have a break, replied Cedric while looking around. Harry nodded before spotting the cup not too far from them. He was about to say something when he felt a sudden gust of wind heading towards them and the hedges starting to move. Go! Shouted the young Slytherin. Cedric grabbed hold onto Harry's arm and started to run towards the cup. Victor had a hold onto Fleur, and when they reached to the cup, they grabbed it quickly. Little Hangleton, unknown location. Harry knows it was a portkey the moment he grabbed the cup, but instead the entrance of the maze. They landed at a graveyard. He quickly told the three older champions to hide, immediately. Harry gave them his invisibly cloak to Cedric before being slammed onto a gravestone. He was pinned and looked up to see it was Peter, who somehow escaped from Azkaban, again, and was holding onto something small. Cedric and the other two champions watched to see the Azkaban escapee walked over to the cauldron and took out a bone. Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. He throws the bone into the cauldron before whimpering a bit and took out a knife. He placed it on his hand and cut the whole thing off. Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master. Cedric widens his eyes and was about to go over to him when he saw Peter walking over to Harry with the knife. No, said Victor, softly. We have to wait for the signal. The older Hufflepuff grit his teeth as he watched the Death Eater cut Harry's arm before walking over to the cauldron once again. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe. Once he was done, the small thing he was holding, he threw it into the cauldron. Harry winced a bit from the pain he is getting from the deep cut while watching Riddle being resurrected. He remembers getting nightmares the day his parents died and seeing the face of Riddle, casting the spell to his mother. Before he looked normal, but now, he looked like a snake, completely. My lord, stuttered Peter before handing him his former wand. Riddle took the wand before grabbing hold onto Peter's arm and placed his wand onto the dark mark he has. He was summoning his Death Eaters. Within seconds, they were surrounded a few former Death Eaters. Greetings, my friends, said Riddle. It's been 13 years, has it been not? 13 years of disappointment as none of you ever tried to find me. Harry holds onto the stone side while Riddle was removing the skull masks from his followers. I'm mostly disappointed in you, Lucius, said Riddle as he removed his mask. What a shame, and here I thought you gave me your utmost loyalty to me, my slithering friend. Oh, of course, my lord, said Lucius. I have always been loyal to you. If I have known there were any signs that you were alive, I would have gladly helped you get resurrected. But my slithering friend, there were signs, said Riddle before turning around. Ah yes, Harry Potter, or should I say Harry Potter Snape. I would never think that my former potion master would adopt you, but then again, he begged me to spare your lovely muggle mother. Harry glared at Riddle. He knew his adopted father's past and didn't blame him on what happened. His adopted father tried his best to protect his former family because the deep love he had of his mother. At least he has a heart, and to know what he was doing was wrong. The love he had for my mother is something you wouldn't understand, Riddle. Riddle waved his wand and Harry dropped onto the ground. Come on, Potter. Grab your wand. Duel me where you will meet your end. As you wish, now Cedric. Shouted Harry before casting a stun spell to Riddle. The three older champions jumped out from the cloak and started casting spells to the surprised Death Eaters. Cedric was facing Goyle Sr. and Crabbe Sr. while Fleur was facing two unknown Death Eaters and Victor was facing Lucius and Peter. Riddle and Harry were facing each other. Crucio. Harry dodged. Confringo. Reducto. Voldemort casted a shield. Snape has taught you well, but tonight, you will die, Potter Snape, along with that traitor Snape. Everyone will know fear once again once I am done with you. In your dreams, Riddle, murmured Harry. Avada Kedavra. Expelliarmus. Their magic clashed to each other and was going back and forth. It was basically the matter of who is stronger. The Death Eaters and the three champions stopped fighting to see the fight between Voldemort and Harry. The champions went over to Harry while the Death Eaters went to Riddle. Cedric could see that Harry was slightly struggling, but he couldn't blame him since the young Slytherin was still learning how to focus his magic. Come on, Harry, you can do it, shouted Cedric. Suddenly, out of the blue, three spirits came out of Riddle's wand. One was an old man and the other two were Harry's parents. You're doing great, my son, praised James, happily. He looked over to Riddle. We can only give you a few moments after you disconnect the connection. Do you understand? Harry nodded. You're ready, said Lily before smiling. Tell Sev and the others thank you. Now let go. You're ready, let go. Harry nodded before disconnecting the connection where the spirits flew forward towards Riddle and the Death Eaters. Fleur summoned the cup to them where they disappeared the moment Riddle was able to escape from the spirits. Hogwarts, maze entrance. Harry and the four champions landed on the ground. There was a slight silence around the crowd before there was clapping and shouting going all over the stands. Well, this is a first, said Bagman as he walked over to the group. Never would have thought all of the champions will find the cup at the same time. What to do? Well, first is what we can tell you, said Cedric before addressing to the stand. Everyone, tonight something has happened, something terrible has happened. When all of us grabbed the cup, we were teleported to an unknown graveyard where we found the Azkaban escapee who resurrected Riddle, aka the Dark Lord Voldemort, said Victor. The crowd gasped in shock. Is this true, Harry? Asked Albus. The young Slytherin grabbed hold onto his injured arm before nodding his head. Come now, let's not get too carried away, said Crouch Sr. as he approached to the group, quickly. The child could have mistaken something that looked like you know who or something. No, Mr. Bagman, shouted Fleur. We all saw him get resurrected. If you want I can give you my memories, even take Veritaserum. Cedric and Victor agreed as well. Moody grabbed hold onto Harry's shoulder. He leans over to his ear. Come, Potter Snape, let's treat that arm of yours. Harry was about to protest but was dragged away from the crowd. He had no choice but to follow Moody to the castle. Luckily Luna and Ron saw it and ran over to Severus and Albus. Professor Snape, the Moody imposter took Harry away, said Luna, worriedly. And I don't think he is taking him to the infirmary, sir, said Ron. Damn it, said Severus. Sirius, Remus, let's go. The two nodded and the three of them dashed to the castle along with Albus and Minerva. All of them quickly went over to the Dada classroom and slammed open the doors to the professor's quarters. Expelliarmus, shouted Severus. The spell sent Moody over to the other side and was held down on the chair. Sirius and Remus were on each side of the chair while Severus was with his adopted son. Minerva, would you mind taking Harry to Poppy? Said Severus, softly. Of course, come Mr. Potter Snape, let's get that arm fixed up, said Minerva. Harry nodded before gladly followed his transfiguration professor out of the Dada classroom. The two of them silently walked over to the infirmary where they found the others inside. Harry, shouted Petunia. Poppy, he's here. The healer came out of her office as when Minerva guided Harry to one of the beds. Poppy looked over at the deep cut before nodding her head. Stay here, Harry, while I go get the paste. Stay put and don't move, young man. Harry silently nodded his head. Poppy had a small frown while Petunia and Aurora went over to Harry's side. Dudley, Harry's friends and the 3 champions were with them. "Harry, dear, are you all right?" asked Petunia. I'm fine," whispered Harry. "Just a little shaken up, that's all." "I bet," said Dudley. "Having to face that snake bastard once more would have me quite shaken." "But you are all right." "Why yeah, honest," said Harry, tiredly. Petunia frowns before letting Poppy place the healing paste onto Harry's cut before wrapping the injury. "It's going to take at least a day or 2 for the cut to fully heal, but other than that, Harry is fine." "Shaken but fine," said Poppy, softly. She handed a vial to Harry. "Here Mr. Potter Snape, take this calming draught and maybe have your father give you some dreamless sleeping potion for tonight." Harry nodded and drinks the potion. Suddenly the doors opened and came in was Amos Diggory, Cedric's father, and Minister Fudge. "Mr. Potter Snape, I demand to know the truth," shouted Fudge. He walked past Harry's friends but was stopped by Petunia. What? Move out of the way. I will not be told false statements. The child you are calling a liar is my nephew," snapped Petunia, angrily. She leaned over at his face. "You better watch out what you say, if not, you will find yourself staying at St. Mungo's." "Understood." Everyone stepped back while Fudge had a fear look on his face. "See Crystal," said Fudge, nervously. He cleared his throat. Mr. Potter Snape, are you certain that you and the other 3 champions saw you know who being revived?" Harry nodded. "Yes, Minister Fudge. The cup, it was a portkey that take us to an unknown graveyard where we saw Peter with a weakened riddle. Cedric and the others hid while I was pinned to a gravestone where they used my blood to resurrect Riddle." Fudge widens his eyes as he looked down at the bandaged arm. "Father, you do believe me?" asked Cedric, seriously. "You know I don't tell lies. And you can see that Harry is shaken up a bit." Amos sighs. "Minister, I believe what they say is the truth. You can't fake the emotions you see upon their faces." "All right," murmured Fudge before sighing heavily. "But, what do I say to the wizarding world? There will be panic spreading around if I don't make a statement." "What you can do, Minister, is tell them the truth," said Regulus as he entered the infirmary. Severus, Remus and Sirius were with him. "Minister, if you hide this then it will cause uproar to the wizarding world," stated Severus. "Not to mention, White Crouch Jr. was found alive and sent to Azkaban once again before getting the Dementor's key," said Sirius. Fudge nodded. "Oh, of course, thank you. If you would excuse me, but I must prepare a speech for the Daily Prophet. I will make sure no reporters would bother young Mr. Potter Snape." Petunia nodded before embracing her nephew dearly and watched the minister and Cedric's father leave the infirmary. "Cedric, everyone, thanks," said Harry, softly. He sighs. "I have a feeling that he wouldn't have believed me if you 3 were not with me at the graveyard." "No need to thank me, Harry," said Cedric. "What our friends are for. Now if you would excuse me, I have to see Cho as I get the feeling she is getting rather worried about me." Harry nodded. "I better getting going as well," said Fleur before giving a small key to Harry. "Get some rest and take it easy." "All right. I will," said Harry. "Don't worry, Fleur, I will make sure he gets some sleep," said Luna, softly. "I know you will," said Fleur before leaving. Victor just gave a slight bow before leaving the infirmary. Harry sighs before looking over at his godmother who looked rather nervous. "What wrong, Aunt Sissy?" Narcissa sighs. "Now that Riddle is back, Lucius will be forced to return back to him and would demand that Draco to be marked as soon as possible, including the others as well." Harry and Dudley's face became pale while Draco's face was white as a sheet. Father would never allow me, would he?" asked Draco, nervously. Narcissa looked down. I'm not sure, dear, but I'm not having you to get that horrible mark." Petunia sighs. "It's time. We have to do it now. It's high time to stop Riddle with his nonsense of fear and Dumbledore's meddling." Harry sighs before getting up. "Right. Where are Salazar and Helga's quarters?" Once Petunia told the children the whereabouts of the hidden quarters of the 4 founders, she and her husband went over to her quarters to change into their own set of robes. Her vow to protect her nephew still runs deep inside her ever since the day she found him on her doorstep those many years ago. She truly hated how cruel she was to her little sister, but she knows if she had died, Lily would have treated her son like her own. Severus and Aurora went to his quarters to change as well. "In case you haven't heard, Voldemort has returned," shouted Albus, seriously. Every student gasped in shock and disbelief. The younger students started to panic while the older ones were trying to comfort them, but at the Slytherin table, most of them had a slight smirk on their faces. The Ministry is trying their best to make sure that everyone in the Wizarding world and in the Muggle world are safe and sound, said Albus as he walked around the podium. We must stand together if we want to survive this upcoming crisis. Just then the doors opened and every student had their mouths open in shock. What is the meaning of this, Petunia, Severus? Demanded Albus as he clenched his elder wand. That's when he widened his eyes. What? Why are you wearing those robes? Petunia was wearing a long-sleeved yellow and black dress with a hood attached. Her sleeves were black that reached her elbows and the rest were yellow. Her neckline and around her waist had a light golden trimming. In the middle of her chest had the Hufflepuff crest and around her neck was a gold pendant. Regulus was wearing a crimson coat with golden and black trimmings and a red cape with a gold clasp. He had a white silk shirt with a red pendant on it and had a light brown vest. He was wearing black pants, around his waist was a dark brown belt, black boots, and on his left was a sword, Godric's sword. On the right side was the Gryffindor crest. Aurora was wearing a long-sleeved black and blue dress. The sides were black that reached down to the floor, and where her sleeves were it stops at the elbow was an opening. Underneath was dark blue and light blue, around the neckline and the end of the sleeves had a silver trimmings. In the middle of her chest had the Ravenclaw crest and around her neck was a sapphire pendant. Severus was wearing a black long tunic with dark green trimming and a green cape with a silver clasp. He had black pants, around his waist was a dark brown belt and was wearing black boots. On the left side was the Slytherin crest. I would advise you, Chief Warlock Dumbledore, that you should address to me with better respect, said Petunia, seriously. Or I will have you kicked out of Hogwarts. You have no authority to do that, shouted Albus, nervously. That's where you are wrong, Albus, said Severus as he crossed his arms. She has more authority than the minister himself to kick you out of this school whenever she pleases. What do you mean? Explain, demanded Albus. Regulus laughed. You old coot. Can't you recognize the lord and ladies of the four founders? If you can't, then you aren't that powerful they say you are. Every student and the staff members gasped. Albus Pales, Petunia, if you please, let's discuss this situation in my office. No. I have had it with your meddling ways to power, you bastard. I have warned you in the beginning of the term, did I not? My dear, I dare say, please do calm down, said Albus, softly. He was about to say something when Petunia interrupted once again. No more, no more. I will not allow you to disgrace my ancestors. From this moment on, I will take over the head house of Hufflepuff. Madam Sprout, your duties as the herbology professor will still continue. Pomona nodded her head before giving a curtsy. As the current Lord Gryffindor, I will take over the head house, said Regulus. Madam McGonagall, your duties as the Transfiguration professor and deputy headmistress will remain as well. Of course, said Minerva before giving a curtsy. The Gryffindors were not pleased to have a former Slytherin as their new head house and started screaming to protest. Quiet, you are disgracing your founder's name, you lot, shouted Regulus, angrily. As the current Lady Ravenclaw, I will take over the head house, said Aurora. Sir Flitwick, your duties as the charms professor will continue on. I understand, my lady, said Phileas before bowing. As I am already the head house of Slytherin, started Severus before smirking. There is only one position left. Don't you dare, Severus, warned Albus. I can have you sent to Azkaban of being a Death Eater during the First War. Severus lifts his eyebrow, even though you said to the court that I was a spy. Sorry, Albus, but that's just an empty threat now. Albus grits his teeth. From this moment on, not only I will be the head house of Slytherin but the headmaster as well, said Severus. Suddenly there was a light forming around Albus before disappearing and went over to Severus. That's when Fawkes, the Fire Phoenix, appeared in the Great Hall and went over to Severus' shoulder. Greetings, Lord Slytherin, I am relieved to have you as the new headmaster. Tell me, how are the heirs of the four founders? They are fine, replied Severus before smirking. In fact, you should meet them as well. That's when Harry and Dudley with their partners came into the Great Hall. The students were beyond surprised. Dudley was wearing a white long shirt, a red vest with golden trimming, and in the center was a symbol of a lion. Around his waist was a brown belt, black pants and black boots. Susan was wearing a yellow and black dress with yellow trimmings. The top was black, though around her shoulders it breaks off and revealing underneath the yellow sleeves. The bottom was all yellow with a black forest-like design. On the right side was a symbol of a badger. Harry was wearing a black shirt, a dark green vest with silver trimming, and on the left was a symbol of a small snake. Around his neck was his familiar, Liza, wearing black pants and black boots. Luna was wearing a long-sleeve blue and bronze dress. On her head was a light bronze headpiece with a dark blue drape and velvet trimmings, and around her neck was the life stone. On each side was dark blue, in the right had a symbol of a small raven, and underneath was a light bronze with drawstrings. Ron's mouth dropped while Ginny was glaring at Luna with jealousy. Albus Percival Wulfric Brain Dumbledore, you have misused of your titles and position as headmaster, started Harry, seriously. You lead evil to come to Hogwarts, endangering the students and staff, said Dudley. You encourage bullying to other houses and favored to one house than the others, said Susan. We, the four founders' heirs, hereby ban you from entering Hogwarts grounds, finished Luna. Everyone gasped while Albus was outraged. You can't ban me from entering the castle even if you are the heirs, shouted Albus, angrily. Only the minister or the lord, lady of the founders can do so. Severus smirked, and we, the current lord and ladies of the four founders, approve. As Lady Hufflepuff and Lord Gryffindor, we strap Albus Percival Wulfric Brain Dumbledore from any connection to the castle, and if he breaks this, he will lose his magic and titles. A red, emerald, blue and yellow light surrounded Albus before disappearing from the Great Hall and was apparated to the outskirts of the Forbidden Woods. Merlin's bread, shouted Albus. He went through his robes to find his wand but noticed he couldn't find it. The elder wizard widens his eyes before looking around for his wand. Meanwhile, back in the Great Hall, Dudley was messing around with the elder wand and had a smirk on his face. Harry shook his head before crossing his arms. I can see that you're getting better with your wandless magic. So what are you going to do with it? The elder wand is supposedly the powerful wand. Not sure, replied Dudley. The elder wand belonged to our ancestors. Do you want me to place it in the vault for the time being? Asked Petunia. Dudley nodded before handing over the wand to his mother. Good work, all of you, praised Minerva as she and the other professors walked over to them. Don't be praising just yet, Minerva, said Regulus before frowning. We have a long way to restore what damages Dumbledore has done to the school. Indeed, said Severus. I will be contacting Lucius and hopefully there are some old records that Dumbledore has not destroyed, even unbanning a few books. The staff nodded their heads. Now, Harry, I believe it's time for you to have a word with the Slytherins, said Severus. Right, said Harry. He walked over to the Slytherin table with Luna, Dudley and Susan following him. One of the older Slytherins stood up and slammed his hands onto the table. How can you be the heir of Slytherin? The Dark Lord is the heir. Not a filthy half-blood like you. I have no idea why the bloody Sorting Hat placed you here in the first place. Harry did a Snape-like glare. Yes, the Dark Lord is related to him, but did you know that it was from a blood adoption? What? Shouted the Slytherins. Why don't you let Grandfather Salazar explain? Suggested Luna, softly. Harry nodded. He turned around to the empty portrait that looked over the Great Hall. Grandfather Salazar, would you mind showing yourself and explain to your students about yourself? The Slytherins minus Harry's friends gasped to see the great Salazar Slytherin appearing from the portrait, though the awe greeting turned to a sour one. So you lot want to know my family, correct? The Slytherin students nodded, slowly. Very well, my young serpents, but make sure you listen well as I'm not going to repeat myself. I also want you to tell this to your parents about this as some of them follow him, correct? Some of the older Slytherins nodded. Right, I want no interruptions until I am finished, said Slytherin before clearing his throat. Lord Voldemort, or rather Tom Riddle Jr., was born from a squib, Merope Gaunt and a muggle, Tom Riddle. The squib was a descendant of mine from my blood-adopted son, Elliot. The older Slytherins gasped in shock while the other houses were listening, including the Gryffindors. Elliot was abandoned from his muggle family as they thought he was the devil's spawn. I felt sorry for the child and decided to take him in as my own. My wife, Helga, gave all her love into the boy. The students had their mouths open as none of them know that Salazar was married to Helga. Years passed and I gained 2 more children, a boy named Harrison and a girl named Rose. All my children attended Hogwarts. Harrison and Rose were sorted into Hufflepuff while Elliot was sorted into Slytherin. The Hufflepuff table started to whisper, not believing that Salazar's children was one of them. Everything was going smoothly but, one day, Elliot became violent and started hexing at the Muggleborns in all houses. I had no choice but to expel him from the school and ban him from the grounds. Before leaving, he shouted at me saying the Muggles will suffer soon and he'll be back to reclaim the title as Lord Slytherin. Some of the Muggleborns were shivering from this point on but they continued to listen. I had a bad feeling and decided to follow him as it was my duty of being his adopted father. I left without giving any word to my wife, my brother and sister to where I was going. It took me about a year to find him with an army of wizards and witches. They were preparing a war with the Muggles. I marched over to my son but when I saw his eyes, the only thing I saw was darkness and hatred in them. He was far beyond from saving. I was about to cast the killing curse when one of his supports stunned me from behind and Elliot stabbed me with a knife through my heart. All of the students, even the Gryffindors, were crying and in shock. To know that Salazar was murdered by his own son was tragic to them. They finally know the reason why he disappeared and never returned. To those who think they are purebloods, smack your bloody heads into an ancestry book. Snapped Salazar. Some of your bloodline was Muggleborn. I know because I taught some of them. There were so little pureblood wizards and witches during our era. You should never look down upon those of Muggle blood since they have the magic as the rest of us. All the Slytherins widened their eyes in shock before thinking in their heads that they should take Muggle studies now. Now is to clarify, young Harrison Potter Snape is a descendant of mine from my biological son, Harrison Slytherin. He has the right claim to being my heir rather than Riddle since my wife disowned Elliot after a month of my death. Satisfied, said Harry. The older Slytherins looked at one and the other before nodding their heads. Harry nodded. Now I ask you for help. Help on stopping this upcoming war with Riddle and his Death Eaters. To those who have parents that are followers to that madman, question them if they really want to be ordered by someone that is hardly impressed. Not to mention lied about being the true heir of Slytherin. The older Slytherins looked around, nervously. Draco sighs dramatically before getting up and walked over to Harry and gave a slight bow. I, Draco Lucius Malfoy, shall help you end this pointless war and protect the true ambitions of Salazar Slytherin. That's when Theodore, Millicent, Pansy, Tracy and Astoria did the same vow. It didn't take long for the rest of the Slytherins to do the same and view Harry as the true heir. Now that is cleared, return to your dormitories and have a good night's rest, said Salazar. Behind him was Godric, who placed 2 fingers on top of his head as if Salazar had bunny ears. The younger students started giggling while some of the older students started to laugh. What, Godric, you imbecile, dunderhead man, shouted Salazar before the 2 disappeared from the portrait. The students laughed before going to their dormitories. Gryffindor Tower, common room. I can't believe this happened, murmured Ginny, angrily. She placed her hands over her head. We were so close. Now we can't give him those potions anymore. What do we do, Ron? Ron. What? Oh sorry Gin, said Ron. He sighs. Look, there is nothing we can do since Dumbledore is banned from Hogwarts. If we do anything suspicious then it would be our turn to be kicked out. And let that loony Lovegood have my future husband all to herself, snapped Ginny before gritting her teeth. I think not. If you would excuse me, but I need to inform Mother what has happened. Ron just nodded and watched his little sister leave to her dorm. The redhead sighs before getting up and went over to his room. He collapsed onto his bed and was about to take off his shoes when his twin brothers came in. Well, it looks like our little brother is having doubts, said Fred. It would appear so, but why the sudden change, wondered George. Yes, mind telling us, dear little brother, said Fred. Ron sighs. The time I spend with Harry and his friends, I enjoyed it. I found out that Malfoy and I favorite the same Quidditch team. Blaze can be hilarious and Theo helps me with my homework. They are not half bad. Well, look at that, our little brother has finally got some brain cells, teased George. Sure looks that way, but what are we going to do when we return back home this summer, wondered Fred. He might return back to his old self with Mother and Dumbles change his thoughts once again. Ron widens his eyes and stood up from his bed, quickly. No, I don't want to. What can we do? I don't want to go back home. The Weasley twins looked at each other before grinning. Fred placed his hands onto Ron's shoulder. Worry not, little brother. Just act normal and hang out with your friends while we make plans for our free summer of stress, got it? Ron nodded, slowly, got it. I think I'm heading to bed. Sweet dreams, little brother, said the Weasley twins before leaving the room. Ron sighs before changing to his night clothes and went to sleep. Ron was going downstairs, still thinking on what his twin older brothers are planning. He shook his head and was about to enter the kitchen when he heard Dumbledore's voice along with his mother and little sister. He carefully walked over to the side and leaned over to see Dumbledore sitting on the table while his mom was standing over the stove and his sister sitting across from Dumbledore. "Are you certain this is going to work, Albus?" questioned Molly, angrily. "I'm quite certain, Molly," said Albus before taking a sip of tea. "Even though Potter is the heir of Slytherin and Severus is his adopted father, I'm still his magical guardian." "And are you certain the soul bonding wouldn't affect the marriage contract?" asked Molly. "Positive, Molly," replied Albus. Ginny smiled. "Then I'm not worried anymore. So when are we going to tell Harry about the secret marriage contract that his parents left behind in Mother's vault?" "I would say on his birthday," said Albus. "And don't worry, in the marriage contract, you and your family can move into Potter Manor. Molly, you would have access to the Potter vaults until Harry turns 17. "Wonderful," said Molly, happily before looking serious. "And Arthur and my older children don't know about this, correct?" "That's correct," replied Albus, happily. "I believe you and your husband will find the master bedroom in Potter Manor quite to your liking. There are plenty of rooms for everyone." "Oh, that's wonderful," said Molly. She looked around at the kitchen. "I know that Arthur means well and works hard, but I'm quite tired of living like this. I came from the noble house of Pruitt. I should be treated like a queen." "I know, my dear, but not to worry. Once you show the marriage contract to Severus, they have no choice to follow it," said Albus. "Oh, I can't wait," squeaked Ginny, happily. "No more hand-me-downs robes and hello silk fabric robes." "Yes, dear, and you'll be treated like a princess," said Molly, happily. She hugged her daughter. "I know Potter will treat you with wonderful gifts and gowns. Not to mention, what lovely grandchildren I'm going to have." Ron backed away before carefully and quickly run up to the twins' room. He banged their door. "Fred. George. Open up, will ya? I need to talk to you." The door opened and Ron was pulled inside. The young redhead could see at the window there were at least 3 cauldrons filled with yellowish liquid. Their bunk beds were at the left side of the room but undone. Their wardrobe was nearby their bed but the drawers were slightly opened and the place had parchments scattered everywhere. "You two really need to clean this place up," murmured Ron. "What's up, little brother?" asked Fred as he closed the door. "Oh right," said Ron before shaking his head. "I was going downstairs to get something to drink when I overheard Mom, Dumbledore and Ginny talking about this marriage contract between Harry and Ginny." "What?" said the twins before the two of them looked at each other then nodded. "All right, this is what we are going to do," started George. "First, pack what you can in your bag and hide it under your bed," said Fred. "Second, once Mom and everyone are asleep, grab your bag and meet us downstairs," said George. "While we pack a few foods, Fred will take our pictures from the family clock so Mom wouldn't know about it until the last minute. Finally, we will be leaving here, permanently," said Fred. Ron widened his eyes in shock and stood there speechless. It took about a minute for Ron to shake off his shock. "And where are going to live? We don't have much money." The twins grinned. "To a friend. He will be able to help us out. Prince Manor, July 8th. Harry and Dudley were looking over at the 5th-year students to select the prefects. "This is difficult," murmured Dudley before slumping onto the couch. "Too much work. Not only we have summer homework but selecting the prefects, head boys and head girls as well, too much." Harry lifts up his eyebrow. "If you think this is too much, imagine the duties of being Lord Gryffindor will be." Dudley widened his eyes. "Merlin's bread." Harry laughed before getting up and was about to walk out of the library when Dobby appeared in front of him. "Master Harry, sir, your friends the Weasleys are here to see you." "Which ones?" asked Harry. "That would be Fred Weasley, George Weasley and Ronald Weasley. I told them to wait at the foyer," replied Dobby. "I understand the twins but Ron," said Dudley before narrowing his eyes. "Why is he here?" "Not sure, let's find out," said Harry. He looked over at his personal elf. "Mind bringing some snacks to my quarters?" Of course, Master Harry, said Dobby before disappearing. The two boys shook their heads before heading over to the entrance to find the twins and Ron with their bags over their shoulders. So you guys finally escaped, said Dudley. Surprised you guys were able to find this place without Uncle Severus' help though. It took time, but we were able to find this place because in our father's side, one of our great uncle married a prince, said George. We were able to get the location of this place from the bank, said Fred. Harry nodded, and only a prince can get the location. It's no wonder you guys are quite skilled in potions since the prince bloodline are skilled potion masters. Why thank you, dear cousin, said the twins. So, why are you here, Ron? Asked Harry as he guided them to his room. Dobby appeared and left drinks and some sandwiches on the table before leaving. Well, there is something I need to tell you, stuttered Ron, nervously. Something to tell me? Wondered Harry. Go on, little brother, don't be nervous, said Fred while George gave a smile. Ron bit his lip before nodding his head and started telling Harry and Dudley about the marriage contract that his mother and Dumbledore had made secretly. Damn it, murmured Harry before summoning Dobby again. Tell my dad and my uncles to come to my room, immediately. Dobby nodded his head before disappearing from the room. It didn't take for Harry's doors to burst open and came in with Severus, Regulus, Sirius and Remus with wands on hand. Put your wands away, said Harry before sighing. Better yet, hand them over as I don't want either of you getting arrested. What do you mean, Harry? Asked Remus. Why are the twins and young Ron here? Asked Sirius. Dumbledore and Molly, replied Dudley, angrily. He stood up. They arranged an illegal marriage contract between Harry and Ginny. What? Shouted the men. Ron overheard his mother talking to Dumbledore where he learned about the contract, explained Harry. Severus was about to protest when Harry stopped him. He's not lying, Dad. Severus gave an uncertain look. Please sir, it's the truth. If you don't believe me, we can show you the contract. Said Ron. We asked a copy of it at the bank before coming here for proof. Fred digs through his bag and pulled out the contract. He handed over to Regulus. We were shocked to find out when it was supposedly created. Regulus frowns a bit before looking down at the parchment. This contract, it was created on October the 5th in the year of 1981. It has both James and Lily's signatures along with Arthur and Molly's signatures. The 5th of October, but that was a few weeks before Harry's parents were killed, said Sirius. During that time, Ginny was only 2 months old, I believe. Hold on, may I see the signatures, said Severus. Regulus handed the parchment to the potion master. Severus looked over at Lily's signature before glaring at it. This is not Lily's signature. Sirius and Remus leaned over at Severus' shoulder before glaring at the parchment. That's not Prong's signature either. Prongs can never properly sign his name that neatly. Snapped Sirius. This can't be right, murmured Remus. If I recall, James and Lily started to hide before Ginny was even born. They couldn't have created this contract at all or even approved of it. So that means Dumbledore and Molly did something illegal. Said Dudley, angrily. They could be sent to Azkaban and have their wands snapped, stated Regulus. Not only that, Albus could lose all of his titles as well. Interesting, murmured Severus. If we do this right, we only have to deal with Riddle and very few who still follows him. But how can we prove that Albus forged the Potter's signatures? Wondered Ron. The only thing we can do is cancel out the supposed marriage contract, said Severus. Since Albus was never Harry's magical guardian in the first place. Guardianship went all to Petunia while the magical part was supposed to be his godparent. Which would mean Sirius, Narcissa or yourself were my magical guardian, said Harry before frowning. How was he able to fool the goblins about that? During the time, no one never questioned Dumbledore since he defeated the previous Dark Lord and was quite a powerful wizard before Riddle came to the wizarding world, explained Severus. Bunch of idiots, murmured Dudley. Harry, we will be going to the bank next week and speak to Nagnok about this matter, understood? Said Severus. Harry nodded before looking over at Ron. Now that's out of the way, why did you run away from your home, you guys? Fred and I were planning to leave that place after graduation, started George. But when we noticed that little Ronnie here was getting second thoughts about our mother, said Fred. We couldn't let him continue to stay at a place with bunch of nonsense, said George. So we all packed our things and hoped we can stay here for the time being until George and I find a place of our own, finished Fred. Severus was about to say something when Sirius stopped him. What is it, Black? What would you say about being blood adopted by me, boys? Asked Sirius, seriously. The twins and Ron widened their eyes. I mean, you three are related to me since your grandmother from your mother's side was a Black, and if I recall somewhere down the Weasley line, a Weasley and a Black married, said Sirius before smirking. There wouldn't be much of a change once you accept the blood adoption. Potion. The twins grinned. That would be great, sir. Ron thought for a moment before forming a smile and nodded his head. Wonderful, said Sirius. Give me about a week to get things ready. Snape, if you don't mind preparing the potion for me. Remus can start collecting the necessary ritual items. Since you ask me in a civil manner, very well, said Severus while Remus nodded. In the meantime, you three better find a new name for the adoption, said Sirius before winking at them. I must warn you that all of the Black family has been named after a constellation. The twins and Ron looked at each other before nodding their heads. Well, that's said and done. Harry, would you mind showing the Weasley or soon-to-be Black twins and Ronald to their rooms? Said Severus. Sure, Dad, said Harry. And boys, starting tomorrow, you will be learning about combat and other things, said Sirius before leaving the room. Learning? What? Wondered Ron. Oh, the usual, started Harry. Hand-to-hand Muggle combat training, morning and night runs, fitness training, weapon training, magic and Muggle, and etc. We start our day around 5 in the morning with a run before taking a shower, eating breakfast, potions lessons, defense and combat lessons, lunch, an hour of free time or doing summer homework, weapon training, wandless magic, occlumency and legilimency lessons, said Dudley. Don't worry, you'll get your schedule in the morning, said Harry before seeing the twins and Ron's face. He started to laugh while Dudley was on the floor, laughing crazy while holding onto his stomach. Merlin's bread, Harry, shouted Ron. No wonder you are good. How did you survive your summers with your dad and uncles? It's not like they started like that, said Harry. At first, we started with the basics like waking up early for the run and teaching us the basic karate training. Karate, wondered Ron. It's a Muggle hand-to-hand combat fighting, replied Dudley. Does Muggles really know how to fight? Asked George. They do, but they have different ways on how to fight, replied Harry before opening a door. This will be the twins' room while the door next door is Ron's. The twins took a peek of their new room and they were stunned. The room was light peach, 2 beds that had red silk bed sheets, 2 long Victorian couches, and 2 double-door wardrobes. There was a staircase leading to the top of the room with a desk and a window, and by the beds there was a double-doors window that leads to a balcony. Wicked, said the twins before exploring the room. Harry shook his head before going over to Ron's room to see the young redhead standing in the middle of the room with a disbelief look on his face. The room was slightly the same as the twins minus the staircase and the color of the room. There was one king-size bed on the right side by a window, a dark double-door wardrobe on the other side of the room, a red large rug. The room was light red with a slight gold on the end of the walls, double-door window leading to a balcony, 3 armchairs and 1 long Victorian couch. Never, in my life I would be living like this, murmured Ron. Just don't become like a spoiled brat, said Harry with a smile. You have been giving a second chance, Ron, so don't mess it up, got it? Ron simply nodded before placing his bag onto the bed. He looked over at his hand-me-down clothes. What should I do with these? I guess you can use them during your training, suggested Harry. Once the adoption ritual is done, Uncle Sirius will take you to the bank to set up vaults for you and your brothers. Then buy you the necessary clothes, robes and new school robes. And new, said Ron before smiling. I finally getting something that will be mine. I sort of got jealous that my sister would get new clothes since she is the only girl in our family while I would get old clothes from my older brothers. Well, enjoy it, Ron, and welcome to the family, said Harry. Let's go see if the twins are done and we can help you guys find a good name for the 3 of you. Ron smiled before nodding his head and followed Harry to the twins' room. They saw that the twins were already setting the second floor as a potion lab. Once they were done, the 5 of them headed over to the library and looked over books about constellations. The Ministry, head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. Ah, Sirius, pleasure seeing you once again, greeted Arthur, happily. Come pull up a seat, anything to drink? No, I'm all right, replied Sirius before sighing. I wish I could say the same thing, but this visit, it's not a good one. Arthur frowned. What do you mean? Wait, does this has to do with the twins and Ron being missing? Did you find them? Are they all right? Sirius thought for a moment. Thinking he could get some clues, he played along. Missing. The twins and Ronald are missing. Are you sure about this, Arthur? Positive, Sirius, said Arthur, worriedly. I would normally have to wake Ron up for breakfast, but he wasn't in his bed. I went to check on the twins' room and they were missing as well. What about Ginny and Percy? Asked Sirius. They were in their rooms, replied Arthur before shaking his head. When I told this to Molly, she told me to check the family clock, but when I did, their pictures were not there either. I don't know where they could be. Sirius. Sirius sighed. Did you ever think that the twins and Ronald might have ran away? Run away, said Arthur in disbelief. Why would they do that? They know that Molly and I love them more than anything in the world. What if it was something that they didn't want to get involved into? Asked Sirius. Sirius, what are you trying to say to me? Asked Arthur, nervously. First, let me show you something that your wife is doing behind your back, said Sirius. He took out the marriage contract and handed over to Arthur. The older Weasley looked over at the secret contract before slamming his hands onto his desk. I didn't approve of this, shouted Arthur. And I certainly didn't meet with James and Lily on October the 5th. The last time I saw them was before they went into hiding. Sirius nodded and started telling him what the twins told them about Molly and his youngest children's actions for the past 4 years. It took about an hour to explain to Arthur. The twins had enough and told Ron to pack his things and all 3 of them left, finished Sirius. We know about this cause they showed up in Prince Manor after learning from your side of the family, a Weasley married a prince. So they are all right, murmured Arthur in relief. He then shook his head. I work so hard for my family, but I'm just not earning enough. I feel horrible that I couldn't get what my children ask for or getting them new clothes. Sirius sighed. Then let me help you, Arthur. Give me permission to blood adopt the twins and Ron while you deal with Molly and Ginny. Arthur widens his eyes before sighing. Sadly, you have my blessing. Sirius nodded. I thank you, cousin. If you like, you can move in Black Manor with Percy and whenever Charlie and Bill visit. I'm practically living in Prince Manor, and Grimmauld Place is where my brother and sister-in-law live at. Thank you, Sirius, you're too kind, said Arthur, softly. He had serious look on his face. I never thought I was going to resort to using the laws of the purebloods. In some way, everyone has to use both Muggle and magical laws, even if it's the old ways. Said Sirius, seriously, before getting up. I best be off. Please notify us if you see Dumbledore in your home or hiding somewhere around there. Arthur nodded. I will, and please tell the boys that I love them and make sure you take great care of them as well. Sirius nodded before heading out of the office and flew back to Grimmauld Place. Ginny, dear, have you seen your brothers? Asked Molly. No, Mommy, but let me look outside. They could be flying by the stream, said Ginny. Thank you, dear, said Molly. She walked over the stove and was about to finish dinner when she saw Albus walking into the kitchen. Good afternoon, what can I do for you, Albus? Nothing at all, Molly, replied Albus. I'm just grateful that you offered your home to me. It's the least I can do, Albus, said Molly, happily. She smiled. I can repay you back once I have access to the Potter's vaults. Will Severus be able to enter into the Potter Manor? I don't think so, replied Albus. He rubbed his hand over his beard. Unless of course he added his magical core onto the wards around the manor, you wouldn't have nothing to worry about, Severus. Molly nodded, but just she was about to face the stove, there standing at the doorway was Arthur, who was glaring at them with hatred eyes. Arthur, stuttered Molly, nervously. Why, you're home early. Albus just came by for a visit. It was quite unfair on what Petunia and Severus did to poor Albus, don't you agree? Quite, said Arthur. He narrowed his eyes. Is he really here for a visit or hiding from his illegal crimes to young Harry? About these supposed marriage contract. When were you going to inform me about it, Molly? Albus widened his eyes while Molly steps back and was holding onto her apron, tightly. Mother, I didn't. Oh, Daddy, you're home, said Ginny, happily. She ran up to him and gave him a hug. How was work? Arthur sighed. heavily before shoving his daughter aside and walked over to the other side of the kitchen. Ginny got a confused look on her face before looking over at her mom. "Mother, what's going on?" Molly was about to reply when Arthur interrupted them with a shout. "I can't believe my own wife and daughter would betray me like this. Betraying the Weasley family needs to be dealt with severe punishment." Molly widened her eyes before running over to Arthur and grabbed his arm. "Arthur, please don't say it. Please don't. You have to understand what we did is good for us, for the children and young Harry. Severus needs help to raise the child properly. And by properly in your terms is by forcing him and our daughter into marriage," snapped Arthur. "That's not helping him, that's imprisoning him, Molly." "Come now, Arthur, let's take a deep breath and calm down," said Albus. "You must understand why we created the marriage contract. It was for the greater good." "I highly doubt it," murmured Arthur. "Ginny, I must know, did you do this on your own free will or were you forced?" "What are you talking about, Daddy? I did this so that I can be with the one I love," replied Ginny with a slight blush on her cheeks. "Not only that, we wouldn't have to worry about money anymore and we could move into Potter Manor. Wouldn't that be great?" Arthur gritted his teeth before frowning. "No, it wouldn't." Ginny had a confused look on her face while Molly was still begging. "Arthur, you'll regret what you are about to do," warned Albus, seriously. "I will not allow betrayal run through my family. I, Arthur Septimus Weasley, urbi disowning Ginevra Molly from the Weasley line." Suddenly there was a light around the burrow and inside the clock where shows the pictures of the children were at. Ginny was magical removed from there. "No, Arthur. Please take it back. Take it back," begged Molly. "You must understand what we are doing is right, please. No children of mine will be disgracing my family name," said Arthur before narrowing his eyes. "You can keep this place since you love it ever so much. I will be owling Percy and telling him our new home along with Charlie and Bill." "Why, you're leaving?" shouted Molly in shock. "What about Ron and the twins?" "Ron was also involved with this." Arthur sighed. "They are in good hands now. The twins know what has been going on and they had enough and moved out, along with Ron. But they don't have any money. How can they survive with nothing on their backs?" asked Molly, worriedly and slightly furious. "Let's just say they went to a family member from my side," replied Arthur before heading upstairs. "If you would excuse me, but I need to pack up my things." "Daddy, wait. Don't go, please," begged Ginny. "Arthur, be reasonable," said Albus, softly. "Since Voldemort has returned, his Death Eaters will try to convince their children to take advantage upon young Harry. They could lead Harry to his death. I don't think that Draco and the others will betray Harry that easily," said Arthur before sighing. "Through Owl, the twins told me how much Hogwarts changed. And with the new change, I believe the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin will finally come to an end." With that, Arthur went upstairs while Albus walked over to a distraught Molly. She was holding onto her daughter who was crying. What are we going to do, Albus?" asked Molly, nervously. She sobbed. The marriage contract will be now useless since Arthur disowned Ginny." "Let me see what I can do," said Albus. Prince Manor, July 14. "So what's the big surprise, Harry?" asked Theodore. "Did you father ask the big question to Professor Sinistra?" asked Tracy. Harry shook his head. "Not yet, but I believe it will happen soon." "Is this about our 5th year?" asked Daphne. "I'm quite curious on how everyone is going to reaction when they found out that Professor Snape is headmaster now." "I'm not sure, but the surprise has no connection about our 5th year," said Dudley. "But rather, Uncle Sirius has 3 sons, 3 blood-adopted sons," said Harry. "What?" shouted everyone. "Blood adopted," said Draco. "Who were they before? Did we know them? Why did they need to be blood adopted?" Dudley winked. "Let's see if you can recognize them before we reveal who they were." Harry walked over to the doors and opened them up. 3 teens walked into the room. 2 of them were clearly twins and slightly older minus the hair. On Harry's left, one twin has black wavy hair with dark red highlights. On Harry's right, the other twin has dark red wavy hair. Both have silver blue eyes. Standing by one of the twins, a boy has dark red wavy hair with black highlights and stormy gray eyes. "Introduce yourselves, you 3, said Harry. "But of course, I am Mizar Alfred Black," greeted twin with dark red wavy hair. "And I am Alcor Pollux Black," greeted the twin with black wavy hair. "We're the Black Brothers," Nice to meet you all, said the twins. I'm Rigel Sirius Black, said the boy. Blaze made a face, they sort of remind me of the Weasley twins. Hey, Zabini here got it right. I was formerly known as Fred but now I am Mizar. And I was formerly known as George but now I am Alcor. The twins went over to Draco and gave him a shoulder hug. Now that we are blood adopted from Sirius, you are our little cousin dear little ferret, said Mizar. Get off of me, and don't call me that, snapped Draco. He looked over at Rigel. I take it that you are Ron. That's correct, said Rigel. He looked down. I really want to apologize to what I said and did for the past 4 years. I really did want to become Harry's friend but, I'm not sure what happened to tell you the truth. Everyone looked uncertain. Look everyone, when Uncle Sirius, Uncle Remus and my father did the blood adoption ritual, it revealed that Ron had a few loyalty potions inside his system, explained Harry. With the help of Nagnok, Ron was cleaned from them and is finally showing his true personality to us, said Dudley. Your own parents gave you loyalty potions, said Pansy in disbelief. She shook her head. I never would have thought that Mr. Weasley would do such a thing. He didn't, said Harry. He narrowed his eyes. It was Mrs. Weasley and Dumbledore. Now it makes sense, said everyone. Does your former father knows about the blood adoption? Asked Susan. He does and he loves you ever so much even though you don't hold his surname any longer, replied Luna instead of the twins or Rigel. Right on the nose little raven, said Mizar. Hermione is going to be rather surprised to find out that you 3 were blood adopted once school starts, said Daphne. You've got to be kidding me, the whole school will be shocked, said Vincent, dramatically. Then we better make a grand entrance, don't you agree dear brother of mine? Said Alcor. I quite agree as well, said Mizar before looking over at Harry. If you would excuse us dear cousin, but we'll be heading over to the potion lab to make a special, welcome gift, to the new school year. Harry nodded. The twins let go from Draco and left the room with a grin on their faces. You're not going with them? Asked Susan. Dudley shook his head. Nah. I think this prank is only meant for the 2 of them. So, Quidditch anyone? Wondered Draco. The boys grinned happily while Pansy and Daphne shook their heads. All of them headed out to the Quidditch pitch where they took out their shrunk brooms. Harry, Dudley and Rigel walked over the shed to get their own brooms. The 3 of them owned the Nimbus 2000. Let's see if the blood adoption gave you some of Uncle Sirius' skills, dear cousin, sneered Draco, playfully. He mounts on his Nimbus 2001 before throwing a quaffle at Rigel. Rigel smirked. Well I guess we have to find out, don't we? If I recall Siri was a brilliant beater during his time in Hogwarts. Bring it, said Draco. The children didn't stop playing until Aurora called them back inside where they helped each other on their summer homework. Hogwarts, headmaster's office. Severus and Lucius were looking over at some old documents and banned book list. They were trying to restore how Hogwarts used to be back when the 4 founders were alive. It's going to take quite some time to restate these electives classes, stated Severus before sighing. He looked over at the massive pile of parchments. Was this all of them, Lucius? I believe so. Minister Fudge even helped me out onto finding these old parchments, replied Lucius. They were quite scattered around the ministry. Wonderful, just bloody wonderful, murmured Severus before his hand ran through his hair. To think around the 1000s, they used to teach occlumency and legilimency. What was Dumbledore thinking about banning these necessary lessons, said Lucius before shaking his head. He took out another parchment. There was a class for the Muggleborns called Wizarding Studies. You don't say, murmured Severus before slumping onto his chair. Was there anything else that I need to know my friend? Lucius sighed. While Fudge believes that the Dark Lord has returned but Dolores, his secretary does not. She is trying to convince the minister that Harry and the 3 other teens were lying about his return. Blasted that bloody woman, murmured Severus before looking concerned. Has Riddle moved into your home? Yes, the Dark Lord has made my own home as his headquarters, replied Lucius, softly. This is why I had Narcissa and Draco move to Prince Manor for the time being. I will pretend that I've disowned my son for being a traitor. I promise Lucius that you'll be reunited with your family soon, said Severus. How many Death Eaters have returned to his side? Quite a few, replied Lucius. He tapped his chin. I know for the fact that he is planning an attack at Azkaban to release the others that are imprisoned. That would mean the Lestrange brothers and Bellatrix would be freed, said Severus before shaking his head. I imagine that he is not happy that most of his other followers didn't show up, correct? You are correct, my friend, said Lucius. The blonde wizard recalls the countless crucios that Riddle cast upon them for about 2 hours. Flow me if you need any potions, Lucius, offered Severus. You better get going before Riddle gets suspicious about your absence. Lucius nodded, tiredly before getting up and was about to walk out when he remembered something. Heads up, Dolores will be coming here to apply for the position of the Dada professor. Severus nodded, thanks for the warning, my friend. I always wondered how that woman can have so much control over the ministry. Who knows, my friend, I'd best get going, said Lucius before taking out 2 letters. Mind handing this to my wife and son? Severus nodded before taking the 2 letters. He watched his friend leave the office before the potion master flew back to Prince Manor. August 10th. Minerva was coming out of her office when she heard an annoying voice calling out to her. She sighs before giving out a fake smile. Dolores, what a surprise seeing you here. Well, I did come here to speak with the headmaster about the position of Dada, said Dolores, sweetly. I did send out an owl stating that I was coming here, today. Of course, said Minerva, remembering Severus' warning a week ago. Things have changed, Dolores. I'm still the deputy of headmistress and the transfiguration professor. What? Only the minister and the school board have the authority to change positions, said Dolores before narrowing her eyes. I demand to speak with the headmaster, immediately. Of course, I will escort you, said Minerva, calmly. She turned around and had a small smirk on her face while guiding the toad-like witch to the headmaster's office. They reached to the gargoyle and Minerva said the password. Unity and loyalty. The gargoyle accepted the password and gave access to the stairway to the 2 witches. I thought the headmaster uses wizarding and Muggle Sweets names as a password, said Dolores. Like I said, things have changed. Now if you would excuse me, said Minerva as she turned around. She stopped and slightly turned her head. I advise you not to make the headmaster furious. Dolores had a confused look on her face before shaking it off and marched up to the headmaster's office. She reached the door and opened without giving permission. Albus Dumbledore, you have some nerve to change the positions to the Hogwarts staff without the approval of the school board. And, Snape. What are you doing here? Where is Dumbledore? Severus smirked before placing his hands under his chin. Would you like to know, but I don't know the whereabouts of the previous headmaster. I demand to know why you are the current headmaster. Who gave you that position without the authority of the minister and the school board? Asked Dolores, angrily. Dumbledore was banned by the heirs of the 4 founders, replied Severus. He was not doing his duties as the headmaster, properly. The heirs of the F4 founder. That's impossible, shouted Dolores. Who are they? I demand to speak with them, at once. Currently that's impossible, said Severus, calmly. Now may I ask why you are here, or did you just come here to waste my time? Dolores glared at Severus before taking out some parchments and handed over to him. I have been granted permission by the ministry to apply for the position of Dada professor. I personally want to make sure that the students receive the proper education. I see, but unfortunately that position will be going back to Sirius Black, said Severus. He smirked. After all, he was the original Dada professor. Dolores stood firm. If I recall, Mr. Black was giving an assistant last year, but it turns out to be an imposter. That's correct, but that was Dumbledore's doing, said Severus. He thought that Black needed some help and asked Alistair Moody to help him out. We found out Barty Jr. was impersonating as Alistair Moody when he ran out of Polyjuice potion to use. The real Alistair was found later in a magical truck. I see, murmured Dolores. This is not over, headmaster. I'll see to that the students will have the proper education and not tell lies. You know who is dead. Gone. Do you hear me, Headmaster Snape? Very, said Severus. Dolores smiled softly before leaving the office and slammed the door, hard. What a hag. Severus turned to see a portrait that had the 4 founders. The potion master smirked. Indeed, but I believe she is more described as an ugly toad. Godric snorted. I say that pink dressing toad should leave the country. What do you think, Sal? Most agreeable, replied Salazar before narrowing his eyes. Severus, if that witch does somehow come to Hogwarts, then watch her closely. I second that as well, said Rowena, seriously. So do I, said Helga. She frowns a bit, I sense a negative aura around that woman. Make sure no students are left alone with that witch. I wouldn't, you have my word, said Severus before getting up. Now if you would excuse me, it's been a long day and I would like to retire for tonight. Aurora and Harry are waiting for me. But of course Severus, said Helga, softly. Godric grinned, so when shall we suspect the wedding? Severus almost tripped while Salazar shook his head and the female founders giggled. Godric, warned Salazar. What? Asked Godric, innocently. It's just an innocent question. I would like to know if young Harry will be getting a mother figure. Of course, murmured Severus while blushing a bit. He coughed, and to answer your question, I believe around December of this year or the next. We have not decided just yet, but we want to give plenty of time for Narcissa and Petunia to plan it out. Ah, winter theme, I hope, said Rowena, happily. She smiled. Do say our greetings to everyone including Sirius' new sons. I hear their first training session was quite entertaining, said Salazar, amusement shine in his eyes and a playful smirk on his face. You can say it was, murmured Severus. See you all tomorrow. Welcome back everyone, greeted Petunia, warmly. She walked over to the podium, wearing her Lady Hufflepuff robes. I hope that all of you had a wonderful and safe summer. A few older students were smiling, happily knowing that this year there wouldn't be any favoritism to one particular house. Meanwhile, the first-year students were confused. Where was the great famous light wizard, Albus Dumbledore? Wasn't he the headmaster? For the students that attended last year, you remember that Dumbledore has been banished and stripped of his title as headmaster, reminded Petunia. Most of the younger students gasped in shock. The position was given to Professor Severus Snape, which means he would no longer be your potion professor, but he still holds the Slytherin head house title, continued Petunia. The Slytherins clapped, happily. The Ravenclaws and the Hufflepuffs clapped with respect, seeing that for once they will be recognized for themselves. As for the Gryffindors, they clapped happily since they wouldn't have to deal with the dungeon bat but didn't like the fact that he was their new headmaster. Severus glared towards the Gryffindor table but silently was glad that he wouldn't have to deal unworthy and ungrateful children in class. As of today, your new potion professor will be Nicholas Flamel, introduced Petunia. She smiled. He kindly agreed to teach all years including OWL's and NEWT's classes. Though in order for you to attend those classes, you must have an E or higher from your last report card. The older students started to whisper, excitedly, while the younger students were in awe. Also there will be 2 new classes. The first one is a must-attend class for the Muggleborns and a few half-bloods that lived in the Muggle world, Wizarding Studies, and it will be taught by Lady Augusta Longbottom, said Petunia. An elderly woman with light brownish-gray hair, wearing a rather old vulture-feathered hat and dark brown robes, stood up and gave a somewhat smile to them. The older students widened their eyes before turning their heads to the Gryffindor table. They noticed that Neville was trying to hide from the sudden stares. The second class will be an elective for 3rd year and higher, Combat Arts, Magical and Muggle, and it will be taught by Lord Regulus Black, the new Gryffindor head house, said Petunia. The students were excited about this new elective and can't wait to change their schedules. Classes will start in a week, in case that any of you want to change your current electives, started Petunia before getting interrupted from a cough behind her. She sighs in annoyance. Also, give a warm welcome to Dolores Umbridge, our new High Inquisitor. Dolores, smiling, stood up from the head table and walked next to Petunia. She looked around the room with a supposed smile upon her face. Thank you, Professor, Black Hufflepuff. Now, the Ministry wanted to know that you lovely children are given the proper education. I was giving this position to inspect your current and new classes to make sure that your professors are properly teaching you lovely dearies. The students started to whisper. At the Slytherin table, Harry was glaring over at the Toad-Face Witch. He so desperately wanted her out of Hogwarts and away from any innocent children. Even his familiar was hissing out a few words to her direction. I think I'm about to go blind, murmured Pansy as if she was in pain. She covered her eyes. That is a fashion no-no. Even a bloody Muggleborn or Muggle dress better. For once we agree with you, said Tracy while Millicent nodded. Draco chuckled before leaning over to Harry. Looks like Uncle Severus isn't the only one with a deadly glare. Is it just me or does your family have this famous temper or something? You can't say that, replied Harry, sheepishly as he recalls the times when he lost his temper. It must be a Slytherin trait since Grandfather Salazar and Aunt Rowena was the same. Harry's Slytherin friends laughed, silently before continuing hearing Petunia's speech. Yes, of course Dolores, now, yes, Dolores, said Petunia before getting interrupted again. Professor, it would be so kindly if you would introduce me to the heirs of the four founders, said Dolores, sweetly. Petunia sighed, very well. Can Slytherin and Gryffindor heirs come forth, along with your spouse? Spouse, stuttered Dolores before widening her eyes upon seeing one of the heirs. She grits her teeth and pointed towards Harry, angrily, lies. He must be lying. He can't be one of the founders' heirs. He must be lying just like the lies about you-know-who is back. Frowning, Petunia was about to defend her nephew when there was a sudden angry shout coming from behind, top of the head table. How dare you shout like that to my heir, you unworthy witch? Snapped Salazar. He glared down upon Dolores. I demand you give a proper apology to my heir, immediately. Dolores stood there, speechless. In all her life, she couldn't believe she is actually meeting one of the great founders of Hogwarts. That's when Helga appears next to Salazar and gives a disappointed look on her face. She frowns. You are disgracing your family's name, Lady Umbridge. By not giving respect and knowledge our heirs, you are forsaken your family's bloodline. Dolores paled before quickly turned around and curtsied to Harry and the others. Please forgive me, my young lords and ladies. I wasn't sure that you were truly telling the truth since many witches and wizards claimed to be the heirs of the four founders for many years. We will give you a chance, Lady Umbridge, said Dudley as Dolores sighs in relief. He narrowed his eyes, but if you show that you can't be trusted, you will be banished just like Dumbledore, understood? Dolores nodded, yes, of course. Who is which heir, may I ask? Well, you know now that I'm Salazar's heir, replied Harry before placing his hand onto Luna. I give the title to Lady Ravenclaw to my soul bond, Luna Lovegood. And I am Gryffindor's heir, said Dudley while holding onto Susan's hand. I give the title of Lady Hufflepuff to my soul bond, Susan Bones. Pleasure to meet you all, said Dolores with respect. If that is all, smirked Severus as he got up from his sit. He addressed to the students, before we begin, there will be a few resorting at order. In the summer, your Dada Professor Sirius Black recently blood-adopted 3 children from the Weasleys. The students gasped in shock. With Arthur Weasley's permission, Professor Black was able to perform an ancient blood adoption to the 3 children formerly known as the Weasley twins and Ronald Weasley, said Severus before gesturing Filch to open the doors. The students gasped upon seeing how different the former Weasley twins and their younger brother looked like now. Some of the girls had a dreamy look on their faces. If you would, Minerva, said Severus. Minerva nodded and took out a parchment before calling out their names. Mizar Black, formerly known as Fred Weasley. The dark red wavy-haired twin smiled before walking over to the stool and took a sit. He felt the sorting hat once more upon his head. Well, what do we have here? I recall already sorting you 6 years ago, but that was when you were a Weasley. That's right. I'm a Black now. Yes, it's all in here. And I see that you can finally show your true ambition and talent as well. Now shall we sort you to your proper house, but I have a feeling that you and your brothers have not changed at all. Oh, we have changed but for the better, but I think that Riggy will be in a different house this time. Yes, I believe you are right. Now shall we get going, Gryffindor? Mizar took off the sorting hat and handed it back to Minerva. He gives a smile to her before heading to the Gryffindor table and took a sit by Neville. Alcor Black, formerly known as George Weasley, Gryffindor. Rigel Black, formerly known as Ronald Weasley. Rigel sighed before quietly walked over to the stool before feeling the hat being placed on his head for the second time. Hello, young Mr. Black. Ah yes, I can see why your older brothers say you might be going to a different house. My loyalty potions in such a young age, no. Mother should have done that to their child, but now you can be yourself. Why yay, I'm sort of nervous to where I truly belong. Don't be, child. Your family will be proud of you no matter what house you will be. Now let's see, shall we? Yes, oh. Ah yes, a word of advice, young Black. Why yes. Listen to your heart and it will never fail you anymore. Now that your shackles have been removed, show your true self, Ravenclaw. The Gryffindor table gasped in shock, thinking that their former housemate will be sorted once again in the House of Bravery. Only the Black twins and Neville smiled, knowing that Rigel will be sorted into the House of Knowledge, seeing as he was a great chess player. Rigel handed back the sorting hat to Minerva and walked over to the Ravenclaw table. He took a sit by Daphne while Hermione had a shocked look on her face. Minerva gave a final name, Alois Schultz, a German transfer student who was sorted into Slytherin and would be starting in his 5th year. He had black hair with long front bangs that goes to the left, short on the right, and blue eyes. He looked pretty tall for his age and looked like he had an athlete body. The German student took a sit next to Theodore before Severus addressed the students again. Lastly, not only did Arthur Weasley allow 3 of his sons to be adopted, he divorced his wife and disowned Ginevra, started Severus before hearing loud gasp among the students. Miss Molly is using her maiden name and gives her daughter the surname as well. The students turned to the Gryffindor table to see the former Weasley, Ginny Pruitt, glaring at her former brothers with such hate. "That is all, the 4 of you may return to your seats," said Severus before snapping his fingers and the food, healthy ones appeared. Harry and the others nodded before walking back to their table. Luna took a sit by Rigel, who was slightly nervous. The blonde raven gave a warming smile. "Take it easy, Rigel. You can finally show your true self now that you are free." Rigel simply nodded before flinched a bit to see Hermione slightly glaring at him. He bit his lower lip. I take it that you want to know everything, my own." "Oh, you know it, but when we go to the common room," said Hermione. She smiled. "Now can you tell me what you did during the summer? I must know. Don't leave any details." Rigel smiled before telling his summer to his new housemates. "Gryffindor Tower, common room. May I have your attention?" ordered Regulus as Minerva stood beside him. "Right, now listen carefully as I am not going to repeat myself, understood?" The Gryffindors nodded their heads with dislike. "None of those looks, all of you," snapped Minerva. "I am not be your head house anymore, but that doesn't give you permission to act like 5-year-olds. You will listen to your new head house, Gryffindor or not. Understand?" The older students murmured a silently replied while the others just glared at Regulus. "I said, do you understand?" snapped Minerva. "Yes, Professor." "Thank you, Minerva," said Regulus before addressing his house. He cleared his throat. "Now here are the new rules, and don't you dare whine. Dumbledore gave you lot free reign, running around the school with no consequences. But that is going to stop, do you hear me?" A few students made a few faces. "Just because you lot were sorted into the House of Gryffindor don't mean you have the right to bully or fight anyone," started Regulus, seriously. "True bravery is not just taking action or saving someone from danger. There are situations like standing up to a bully, voicing your own opinion, standing up for what's right, or simply admit that you were wrong." A few students thought for a moment before slightly realizing their mistakes. "Now that you know that Salazar and Godric never hate each other and Salazar never hated the Muggleborns, give the current Slytherin students a chance," said Regulus, softly. The students looked at each other before nodding their heads. Regulus smiled. "Right now, Rule 1. After an hour giving out their new set of rules, Minerva took names on who would want to change their current elective class to the new one. Surprisingly, all 3rd-year students and higher wanted to take the new class. Dudley was chatting with Neville in the 5th-year dormitory when Seamus and Dean walked over to them. He sighs. "What do you two want? Mind explaining to us what happened to Ron? Why was he blood adopted by Professor Black?" asked Seamus, slight curious. "It's not my story to tell, yay, it's my cousin's," replied Dudley. "I guess we can understand that," said Dean. He frowns. "What about Ginny? Can you tell us about that, or does it involve with Ron being blood adopted?" "You should ask the twins, they can tell, yay," replied Dudley before getting up. "Well, see you guys later, I need to head over to my chambers with Harry and the others." "You mean you not staying here at the dorms?" said Seamus before noticing his truck was not there. "Where are you staying then?" "Harry and the others are staying the air room, which originally was Merlin's old private room," replied Dudley before taking his leave. Seamus and Dean had a shocked look on their faces. Ravenclaw Tower, common room. After Aurora Sinistra gave out the new rules to her house, Hermione grabbed hold onto Rigel's hand and dragged him to the couch. "All right, now spill." Rigel sighed. It's not that easy, my own. I'm still trying to overcome what has happened over the summer. Just take a deep breath and in your own pace, start explaining, suggested Daphne. I say start in the beginning, that's usually the best on explaining things that is complicated, said Terry Boot. Right, murmured Rigel. He took a deep breath. It all started after a month in the summer when I heard that Dumbledore and my mother had planned a legal marriage contract with Harry to my former sister. Hermione and Terry widened their eyes while Daphne knows the story, so she stayed silent. I ran to my brothers and they told me to pack up my things before all three of us would head out to the Gringotts. They thought it would be best to see if we had any other relatives so we can stay over the summer. We were shocked to find out that our family was related to the Prince bloodline, aka Professor Snape's. It took about an hour for Rigel to explain everything to Hermione and Terry, including the blood adoption. The ancient ritual cleansed his blood and magic from any dark curses and potions. It gave a rather shock to Sirius and Severus to find large amount of loyalty potions in his blood. My own mother was the one that, sobbed Rigel. Daphne softened her face before rubbing Rigel's back and allowed him to sob onto her shoulder. She looked over to see Hermione in tears while Terry was furious. I can't believe it. It almost like she didn't trust her own son. And was she upset knowing that Rigel would be sorted into Ravenclaw or something? Ranted Terry. She is going to be punished, right? Asked Hermione, softly. She sat next to Rigel and rubbed his back as well. And what of, Pruitt? I think Molly got enough disgrace when Arthur Weasley divorced her and disowned Pruitt, replied Daphne. She smirked. I don't think she will be getting married anytime soon. The same goes with her daughter, since this will be on the Daily Prophet tomorrow morning. Why wasn't it in the Daily Prophet during the summer? Asked Hermione. Rigel, who was calm, replied, Father wanted to make sure he had everything to give to Rita since he knows that she will tell the story with a dramatic effect. That woman can make someone look like a criminal or a victim very well. No argue with that, murmured Terry. All right, let's kick this negative aura and talk something else, said Hermione, quickly. That's when she noticed someone was missing. Where is Luna? Oh, she and the others are staying at the air chamber room, replied Daphne. Hermione nodded before the four of them started to discuss about their future classes. Air room. That went pretty good, what you think, guys? Asked Harry. I say it went well, as I always dreamed to see Dolores in such a situation, replied Susan before crossing her arms. She acts like she is queen or something just cause she is the minister's secretary. Well, she is not going to get her usually special treatment here, stated Dudley. Since my parents and Uncle Sev and Aunt Aurora are the current lords and ladies of the four founders, the ministry can't do anything to the school. They can only give suggestions of removing a professor or adding new classes. Aunt Aurora? Asked Susan. She smiles and leans close to Harry. Your dad finally asked the big question to her. Harry rubbed his head, sheepishly. He did, but they wouldn't be getting married until December. Though she allowed me to call her mom when it's just us, but in classes, I have to call her professor. Susan squealed happily before hugging her future cousin-in-law. I'm so happy for you. You finally have a full family to call your own, Harry. And soon maybe be a big brother. Harry widened his eyes. He had not thought of being a big sibling to anyone. I think you'll make an excellent older brother, Harry, assured Luna, happily. She looked over towards Dudley. How about your parents? Are you going to be a big brother as well? Not yet, replied Dudley. He gave out a small smile, but it would be nice to have a little sibling. Even though I see you as a younger brother, Harry, but you and the black siblings are just my cousins. I understand, but mind give out some advice if I become an older sibling, said Harry. Dudley smirked. No problem. Now come on, let's hit the hay. We have a busy week before class really start and we have to sort out the new prefects and head boys girls. Harry and the two girls nodded. Since they are not of age, the girls are sharing a room while the boys are in the other. Sept. 6. Snape's office. Bloody hell, murmured Regulus. He ran his hand over his hair. I would never imagine almost all of the students were going to sign up for my class. Reminds me of my dueling club on my first year of teaching, said Sirius. He grins and slaps his hand on his younger brother's back. Best of luck, little brother. Remus and Sirius laughed while Regulus glared towards them. Oh, come now, both of you, scolded Petunia. She looked over at her husband's list. how are we going to add this class to all of the 3rd years through 7th years? And is there going to be an OWLs and NEWTs exam for them? The staff thought for a moment. How about the 3rd years and 4th years start on Monday, 5th years and 6th years on Wednesday, and lastly, 7th years on Friday, suggested Aurora. And what of the exams? Asked Phileas. For now, there's not going to be none, replied Severus. I will discuss this with the 4 founders and they will create one for next year. But there will be a temporary exam at the end of the year to see if the students are able to perform or recognize the arts. The professors nodded. I take that the same will go to wizarding studies for the Muggleborns and a few Halfbloods, correct? Said Augusta. What day will the students start the lesson? Friday. After lunch, and it's double, replied Severus. Augusta nodded. Gives me plenty of time to make out a layout for their lessons. I hear that the prefects and head boys' girls were resorted, said Pomona. That's right, assured Minerva. She took out another parchment and handed over to Severus. Dudley handed me the new list of the prefects and head boys' girls. Severus looked over and nodded. He smirked, not surprised to see Mr. Malfoy and Miss Granger being prefects, though. I'm slightly surprised to see Mr. Longbottom becoming a prefect. You must be proud, Augusta. Augusta sat up, proudly, but of course. I would have never thought my grandson will be a prefect, but then again, my Frank was prefect before James Potter took it while Frank became head boy. What of the others? Asked Nicholas. Gryffindor prefects is Neville Longbottom and Parvati Patil. Slytherin prefects is Draco Malfoy and Tracy Davis. Ravenclaw prefects is Terry Boots and Hermione Granger. Lastly, Hufflepuff prefects is Vincent Crabbe and Hannah Abbott, replied Severus. Are you going to change the other lessons, sir? Asked Hagrid, slightly unsure. Even though the half-giant was told of Albus' dark secret, he was still uncertain that Albus could do no wrong, since the elder wizard was the one that gave him a job after he was expelled from Hogwarts. The only thing that was changed is the students, replied Severus before noticing the confused look on Hagrid's face. The Slytherins and the Gryffindors will not be attending the same classes anymore. Those 2 houses will only have Dada and Transfiguration together. About time, said Poppy Pomfrey. She crossed her arms. I was getting fed up of the constant hexing and jinxing from those 2 houses from their joined classes. I don't think there will be any more of that, stated Regulus. He smirked. The other head houses and I created a few new rules for the students. I told them to give them the Slytherins a chance since Godric and Salazar were never enemies. And they listened? Questioned Pomona. I believe the first years did, said Irma Pants. She smiled a bit. I spotted a few in the library. Merlin hoped this year will be end of that ridiculous rivalry, prayed Minerva. The others nodded. Let's us work on the new schedules before heading off to bed, said Severus. Then narrowing his eyes, beware when Dolores starts inspecting your lessons. Before looking over to Regulus, Sirius and Hagrid, most likely she will go after yours first. The Black brothers and Hagrid nodded before all the professors worked on the new schedules. Harry rubbed his eyes before grabbing a piece of toast. He was about to put some butter when Draco sat to his right while Theodore on his left. Blaise sat across from him with Tracy on his left and Millicent on his right. Pansy was sitting next to Astoria. Merlin, Harry, you look like hell, stated Blaise. He smirked. Didn't get enough sleep. You can say that, murmured Harry before glaring over to him. You tried looking over thousands of report cards from 5th year to 7th year for the past 3 days. Not only that, but showing the first years around the castle so they wouldn't get lost. Tracy sighed before hitting Blaise over the head. She closed one of her eyes. You're such a brat, Blaise. You know that Harry has his duties to perform, so he and his cousin will be busy this year. Not to mention they still need to study for their OWLs too. Blaise rubbed his head. All right. I was just only teasing, geez. That's when Severus walked over to their table and handed them their schedule, though when he went over to Draco and Tracy, he handed them 2 prefect badges. Congrats, keep up the good work. Bloody hell, murmured Draco. Before grinning. And here I thought that Theo will get the prefect badge. You picked Tracy and me, Harry. I had some help from Grandfather Salazar, but yes, we selected the 2 of you this year, replied Harry before looking over at Theodore. Don't get me wrong, Theo. You and Draco were tied, but sadly Draco scored a few points higher in potions. Theodore sighed. I knew that one step messed me up in that potion exam, oh well. But why didn't I get the badge? Questioned Pansy, angrily. Harry, you know that I passed all of my exams. Not all of them. You scored pretty low in Muggle Studies while Tracy scored third in Care of Magical Creatures, reminded Harry. Pansy blushed from embarrassment. Damn, it's not my fault that your aunt's exams was tough. I barely was able to finish in time. Tracy giggled. Maybe next time you should pay attention and hopefully next year, you can get the badge, unless of course, I beat you once again. Pansy gritted her teeth before turning her head, angrily. Hey, did you guys notice that we only have 2 classes with the Gryffindors? Said Millicent, happily. She giggled, of course, unless you have Care of Magical Creatures that will be 3. Draco and the others looked over at their schedules and indeed saw that the only classes they have with the Gryffindors are Dada and Transfiguration. The blonde prefect looked over at his cousin's schedule and noticed it was slightly different than his. Harry Potter Snape, 5th year Slytherin. Monday, 8:10 a.m. to 9:40 a.m., Potions, with Ravenclaws. 10:10 a.m. to 11:40 a.m., History of Magic, with Ravenclaws. 1:50 p.m. to 2:50 p.m., Ancient Runes, Mix Houses. 3 p.m. to 4 p.m., Defense, with Gryffindors. Tuesday, 8:10 a.m. to 9:40 a.m., Herbology, with Hufflepuffs. 10:10 a.m. to 11:40 a.m., Transfiguration, with Gryffindors. 1:50 p.m. to 2:50 p.m., Care of Magical Creatures, Mix Houses. 3 p.m. to 4 p.m., Charms, with Hufflepuffs. Wednesday, 8:10 a.m. to 9:40 a.m., Arithmancy, Mix Houses. 10:10 a.m. to 11:40 a.m., Transfiguration, with Gryffindors. 1:50 ohm 2:50 p.m., Charms, with Hufflepuffs. 3 p.m. to 4 p.m., Care of Magical Creatures, Mix Houses. 10 p.m. to 12 a.m., Astronomy, with 5th years. Thursday, 8:10 a.m. to 9:40 a.m., Potions, with Ravenclaws. 10:10 a.m. to 11:40 a.m., History of Magic with Ravenclaws. 1:50 p.m. to 2:50 p.m., Herbology with Hufflepuffs. 3 p.m. to 4 p.m., Combat Arts, with 6th years. Friday, 8:10 a.m. to 9:40 a.m., Defense, with Gryffindors. 10:10 a.m. to 11:40 a.m., Free Period. 1:50 p.m. to 3:20 p.m., Combat Arts, with 6th years. Saturday, Hogsmeade Visits. 9 p.m. to 11 p.m., Hogwarts Duties. Blood hell, said Draco as he compared Harry's schedule to his. With the extra elective class you add in your heir's duties, you wouldn't have time for yourself, Harry. Harry's lifted up his eyebrow like his adopted father before giving him the look. You don't think I know that already, Draco. There is a reason why I have a free period after lunch on Fridays and Sundays as my day off. Besides, it's not like how Hermione selected all of the electives in 3rd year, but luckily, Daphne and I stopped her in time. True, said Draco, softly. Though I should be questioning your choice of class, even Dad questioned it, said Harry as he pointed to one of them. I mean, come on, why did you choose divination? Even Dudley went to that sorry excuse class. Draco shrugged, what can I say? We both wanted to find an easy class to relax. I mean, all you have to do is predict your own death. Professor Trelawney has a thing of telling students on how they are going to die. It's quite funny. Harry sighed, come on, let's get going. Before he smirking, we don't want to miss our first potion lesson with the famous Nicholas Flamel, do we? Draco and the others smiled before quickly eat their breakfast. Dungeons, Potions with Ravenclaws. Morning everyone, greeted Nicholas, happily. He stood in front of the blackboard, wand at hand. Come on in, I wouldn't bite. Harry went over at the front row before taking a seat, next to Terry Boots. The young heir looked over to see, and Terry's eyes were in awe before looking around. He could see that almost all of the Slytherins and Ravenclaws had a sparkle in their eyes of excitement. Now before we begin, I take it that you want to know a little about me, correct? The students nodded. Well, I attended at Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic where I met my wife, Perenelle. When I graduated, I funded some of my money to the school and grounds where the headmistress named a fountain after my wife and me. When I was around in my mid-40s, I was able to create the Philosopher's Stone, which has incredible powers including immortality, Nicholas sighs, sadly, we were hoping to adopt a worthy child to follow in my footsteps since my wife couldn't get pregnant. That was the only reason why I created the elixir of life, but sadly, through time, we were unable to find one, until now that is, said Nicholas. The students looked over to where Flamel was looking at. He was looking at Harry Potter Snape. Thanks to this young man, not only did I get back my stone but he marvelous improved the strengthening solution for the elderly, said Nicholas before winking. And I must say I feel like a young man once again. The Slytherins, who were still uncertain to follow the new heir of Slytherin, suddenly saw Harry in a new light while the Ravenclaws were finding new respect to the young Slytherin. Now I looked over at your previous scores and I can see that all of you understand the concept of potions, started Nicholas. Shall we review a bit before working on the draft of peace? The Slytherins and Ravenclaws smiled before lifting up their hands. Lunch. Harry and his friends were outside, eating their lunch when the young heir spotted the Black twins and Cedric with Cho coming towards them. He noticed they didn't look happy. May we talk to you guys? Asked Cedric. Harry and his friends nodded. The Black twins sat next to their younger brother who was, surprisingly, reading his potion book with a sandwich on his hand. Cedric and Cho sat by Harry and Luna. So what's up? Wondered Harry. Cedric had a grim look on his face. Umbridge, she inspected our class with the Gryffindors in our charms lesson. She had this look, this disgust look to Professor Flitwick and took out this measuring tape and measured his height. Susan frowned. Umbridge has this hatred thing about half-creatures and muggleborns. I wouldn't doubt that she was trying to find something to get Professor Flitwick sacked. Rigel widened his eyes, but that would mean Hagrid is in danger for getting sacked. But she doesn't have the full authority to remove the professors, said Dudley. He crossed his arms. The ones who do are the lords and ladies of Hogwarts. Dolores can only give a report if the professors are not doing their job. Can she give out detentions? Asked Neville. No, but she can add or remove points from a house, replied Luna. Well, be careful if she suddenly comes into your lesson, said Mizar, seriously. She did it to ours like she owned the place or something. Thanks for letting us know, said Dudley. Make sure you keep your temper down. Riggy or she will attack ye like she did with our friend Lee, said Alcor. Rigel nodded. I'll just try those exercises before going to class. Would like to do some as well, Luna. I heard that these exercises can help improve seer abilities. Luna smiled. I would love to. Divination with mix houses. Dudley and Draco were listening to what Professor Trelawney was saying when suddenly the door banged open and came in was Dolores. She had a clipboard and wearing another pink dress and robe. Why yes, what can I do for you, Dolores? Asked Sybil, nervously. Oh nothing, I just came here to inspect your lesson, that's all. Please do continue, replied Dolores, softly with a smile. Oh, alright Dream, started Sybil before getting interrupted. One question dear, you've been in this post how long exactly? Asked Dolores, sweetly. Sybil thought for a moment. About 16 years. Oh, quite a period, said Dolores as she wrote something on her clipboard. She began walking over to the door, and it was Dumbledore who appointed you. Sybil nodded. He did. Dolores smiled before writing something on her clipboard. She looked over at Sybil, gesturing her to continue her lesson. The interpretation or. One more thing, if it's not too much to ask, would you please predict something for me? Asked Dolores, kindly. I'm sorry, said Sybil. Predict something, repeated Dolores. Surely you're not surprised I asked. You would have foreseen it, correct? Sybil looked around before placing her book upon her small table where her glass ball was at. She nervously played around her hands. It doesn't work that, way. The inner eye does not see upon see command. Oh come on now, one teensy little prophecy, begged Dolores like a child. Dudley watched as his divination professor was having trouble to explain to the Toad Witch that she can't force her vision to appear. He grits his teeth before getting up. Lady Umbridge, don't force her to make a pity prediction. You should know that seers don't have the ability to control their visions if they are under stress. I demand you apologize this instant. Oh young lord, of course, stuttered Dolores before looking over at Sybil. It wouldn't be necessary. Please do carry on. The students watched as the Toad Witch left the room and waited for a couple of moments. After about 5 minutes, everyone started to laugh including Sybil. "Thank for the save, Mr. Black Evans," said Sybil before picking up her book. She took off her round glasses and smiled. "Shall we truly begin our lesson?" "Thank you for the heads up, Lady Rowena." "No problem, please do continue," said Rowena, happily. "Dada, Slytherins and Gryffindors." Harry took a sit by his cousin while Draco sat next to Neville. His other friends paired up to each other before the class was filled up and Sirius walked in with wand at hand. "Evening everyone," greeted Sirius, happily. He'd pace around the front. "Now what can I say about your OWL's examinations? It's going to be difficult and stressful, but I know that all of you can pass it with flying colors. We'll be reviewing every defense, counter curses since year 1 and we are going to practice it until you can do it in your sleep, understand?" The students nodded. "Upon reviewing the old materials, there will be new ones as well," said Sirius. "For the next 2 to 3 months we will be reviewing and mostly doing practical spells. I will demonstrate how to cast the spell and how to, correctly, pronounce the incantation. Trust me, you don't want to mess up during your exams in front of the examiners." The students made a fear look on their faces minus Harry and Dudley. "Now where, yes, Mr. Alois Schultz. Ah, you're the transfer student, correct? I believe I have met your father at the ministry during the summer," said Sirius. "He was head Auror from Germany, correct?" "That's right, Professor Plack," replied Alois in a rough German accent. "Mein Father was transferred here wenn Minister Fudge zodet vold pay pest to half zome allies if you know wo is really pack." Sirius nodded. "Yes, I heard about that in the office." "So what's your question?" "Well, does mein accent affect me of improperly ze incantation of ze English spell?" wondered Alois. Sirius thought for a moment. "I will talk to the ministry and see if I can get a German examiner for your OWL's exam. Talk to me after class to discuss this much further." Alois nodded before staying silent once again. "Now then," said Sirius before taking out a pile of parchments. He smiled. "This is a small quiz from years 1 to 2. You have 30 minutes. The students made a whining sound as Sirius passed the quiz out. After taking the quiz, Sirius banished the tables and chairs before conjuring a platform in the middle of the classroom. Sirius smirked and crossed his arms. "Now, who shall start?" "Let's see, how about Mr. Longbottom and Mr. Malfoy?" Neville and Draco looked at each other before walking over to the center of the platform. Sirius walked between the two of them and gestured them to face each other like a wizarding duel. "Now, which spells should we practice?" "Mr. Malfoy," said Sirius. How about the disarming charm and shield charm?" suggested Draco. Sirius nodded. "Not bad start. All right, Mr. Longbottom, you will cast the shield charm, while demonstrating the wand movement, and the incantation is Protega, got it?" Neville nodded, slowly. "Right, Mr. Malfoy, you will try to cast the disarming charm and disarm Mr. Longbottom, while demonstrating the wand movement, and the incantation is Expelliarmus, got it?" explained Sirius. Draco nodded with a playful smirk. "Right, to your stands and begin. Remember disarm and protect," warned Sirius. "Go Nev," encouraged Dudley while the other Gryffindors started encouraging their nervous housemate. "You can do it, Neville," murmured Harry while the other Slytherins were chanting Draco's name and telling him to knock him out. "Get ready, Longbottom, Expelliarmus," said Draco as he casted the disarming charm towards Neville. Harry watched as the spell headed towards Neville, but in the last second, the nervous Gryffindor moved his wand, Protega. Draco widened his eyes as he watched his spell hit Neville's shield and headed towards him, quickly. The spell hit him, which knocked him while his wand went over to Neville. The Slytherins and Gryffindors were in disbelief. Neville Longbottom was able to disarm Draco Malfoy. "All right," shouted Harry and Dudley. The others started clapping and congratulated Neville. "Well done, Mr. Longbottom," said Sirius as he took back Draco's wand. He walked over to the blonde Slytherin and helped him up. "Mr. Malfoy, that was a pretty good disarming charm, but future advice, cast the shielding charm before any curse or hex hits you, even if you are surprised, got it?" Draco nodded, slowly. "Why yay, thanks Professor. Right, everyone find a partner, not from your house, and work on the disarming charm and shield charm. You will be graded upon the end of the period," instructed Sirius. Mr. Potter Snape and Mr. Black Evans help out the ones that are having trouble with the charms. Harry and Dudley nodded. The lesson ended with quarter of a half of the Slytherins and Gryffindors mastering the 2 charms. The others will work on it until Friday. Heirs Chambers. Never thought I'll be this tired, murmured Harry. And it's only the first day too, murmured Dudley. Come on, you two, said Susan. She got up and grabbed her yellow robe. It's time to do our rounds with the prefects and the head boys' girls. Dudley, you and Harry need to make sure that the wards around Hogwarts are updated while Luna and I make sure there are no wandering students, aka the Black Brothers. Harry and Dudley sighed in defeat before grabbing their robes and headed out from their chambers. The girls headed towards where the prefects would meet up before patrolling while the boys headed over to the entrance of the school. Harry carried a small portrait that had Salazar and Godric in it while the girls carried another small portrait with Rowena and Helga. The boys made it to the entrance within 20 minutes where Godric and Salazar instructed on how to check the wards around Hogwarts. Harry noticed that the wards were slightly weakened and had to strengthen it up a bit with Godric's instructions. Well, everything looks up to date now, said Dudley before yawning. He checked his muggle watch. It's getting close to 11. Let's patrol for a few minutes before heading back to the chambers. Harry agreed before the two walked a bit around the hallways of Hogwarts. They even ran into Filch with his cat, Mrs. Norris, who reported to them that so far he had encountered no students out of bed. The two walked past the Dada classroom and were about to turn the corner when they heard their names being called from Dolores. Young lords, what pray tell are you two doing out of bed? It is a school night. We're just helping the prefects with patrol duty since we just finished updating the wards of Hogwarts not too long ago, replied Harry. Dolores pressed her lips together. I see, very well, good night. Harry and Dudley nodded before heading back to their chambers. It took about another half an hour for the girls to return and the 4 of them headed to bed. Throughout the week, Dolores has been inspecting the other classes. On Tuesday, she went to Minerva's class but the Furious Lion simply ignored the toad face which as she continued to teach her students. As for care of magical creatures, Rigel warned Hagrid about Dolores' hatred of half-creatures and make sure he stays calm when she is there, inspecting his class. On Wednesday, for arithmancy, there was nothing wrong for Dolores to report as the same for herbology. On Thursday, for history of magic, Dolores went to Remus' class with a fake, warm smile. With clipboard on hand, she smiles. Good morning, Professor Lupin. Morning, Inspector Umbridge, greeted Remus before going back to his lesson. Know what? Pardon me, but is it true that you were previously a werewolf since age 3? Asked Dolores. Remus frowned but nods. Yes, but I was cured a few years back. And, who cured you? Asked Dolores, softly and tapping her pen on her clipboard. The Ministry has to give credit to the person who successfully found a cure for lycanthropy. Many those who are infected will buy this unknown cure for themselves. Remus sighed. Like I told the office, I made a magical oath to keep quiet about that person until they are ready. Now if you don't mind, I have a lesson to continue. Dolores pressed her lips before smiling. Of course, do continue, Professor. For potions, Nicholas was having his students to review another first-year potion when Dolores came in with a smile on her face. Though she couldn't find anything wrong what the famous alchemist was teaching the students. She left with a frown on her face. Today though, Friday, she would be inspecting defense and combat arts. But that didn't bother the Black Brothers. In Dada, Sirius was standing in front of his class and behind him was the dueling platform once again. He grins. Right, let's continue off reviewing other counter spells. Find yourself a partner and discuss with each other what type of counter cures the two of you will be performing. Harry went over and paired up with Daphne while Dudley paired up with Neville to continue off improving his nervousness. Draco went with Pansy, Tracy paired up with Millicent and Theodore went to Blaze. As Sirius was about to call out a pair of students, Dolores came in. She smiles. Morning, Professor Black. Yes, hello. To you as well, Umbridge, said Sirius, waving his hand around. Go find a place where you wouldn't get hit by a stray curse. Now. Stray curse, said Dolores, giggling. Why are you allowing your students to use magic which all they need to do is to learn the theory of the spell? Sirius glared at her. There is more than just theory to fully master a spell, Dolores. In their OWL's practical, the students are required to cast the spell and pronounce it correctly. If they don't, they could easy fail. Dolores frowned. Must I remind you, Professor, that this school is where students are taught in a risk-free area? Merlin's bread, cursed Sirius, silently, though some students in front heard him and laughed. He crosses his arms. These students need to learn how to fight properly in case they are attacked. Who in the world would attack young children out of nowhere? Questioned Dolores, innocently. Madam Umbridge, have you forgotten that riddle has returned? Snapped Dudley. Harry sighed before looking around to see that everyone started to whisper among themselves. That's when he noticed how tense Dolores got before she calmed down. Let me say this quite plain and simple, started Dolores, softly. She smiles. You have been told a certain Dark Lord has returned. Well, that is a lie. That was no lie, snapped Harry. The other champions saw him. Heck, we fought with him and his remaining, loyal, Death Eaters in that graveyard. Dolores was about to snap towards Harry when there was loud shout coming above them. The students looked up to see Godric Gryffindor glaring down towards them, mostly at Dolores. Godric gritted his teeth. You better hold your tongue, Madam Umbridge. What they say is true. Even Salazar knowledge his former heir is alive. Oh, of course, Lord Gryffindor, stuttered Dolores. She clears her throat. You may continue, Professor Black. Forgive me for questioning your teaching. Sirius gave her an uncertain look before continuing his lesson. Later, the students were standing inside the Quidditch field. Harry and Dudley were standing next to Regulus while Draco and the others were facing them. Evening everyone, greeted Regulus. Good evening General Black, shouted the students. Right, let's start our run around the stadium, 3 times. Instructed Regulus. Most students whined but followed the youngest Black's instructions. I wonder how Rigel is dealing with his new housemates, said Harry to his cousin. He was running beside him. It must be a real change for him to be with actually people like himself. I bet he's doing fine, assured Dudley, smiling. Susan said that he earned quite a few house points this first week. Most of the professors were stunned but impressed. Harry smiled as to know that the former Weasley was finally getting the respect he deserves. He and his cousin finished their run a bit early and were waiting for their friends. It took about another half an hour for the rest of the class to finish their run. Regulus nodded. Now let's continue off by working on your fighting stance and basic footwork. Find yourself a partner. As the students were teaming up, Dolores came into the stadium with an angry look on her face. Professor, I have been looking everywhere for your classroom for the past hour. Why are you not using a classroom? Regulus snorted. You really think you can teach martial arts in a small classroom, you old toad? Now why don't you just shut your damn bloody mouth and let me teach? Why I never, Professor. It's General Black since Professor Black is my older brother, stated Regulus. General Black, what on Merlin's name are the students doing? Asked Dolores. Can't have these children forget about their Muggle origins. Answered Regulus. Muggle origins, murmured Dolores, darkly. I take it, that they are learning how to fight as a filthy mud, I mean a Muggle. You would know about it if you showed up yesterday, Madam Umbridge. Dolores turned around before her face turns pale. Standing in front of her was the head Auror Rufus Scrimgeour and one of his best Aurors, Kingsley Shacklebolt. We were quite intrigued of General Black's opening speech yesterday, said Rufus. He slightly glares at her. To think that many trainee Aurors knows how to cast quite useful spells or curses, but never have I thought about using Muggle combat. Did you know that Muggles have quite a few different ways to defend themselves? Questioned Kingsley. I never thought that Headmaster Snape would think of this. I would have thought Dumbledore would, but I guess not. You don't say, murmured Dolores. Why were you not here yesterday, Dolores? Questioned Rufus. Well, you see, I was inspecting other classes, answered Dolores, quickly. Today I scheduled to oversee defense and combat arts. Rufus and Kingsley looked at each other. So you say, said Rufus before spotting 3 students. He crosses his arms. You came to inspect the class when 3 of the 4 founders' heirs are present. Why is that, Dolores? Well, Dolores coughs. I just want to make sure they get the proper education, gentlemen. Indeed, leave, ordered Rufus, taking her clipboard. I beg your pardon, said Dolores. She places her hand on her chest. Did did you ask me to leave? Mr. Scrimgeour, I was given this position from the Minster, himself. Yes, I am aware of that, but sadly, you don't have the qualifications of overseeing this particular class, stated Rufus as he took out a parchment. In fact, the classes you can inspect are the standards while the electives will be given to specialists from the ministry. Regulus watched as Dolores took the parchment from Rufus' hand and began reading it. He could tell by the grip she was holding onto the parchment, Dolores was not happy. I see, then if you would excuse me, said Dolores before leaving the field. As she was leaving, she turns around and glares over at Harry. Enjoy it, will you, can Potter, but I will find a way to prove what you really are and expose to the minister the truth about you. Mark my words. Headmaster's office, October 7th. Evening everyone, let's get this meeting over with, stated Severus. How are the students faring with the new classes? The Muggleborns are quite surprised to learn what standard wizarding families do for a living, replied Augusta, smoothly. So far they understand why some purebloods grew to hate the Muggles and Muggleborns. Soon we will cover about why the ministry must keep the magical world a secret to the Muggle world. About bloody time, murmured Dolores, tapping onto her clipboard. Severus frowned a bit but ignores her statement. He turns his attention to Regulus. What of your class, Reg? It's turning out pretty good, actually, said Regulus. He smiles. Rufus and Kingsley were quite impressed about Muggle combat. Rufus is thinking to have his Aurors be trained to learn how to fight as a Muggle in case they can't use magic. While most of the professors agreed, Dolores had a disgusted face but stayed silent. Severus nodded, and they should. We rely magic far too much and forgotten our origins. What of your lessons, Nicholas? The alchemist smiled. It's simply wonderful. Right now my 5th-year students are reviewing old potions and see what they did wrong. Then we work on a new potion. As each of the professors discuss what's been going on in their class before ending, Regulus had a suggestion for the students. My older brother formed a dueling club about 2 years back. Is it possible to start it once again? I was thinking about it as well, said Sirius before rubbing the back of his head. Or rather, some of my students were. Some of them have been asking me when I'll be restarting it, and I told them that I'll discuss it with you, Snape. Severus nodded, but just before he can say anything, Dolores butted in once again. Do you want to send those lovely children to their death, General Black and Professor Black? These children are here to learn, not to fight like a bunch of mindless Muggles. These children, as you say, need to learn on how to defend themselves, madam, said Severus. Defend of what? There is nothing out there, argued Dolores. She narrows her eyes. I've had enough of these lies that you know who has returned. Face the facts, Headmaster, the Dark Lord is gone. There is no need to defend but rather to help this generation to grow properly. Only you would think that, Dolores, said Minerva. The minister even knowledge that Riddle has returned. Why you can't? Because it's all lies from a spoiled brat. Snapped Dolores. Spoiled? I didn't spoil him, you toad. Snapped Petunia, angrily. In fact, it was the opposite. When I was married with my first husband, my nephew was abused by him and his sister. He even tried to make my son bully his own cousin, but I wouldn't allow it. Petunia, said Regulus, walking over to his wife. He embraces her. You don't have to explain to that toad anything. I'm not going to sit around and hear her say horrible things about my nephew. She doesn't know him like I do, argued Petunia. She starts to sob. Even everything that he endure, he still has a caring and loving heart, like my little sister. Umbridge, if you want to still continue staying here, you're going to respect every one of the students, including the 4 heirs, said Severus, seriously. He glares at her. Remember, one wrong step and you're banned from stepping into these place. I understand, Headmaster, please continue, said Dolores. Right now let's discuss what we are going to do this Halloween, said Severus. Well, I was sort of thought that we should start using some of the Muggle traditions, stated Augusta, getting everyone's attention. Think about it, if we celebrate both traditions then Muggleborns and purebloods can understand each other. Phileas jumped up and down. I hear that the Muggles dress themselves and go out to get some candy at night. Not only that, but I hear a few of my Muggleborn ravens that some Muggles decorate their house as a haunted house for the young children. Is that correct, Petunia? That's right. If I remember correctly, I took my son and nephew to their Muggle school as they were hosting a haunted house when they were about 9, said Petunia, smiling upon the memory. She giggles, the two of them got somewhat frightened and caused a bit of accidental magic. It was a good thing that Regulus and Severus were with us or it would cause some confusion. Pomona smiled. We could change the Quidditch stadium as this haunted house. Petunia and Regulus can tell us what we must do and have. And maybe give a history lesson to the students about the truth of Halloween in both Muggle and Magical, said Aurora. We can cancel classes on Halloween. Give the history lesson, have the traditional Halloween feast before sending them to the haunted house. That could work, said Severus before nodding. All right, let's combine both Halloween traditions. Petunia, do you think you can have Narcissa to help you? I believe she could, said Petunia, happily. Hagrid, we will need some magical and non-magical creatures in the haunted house, make sure they are not dangerous for the children. Instructed Severus. I'll get right on that, headmaster, said Hagrid. Phileas and Minerva, we will need a few charms and transform a few things in order to hide some objects to pop out of nowhere, said Severus. He thought for a moment. You may need to ask for the Black Twins for help. Phileas and Minerva nodded their heads. Pomona, you will help decorate with some plants here and there, said Severus as Pomona agreed. Right, everyone knows their jobs. Is there anything else we need to discuss? Everyone looked at each other before shaking their heads. Well, good night to you all, said Severus, dismissing everyone. October Friday, 11 Great Hall. Right, gather around everyone, shouted Sirius. Now, this year I'm reforming the dueling club with my brother. The club will be some sort of review on what you've learned in your defense and martial arts classes. We ask you to form a small group of 4 before we begin, said Regulus. The 4 founders, heirs quickly grouped together, which angered Ginny. Sirius nodded. Good. Now we will meet on Friday nights at 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. You'll be notified by owl where we are going to meet, understand? Harry and other members nodded. Today, we'll be going over the stunning spell, the shield charm spell and the disarming charm spell from your defense class, said Sirius. For martial arts, I'm going to show you a spell that was used by Appleby Arrow's supporters during the Quidditch World Cup, but it was banned when a referee was pierced through the nose with a stray arrow in 1894, said Regulus as some members widened their eyes. He smirked. It's the arrow shooting spell that fires arrows from the wand, but first you will need to show me that you can shot an arrow with a bow. Some members couldn't wait to learn the arrow shooting spell. Right, pick someone from your group that will face each other, instructed Sirius. After a few minutes, the group selected their picks to go first. It was Draco against Blaise, Hermione against Dean and Luna against Ginny. Right, chose any of the 2 spells to disarm your opponent, instructed Regulus. First round, Blaise quickly cast the stunning spell towards Draco, but he blocked it using the shield charm before quickly casting the disarm charm to Blaise. The second round, Hermione was able to dodge a few stunning spells from Dean before casting her own towards him before disarming him. Final round, Luna Lovegood vs Ginny Pruitt, begin, said Regulus. Payback, you blondie slut, thought Ginny, angrily. Quickly, pointing her wand towards Luna and casted 3 stunners to her former friend. Luna stood there for a moment before giving out a smile. She took out her wand and casted a powerful version of the shield charm. A double blue barrier appeared around Luna and the 3 stunners were deflected right back to Ginny. Ginny tried to deflect it back, but her shield charm wasn't that powerful and she was stunned. Luna simply skipped over to her before taking her wand away from her. She smiled. It seems today that you're infested with Raxpert, Pruitt. You may want to have that looked. Regulus casted the counter curse for Ginny and handed her wand back. Right, not bad you 4, but remember, you must keep your eyes and ears open as you don't know where the enemy lies within the shadows, next 4. Said Sirius. After an hour, everyone was able to protect themselves, even Alois, who faced Regulus since the younger Black knew a few German spells. But just as they were about to start on the bow training, Dolores walked in. Good evening, gentlemen, greeted Dolores. I believe it would be time to send these lovely students off to bed. It's getting close to curfew. Sirius frowned. Curfew for 1st and 2nd years, Dolores, but not for the 3rd years to 6 years. 3rd to 4th years curfews are at 10 while 5th to 6th years curfews are at 11. Regulus crossed his arms. We still have plenty of time before their curfew. Now leave us be. Dolores stood up with her lips pressed together before leaving the hall. Ugly toad witch, murmured Sirius. Now that is out of the way, said Regulus before conjugating a few bows and arrows. He smirked. Let's see who has a good arm, Messrs. Potter, Snape and Black Evans come forth. Harry and Dudley walked over to where the bows were at and grabbed one. Regulus conjugated a few targets on the floor and some on the walls. Now, watch as these two will show you on how to use a bow. If you want to get a better look, come forward but not too close or you'll get poked, said Regulus. Begin. Quickly, Ginny ran over to Harry but was furious to see Luna standing by his left. The redhead simply ignored her as she watched her crush using the bow with such accuracy. Pull back the string so that the index finger of the pulling hand is under the chin and the string touches your nose and lip, demonstrated Harry. Using your dominant eye, look down the arrow and align it with the target. Relax your grip on the string and allow your fingers to slip backwards, finished Dudley. After shooting, maintain your body position. Good work boys, praised Sirius before tossing each member a bow while his brother gave them 10 arrows. Now, if you get 10 targets, 5 on the ground and 5 on the air, you'll be learning the arrow shooting spell, but if you fail, you will continue to learn on how to use the bow with Messrs. Potter, Snape and Black Evans as your instructors, understand? Yes, Professor Black. Begin. 2 at a time, instructed Regulus. A few members didn't have a problem on using a bow, which surprised them. It was Daphne, Hermione, Neville, Alois, Rigel, Tracy, Blaise, Vincent, Seamus, the Black Twins and Cedric. The others were not so much, minus Ginny, who was pretending to fail on using the bow in order to have Harry by her side again. Sadly, her plan failed as Astoria was having a lot more trouble on holding the bow properly. It was Luna who came over to help her, which pissed Ginny even more. When it was time to learn the arrow shooting spell, once again Regulus used Harry and Dudley to help out the ones that need the most help. Sirius had the Black Twins to help out as well since he taught his new sons the spell over the summer along with some advanced spells. A few members were able to cast the spell by the end of the meeting. Hey Alois, wait up! Shouted Draco. Alois turned around. Yeah. Do you want to hang out with me and my friends? Asked Draco as Harry and the others were behind him. I'm quite interested about German spells. I don't see why not, if you guys teach me on how to speak English better, deal. Said Alois. Deal, but the teaching part, said Draco, pushing Harry in front of him, will be his job. Hey, I didn't agree to this, Harry trying to argue before sighing, though I am curious about German spells and other languages. Alois nodded and followed his new friends back to the Slytherin common room. October 31, Halloween. So, all our classes have been cancelled, said Harry, eating his breakfast with Luna. Susan nodded. I heard that we are going to get a history lesson about the beginning of Halloween after breakfast. And after the Halloween feast, there will be this wicked haunted house, said Dudley, excitedly. He smiled. Remember when we were 9, Harry? Harry laughed. Oh man, do I ever. But I don't think the adults and the other kids liked seeing the fake skeletons and bats come to life though. Hermione gasped. You two did what? Alois chuckled. In Germany, they celebrate Halloween, put also celebrate the day after Halloween, November the 1st, which is called Allerheiligen. I think in English, it's called All Saints' Day. I wonder if we get to learn different types of Halloween from different countries, said Daphne. Well, we'll find out soon enough, said Harry, spotting the professors entering the hall. Good morning students, greeted Petunia. This year, we are going to do something differently for Halloween. We are going to combine the traditions of Halloween from the Wizarding world and the Muggle world. The students started to whisper, excitedly. Lessons will be cancelled today, said Severus as the students cheered. Instead, you'll learn how Halloween started before you know as of today. The Ravenclaw's eyes brightened. Afterwards, you get to dress up like how Muggles do during Halloween while having our traditional Halloween feast, continued Regulus. After dinner, you'll experience your first Muggle magical haunted house. It will be located at the Quidditch Stadium. The students started to chat and whisper in excitement. Oh, I can't wait to dress up, said Hermione, happily. The last time I did that is when I was 10 years old. I would normally dress up a character from my favorite book, but this year, I'm dressing up someone different. And who's that? Asked Dean. Princess Belle from Beauty and the Beast, replied Hermione. Who's that? Asked Astoria. A Disney movie character, replied Harry. She loves books, quite intelligent for her time era, and has a pure heart. Perfect choice my own. I have a few good choices from these Muggle comics I got from visiting Japan, last summer, said Draco. He looked over at his friends. If you guys want to look over at them, you can and find who you are going to dress up. Alois smiled, glad to know that I'm not going to miss dressing up. I'm planning to dress up as the Choker from Patman, but I can't wait as the haunted house. Me either, said Rigel. I wonder how the professors are going to combine both Muggle and magical into the haunted house. Oh, you'll be surprised, brother dear, said Mizar. But, we can't tell ye, you just have to wait and find out yourselves, said Alcor. Draco and the others had a confused look. Harry sighed. The Black Twins helped the professors to decorate the haunted house, so suspect some nasty pranks as well. His friends had an uncertain look on their faces. All right everyone, gather around, said Minerva. The beginnings of Halloween will be told by none other than the four founders themselves. Please pay close attention. Petunia and Severus turned the tables into multiples large pillows all over the hall. The students gathered around with their friends before finding a good spot. Harry and his friends went close to the head table. Sadly, Ginny went with them and tries to sit next to Harry, but Dudley and Draco stopped her. The redhead was forced to sit next to Alois. Is everyone comfortable? Asked Helga. She smiled. Right, shall we start? Now, Halloween roots started from the ancient, pre-Christian Celtic festival of Samhain, which was celebrated on the night of October 31st. The Celts, who lived about 2,000 years ago, believed that the dead returned to Earth on Samhain. People would gather to light bonfires, offer sacrifices and pay homage to the deceased, started Rowena. It's the same for the wizarding world, said Godric. We celebrate Samhain on the night of October 31st to honor to those who passed on to the Summerlands, aka the afterlife. Back then, there were pagans and Wiccans who joined in the celebration, where we held a feast with an extra food for the ones who passed on before us, so that they can join in the celebration. In the Muggle world, during Samhain, villagers disguised themselves in costumes made of animal skins to drive away phantom visitors. Banquet tables were prepared and edible offerings were left out to placate unwelcome spirits, said Rowena. Almost closely like the wizards, but they were cautions about the spirits though. But for us magical folks, we didn't encourage our children or anyone to dress up, but rather we cast a special ritual to speak with the dead, said Salazar. It involves a bit of blood magic, but through time, light, wizarding families banned the ritual since it was labeled as dark magic. Through centuries, the Muggles began dressing up as ghosts, demons and other malevolent creatures, performing antics in exchange for food and drink. This custom was known as mumming that dates back in the Middle Ages, said Rowena. This thought to be an antecedent of trick-or-treating. By the 9th century, Christianity had spread into Celtic lands. In 1000 AD the Church designated November 2nd as All Souls' Day, a time for honoring the dead, just like how the wizarding world does, said Godric. Celebrations in England resembled Celtic commemorations of Samhain, complete with bonfires and masquerades. The poor people would visit the houses of wealthier families and receive pastries called soul cakes in exchange for a promise to pray for the souls of the homeowner's dead relatives, said Helga. It's known as souling. The practice was later taken up by children, who would go from door to door asking for gifts such as food, money and ale. In Scotland and Ireland, young Muggles took part in tradition called guising, dressing up in costume and accepting offerings from various households, said Salazar. He snorted. Rather than pledging to pray for the dead, they would sing a song, recite a poem, tell a joke or perform another sort of trick, before collecting their treats, which typically consisted of fruit, nuts or coins. There is another potential trick-or-treating predecessor, which is a British custom for children to wear masks and carry effigies while begging for pennies on Guy Fawkes Night, also known as Bonfire Night, which commemorates the foiling of the so-called Gunpowder Plot. Fawkes was executed for his role in the Catholic-led conspiracy to blow up England's Parliament building and remove King James I, a Protestant, from power, said Helga. On the original Guy Fawkes Day, celebrated immediately after the famous plotter's execution, communal bonfires, or bone fires, were lit to burn effigies and the symbolic bones of the Catholic Pope, said Rowena. By the early 19th century, children bearing effigies of Fawkes were roaming the streets on the evening of November 5, asking for a penny for the guy. After the history lesson, the Muggleborns and some half-bloods helped the purebloods what to dress up for Halloween. A few were pretty standard like princesses from Muggle movies, TV shows or a superhero. Even the professors are taken part of dressing up. Dudley dared Harry to dress up as Loki, a Norse god and cunning trickster, also a Marvel comic character. Not only that, but both have black hair and green eyes even though Harry had slight red highlights and a tint of hazel in his eyes while Harry dared Dudley to dress up as Pugsley Addams from the Addams Family movie. Both boys accepted. It was no strange when Luna said she was going to dress up as a female version of Newt Scamander since she loves magical creatures like him. After looking over some comics that Dudley have, Susan decided to dress up as Betty Cooper from the Archie comics. The Black twins loved the Cheshire Cat from the Disney movie they watched in the summer that both decided to dress up like him. One would dress up in purple fur with pink stripes while the other would dress up in gray fur with blue stripes. Blaze comments that Pansy acts a bit like Wednesday Addams and says she should dress up as her, which she agreed unless if he dresses up as the funny Muggle character Bugs Bunny, he accepts. Rigel decided to dress up as Peter Pan. He wanted to see if he could charm himself to fly just like the Muggle character. Draco and Astoria chose to dress up as Link and Princess Zelda. Draco liked the idea holding a sword since his training with his uncles while Astoria liked the dress Zelda was wearing. Daphne decided to dress up as Harley Quinn, Joker's partner in crime while Theodore dressed up as Jimmy Kudo from the manga series Case Closed, his teenage form of course. Ginny, who was still with them, strangely decided to dress up as Daphne from the Muggle show Scooby-Doo. Harry and Dudley rolled their eyes, knowing why she picked that character. After looking over the comics and mangas, Rigel went to the library to see if he can find a spell to make him glide like Peter Pan. He ran into Dean who was doing some last-minute homework. Hermione and Luna were arguing about how to protect yourself from bothersome fairies that might be in the haunted house, stated Rigel, looking over at a charm book. Oh, I didn't know that fairies do that, said Dean. Well, they can be rather mischievous. I mean look at the fairy from Peter Pan, said Rigel. Ginny, who was on the other side of the shelf, stopped and listened to what her former brother was saying. Dean laughed. Yay, that's true. So how do you protect yourself from them? I can't really recall, but I think you throw dust at the fairy, replied Rigel. Ginny grinned before leaving the library, quickly, and didn't hear the rest. No wait. Luna said throwing dust will make them chase or attack you. Making a potion during Harvest Moon can quell a fairy's mischief or a color light charm spell that redirect the fairy's attention. Bet that Myone wasn't happy being wrong, said Dean. Rigel simply laughed before the two departed to their common rooms to change into their costumes. Quidditch Haunted Stadium, night. Nice sign, guys, said Harry. Who thought of it? Well, we didn't know what at first, started Mizar. But then hearing all the other, common, names for haunted houses, said Alcor. So we just combine it. Finished the twins, happily. Did anyone see what Professor McGonagall dress up as? Said Blaze in his gray rabbit suit. The girls giggled while the boys smirked. They turned to see their Transfiguration professor is dressed up as Granny from the Muggle show Looney Tunes old version. Surprisingly, Severus and Aurora dressed up as Gomez and Morticia Addams. Funny enough, their charms professor dressed up as Cousin It while Hagrid dressed up as Fester Addams. I must say Harry that Snape looks awfully good in a tuxedo and with a fake mustache, stated Daphne, slightly blushing. Most of the older girls had a blush on their faces of seeing Severus. Regulus dressed up as Superman while Petunia dressed up as Superman's love interest, Lois Lane. Sirius with a grin on his face is dressed up as Batman while Remus dressed up as his sidekick, Robin. Their herbology professor surprisingly dressed up as Ursula from Little Mermaid while Poppy dressed up as Princess Daisy. Hey Draco, I thought your parents was going to be here, said Dudley. Draco was about to reply when he spotted his parents with Severus and Aurora. His father grumpily agreed to dress up as Kakashi from the manga character of Naruto while his mother dressed up as Cruella, but in her style. Once upon a time look. Many of the older students were eyeing on Narcissa, but stopped once they saw Draco. Giving them a death glare aka a Snape glare. Well, shall we get going then? Asked Harry, adjusting his black robes or rather borrowed robes from his father who shrank them to his size. Let's go. said Rigel, surprisingly grabs Pansy's hand and dragged her to the entrance of the haunted stadium. They entered the stadium and immediately spotted a few pixies and colored fairies flying around, but written on the wall says, "No turning back, you have been warned." Suddenly, all of them jumped when they heard Ginny screaming out of her lungs. Harry turned around to see the redhead being attacked by a couple of fairies and pixies. Luna looked down to see some dust on the floor. She giggled, "Looks like someone heard wrong information about fairies." Rigel rubbed his head, sheepishly as the others laughed before continuing the haunted tour. "Awake up, Harry. It's Christmas and you know what that means," presents, said Dudley, pulling his cousin's blankets off of him. "Get up. Come on." Harry growled as he rubbed his tired eyes and watched his cousin dash out of his room, knowing he was going to wake up the others as well. "I know I should have locked my door," he thought as he was putting on his night robes. Harry walked down to the kitchen and ordered the house elves to make some coffee before hearing some shouting from upstairs. He smirked. Looks like Draco and Rigel got their share of Dudley's wake-up call. Harry waited in the living room when he spotted his aunts already sitting at the couches. "Morning," he greeted, sitting down on one of the armchairs. A cup of coffee appeared in front of him. "So did Dud wake you two up, or were you two already up?" "We were already up, dear," replied Petunia, ignoring the screams coming from upstairs. "I spotted Dudley heading to your room and told him to wake everyone up so we can get Sirius and visit Arthur at the hospital." "That would explain the early wake-up call," murmured Harry as the doors opened. He turned around with a smirk. "Rise and shine, princesses." Rigel and Draco glared over at Harry while Susan and Luna giggled. The young blonde skipped over to Harry before giving him a hug. "Merry Christmas, Harry." "Merry Christmas, Luna," said Harry, softly. "Well, what are we waiting for? Presents time," said Dudley, happily. The black twins grinned before the three of them dashed over to the tree. There were a bunch of presents that were under the tree where the twins passed the mysterious boxes to the rightful owners. Rigel and the black twins were in awe upon seeing how many presents that Sirius gave them. One of the gifts was the brand new broom, the firebolt, and a few new prank products from the magical world and the muggle world. They received a few more dress robes and muggle clothes from Petunia and Narcissa, while Lucius gave Rigel a brand new chessboard from France. Luna and Susan got their normal gifts from their families, and from their boyfriends were a 3-day pass of a muggle amusement park called Disneyland. Though, they are not going alone, as the others got passes as well, including Draco and Narcissa. "Well, it's better staying here," said Harry, sadly. "Dad and Mum are not here. They are enjoying their honeymoon cruise." Turns out the gift from Sirius was a muggle cruise which surprised Petunia and Severus. The trip will last for about 2 weeks and they will have barely enough time to return back to Hogwarts for their duties. Before leaving, Severus received Lucius' message about Voldemort's plan on kidnapping his unfaithful son and Harry. The potion master told his godson and his son to have their family pendants, no matter what, and not allowed to go to any Hogsmeade trips unless they are with a professor or Auror. Both boys were furious, but understand the situation and agreed. Though, Harry wouldn't be having time to go to any Hogsmeade trips since he will be busy with his duties as one of the heirs of Hogwarts. After opening their presents and placing them into their rooms, they all flow over to St. Mungo's to pick up Sirius and visit Arthur, who was slightly getting better, thanks to Severus and Harry's improved healing potions. They meet Charlie, Bill and Percy in Arthur's room and bumped into Neville with his grandmother at the elevator. Their Gryffindor friend told them he is visiting his parents, who are permanent patients since they are mentally unstable from being under the torture curse for too long. Unknown to Neville, Harry was creating a potion to help heal his parents and give his friend back his family once again. Hogwarts, January 5, 1996. "Good afternoon, Headmaster, everyone," greeted Dolores. "If you would just take your seat so we can begin the meeting," sneered Severus. Dolores' lips pressed together, but held her tongue and took a seat, far from the other professors. "Now that we are all here, let's begin," started Severus. "The Ministry believes it would be wise to have the Muggleborns and Muggle-raised half-bloods have wizarding studies and the purebloods have Muggle studies as a standard course by next year. What do you think?" Dolores pressed her lips, but stayed silent. "I say it's about bloody time," said Minerva. "It can finally end this ridiculous blood status thing among the wizarding family." "I'll say," said Sirius. But a few older purebloods families wouldn't accept it that easily. It's going to take some time for them to understand that Muggleborns have the right to be part in our world, just like they do. And, what about the Muggleborn's parents? Asked Dolores, sweetly. Just like in our world, there are untrustworthy Muggles to raise a child with magic. I hate to agree, but Dolores is right, said Poppy with a frown. In the past, I have encountered too many Muggleborns with untreated injuries or bruises after returning from their summer break. Even a few pureblood students come from an abusive household. Dolores was about to protest about the pureblood standards when Regulus interrupted. Why not form some kind of elementary school for the children? My son and nephew had to attend a Muggle elementary at the age of 6, preschool at the age of 3. There we can introduce the Muggle and wizarding world to the children. Not only that, we can form some kind of magical orphanage to those that are abused, said Pomona, happily. We can have it here in Hogwarts, said Petunia. The 4 founders built Hogwarts as a castle for a reason. There is a separate wing in the castle that looks like apartments, suites of some sorts. I take it that they used them for the Muggleborns that were unwanted during their era. Phileas jumped up and down. What a brilliant idea. Why didn't we think of it before? Because Dumbledore assured us that the Muggleborns were fine with their families, said Aurora, angrily. The professors had a grim look on their faces while Dolores had a slight smug on her face. That's when the toad-like witch took out a parchment and handed over to Severus. Excuse me, headmaster, but I was given temporary position for Dada until Professor Black is fully healed from his unfortunate attack. What? Snapped Sirius, snatching the parchment from the desk. He scanned the letter before slamming the parchment onto the desk. What did you do, you witch toad? I just merely reminded the ministry of your unfortunate attack and needed some time to recover until your healer deems you healed, informed Dolores, softly. Well, you just have to forget about taking my position. Snapped Sirius, knowing this last meeting with his healer will be before term starts. Why don't you just take this and shove it? Black, enough, shouted Severus before glaring over at Dolores. You will merely assist Black if he can't perform any spells, nothing more. Black will set out his plans and send a copy to you the week before, but you don't have permission to change it unless you discuss it with Black. Also, you have no authority to award or take away points and dish out detentions, understood? Dolores smiled, smugly, understood headmaster, if you would excuse me. Sirius watched the pink witch toad leave the office before cursing out aloud. Damn it. That fudge needs a backbone to deal with that devil woman. Bloody hell, now I have to deal with that toad of a witch. I say it's best, said Petunia. Now, we can watch her movement. And you have permission to look through her stuff, every 2 weeks. Sirius. If she has something that could hurt the children, then we can finally show the minister that Umbridge is not to be trusted. The other professors nodded while Sirius was sulking. Now that she left, said Severus, picking up a hidden parchment under some others, Lucius sent me a message stating that Riddle is going to attack during a Hogsmeade visit. He and his followers will be attacking the village while Bellatrix and her husband will be looking for Draco and Harry. Petunia and Aurora gasped. But I thought the prophecy has been fulfilled, said Pomona. Oh, it has, but I believe that Riddle is planning something different, said Sybil. Something different? Asked Aurora before noticing her husband's grim face. She frowned. Sev, what's wrong? Has Lucius told you why Riddle wants Harry? Severus nodded. Control. He wants full control of the heir of Slytherin to become the true Lord Slytherin and have full access to Hogwarts. Petunia widened her eyes. No. I forbid my nephew to go to Hogsmeade. He's going to kill him. He's going to kill him like he did with my sister. Regulus rushed over to his wife and embraced her while she sobbed onto his shoulder. He looked over at Severus. Please tell me you have a plan. Severus was about to reply when someone interrupted. What he can do is renew the disownment ship in order to remove Riddle from the Slytherin family tree. Being fully disowned, Riddle will lose all ties of Slytherin abilities, including the ability to speak Parseltongue. Severus and the others turned around to see Salazar glaring down upon them. Disown Riddle. Severus has the authority to do that, said Petunia. Upon seeing Salazar nod, Severus closed his eyes. I, Severus Tobias Snape, temporary Lord Slytherin, Irby disown Tom Marvolo Riddle Jr. from the Slytherin family bloodline. Suddenly they felt the school shake a bit as Severus started to glow. When the glow dimmed down, there was a warm humming sound within the walls of the Hogwarts. "It is done," said Helga, appearing beside her husband. Godric grinned. "You'll have no trouble beating Riddle now. That means you have no worries about young Draco and Harry to go to Hogsmeade," said Rowena. "Though, you do need to be careful with Riddle's remaining Death Eaters." "And we will be ready for them," said Minerva. "Right, if there is nothing else, I need to discuss my plans with an ugly toad," said Sirius before leaving. Severus and Regulus smirked while the rest simply laughed of his predicament. Soon term started once again and the school was once again filled with students. Though in the feast, the students were confused to see Dolores sitting next to Sirius, who was pouting like a child. They soon found out that she was Sirius' assistant in Dada. Even though his healer gave him a clean bill of health, he still needs to take it easy and not cast any magic for about another 2 weeks. Until then, Dolores will be performing the spells they will be covering. May rolled over where the head houses are discussing to the 5th years on what career they are going to decide. That's where Harry found himself sitting in his father's office with Sirius and Remus behind him. "So Harry, any ideas what you want to be after you graduate?" asked Sirius. "Well, I know that everyone believes that I want to be an Auror like my biological father," started Harry before shaking his head. "No offense, but I don't want a job that could risk my life. I just barely got out from a death sentence. I want to enjoy a simple life with Luna and have a family." "So what do you want to do, Harry?" asked Severus. Sirius grinned. "You could become a potion master like Snape here. And I know for sure if your mother was alive, she too would be an excellent potion and charm mistress." Harry laughed, seeing his adoptive father glaring over at Sirius. He offered a smile. "I think I might, but I was thinking more of a healer, both muggle and magical." "A healer," said Remus before smiling. "Yes, I can definitely see you do that. Your heart is pure, Harry. Just like your mother and somewhat mischievous like your father, you have the ability to help those who need it." Harry smiled and gave a hug to Remus. Sirius laughed. "Well, this is going to be a first. Almost all male Potters become an Auror after finishing up Hogwarts, while the woman they marry have a mastery of charms or potions. Looks like you ended the tradition, kiddo. Then I will take that you want to become Poppy's apprentice after graduating," said Severus. Harry nodded. "Yay, and your apprentice as well, Dad, you know, for potions." "Very well, I will notify Poppy," said Severus. "Study hard for your upcoming OWLs and don't worry about Riddle, we'll handle him now." Harry smiled before nodding his head and left his father's office. "Well, that was easy then, I thought," said Sirius before sighing. "Here I thought that Harry will become an Auror like James, but I guess I was wrong." "Harry had enough of fighting in this lifetime," said Remus. "I don't think he wants to fight for the rest of his life. He wants to make a change, but in his own way." Severus and Sirius nodded. "Can you guess what Dudley is going to be?" asked Sirius. Remus and Severus shook their heads. Sirius laughed. "He wants to follow his father's footsteps. He's going to try to be a professor for defense or combat." Severus smirked. "Should have guessed." "What of your godson? What does he want to be?" asked Remus. "No guessing there. Though most will think that he wants to be a potion master, but what he really wants to be is an Auror," replied Severus. "An Auror," said Sirius. "Not going to work in the ministry like dear old Luke. Interesting, most Malfoys work in the ministry, close to the minister himself." "Looks like Draco wants to end that tradition for the Malfoy line like Harry," said Remus. "Well, I believe it's time for a change, gentlemen," said Rowena. Severus, Sirius and Remus turned around to see Rowena and Helga in the portrait. Helga smiled. "While keeping traditions are good, changes can be better. And it starts with these generations of children. And someday, purebloods will someday overlook their children's future," said Rowena. "Let's hope so, Lady Rowena," said Severus, softly. "Hogsmeade trip, May 30th. KS that Harry and the others have to stay at Hogwarts on the last trip of Hogsmeade," said Hermione. "Why did Draco stay?" "He's helping sort out the suites for the examiners that are coming tomorrow," replied Theodore. "Was Professor Black able to get ein German examiner?" asked Alois. "Was Professor Black able to get a German examiner?" "I believe so," replied Blaise. "Professor Black will send ye a message before the exam starts on Monday." "Perfect. Zo, wir are we going?" asked Alois. "Perfect. So, where are we going? Alcor and Mizar appeared behind Alois. Mizar wrapped around his arm Alois' shoulder. We'll be showing you the rest of Hogsmeade. Since we couldn't finish showing you in our last visit, said Alcor. Before Alois could say anything, the black twins grabbed one of Alois' arms and started dragging him to the other side of the village. Well, I hope Alois survives with the twins, murmured Neville. The others nodded before start going on to different stores. Hermione and Daphne went to Honeyduke's to grab some sweets for Harry and the others. As Tracy and Astoria were about to pay some sweets, there were loud screaming coming from outside and a bunch of people entered into the shop. Astoria ran over to her older sister while Tracy glanced outside from the window. She saw a few Death Eaters casting hexes and curses to random wizards and witches including the stores. Death Eaters, gasped Tracy. They chose the last Hogsmeade visit to attack. What do we do? Harry told me what to do in case this happens, said Hermione. She ran over to the register. Madam, we need to use your cellar. Why? There is a hidden passageway that leads to Hogwarts, madam. Tell everyone to get down there and follow the pathway, instructed Hermione. The young witch nodded before telling the ones that entered the store to enter the cellar. Daphne looked down at her little sister. Go with them, Astoria. And immediately tell Harry and the others. Tracy, go with my sister. Astoria wanted to protest, but she knew that her sister was looking out for her. She nodded and grabbed Tracy's hand and the two followed the sea of crowd of people down to the cellar. Come on, there are a few other hidden passages in different stores, said Hermione before turning over to the young witch. Guide any bystanders to the cellar, madam. The young witch nodded. Hermione and Daphne ran out of the store to see a few older wizards and witches protecting the 3rd and 4th years from hexes and curses. Hermione even spotted a few Slytherins and Gryffindors working together. That's when they spotted the Black brothers and Alois with a few younger students following them. Hermione asked, "Are you guys all right?" "We're fine," replied Alcor. "We're just guiding them to the hidden passage in Honeyduke's," said Mizar. Daphne nodded then looked down at the scared 3rd years. Go the Honeydukes. The store manager will tell you where to go. The younger students nodded and dashed to the sweet shop. They need to help out the others. They are fighting ein few Death Eaters while protecting ein few others younger students und young kids, said Alois. We need to help out the others. They are fighting a few Death Eaters while protecting a few others younger students and young kids. Lead the way, said Hermione. Meanwhile, Harry and Dudley were finishing up the last sweet when Astoria dashed over to Harry and was crying. The Slytherin heir frowned. What's wrong, Astoria? Death Eater riot, cried Astoria. Harry and Dudley widened their eyes. It's true, Harry. Right now, the Great Hall is going to be filled with wizards and witches as Hermione told them to use the passage to get away from the riot. Said Tracy. Right, that's fine, said Harry before sending a message to his father. He then turned to his cousin. We need to make a strong barrier and get Aunt Minnie to activate those stone soldiers in case the riot reaches to the castle. Dudley nodded and the four dashed to the Great Hall. There inside were a bunch of witches, wizards, some students and young children who were crying. Severus walked next to Harry. I do believe I don't need to instruct you to stay, correct? Harry smirked. What do you take me for, a dunderhead? No Dad, you don't. Besides, who will defend the school and the students? Indeed, said Severus as the other professors entered the Great Hall. Listen up, there is a Death Eater riot happening right now in Hogsmeade. This school is going to be filled with bunch of scared wizards, witches and students soon. I need at least 3 professors to stay behind while the rest of us go help the others. The ones that chaperoned the Hogsmeade visit were Hagrid, Sirius, and Phileas. But who will be in charge while you are gone, Headmaster? Asked Dolores. Who else, but the 4 founder heirs, replied Severus. Minerva, release the school defenses while the others cast the strangest barrier around the school. Minerva had small smirked before going over to the front of the school entrance. But they are children. Surely an experienced adult can be in charge, argued Dolores. They are well qualified to protect this school, but if they do need an adult, then my wife can help them out, said Severus. Aurora hid her laugh upon seeing Dolores frown. If there are no further interruptions, let's go, said Severus. Remus and Regulus followed Severus out of the school while Poppy and Petunia helped care for the injured. Augusta and Aurora followed Tracy, who was using the map to find the other hidden passages that the wizards and witches are using to flee from the riot. Harry and the others stood outside the school grounds and cast the strongest barrier around the school while Minerva activated the school defenses. That's when Harry remembered Aura, the basilisk who can help guard the school, using the Forbidden Forest as a cover-up. "I'll be right back, guys. I need to inform Aura," shouted Harry. Dudley and the girls nodded. Harry ran to the second-floor bathroom where the entrance of the Chamber of Secrets lie, but unknown to him, Dolores was following him. Harry reached down at the secret entrance of the chamber where he called out his grandfather's familiar. But as he waited for the deadly snake, he heard a loud gasp. Harry turned around to see Dolores standing behind him with her hand over her mouth. "Wah, what is this place?" murmured Dolores, then glared at Harry. "What is this place, boy?" Harry didn't say anything and turned his back from Dolores. "Why, you ungrateful," said Dolores. She marched over to Harry, grabbed his shoulders and turned him around. She gritted her teeth. "Show some respect to your betters, brat. Now, tell me what is this place or you're going to be punished." Harry shook Dolores off and stepped back. "You have no power to give out punishments, Umbridge. I suggest that you leave this instant." "We'll see about that," murmured Dolores. As she was about to drag Harry out of the chamber, the large deadly snake came out and hissed angrily towards the witch. "Leave this sacred place, witch. You're not welcome here," Dolores squeaked, taking off her hands from Harry's shoulders and covered her eyes. "Call it off, Potter. Call that beast off, now, Potter," she demanded. "No, like I said, you are not the boss of me," said Harry. He then addressed to his grandfather's familiar, "I don't care what you do with her, but there is a riot in Hogsmeade, a Death Eater riot. You need to protect the school in case they come here." "I'll go, right after dealing with this toad witch," hissed Aura. Harry nodded before dashing out from the chamber, leaving Dolores to her fate. Meanwhile in Hogsmeade, Hermione and the others lead many witches and wizards to the hidden passages while the professors and Aurors were fighting off the Death Eaters. Severus was facing off against Voldemort when Albus appeared between them. "Dumbledore," sneered Voldemort before addressing towards Severus, "I didn't think you would need his help, Lord Slytherin." "I don't," stated Severus. "What are you doing here, Albus? You're risking going to Azkaban for your crimes." "Ah, don't worry, my dear boy, those crimes will be cleared once I have finished here," said Albus calmly. Voldemort laughed. "As much as I want to get rid of you both, I need to pick up someone," he said as he looked over at Hogwarts. "Over my dead body, you blasted snake," snapped Sirius. "Do you really think you can beat me? I'm the most powerful wizard in all of Britain," shouted Voldemort. "I'm going to finish you off, you blood traitor, and once I do, I will become the rightful Lord Slytherin." "I think not, Riddle. You have been disowned. Your family bloodline no longer has connection to the Slytherin bloodline," stated Severus. The few Death Eaters stopped fighting and gasped in shock. "Lies, lies. The Dark Lord is the rightful Lord Slytherin, you filthy half-blood," screeched Bellatrix, angrily. She pointed her wand towards Severus, Curio. Severus and Sirius dodged out of the way. Sirius smirked over to Severus, "Shall we show them what a true Slytherin can do, Snape?" "Indeed, let the way black," said Severus. Spells and hexes were casted left and right, but unknown to them, Hermione and rest of upper-class students were watching the fight, including Minister Fudge. The Gryffindors got some new respect to their former potion master and were in awe upon seeing their head house fighting the remaining Death Eaters. "Merlin's beard," whispered Fudge. "And I was close on to believing Umbridge about the Dark Lord not returning. It's a good thing I didn't send those statements to the Daily Prophet." Hermione and the others sigh in relief. "I know it's a bad thing to say this right now, but I bet 3 galleons that Headmaster Snape beats Riddle," said Alcor. Alois shook his head. "I don't think so, mate. I think he will just take away his wand, make Professor Plaque will knock him out or something." "Ah, both of you are wrong. I'll say that Headmaster Snape and the other professors will knock down Riddle and Dumbles," said Mizar. Fudge gritted his teeth. "I don't care who gets who. I just want this bloody war to end." While Severus and Sirius were dueling against Riddle and Bellatrix, Remus and Regulus were dueling against Dumbledore. "Remus, please," started Dumbledore, softly, "why do you let yourself get clouded by them? You know you can't trust the Slytherins. Please let me help you like I am helping Molly and her daughter when Arthur did the unthinkable." Remus frowned. If you had paid any attention, Salazar wasn't truly evil. It was his adopted son that wanted to kill the Muggles. As for your help, I don't need it. You got nothing to use against me. Albus sighed, knowing what he said was true. He would have used Remus' lycanthropy against him by presenting it to the board, but since Remus was cured, he got nothing. But the question still remains, who had cured him? Enough of this. Rabastan, bring me your arm. I'll finish the traitor off this instant. Snapped Voldemort. Rabastan smirked as he handed his left arm to Riddle. Severus and the others watched as Voldemort pressed his wand onto Rabastan's arm and said something in Latin. But after a few minutes, Voldemort grew impatient and turned to face an unharmed Severus. Why are you not in pain? Snapped Voldemort. Severus smirked before revealing his left arm to show there was no dark mark. Only the professors and the Black Brothers were not in shock. How did you remove your mark without me knowing about it? Shouted Voldemort. Oh, that's quite simple. You see, Harry and Dudley didn't like seeing this ugly mark on my arm as it was causing me so much pain, started Severus before chuckling. All they had to do was to place their little hands over the mark and ordered the snake to go away. Within a few seconds, the mark simply vanished. The Death Eaters couldn't believe their ears. 2 young children were able to get rid of the dark mark that easily. Lies, 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 screeched Bellatrix. Then, I'll end your pathetic life in the most painful way possible, said Voldemort, pointing his wand towards Severus, Curio. Severus dodged out of the way. Expelliarmus. Confringo, said Sirius towards his cousin. While Bellatrix was cut off guard, Riddle's wand went flying towards Severus. The potion master quickly broke it in half and threw it to the ground. It's over, Riddle. You have nothing left. Face defeat. He's right, Riddle. Surrender now. All of your remaining followers have been captured. Shouted Alois, father. He's right, Riddle. Surrender now. All of your remaining followers have been captured. Voldemort looked around to see all of his followers were tied up, but a few were not. Like Lucius and Igor, who were standing next to Nott and Avery, that were tied up. Traitors. All of you. Shouted Voldemort to those that were free. That's when Alois, father, and 2 other Aurors tied him up and apparated out of Hogsmeade. Minister Fudge, you must hear me out, began Albus. Not another word, Dumbledore, Fudge sneered. You are hereby arrested for your crimes against the young Slytherin heir, Harrison Potter Snape. You will come quietly and face your crimes, do you hear me? Please, Minister, you don't understand. You wouldn't be able to defeat Voldemort, argued Albus. He ensured his survival by. Enough. I had enough of your lies, Dumbledore. Auror Moody and Auror Tonks, take him to the Ministry holding cells where he waits his trial. Ordered Fudge. No, you must understand what I'm doing is for the greater good. Begged Albus. He turned around. Alistair, please. You must understand what I'm doing is right. Be quiet, you old coot. We have enough of your talk about the greater good. Snapped Moody. Severus and the professors sigh in relief upon seeing both Albus and Voldemort being taken away for good. Sirius, Regulus and Remus were on the floor with a huge smile on their faces. It's finally over, oh Merlin, it's finally over, said Sirius, happily. I must announce this to the wizarding community immediately, said Fudge, excitedly. If you would excuse me, Headmaster, but I must get going. You and the other professors will be receiving the highest honor of medal for finally getting rid of the Dark Lord. That's not necessary, said Severus. But please do tell the wizarding world that they don't have anything to fear any longer. Riddle is finally locked up along with that crazy old coot, Dumbledore. If you insist, said Fudge before apparating with Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt. Hogwarts, Great Hall, next day. As many don't know, your former headmaster Albus Dumbledore and the Dark Lord Voldemort was given the Dementor's key, and residing in Azkaban. You can all rest easy now, assured Severus, happily. The students clapped happily to know that their families and friends will be safe once again. And by celebrating, we decided to cancel your exams and send you off early to see your families as a reward, said Petunia as the students started to clap excitedly before she smirked. But for those who need to take their OWLs and NEWTs, we'll be taking it around the summer break. Ah, come on, whined Dudley. Harry laughed. Do you really think Aunt Petunia will allow us to escape our OWLs? Dudley pouted. I was hoping she was. The black twins smirked while the others laughed. So any news what happened to Molly and Ginny? Asked Blaze. I believe Tonks mentioned that Pruitt will be sent to some juvenile wizarding school in Germany while Molly was given some community services for helping Dumbledore, replied Draco. I hope they get some kind of mind healer to help them out, said Tracy. The others nodded and began enjoying their breakfast before going home early. Prince Manor, June 28. Morning everyone, greeted Sirius as he and his brother walked into the dining room. He sat across from Remus. Any good news in the Daily Prophet? Not really. Just the small ceremony in the ministry from last night, replied Remus. This time, Skeeter didn't put any false statements. But I still wonder how she can get some information that nobody can. Who cares, said Sirius before smirking, but for Snape getting the Order of Merlin, first class, it's quite an honor. Even Harry got one since he revealed to everyone that he was the one that created the potion to cure lycanthropy. Harry was rather sheepish and turned shy when the reporters surrounded him, giggled Petunia, he hid behind Sev's robes like he did when he was younger. But nevertheless, Severus, you deserve that medal, said Regulus, taking a sip of his coffee. For the shit you had to endure, I'm glad you were recognized as a hero. He was close onto getting the Warlock title, but Severus refused, said Remus. Why did you dare? Asked Aurora. Having that title would have been an honor, but being the headmaster and Lord Slytherin is enough for me right now, said Severus before grabbing hold onto his wife's hand. Besides, I have something else to think about. Sirius and Regulus were confused while Remus and Petunia were smiling. Congrats to you both, said Petunia, happily. I don't get it, said Sirius. Remus sighed, it means that Harry is going to be a big brother. So there will be a mini Snape or a mini Aurora roaming around here, murmured Sirius before grinning, dibs on teaching the child about pranks. Severus glared, no you will not Black. I will not have you teach my child any foolish pranks. Ah come on Snape, a little prank or two wouldn't hurt anyone, whined Sirius. You want to bet, warned Severus, taking out his wand. Sirius paled before running off from the dining room. The potion master ran after him, come back here Black. Petunia and Aurora were giggling while Remus and Regulus were speechless upon seeing Severus chasing Sirius. Suddenly they heard laughter coming from the fireplace. Petunia looked up to see Godric and Salazar laughing while Helga and Rowena were giggling as well. Enjoying yourselves, said Aurora. It's a blessing to see them being carefree after for so long, said Helga, happily. Indeed, said Salazar. I give my blessing to your future child young Aurora. I hope the young one will have a bright future. Thank you Salazar, said Aurora before getting up. Now if you would excuse me, I need to get Harry's help on dealing with his father and uncle. Suddenly Remus, Petunia and Regulus felt sorry for the two wizards since Harry did inherit the infamous Evans Slytherin temper. Hogwarts Express, 2013. Hey there first years, greeted 13-year-old Teddy Lupin, the eldest son of Remus and Tonks Lupin. He sat next to a boy with dark blonde hair and green eyes. So do you know what house you all will be sorted into? The dark blonde shook his head. No, but Dad said it doesn't matter which house we will go into. All of the 4 houses are unique. The blonde with gray eyes nodded. That's what Mum said to me too. Though I believe they want me to be in Slytherin, you know. To follow up family tradition and all. But I'll be fine if I'm sorted into any of the houses including Gryffindor. A dark redhead with blue eyes snorted, you. Scorpius Malfoy, being a Gryffindor. Highly unlikely if you ask me and I'm not the Sorting Hat. What? It could happen, argued Scorpius then he turned his head to the dark blonde. If I remember right, Great Uncle Siri was sorted into Gryffindor even though his family was sorted into Slytherin, right Salazar? Salazar Potter Snape, the youngest son of Harry and Luna, nodded, that's right. Septimus, if you recall the times that Scorpius have acted like a reckless nut, then the House of Gryffindor is right for him. Remember, the Sorting Hat sorts you into the house that fits your personality perfectly, right, Teddy? That's right, Sal, said Teddy. Take Lily for example. Her father was the former Lord Slytherin while her mother was the former Lady Ravenclaw. While she was a bookworm throughout her life, she was sorted into Slytherin. Oh, that's not surprising, said a dark tan boy. Now, the set of the Black twins, their sorting was slightly surprising. Well, only Cedrella since she was sorted into Slytherin while her brother, Arthur was sorted into Gryffindor. Scorpius snorted, there is no doubt that you'll be sorted into Ravenclaw. You'll be with my sister, Sal's sister, Lucy, Victoire and Emma, Zaire. Zaire Zabini, the youngest son to Blaise and Tracy, smirked, if I am, then I bet Sally here will be sorted into Slytherin since Rowena was sorted into her namesake's house. There is no doubt that Sally will follow in his namesake's footsteps. Salazar pouted, will you quit with that silly nickname? Zaire grinned, nope. Well, you guys better change. We are almost there, said Teddy before leaving the compartment. The four boys quickly changed into their robes before hearing that they will be arriving at the station soon. Once they seat out of the train, they spotted the large half-giant, Hagrid waving. He was shouting, first years. First years. Over here, come quickly now. The four boys followed the half-giant to the Great Lake to the entrance of the magical school. Going inside, Hagrid took them to a few stairs where they spotted his grandmother, Headmistress Aurora Snape, standing in front of the Great Hall entrance. Thank you, Hagrid, said Aurora. The half-giant nodded before leaving the young first years to Aurora. She then turned around and smiled, well now, once we enter, you will be sorted into your house by a magical sorting hat. Your personality will determine what house you will be sorted into. There are 4 houses and they are Slytherin, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Shall we? Salazar and his friends were in awe upon seeing the Great Hall. That's when he spotted his grandfather, Headmaster Severus Snape, sitting at the head table. He gave a small wave to him, who returned the gesture back. Headmistress Snape stood in front of them with a parchment on one hand while the other had a worn-out, black wizard hat. When I call you, I will place the sorting hat upon your head where you will be sorted. Salazar took a deep breath. He knows that most of the wizarding world is expecting him to follow in his father's footsteps by being sorted into Slytherin, but his father and mother assure him that he shouldn't listen to those dunderheads and follow his own path. His father was expected to become an Auror, but he surprised everyone on becoming a healer and the second youngest potion master. His mother become a professor in divination and only accepts students that are seers or have the sixth sense. Christian Diggory, Hufflepuff. Johnson Flint, Slytherin. Scorpius Malfoy, Slytherin. Scorpius sighed in relief before taking off the hat and headed over to the table of snakes. He sat next to Ren Black, the son of Rigel and Pansy. He then spotted his older sister, Serenity, sitting at the Ravenclaw table with Rowena Potter Snape and Victoire Weasley, who were smiling at him. Salazar Potter Snape. He took a deep breath before taking a seat on the stool and felt the hat being placed on his head. Ah, the young namesake of thy Salazar Slytherin and the youngest child of Lord Slytherin, now where should I sort you? My dad said to follow my own path, so if you please sort me where I can be viewed as myself, not my father or forefathers, requested Salazar. Yes, I can see your ambition, but you also have great knowledge, courage and loyalty, just like your father, but you have one trait that is stronger than the rest. Fear nothing of the gossip child, and like your father said, follow your own path, understand? Said the sorting hat. Salazar nodded. Very well, Gryffindor. Salazar was slightly surprised, but shook it off before heading towards the table of lions. When he took a seat next to Jessica Longbottom, the Black twins, Roxanne and Fabian, were grinned and started shouting. We got Potter Snape. We got Potter Snape. Salazar blushed while Arthur Black, their cousin, snapped at them before patting Salazar's shoulder. He grinned, those two are always like that. It doesn't help since their father is quite a jokester. I'm glad I'm not like that though. Salazar nodded before looking over at the head table to see his mother, Luna Potter Snape née Lovegood, smiling at him while his grandfather had a proud look. He glazed over at the Ravenclaw table to see his sister giving him a warm smile. The last two, Septimus Weasley was sorted into Gryffindor while Zaire Zabini was sorted into Ravenclaw. During the welcome feast, Lucy came over to the Gryffindor table to congratulate her little brother being sorted into Gryffindor. Blake, who was a Slytherin, went over to the Ravenclaw table to do the same to his little brother. As the feast finished, the four founders watched the students leave the Great Hall to their dormitories. Helga smiled. It's wonderful to see carefree students once again. Sure does, my dear, said Godric before smirking. Well, brother of mine, it looks like your namesake went to my house. Jealous? Of course not, you idiot, snorted Salazar. I had a feeling that he was going to be a lion the moment he recklessly defended his sister a few years back. Reckless, but that show he had true bravery, my dear godson, said Merlin, appearing behind the four. At long last, no more of that idiotic house rivalry between the Slytherins and Gryffindors. Not to mention, the wizards stopped believing that anyone sorted into Slytherin or future dark wizards or witches, said Rowena before frowning, but there are still abused muggleborns that are being discovered. That's true. Draco and his partner Alois, that German boy, found a few abused muggleborns within the past 4 years, stated Helga, sadly. At least they are well protected here in Hogwarts, said Merlin. What I didn't suspect that Ginny girl becoming the primary professor to the young witches and wizards, said Godric. I guess she got some help after finishing up that school in Germany. Wherever happened to her mother anyway? She starts working here in Hogwarts after serving her community services with Filch, but she can't use any magic, replied Salazar. Our grandchildren will give her a hard time, murmured Helga before remembering. I still can't believe that your familiar killed Umbridge those many years ago, Sal. What? She deserved it, argued Salazar. She was going to hurt my heir and Aura wouldn't have it. No dares to threaten my family or the safety of the students. Can't argue with that, murmured Godric as Rowena agreed. Helga sighed, I guess you're sort of right. Salazar shook his head before the 5 of them heard the shouting from Argus. They started to giggle upon hearing the creative words that the squib was using on Molly. As Merlin and the other founders went to another portrait to see the fight, Salazar looked out the window to see the moonlight shining through the great hall. He closed his eyes, let this peace and unity stay for all eternity and continue for all generations to come. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.